Chapter 1, The Green Tea Bitch Calculated the Beginning. Country H. Zhenghua University. Look at Xiao Fei. How dare he continue to stay in our class? It's really embarrassing. I don't know what he's thinking. He'd leave Xinyueli, such a beautiful girlfriend, and mess with other women. This is what they call having your cake and eating it too. He looks like a decent man, but he is actually a scumbag. Bah! Snap. Unable to bear the sarcastic tone of the crowd, Xiao Fei stood up, and his movement was so violent that the chair under his butt was knocked over. He slowly exhaled and walked out of the classroom with a grim expression. Thinking of his ex-girlfriend who he had broken up with not long ago, endless hatred rose in his heart. He believed that his current situation was all caused by his ex-girlfriend. Half a month ago, a large number of posts about him suddenly appeared on the school forum, containing multiple photos of him and another girl. These photos show normal interactions and contacts, but some people have maliciously exaggerated them. He was cheating on Xinyueli and was two-timing. The Jiangda forum was instantly in uproar, and everyone began to target Xiao Fei. There was a chorus of abuse, curses, and slander. As a victim of this incident, Xiao Fei was physically and mentally traumatized and could not explain himself clearly. It was not until 2 days ago that he found out that the mastermind behind all this was actually his ex-girlfriend. He seemed to be getting angrier the more he thought about it. He picked up his phone and dialed that familiar number again. 10 minutes later. In the grove of the school park. I've already told you that it's over between us. Can you please not come to me in the future? The voice came from far away, and then a beautiful woman walked in. She has charming eyes and delicate features, and she is stunning just by looking at her. She is Xinyueli, one of the 3 most beautiful girls in Jiangnan University, and also Xiao Fei's ex-girlfriend. However, it was this kind of woman who caused great harm to Xiao Fei. Did you send those photos? Why did you frame me secretly? Xiao Fei didn't waste time talking to her and went straight to the point. Xinyueli frowned slightly, and said calmly, I don't know what you are talking about. If there is a problem with your personal principles, you should look for the reasons yourself instead of asking me. Principles? Xiao Fei sneered. Do you think no one knows what you've done? Your new boyfriend Shuekai came to me a couple of days ago to show off and told me everything. My current situation is all caused by you. Xinyueli frowned slightly. She didn't expect Shuekai to be so secretive. Yes, Xiao Fei was poor and honest, and Xinyueli looked down on him at all. At first, I just felt that I had too many suitors, so I wanted to find someone to act as a boyfriend, as a shield and run errands for me, so I chose him, an honest man. But Shuekai is different. He is humorous, generous, and good at sweet talk. He is much better than Xiao Fei. But in the eyes of others, she and Xiao Fei are in a relationship. If she is with Shuekai, others will think that she abandoned her ex-boyfriend for a rich second-generation man, and that she is a scumbag and a gold digger. She is the campus beauty of Jiang University. In everyone's impression, she has always been a gentle and elegant girl. How could she destroy her image? So she thought of a way to ruin Xiao Fei's reputation and transferred all the conflicts to him. This way, others won't blame her, and it would be natural for her to be with Shuekai. As for what harm this would cause to Xiao Fei, that was not within her consideration. I don't know what you are talking about. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. After saying that, Xinyueli turned around and was about to leave. She wasn't so stupid as to admit it in person. What if the other party secretly recorded the conversation? Wouldn't she be incriminating herself? You can't leave, what's going on between us isn't over yet. Xiao Fei was quick to grab her wrist. What a joke. If he doesn't explain things clearly, will he always bear the blame? What do you want? Xinyueli also began to feel unhappy. It's very simple. Apologize publicly on the school forum and explain everything clearly. You couldn't resist the temptation and got together with Shuekai first, but now you turn the tables and frame me. Do you have a clear conscience? Xiao Fei asked loudly. Xinyueli and Shuekai have been in contact outside of school. It was clearly she who cheated first, but she cried, "Stop, thief." Let go of Xiaoli, this is a school, I advise you not to do anything. Xiao Fei, I never thought you would still pester her even at this point. Are you still human? I've already filmed the video and will post it on the forum. We're going to completely destroy you, you shameless man. At this moment, a dozen girls suddenly came out from behind a big tree in the distance. Each of them held a mobile phone in their hands to record the process. You. Xiao Fei was dumbfounded at the scene before him. He then stared at Xin Yueli angrily. You're incredible. You still haven't forgotten to plot against me even now. Xin Yueli shook off Xiao Fei's hand and said calmly, I'm just trying to protect my own rights. Xiao Fei, I filmed your pulling behavior just now. Now apologize to Xiaoli and we will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, these photos will be uploaded to the forum, hee hee. Xin Yueli's best friend Sun Yan sneered and threatened. What she despised most was men who were persistent and stalkerish. I just hope she can clarify the truth and clear my name. Xiao Fei frowned and said, not taking the other person's words to heart at all. His reputation has already been ruined anyway, so why should he be afraid of their threats? You are a grown man, but you put the blame on Xiaoli. What are you thinking? Sun Yan didn't care what the other party said, she just knew that she must not let her good friend be bullied by this scumbag. Let's go. As she said that, she took Xin Yueli's hand and left the grove with everyone else. Before leaving, she did not forget to shake her cell phone to warn Xiao Fei. Looking at the backs of everyone leaving, Xiao Qi was furious, but helpless. Bite. Congratulations to the host for being selected. The super reward system is online. System loading, 30%, 70%, 100%. System mission, reveal the truth and clear your name. Accept the mission. Upon completion, I will be rewarded with 51% of the shares of Jiancheng Shenghao Hotel. Refusing a mission will earn you the titles of scumbag, coward, and idiot, which will stay with you for life. Chapter 2, Sky Dropping System, Ways to Fight Back. System? What the hell? Does this kind of thing from online novels really exist? He was startled by the voice that suddenly appeared in his mind. Of course, I exist in your consciousness. I will appear on my own initiative, and I can also be summoned by the host. You can get various rewards by completing the tasks issued by the system. An emotionless voice came, like a machine. After listening to the introduction of the system, Xiao Fei was overjoyed. There really was such a magical thing. He never thought that his luck would change one day. Accept the task. Xiao Fei replied immediately. Just kidding, he doesn't want to get those cruel titles. And the most important thing is the Shenghao Hotel. That is the most luxurious 7-star hotel in Jiancheng. Many wealthy socialites and rich kids come here to spend money and show off their noble status. Owning so many shares in this company means you will never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. It's exciting to think about it. Then his brows furrowed again. I would like to reveal the truth of the matter, but how can I expose her without evidence? This system is a super big data system that can control all electronic devices. All the surveillance videos of her and Shui Kai together have been captured by the system and are now stored in your computer files. Video? He couldn't help but wonder. These are all videos of Xin Yueli and Shui Kai meeting outside of school, and they were taken quite some time ago. They can serve as evidence that you two have not yet broken up. The system explained. Very good. Xiao Fei's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but say excitedly. With these videos, once they are posted on the school forum, the truth will naturally be revealed. Then we'll see how Xin Yueli will argue. Another area. Shayan, what are you going to do with these videos? Xin Yueli asked her best friend in a corner of the teaching building. Of course I'll post it online, so everyone can see how bad he is. He won't let you go even after we broke up. A cold glint flashed in Sun Yan's eyes. What she hated most in her life was Xiao Fei, a man who only cared about what was in his bowl. Yes, we should teach Xiao Fei a lesson and let him know that if he bullies you, we, his good sisters, will never let him go. Another woman also echoed. These people usually get along well with Xin Yueli and are considered her good friends. Now that she is in trouble, these friends naturally want to stand up and seek justice for her. Maybe this is the charm of school beauties. This is not a good idea. Although he is not a good person, he is my ex-boyfriend after all. We should give him a chance to reform. Xin Yueli frowned and said worriedly. What's wrong with it? To deal with such a person, you should use such extreme methods to deal with him. See if he dares to harass you again in the future. Best friend Sun Yan said fearlessly. That's right, Xiaoli, you are so kind and always think about others. Another girl agreed. Well, in that case, let's send it out together. Xin Yueli smiled calmly and expressed her gratitude to them. After this lesson, she didn't believe that Xiao Fei would dare to cause trouble for her again. Jiangda Men's dormitory building. Xiao Fei had just reached the stairs when two men passed by him and looked at him strangely. He was no longer surprised by these things. After today, the truth would come out and he would no longer need to bow his head. Damn it, Xiao Fei, why did you just come back? Did you know something happened? Congratulations on becoming popular on campus again. I guess you'll soon become a school celebrity again. You're so arrogant. You even dared to go find that bitch. You're going to be punished by her again this time. As soon as Xiao Fei stepped into the dormitory, several boys immediately became lively as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They are all Xiao Fei's roommates in the same department and they have a very close relationship. How do you know I went to see Xinyueli? What's going on? Xiao Fei was slightly stunned and looked confused. You'd better look at it yourself. As he said that, a boy handed him his laptop. Xiao Fei didn't ask any more questions and took the other person's computer. His intuition told him that something bad must have happened again. He saw that the computer was logged into the Jiangda forum. He scrolled down and saw that all the posts were about him. The shame of Jian University, the beast in human form, Xiao Fei, the scumbag who abandoned his girlfriend and still lingered on. What's wrong with this world? Do you still have any moral integrity? Do you think you should be bullied like this just because you're pretty? Good job. You don't know until you see it, and it's really shocking. Dozens of posts were full of accusations against him, each one more exaggerated than the last. He randomly clicked on one of the posts, which was a video of him and Xinyueli fighting in the morning. Due to the distance, no sound was recorded, but the video content was clearly visible. Oh my god. This Xiao Fei is too shameless. He keeps pestering me even though I'm cheating on him. Why would the picturesque fairy Shin be with someone like this? He's not worthy at all. Xiao Fei is just a passerby in Shen Xinnu's life. I believe Shui Kai will bring her happiness. Yes, Shui Kai is handsome and rich, they are a perfect match. Carry the Shueli banner, and Xiao Fei and the others can go to hell. Hundreds of people commented on this post, and it received thousands of views. Each of them expressed their regret for Xinyueli, and more importantly, their dissatisfaction and catharsis towards Xiao Fei. No matter what, we believe in you. A fat man next to him patted Xiao Fei's shoulder to comfort him. His name was Ma Yuan, and he was one of Xiao Fei's best friends. That Xinyueli is really good at pretending. She did something so self-serving and harmful to others, yet all the good things come to her. Several other roommates also came to support Xiao Fei. After all, they have been roommates for several years and they know Xiao Fei's character. They will soon receive the punishment they deserve. Looking at the encouraging eyes of the crowd, Xiao Fei couldn't help but feel warm in his heart and said calmly, Xiao Fei, whatever you want to do, don't do anything rash. You're not planning on using violence against them, are you? This is no joke. Everyone tried to persuade him, fearing that he would do something irrational. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. I'm just giving people a taste of their own medicine. He sneered, with a gleam in his eyes. I really didn't expect the other party to act so quickly. They couldn't wait to release the video they just recorded, causing themselves to be caught in public opinion again. In that case, don't blame him for being ruthless. He wanted to see what those people would think when all the truth was revealed. After returning the laptop to his roommate, he opened his desktop computer to see if the file really existed. 3 minutes later, the computer whose boot speed beat 1% of the national average was finally turned on. Ding dong. You have new email saved in the archive, please check. Xiao Fei opened the D drive, and after a few quick keyboard taps, he saw a newly created folder. Chapter 3, A Big Turn of Events. On the Jiangda forum, the number of posts criticizing Xiao Fei is increasing, and more people are responding. Some people even posted messages calling him a bad student, and 10,000 people signed a blood petition demanding that he be expelled from the school immediately. During this process, a post that specifically denounced Xinyueli and Shui Kai suddenly appeared in the forum. It seemed particularly abrupt and immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. As people clicked on the video, one video after another appeared in front of them. There are scenes of Xinyueli and Shui Kai going to the hotel, as well as videos of the two going to brand stores, high-end restaurants, and even bars. Shui Kai also pulled Xinyueli into the dance floor, and the two danced closely together. Their postures were as ambiguous as they could be. At the top of the video, there is a long paragraph of text, which clearly describes how Xinyueli met Shui Kai and how she framed Xiao Fei. Of course, this passage was also written by Xiaofei himself, and this is all thanks to Shuaikai. If he hadn't told it in person, there would be no such content. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. No way, is this Xin Yueli, the campus beauty of Jian University? This video is actually dated in May. Oh my god, have they been together for so long? Holy crap. Does that mean Xin Yueli and Xiaofei were already hooking up before they broke up? Is this the usually gentle and quiet school beauty? This dance is so hot, it's a complete change. Could the video be photoshopped? Are you stupid? Can't you tell the difference between a real video and AP video? The entire forum was in an uproar. The goddess in everyone's mind turned out to be like this. Where is the gentleness and elegance you promised me? Where is the quietness and sweetness you promised me? This is totally different from the impression of the school beautician. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't accept it, and couldn't believe that the most beautiful existence like a goddess in their hearts would be like this. But the facts are right in front of us, and we have to believe it. Aha! Everyone was angry and felt that they had been greatly deceived. The campus beauty of Xin University, who is known for her quietness and elegance, actually committed such an outrageous act of infidelity, which completely overturned everyone's three views. Bah! I didn't expect the so-called campus beauty of Xin University to have so much fun, going to bars and hotels. Why is she pretending to be pure? You can only judge a person by their appearance, but not by their heart. It's a shame that we still think of her as a goddess. Yeah. Now that I think about it, those pictures of Xiaofei were just normal interactions between friends. They weren't anything out of line. Exactly. It was Xin Yueli who actually proved it, and judging by what the article said, someone might have framed Xiaofei. In an instant, everyone's attacks began to be directed at Xin Yueli. Xiaofei only posted this one post, but it surpassed dozens of others. In just 10 minutes, it was viewed thousands of times and was instantly pinned to the top. Moreover, the number of readers is still increasing at a very fast rate, with no signs of stopping. Xiaofei sat in front of the computer, feeling relieved as he watched people in the forum keep clicking on his posts. Next, it's time to let Xin Yueli experience the feeling of being scolded every day. It would be fine if he had been used as a shield for 3 years in vain, but he was ungrateful and even framed himself. He doesn't deserve any sympathy at all. Moreover, the post he just made was not made using his own forum account, but an account fabricated by the system. All the character information in it is fake. He is a person who does not exist at all and no one can hold him accountable. Suddenly, the computer prompted, and he clicked it and saw that it was another folder. Just when he was confused, the system rang. Byte. The system has collected another video, which contains evidence of Shuaikai having a secret meeting with another girl while he was with Xin Yueli. Accept the mission to retaliate against Shuaikai. Successfully reveal the truth and be rewarded with 5 times your physical strength. Reject the mission. The system will purchase a green hat from Pink Sixie and ask the host to wear it for 10 days to fully experience the breath of the green grassland. This. Xiaofei was shocked. This system was too tricky. Wearing a forgiveness-colored hat to class is even more socially dead than being socially dead. I accept the mission. He answered without hesitation. Anyway, he and Shuaikai were already enemies, so it didn't matter if he offended him again. In the girls' dormitory. Xin Yueli looked at the pinned post on the mobile forum, her face pale and her mind blank. How did these videos come from? And they are all from outside the school. The most important thing is that as the heroine in the video, she naturally knows that the content of these videos is true. Xin Yueli's eyes were filled with panic. She was the campus belle of Jiang University. Wherever she went, she was the brightest focus, with many people following her. Now that these videos have been discovered, how can she continue to stay in school? Her reputation, her image, everything good about her will be shattered. Xiaofei, it must be him. Xin Yueli's eyes fixed, with infinite hatred bursting out of them. She understood that only Xiaofei had this motive. Originally, I thought he was honest and liked me so much, so I thought I had him in my hands. I didn't expect the other party's actions to be so unexpected and to do things so ruthlessly. However, after a moment, her brows furrowed, and there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. How did he know where he went? Besides, his family is just an ordinary family with no power or influence. How could they have the ability to get these videos? You have to know that the surveillance videos of bars and hotels are not available to anyone. Xiaoli, what is going on? While thinking, Sun Yan hurriedly walked in from outside the dormitory door. It was Xiao Fei who did this. He wanted to get me caught up in public opinion. This is his revenge. Xin Yueli has regained her composure at this moment, as if nothing had happened. She would never let anyone see her panicky side. It was her habit to remain elegant in front of others. So is this video real or fake? Sun Yan asked in shock. She didn't believe that her best friend was that kind of person, but how could she explain the video? Just when Xin Yueli was about to answer, the phone rang. When they opened the forum, a post about Shui Kai appeared in everyone's sight. After a while, Xin Yueli's face turned red and white. The post contained several videos, each of which showed Shui Kai dating other women, not the same women, and the dates were exactly the same as when she and Shui Kai were dating. Chapter 4. Xiao Fei suddenly became a wealthy man. Xin Yueli clenched her fists tighter and tighter, feeling extremely angry. Love at first sight, love higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea, all of these are lies. Shui Kai is really a liar. The most important thing is that she is the school belle and should be the center of attention. What is she now? She was just one of his many women. What was the difference between her and other ordinary women? How could she accept such a cheap fact? Could it be that this Shui Kai was with other women while he was dating you? Sun Yan kept talking about things that were not related to the topic. Looking at the new posts that popped up, she didn't know what to say. It must be Xiao Fei's doing again. He is crazy. Don't believe him. Xin Yueli explained to her friend. For her now, in this situation, everyone will be dissatisfied with her, and it is important to have someone standing on her side. Then her eyes revealed a fierce look. Since the other party was so heartless, then don't blame her for being ungrateful. After thinking about it, she took out her cell phone and called Shui Kai. Who is it? A few seconds later, a woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Xin Yueli frowned and said coldly, "Who are you?" "I'm her girlfriend, who are you?" The other end said disdainfully, seeming to be someone who was not to be trifled with. Xin Yueli suppressed her impending outburst of emotion and said calmly, "Where is Shui Kairan? You haven't answered my question yet. Who are you to him?" The woman asked lazily, as if she would not say anything unless the other party answered. "Who's calling?" At this moment, another voice came from the other end of the phone. Xin Yueli could tell it was Shui Kai. "Xiaoli?" A few seconds later, Shui Kai's voice came from the opposite side. "Do you know about the forum?" For the first time ever, Xin Yueli did not get angry at Shui Kai. "What's the meaning?" Shui Kai was stunned. He thought the other party would question him why he was with another woman, but he didn't expect that he would say something that made him confused. "It's Xiao Fei. He released a video of our contact outside the school. Now we're caught up in the public opinion of Jiang University. You'd better take a look." Xin Yueli said lightly, and after chatting for a few more words, she decisively hung up the phone. Although her eyes were filled with anger, she suppressed it. Now is not the time to break up with Shui Kai. She still needs his help to deal with Xiao Fei. After all, Shui Kai has a close relationship with the president of Jiang University. On the other side, Shui Kai, who had just finished a shower and was wrapped in a bath towel, frowned and immediately opened the Jiangda forum and logged into his account. A few minutes later. Bang! The phone fell heavily to the ground and broke into pieces. Even the woman lying on the bed was startled by his sudden anger. Shui Kai's eyes showed a murderous look. He was angry, very angry. Since the first day he entered the school, he had never met such an ignorant person. He, Xiao Fei, is just a poor student with no money, no power, and nothing at all. How dare he challenge himself? Who does he think he is? You are so brave as to go against me. I will make sure you can't stay in Jiangda. Shui Kai said gloomily. Bite. 1. Expose Xin Yueli. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining 51% of the shares of Shanghai Hotel. The contract is being copied and someone from the hotel will deliver it later. The system has opened a legal account for the Shanghai Hotel at the bank for you and linked it to your mobile banking app. The hotel's share dividends will be directly deposited into your account. 2. Congratulations to the host for exposing Shui Kai and gaining a 5-fold increase in physical strength. Host, Xiao Fei. Strength, 50. Speed, 50. Reaction ability, 50. After saying this, Xiaofei felt a surge of energy suddenly surge out of his body, which gave him a shock. He clenched his fists and felt as if he had endless energy. He could easily kill a cow with one punch. This made him very excited. Not only did his physical fitness become stronger, but he was now also the largest shareholder of the Shanghai Hotel. He is a rich man, huh? Host, your computer is too slow. You've been logging into random websites frequently, which has infected your computer. The 300 gigabytes hard drive has also seriously affected the computer's performance. Let me help you clean it up. Hey, don't. He was feeling excited when he suddenly heard the system say this, and he was immediately frightened. I was about to stop it, but the system was too fast. By the time he reacted, the computer had already started restarting. This time it took only 10 seconds to boot up, beating 99% of users nationwide. Xiaofei wanted to cry but had no tears. There were so many movies, and they were all beautiful youthful memories in his life. Every shot and every picture is worth careful evaluation. Alas! It's gone just like that. You are now a distinguished host with a system, no longer a pure loser. Only losers would seek solace in hard drives, while the strong ones have already found girlfriends. The system's ruthless words were heartbreaking, leaving Xiaofei speechless. Of course. I didn't expect you to have this skill. In the dormitory, Ma Yuan looked at Xiaofei in disbelief. Tell us honestly, how did you do it? Others also asked in confusion. These surveillance videos are not so easy to obtain. It's a secret. I can't tell you. Anyway, I didn't get it by stealing. Xiaofei replied calmly. He didn't know how to explain, and he was too lazy to explain. Let's go out for dinner tomorrow night, it's my treat, he continued, changing the subject. Fuck. Is this true? When did you become so generous, except for spending money on Xin Yueli? Coming out of your mouth is like a heifer riding an airplane, it's so awesome. I'm a little uncomfortable with Brother Zhao's generosity. Sure enough, he has some extra cash after breaking up with Xin Yueli. Everyone immediately looked at him in disbelief. Everyone knew that Xiaofei had been very stingy in the past, and it was harder than climbing to the sky to get any money out of him. Of course, this was just a joke, after all, they also knew that his family's conditions were indeed not good. Xiaofei couldn't help but sigh as he watched everyone's reactions. Was he really such a sucker for Xin Yueli in the past? One day later. In the classroom, the teacher was talking about professional content with saliva flying, but the students' attention was not attracted by it. From time to time, they turned their heads and looked in the same direction, which was where Xiaofei was. At this moment, he is like a kilowatt light bulb, attracting everyone's attention anytime and anywhere. Everyone's eyes were no longer filled with contempt as before, but had changed greatly. There was sympathy, compassion, and friendliness in them. Xiaofei sneered in his heart and was not moved at all. What he cared about was never people's attitude towards him, but their distortion of the truth, which was a matter of personal reputation. Now that the truth has been revealed to the public, he won't care even if people still dislike him and talk about him. Who is Xiaofei? Come out for a moment. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the teacher who was giving a lecture. Chapter 5 Shui Kai will not give up until he achieves his goal. Teacher Wang Yang, why did he come to our class to look for Xiaofei? I don't know, maybe it's because of what happened between Xin Yueli and Shui Kai. While everyone was talking, they saw a slightly fat man wearing glasses looking at the students of Class 5, Grade 3 with a serious expression, as if he had bad intentions. I am. Xiaofei didn't know what it was, but since he was mentioned, he couldn't remain silent. Come with me. The man looked at him coldly and turned away. Xiaofei didn't understand why, so he followed. Jiangnan University Academic Office Building, inside the highest conference room. The principal, 2 vice principals and several instructors sat at a large table. Xiaofei posted the video on the Jiangda forum without permission, seriously infringing upon the rights of others. This matter must be investigated thoroughly and severely punished. He's truly audacious. Doesn't he know how much negative impact this will have on the school? If the matter gets more serious, it might even affect Jiangnan University's reputation outside the university. Several vice presidents criticized with serious expressions, and what they were discussing was the video about the forum. So, I ask all teachers to face this problem squarely and give Xin Yueli and me justice. Shui Kai, who was standing in the middle, said calmly. Don't worry, we will get to the bottom of this matter and let Xiao Fei give you an explanation. Principal Wang Feng said solemnly. During the conversation, the door of the conference room was opened and a teacher led Xiao Fei in. As soon as he saw him, Shui Kai's eyes almost showed murderous intent, but then he sneered in his heart, thinking that it would be soon before the other party would cry. When Xiao Fei saw this situation, and with Shui Kai also present, he knew that trouble was coming. Are you Xiao Fei? Vice Principal Jiang Tao asked with a very ugly expression. Yes, I wonder what the principal wants to talk to me about. He answered calmly, without any panic at all. What's the matter with the video on the forum? Do you know how much impact it will have on the school? The other party asked sternly. Principal Jiang, I don't understand what you mean. Xiao Fei shook his head and pretended to be confused. You're still quibbling. Don't you know that it's your own post? Do you want to be expelled from school? He slammed the table and asked angrily. Another vice president, Zhou Wenjiang, said sternly, Shui Kai now demands that you immediately retract the post, write a letter of apology, and read it in front of the entire school. Otherwise, he will sue you for violating his privacy. After hearing this, Xiao Fei sneered in his heart. He didn't see them being so active when he was cyber-bullied on the forum. Principal Wang Feng glanced at Xiao Fei and advised, although the school usually doesn't care about forum matters, you really went too far this time. After all, you are a student of Jiang University. If you can take the initiative to confess your mistake and prove to all students that it was just a misunderstanding, Shui Kai said that he will not hold you responsible, and Jiang University will not expel you. What do you think? Xiao Fei remained unmoved by the persuasion. It sounded like these words were for his own good, but only he knew how ridiculous this was. If he really did that, would he still be able to live in school? He would probably never be able to hold his head up again, becoming a laughing stock. Compared to him, Shui Kai was secretly laughing in his heart. This was the effect he wanted. Whether it is being expelled from school or pursuing the other party's legal responsibility, it is not something Xiao Fei can afford. And once the other party really compromises, he will not fulfill his promise, but will immediately sue the other party to compensate for all his rights and mental damages. Although he didn't care about the money at all, it was a considerable sum for an ordinary family like Xiao Fei's, and this was exactly the kind of retaliation he needed. He wanted to destroy the other party step by step so that Xiao Fei would know the consequences of angering him. I didn't post the message. I don't know what happened. I don't think the school would wait to convict before the matter is fully investigated, right? Faced with the false accusation, Xiao Fei said slowly and calmly. You still want to deny it even after this? Is there anyone else besides you? Jiang Tao asked back dissatisfiedly. Principal Wang Feng paused for a moment, then unexpectedly nodded. He's right. No matter what, we should produce evidence first. After all, this is a school, and we must uphold justice. As the highest person in charge of Jiangda, he naturally has to consider things more carefully. Okay, then we'll provide evidence to convince you. Jiang Tao said, took out a laptop computer next to the conference room, and logged into the forum. Logging into the forum requires each student to register their information. Once the registration is successful, every word said and every post made by the student members will be recorded in detail in the background. Sun Wu, who is Sun Wu? Jiang Tao opened the poster's message and saw this. He carefully looked at the identity information again and found that it was correct. Neither the ID photo nor the name was Xiao Fei. Then he opened the back end of another post and found that the name in the message was also Sun Yu. How is it? Have you found out? Seeing Jiang Tao's strange expression, Principal Wang Feng asked. It's not Xiao Fei, the post was posted by someone else. Jiang Tao answered in a daze, not expecting that the other party really did not lie. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Shui Kai couldn't believe it and shouted, impossible, it must have been him who posted it. No one else has this motive at all. Maybe he used someone else's account. Check if he borrowed the accounts of other classmates and friends, he said anxiously. After a while, Jiang Tao still shook his head. Registration requires real name authentication and it can't be faked. I checked the entire school and there is no student named Sun Yu. How is this possible? Could it be that Jiangda has an extra account out of thin air? The teachers all didn't believe it. How could such a strange thing happen? Forum accounts are all one-to-one authenticated, so it's impossible to make a mistake. You can come and take a look, Jiang Tao said as he handed the computer to the others. This This is really strange. People outside the school cannot register without signing up for school. This person must be a student on campus. How come they can't find him? Everyone in the conference room didn't know what to say. I told you it wasn't me who posted it. Do you believe me now? If you don't believe me, you can check my account again to see if I've posted anything. Seeing everyone's confused faces, Xiaofei said with a smile, then turned to look at Shuaikai and sneered. I didn't post it, so how can I be held responsible? As for someone wanting to sue me, that's completely ridiculous. How can they sue me without any evidence? Xiaofei said this but felt happy inside. He liked to see someone trying to control him but being unable to do anything. Wang Feng and others looked at each other, speechless for a moment. Although the matter was related to Xiaofei, the person who posted the message that caused this incident was not Xiaofei, so the responsibility for this matter naturally did not fall on him. That's right. If you really didn't do it, the responsibility is indeed not yours. Wang Feng nodded. No matter what, there must be fairness. Shuaikai's face was extremely gloomy, as if there was a fire burning in his heart, with a hatred in his heart that he had nowhere to vent. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Then an idea struck him, and he said with a sinister smile, Principal Wang, the sports meet is about to begin, and I heard the school needs to replace some new equipment worth millions. The school's equipment has always been sponsored by my father, the Weinig Group. I don't think you want that sponsorship to go to waste this time, do you? Chapter 6 The Most Beautiful School Belle Su Yanxi. What do you mean? The principal didn't understand why he suddenly asked this. It's very simple. As long as the school expels Xiaofei, this cooperation can still go on. Shuaikai said solemnly. Since soft methods don't work, he will use hard methods. Xiaofei has been studying for 3 years now. If he is expelled from Jiangnan University, all his efforts in the past 3 years will be wasted. This is a blow that no one wants to face, let alone an ordinary family like Xiaofei's. This. Wang Feng frowned, looking a little embarrassed. It would be fine if the video post was posted by Xiaofei, but there is no evidence pointing to him now. It is hard to believe that a student should be expelled for no reason, and it will also affect the reputation of the school. But many of the school's equipment are indeed old. For safety reasons, this sports meet was originally planned to replace all the old equipment, sponsored by the Weili Group. But now if Shuaikai, the eldest son of Weili Group, wants to stop it, then this plan will definitely be ruined. After all, it was because Shuaikai was admitted to Jiangnan University that his father chose to sponsor the school. The senior executives looked at each other and couldn't make up their minds for a moment. Shuaikai laughed in his heart. In the end, Xiaofei was still a little too naive to fight with him. If Weili Group refuses to sponsor, Tianxue Group is willing to sponsor the school. Just when the senior executives were at a loss, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Everyone turned around and saw a very beautiful and graceful woman walking in. She has long black hair that falls like a waterfall, and a white dress that sets off her temperament perfectly. Why is it you? Shuaikai asked in disbelief. No one in the school doesn't know the girl in front of them. She is the most famous campus beauty in Jiang University, Su Yanxi from the Chinese department. Even Xin Yueli would pale in comparison to her. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Su Yanxi slowly approached. She turned her head and glanced at Xiaofei, as if to say hello. Why are you here? Xiaofei asked in surprise. Yes, he not only knew the girl in front of him, but they were also familiar with each other. Maybe it was a coincidence, maybe it was fate, but a year ago, he and Su Yanxi were assigned to the same group during the school's group tour. During the activity, the other person accidentally sprained her foot. Xiaofei carried her on his back several times, and the two gradually became familiar with each other and even added each other on VX. However, Xiaofei felt that he had a girlfriend, so he didn't contact her much. Over the course of a year, the two of them communicated on VX only a few times. Student Su, are you telling the truth? Principal Wang Feng and others stood up and asked in disbelief, their tones still excited. Of course, as long as Xiaofei's matter is no longer pursued, Tianxue Group can be responsible for any funding the school needs in the next few years. She said lightly with a slight smile. As soon as these words were spoken, the senior executives immediately became restless. You know, the Su family's Tianxue Group is one of the most famous leading enterprises in the entire Jiangcheng. Its Tianxue real estate is spread all over the country and is even more powerful than the Shui family's business. Su Yanqi is the jewel in the crown of Su Yunsheng, chairman of Tianque Group, so there is no need to question what she says. With their support, Jiangnan University will surely become more perfect and glorious. Su Yanqi, what are you doing? Shui Kai's face had turned ashen. He never expected that someone would suddenly appear and ruin his plans. Xiao Fei is my good friend. To deal with him is to deal with me. So, do you want to be my enemy? Su Yanqi's voice sounded nice, but the threat in her voice was chilling. Shui Kai's expression changed slightly. Although he wanted to refute, he finally just kept his mouth shut. With Su Yanqi around, today's plan will definitely not be completed. Student Su, when will our agreement? Wang Feng hesitated to speak. Don't worry, I won't break my promise about funding. Someone will come over to sign an agreement with you tomorrow, but... She changed the subject and continued, before that, you must give us a satisfactory answer. Someone previously maliciously attacked Xiao Fei on the forum, causing him to suffer a public outcry. Those responsible must be held accountable. Wang Feng paused for a moment, nodded, and said, no problem. We must take responsibility for posting maliciously without reason. I just don't know what you want us to do. Xiao Fei, what do you think? Su Yanqi turned around and asked. Some people maliciously framed me behind my back. It's hard to imagine what they will do in the future. I suggest that the poster be fired to prevent him from framing others in the future. Although he didn't understand Su Yanqi's intention, Xiao Fei naturally said it out loud when he had the chance to make a request. He would not sympathize with Shen Yueli. She had done so many things to hurt him. Even if she was fired, it was her own fault. Okay. Vice Principal Jiang, you will be responsible for investigating this matter. Once verified, the entire school will be informed that the student will be expelled. Wang Feng said righteously. I understand. Jiang Tao nodded. Snort. Shui Kai sneered, but suddenly turned around and left the meeting room. He knew that he had failed in this counterattack and there was no need to stay here any longer. Before leaving, he did not forget to turn around and look at Xiao Fei, with strong hatred in his eyes. He couldn't understand how Xiao Fei knew Su Yanqi. The other party is the daughter of Tianque Group and has a noble status. He, Xiao Fei, is just an ordinary person. What qualifications does he have to be friends with Su Yanqi? At this time, Xiao Fei also looked back at Shui Kai, but his expression was indifferent, and he didn't care at all. Now he is the owner of Xinghao Hotel, and he has the system and many trump cards. If they really fight, Shui Kai will have no way to deal with him. However, he didn't expect Su Yanqi to suddenly appear and help him, which made him feel confused. Replacing equipment cost several million, which was an astronomical figure for him before. He and Su Yanqi didn't have a very close relationship, so why was she willing to help so much? A few minutes later, after the matter was settled, Xiao Fei and Su Yanqi left the office building together. Why are you here and helping me so much? He finally couldn't help asking when he came outside. It's nothing. You helped me before, and this time it's my turn to help you. Su Yanqi said with a smile. Xiao Fei was speechless. What kind of answer was this? He just did the other party a small favor, is it worth millions in return? Could this be the legendary a drop of water is repaid with a spring of water? Chapter 7, Xinghao Hotel's Substantial Profits. Su Yanqi stared at Xiao Fei and sighed, I didn't expect you to be so aloof. Every time I send you a message, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Don't I reply to you every time? Xiao Fei scratched his head and defended himself. That counts as a reply? Su Yanqi was completely speechless and continued. Every time I say a lot at the beginning, you always reply with You're so afraid to say even one more word. Why? Am I a tiger? That's so scary? When she said this, she felt extremely angry. That's right, she had to admit that she liked Xiao Fei. He has a straightforward, ordinary, and sincere personality. You will be infected by him unconsciously when you get along with him. If it weren't for the fact that he already had a girlfriend, Su Yanqi might have really pursued him. Sometimes she really envied Shen Yueli. Even though she was a bad girl, Xiao Fei was still willing to be devoted to her. I really don't know whether to say that she is lucky or that Xiao Fei is too honest. Faced with the questioning, Xiao Fei was speechless because what she said was true. In the past, he always felt that since he had a girlfriend, he should keep his distance from other girls. Looking back now, I think my single-minded devotion to Xing Yueli was just self-admiration. Instead, it makes him look more like a bootlicker, and he doesn't take you seriously at all. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining Su Yanqi's affection. Invite the other party to dinner tonight. If the invitation is successful, the reward will be a limited edition sports car. Invitation failed, reward car purchase voucher 200 yuan. The system's voice suddenly appeared in Xiao Fei's mind. How are you going to thank me for helping you so much? Su Yanqi had no idea what was going on in his mind, so she asked bluntly. If you don't mind, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Xiao Fei answered immediately, saving himself from asking. This time, it was not only to complete the system's task, but also because he really wanted to thank Su Yanqi. Sure, I have time. She said happily, thinking about what reason she could find to spend time with Xiao Fei. It's settled then. Remember to contact me tonight. After saying that, she turned around and left. Oh my god, no way. Isn't that the campus beauty of Suzhou University? Why is she with Xiao Fei? She is the most beautiful girl among the 3 campus beauties of Zhejiang University. How did she get to know Xiao Fei? And they were chatting and laughing. I'm so sore, whoa. It was time to end the get out of class, and many people were watching from a distance, whispering and talking. One is the most beautiful campus beauty in Zhejiang University, and the other is Xiao Fei, who has recently become well known. It is hard for them not to attract attention when standing together. On the 3rd floor of a teaching building, Shui Kai, who witnessed everything, clenched his fists. Xiao Fei is just a pauper, why should he be with Su Yanqi? When he first saw Su Yanqi, he was stunned by her beauty and wanted to get her. But he didn't expect Su Yanqi to reject him, which made him very unhappy. After investigation, he found out that the other party was actually the daughter of Tianxue Group. He was shocked and gave up the idea of revenge. Although Weili Group is also a well-known large company in Zhangcheng, it pales in comparison with Tianxue Group. You can hide from the first day but not the 15th. Just wait for me, I will make sure you can't stay in Zhangcheng. Looking at Xiao Fei, Shui Kai said solemnly. Bite. The other party accepted the invitation. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the limited edition super sports car Pagani Huayra. The sports car was purchased through a formal channel. Someone will deliver it to your door in person later. Please be sure to sign for it. Pagani Huayra, damn. Xiao Fei was shocked. That was the world's top sports car. The legendary acceleration from 0 to 100 km/h took only 3.2 seconds. It was worth $500 million. My goodness, this system is so powerful, it can do anything. We no longer remember the path you walked that year. Just when he was excited, his cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Xiao Fei guessed that someone must have come from the Shanghai Hotel. At the same time, at the main entrance of Jianda College, a thin man in a suit and tie stood here, looking into the school from time to time, with a look of confusion on his face. Shanghai Hotel, the largest and most luxurious super hotel in Jiangcheng. Just yesterday during a high-level meeting, the hotel's chairman suddenly announced that someone was offering to buy them for a huge sum of money. However, it is hard to believe that such a mysterious acquirer with strong financial resources said that he was a student at Jiangnan University. Are you here to deliver the contract? But after a while, the man noticed a handsome guy in ordinary clothes walking towards him. You are? The man asked cautiously. Xiao Fei, the man behind the acquisition of your Xinghao Hotel. Xiao Fei said frankly. Hello, I'm Zhao Bin, assistant to the chairman of the hotel. The man's heart skipped a beat, then he nodded and bowed. Oh my god. Isn't this too young? There's a coffee shop across the street. Why don't we sit over there and talk? He quickly made a gesture of invitation. Xiao Fei nodded in agreement. This is the share transfer agreement. Do you have any other questions? In the coffee shop, Zhao Bin handed a contract to the other party. Xiao Fei just took a quick look at it and then took the pen and signed. The former chairman asked me to convey a message, asking when you will take over? Seeing that he had no objection to the contract, Zhao Bin began to convey the message. Xiao Fei shook his head. As usual, I'm not cut out for business, you guys can do whatever you want. He just needs to be the boss behind the scenes and think about how to collect money every day. Anyway, the equity is in his hands. What is the company's total annual profit? Xiao Fei asked curiously. The hotel's annual profit varies, but it's probably around 700 to 800 million yuan, Zhao Bin roughly estimated. Does that mean I earn at least 300 to 400 million every year? Xiao Fei was shocked. Wow. At the same time, Zhao Bin took out a black card from his bag and handed it to Xiao Fei. This is the exclusive card of the Shanghao Hotel. It's a card only available to shareholders of the company. With this card, any purchase at the Shanghao Hotel is free and unlimited. And as the chairman of the company, this card has a special limit of 5 million, but it will be deducted from your stock dividends later. After saying this, he looked at the card with envy. You should know that those who dare to spend money at Shanghao Hotel are either rich or noble, and the minimum starting price is 10,000 yuan. If you only need to eat, drink, defecate and stay here for one night, the cost will be as high as tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Who wouldn't want to have such a card? Hey, isn't this the famous Xiao Fei from school? He looks so cool after not seeing him for a few days, even willing to come into the coffee shop? What bad luck! I didn't expect to meet a scumbag just for a cup of coffee. Suddenly, the voices of a group of women were heard, interrupting the conversation between the two. Chapter 8. They came to sow discord. Xiao Fei frowned slightly and looked up. I saw a few girls walking over from the other side. They were the ones who had helped Xin Yueli shoot the video before. It's you again. It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet. Xiao Fei said lightly with a slightly cold face. You are so heartless. You are so unscrupulous in order to deal with Xiaoli. She often praises you for being an honest person. Sun Yan, who took the lead, spoke angrily, and seemed to be even more hostile to Xiao Fei. They were not unaware of the incident that had exposed Xin Yueli on the school forum. But this not only did not eliminate their contempt for Xiao Fei, but made them hate Xiao Fei even more, thinking that he was a stingy man. Honest man? In today's society, honest man is not a compliment. Xiao Fei sneered with disdain, and then continued. I don't need to say much about the authenticity of the video. Anyone can tell who is actually cheating. However, some people are blind and can't see it, which is understandable. The sarcasm was self-evident, and Xiao Fei didn't need to be polite to them. He finally understood that this group of people had never judged right and wrong based on the truth of the matter from the beginning. They are bullying me because they are Xin Yueli's friends. In fact, they are the same as Xin Yueli. Handsome man, I don't know who you are to Xiao Fei, but I still want to remind you, don't get too close to him, or he might stab you in the back one day. That's right. Not only is he poor and short-sighted, but he even betrayed his ex-girlfriend. It's better to stay away from people like him. Two of them tried to sow discord between them and Zhao Bin. They just wanted to deliberately humiliate Xiao Fei and make him lose face in front of his friends. Bang! Suddenly, there was a sound of clapping on the table. You are a bunch of shrews. You can't judge our boss casually. Zhao Bin stood up and shouted angrily. Although they didn't know what grudge Xiao Fei had against them, how could they tolerate him humiliating their boss? Moreover, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to show your abilities, and you might even win your boss's appreciation. Several women were startled by his sudden action and then trembled with anger. Shrewd, shrew? They were actually called shrews. How could they, who had always been pampered, endure such humiliation? Several people suddenly had the urge to go up and fight Zhao Bin. Don't do anything rash, otherwise it will be interesting if you become popular on the internet one day. Xiao Fei took a sip of the coffee on the table, leisurely. Sun Yan and others were startled and immediately looked around. Everyone in the store was attracted by their noise, and some people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Everyone's impulse to take action immediately died down. This is how the communication age is. The speed of internet communication is unimaginable. If you are not careful, you may become the center of society. What kind of hotel owner is this? He's really pretentious. He looks so poor. Why don't you tell me which hotel he owns? Exactly. Everyone knows that Xiao Fei is a poor guy in school. He can't even afford a few thousand yuan birthday present for Xiaoli. And he's still a boss? Pa! It's really laughable. Humiliated, they retorted with sarcasm. How could they be willing to leave just like that? And in their opinion, Zhao Bin is probably just a braggart. Pretentious? Have you ever seen anyone pretending to be pretentious even with a contract? Zhao Bin sneered, took out the contract on the table and waved it in front of them, and continued. Open your eyes and see clearly. It clearly says Xinghao Hotel. The person in front of you is the new chairman of our Xinghao Hotel. Everyone looked at the contract in front of them with disbelief in their eyes. How is this possible? Xinghao Hotel is the most luxurious and grand 7-star super hotel in Jiangcheng. Who in Jiangcheng doesn't know it? Now tell them that the owner of this hotel is really Xiao Fei? This is like someone saying that the old hen is the king of beasts, which is funny and ridiculous. But if it is fake, it is obviously unrealistic. Who would prepare a contract in advance to deceive you? The noisy women were suddenly speechless. Knowing they couldn't win the argument, they immediately fled out of the cafe in shame. Xiao Fei sneered as he watched everyone leaving. He knew Xin Yueli very well, and all the posts were definitely not posted by her alone. She will definitely use her advantages to find a group of people to help her. The fact that there are several IDs posting on the forum is enough to prove it. And that group of people is probably the ones in front of us, and no one will be able to escape by then. Once the school investigates, it will be their turn to cry. It's almost done, you can go back first. After a while, Xiao Fei finished his coffee and said to Zhao Bin, then he took the contract and left the restaurant. But before he could enter the school, a white supercar stopped at the school gate. Are you Mr. Xiao Fei? A man got out of the car and asked politely. Yes, how do you know my name? Xiao Fei asked in surprise. Of course, you provided your identification information and photos when purchasing the car on our platform. Mr. Xiao, this is the limited edition supercar you ordered from our 4S dealership. Please check it and sign for it. As he spoke, the man pointed to the extremely cool Pagani next to him and took out a contract and handed it to him. Xiao Fei was stunned for a moment, then took out his cell phone to check the time. It had only been more than half an hour since the system said it would reward the car. Wow, this is too fast, right? It takes other people several days to complete the process of buying a car, but it only takes this short time for him? Ding! The system prompts that the system is involved in the information and review process required for purchasing a car, so you can pick up the car quickly. As if knowing his doubts, the system explained. So that's how it is. Xiao Fei nodded and happily signed his name on the car purchase contract. The host has received the sports car. The system will unconditionally provide driving experience and driver's license. The documents are being copied and can be collected at the vehicle control point. After saying this, Xiao Fei felt that there was suddenly a lot of knowledge in his mind, all of which were experiences about driving. The efficiency of this system is really high, thumbs up. Xiao Fei said in his heart. The man signed and left. Xiao Fei looked at the supercar in front of him and was extremely excited. The snow-white body, the perfect and cool model, and the top-level configuration all express the kingship and nobility of this car. You have to know that even in the whole world, there are only a few cars of this type. If it were a few days ago, Xiao Fei would never have dared to imagine that he could own a sports car of this level. Without thinking too much, he took out the key that the man had just handed him, opened the car door and got in. Inside the car, Xiao Fei looked left and right, just like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. The leather of the car seats is as delicate and smooth as human skin, and the perfect sense of space inside does not give people a feeling of oppression. Even the gear lever looks so bumpy despite the high price. As he touched it and stepped on the accelerator, the dazzling Pagani slowly drove towards the parking lot inside the school. Just moments after Xiao Fei drove away, several women approached from a distance. They were Sun Yan and the others. Chapter 9. Su Yanxi is beautiful tonight. Is it possible that I am seeing things? Was that person Xiao Fei just now? He's a poor loser, but he can actually afford a luxury car. Could he really be the owner of the Shanghai Hotel? Was his previous image of a pauper all just an act? Although they couldn't see the brand of the luxury car clearly due to the distance, they knew from its appearance that it was definitely not an ordinary sedan. What should we do? We have had 2 conflicts with Xiao Fei. It will be terrible if he wants to deal with us. Suddenly a girl asked worriedly. As soon as the words were spoken, the women's hearts were shocked at the same time and some became scared. When I was cursing people, I was just thinking about the pleasure and didn't consider the consequences at all. It's too late to regret now. Sun Yan's expression changed again and again, and then she forced herself to calm down. Humph. I don't believe he's really that powerful. If he's really a rich man, how could Xiaoli not see it? These words seemed to be encouragement to a companion, but at the same time they seemed to be spoken to himself. 6 o'clock in the evening. Several roommates in the dormitory were masturbating. 10 minutes later, with a few sighs, they lay on the bed feeling empty. MD, I've fallen from the top again. What the hell, I dropped 3 ranks in a row. I'm not playing anymore. I can't rank up and it's a waste of my youth. Several people couldn't help but complain to each other. Let's go, it's time to go out for dinner. Seeing that everyone had finished playing games, Xiaofei had just finished watching a movie. By the way, call your girlfriends over. Since we're treating you, let's have a good meal, he continued. Then he also sent a message to Su Yanqi, inviting her out for dinner. Damn it! Xiaofei, you're acting very abnormal today. Are you thinking too much in treating us to a big meal before committing suicide to show your love? Ma Yuan was the first to react. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Xiaofei's other roommate Chen Yu echoed. This guy actually invited so many people to dinner at once, which is totally unprecedented. That's okay. If you miss this opportunity, you'll miss it forever. Xiaofei shrugged. No, I'll be there soon. Ma Yuan and the others quickly sent a message to their girlfriends. 20 minutes later, 6 or 7 people arrived at the school gate. The weather in winter was extremely cold, and several people were stamping their feet due to the cold. Xiaofei didn't plan to drive. After all, there were so many people that even a 2-seater Pagani couldn't accommodate them. Where are we going to eat? Ishihara asked, blowing hot air from his hands. You'll know when you get there, but wait a little longer, there's still one person who hasn't arrived yet, Xiaofei explained. Aren't they all here? Who else could be missing? Chen Yu asked puzzledly. As soon as I finished asking the question, I saw a girl walking out of the school. She has a beautiful face and an extraordinary temperament. Unlike during the day, she wears a white sweater at night, which makes her look particularly gentle. Su Yanqi? She's the most beautiful girl on campus at Zheng University. What are you doing out so late? Damn, is she coming towards us? No way, Xiaofei, don't tell me that the person I'm waiting for is her? Several people spoke in surprise, staring blankly at the girl walking towards them, unable to react for a moment. Hello? Su Yanqi walked to Xiaofei's side and nodded and smiled slightly at all the surprised eyes. Her voice was soft and sweet, without any airs at all, and everyone was stunned. Su Yanqi, who was originally imagined to be unattainable, turned out to be so approachable. It's so beautiful. Ma Yuan's girlfriend Li Yu murmured. Even as a girl she was amazed by Su Yanqi's beauty. Good fellow. Xiaofei, when did you meet the campus beauty of Suzhou University? We treat you like a brother, but you didn't even tell us that you knew the most beautiful girl on the campus of Suzhou University. Several close friends chattered at once, blaming Xiaofei. Let's talk about this after we have dinner and return to the dormitory. Xiaofei shook his head helplessly. He guessed that these people would definitely complain about him after knowing this. I called 2 DD Express cars, they will be here soon. Seeing that everyone was there, Xiaofei continued with a smile. In fact, although he appeared calm on the surface, he was also amazed by Su Yanqi in his heart, just like everyone else, even though this was not the first time they met. Today she obviously put on a little light makeup, which made her already beautiful face even brighter and more charming. Su Yanqi turned her head and glanced at Xiaofei. Seeing him looking at her, she felt her face getting hot. She had never blushed before. The city lights are bright at night, and the entire river city is shrouded in a colorful light. Xinghao Hotel, the most luxurious and extravagant hotel. The hotel has a total of 100 floors and is one of the 10 tallest buildings in the city. Its geographical location is unique, which is one of the reasons why it is so popular. Even though the cost of living here is high, many people still come here every day to enjoy life. Damn it! Xiaofei, why did you bring us here? Don't tell me you were planning to come here for dinner. Are you crazy? How much does it cost to eat here? Don't treat us and then not be able to pay. A group of people got out of the car and were stunned when they saw the magnificent hotel in front of them. Even Su Yanqi showed a puzzled look. Of course, since we are going to eat, we should eat in the best hotel. As he said this, he took the lead and walked towards the hotel gate. However, the rest of the people just looked at each other and hesitated to move forward. They knew Xiaofei too well. His family conditions had always been poor, and he usually lived frugally. The money he had was not even enough to buy a gift for Xin Yueli. Now he is actually taking them to eat at the most luxurious 7-star hotel in Jiangcheng. The consumption here is at least more than 10,000 yuan per time. What if they don't have money to pay? Wouldn't that be a free meal? Let's go. He certainly wouldn't bring us here for no reason. Now that we're here, I believe he can afford it. Su Yanqi was the first to speak. Although she and Xiao Fei had not known each other for long, she knew that he was not the kind of person who would brag about being rich. As she was the second one to walk into the hotel gate, Ma Yuan and others had no choice but to follow her. Xinghao is a hotel that combines Chinese garden art with Western Baroque culture. The Yellowstone Golden Eagle is magnificent, with a base area of more than 20,000 square meters. As you walk through the door, a spacious space with a luxurious style unfolds before your eyes. The gorgeous crystal chandelier on the ceiling reflects dreamy and colorful light from every angle. Welcome! As soon as they entered the hotel lobby, 2 rows of receptionists greeted them politely. Wow! Is this where rich people come? It's so beautiful. Shen Yu said obsessively. Except for Su Yanqi, everyone was experiencing such a beautiful place for the first time. Coupled with such VIP treatment, they couldn't help but feel a little elated. However, this feeling did not last for a few seconds before Xiao Fei's expression changed slightly. A few people were walking towards him. They were Xin Yueli and Shui Kai, who had a grudge against him. It's you! Shui Kai looked at Xiao Fei and Su Yanqi and others beside him, and his originally cheerful face immediately turned cold. Manager Yang, I never thought that the threshold of your Xinghao hotel is getting lower and lower. Anyone can come in? He sneered at the middle-aged man who kept nodding and bowing beside him. As if on purpose, even the voice sounded very loud, immediately attracting the attention of everyone in the hall. Chapter 10, Enemies Become Jealous When They Meet. These young people probably learned to spend money here before they even entered society. Look at how ordinary they are dressed. Do you think a meal here only costs a few hundred yuan? Who is that guy across from them? So arrogant? You don't even know him? He's Master Shui from the Weili Group and a frequent visitor to the Shanghao Hotel. If you offend him, you'll be in big trouble. But after a while, many people gathered to watch the scene in the hall, and many of them looked at Xiao Fei and others with sympathy. And because Su Yanqi rarely comes to such places, many people don't know who she is. Xiao Fei, I didn't expect you to come here, but as your ex-girlfriend, I still want to kindly remind you that this is not the place you should come. You and this place belong to 2 different worlds. Xin Yueli glanced at Xiao Fei indifferently, and she hated his pretentious behavior. He is obviously a poor guy, but he chooses to come to such a high-consumption place. This is not a place he should set foot in at all. Why are you so arrogant? You are just one of Shui Kai's many women. Don't you know how to respect yourself? Xiao Fei sneered. He would not be polite to Xin Yueli now. Manager Yang, some people here are too mean. I hope someone can ask them to leave. Otherwise, I really should consider whether to come next time. Shui Kai said coldly. Xin Yueli is now one of his girlfriends, and insulting her is equivalent to insulting himself. As the eldest son of the Weili Group, how could he lose face with so many people watching today? The man called Manager Yang was immediately startled and kept nodding and apologizing to him. Shui Kai is an old customer. He spends hundreds of thousands of dollars every time he comes to consume. He is the cash cow of their Xinghao hotel. If he doesn't come, it will be a loss for the hotel. Once the hotel suffers a loss, his personal performance will also go down. Then he waved his hand, and several security guards came over and stopped Xiao Fei and others. These security guards have undergone long-term training and are very smart. They can understand the manager's meaning with just one gesture. Xiao Fei, I think we should go and eat somewhere else. Su Yanqi held Xiao Fei back. Seeing so many people gathered around them, she was afraid that he would lose face, so she spoke in advance. Fine. Xiao Fei smiled faintly, took out a black card, looked at Manager Yang and said, You don't recognize this card, do you? Manager Yang's originally puzzled expression froze after he saw the card clearly. Exclusive card, it's actually an exclusive card. The appearance of the VIP card means that this person is one of the shareholders of Xinghao Hotel. This scared him. Offending shareholders was no small matter and he could be fired in a matter of minutes. He waved his hand again to stop the security guards, and quickly stepped forward to apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were a shareholder of the hotel. Please be magnanimous and don't blame me. However, just as he lowered his head, he glanced at the card again, and it was this glance that made his heart stop. The edge of the black card was actually black and white. Yes, he saw it clearly, it was really black and white. That is a platinum exclusive card that only the chairman can have, representing his unique status in Shanghai. This made him completely stunned, because he had already received the notice from above yesterday. It is said that a mysterious person has purchased 51% of the hotel shares and has become the new chairman. At this moment, the appearance of this platinum exclusive card was like a wake-up call, making him stand there in a daze. Could this person be the new chairman of the Shanghai Hotel, the mysterious figure? Otherwise, how could he explain the card in his hand? Thinking of this, Manager Yang felt a chill in his heart and almost knelt down to Xiao Fei. Manager Yang, right? I can let go of what happened just now, but I really don't like this person in front of me. I hope you can make them disappear. And it's best not to let them set foot in Shanghai again, otherwise don't blame me if you lose your job. Xiao Fei glanced at him indifferently and said coldly. Yes, I'll do it right away. Manager Yang didn't dare to refuse and quickly turned around and ran towards Shui Kai. He said apologetically, I'm sorry, Mr. Shui, our new chairman has told you to leave immediately. By the end of his speech, cold sweat had broken out on his forehead. One is the new boss, and the other is Mr. Shui from the Whaley Group. He cannot offend either of them, and it is the most difficult situation for him to be caught in the middle. What did you say, new chairman? Shui Kai frowned and then sneered. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Xin Yueli also showed a mocking look and said, Manager Yang, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? He's just a poor guy, and his parents are just temporary workers in the city. How could he be your chairman? Mr. Shui, there is no mistake. He has the platinum VIP card of our Shanghai Hotel, which is a card that only the chairman can have. Manager Yang quickly explained. Manager Yang, you have to hurry up, otherwise you won't have to come to work tomorrow. Xiao Fei deliberately reminded loudly. Manager Yang's heart skipped a beat. He could sense that this young man was a man of his word, so he called the security guard to come up and kick him out. How dare you? I'm Master Shui from the Whaley Group. Who dares to touch me? Shui Kai was extremely angry when he saw that the other party really wanted to drive them out. From childhood to adulthood, countless people have tried to please him, but no one has ever dared to be so rude to him. He was actually going to be kicked out today. What a humiliation! How could he endure it? However, since the chairman had spoken, Manager Yang had no choice but to do as he was told. He immediately ordered the security guards to surround Shui Kai and Xin Yueli. You don't have to chase us, we can leave on our own. Xin Yueli said first. There are so many people watching here today. If I really get pushed out, it would be really embarrassing, although it is not much better now. Xiao Fei, just wait for me. I will remember this grudge. Shui Kai's eyes showed deep hatred. This man had gone against him time and time again, and he would not be a human being if he didn't take revenge. Amidst a quarrel, the two left the Shanghai Hotel in embarrassment. Fuck, what's going on? That manager actually said Xiao Fei is the chairman of the Shanghai Hotel? Could it be that the other party made a mistake? Several friends standing at the back looked at the scene in disbelief. Su Yanqi looked at Xiao Fei, with confusion in her eyes as well. Some of the upper-class people around them widened their eyes in disbelief. This seemingly young boy is actually the new chairman of Shanghai Hotel. Was it possible that Mr. Shui from Whaley Group was even kicked out of the hotel by him? Oh my god. This is not only a provocation to Shui Kai, but also a provocation to Whaley Group. This young man is so bold. Chapter 11. It turns out to be Mr. Xiao. Boss, please come in. My name is Yang Mingfeng, you can just call me Xiaofeng. After sending Shui Kai away, Manager Yang led Xiao Fei and others to the elevator, and introduced himself attentively. Xiao Fei just nodded and didn't say anything. In just a short while, everyone reached the 30th floor of the Shanghai Hotel. This floor can be said to be one of the highest level private rooms at present. It is specially provided for shareholders or chairmen. Even big customers can only come in with them. Further up is the place where wedding banquets or hotel accommodation are provided. Holy crap! There's actually a pool, a rockery, and a small waterfall. This is too fantastic. It's so beautiful, it feels like entering heaven. No wonder rich people like to come here to spend money. The life of the rich is really unimaginable. A group of people looked at the dreamy design and decoration of the hotel lobby on the 30th floor, and they couldn't help but be intoxicated and yearning for it. Xiao Fei finally understood why the Shanghai Hotel was so popular despite its high consumption. The initial investment was indeed huge. Now he owns half of this hotel, which is exciting to think about. Isn't this manager Yang? Who are these people? At this moment, several men in suits were about to pass by. Seeing that Yang Mingfeng actually brought a group of young people up, one of the middle-aged men seemed a little confused, and there was also an unhappy look on his face. This floor is a place only shareholders can enter. How could he bring other people in so casually? Mr. Zhang. Yang Mingfeng immediately bowed his head and greeted him, then explained, "This is Xiao Fei, the new chairman of our Xinghao Hotel. I brought him to the private room." The new chairman? The man called Mr. Zhang was stunned and looked at Xiao Fei. It was a small sight, but he was immediately shocked. Wasn't this the young man in the photo at the board meeting? It's Chairman Xiao. Hello. I really didn't recognize the chairman. I didn't realize it was the chairman who came to visit. Please forgive me for any offense I caused you. Mr. Zhang's originally unhappy expression immediately changed to a smile and he apologized, and stretched out his hands to say hello. Even the group of customers next to the middle-aged man were surprised. How could such a young man be the chairman of the Xinghao Hotel? Fine. Xiao Fei smiled slightly. He was not a stingy person. He stretched out his hand and shook hands with him as a response. Then I won't bother you anymore. After saying this, he tactfully left with a few customers. As a veteran in the business world, he naturally knows when to advance and when to retreat. This is the private room. What do you think? After a while, Yang Mingfeng brought them to the door of one of the private rooms. I saw him press a switch next to him, and the door more than 3 meters high opened automatically. A huge box space appeared before everyone. The crystal chandelier casts a faint light, and the entire restaurant is elegant and quiet. The room is equipped with the most luxurious furniture and facilities, which are bold, majestic, natural and beautiful, and are in perfect harmony with the elegant environment. There is an automatic round wooden table in the room with a diameter of 2 meters. It is shiny and the stripes on the edge of the table are carved to look lifelike. Damn, this can't be golden Nanmu? Ma Yuan saw the wooden table at first sight because it was so conspicuous. When he said this, the others were also shocked. Phoebe Nanmu is the most expensive tree in the world. It is said that an adult Phoebe Nanmu costs 1 million. Manager Yang, are all the dining tables in your hotel made of golden Nanmu? Shen Yu asked in disbelief. Yang Mingfeng smiled and shook his head, of course not. Only the top-tier private rooms have wooden tables of this quality. Nowhere else can you find them. Otherwise, how much money would it take to build thousands of tables for the entire hotel? Besides, golden Nanmu is in short supply. Even if you wanted so much, there's nowhere to buy it. Everyone nodded, it seemed to make sense, otherwise even Xiao Fei would think it was a fantasy. Let's order whatever you want. After everyone was seated, Xiao Fei handed them one of the menus on the table. After everyone made their choices, Xiao Fei also ordered 3, and handed the menu to Yang Mingfeng, saying, "After the menu is delivered, let the waiter come. You can go about your business and don't bother with us. You won't feel comfortable looking at us." I understand, boss. If you need anything, you can ask the waiter to call me directly. Yang Mingfeng nodded and walked out. Xiao Fei, what's going on? Why did the manager say you were the chairman of the hotel? Yes, Xiao Fei, when did you become so rich? I almost thought I was dreaming. The hotel manager was so respectful to you. Just now, because manager Yang was with them, they couldn't ask, but now they finally couldn't help but ask. Just think of it as if I won the lottery. Xiao Fei said with a smile. In fact, even he himself couldn't come up with any reason. After all, I suddenly became the owner of the hotel, and any explanation seemed ridiculous. You can't say it was given by the system, right? This is a big secret and you can't tell it casually. Besides, no one will believe it if you tell it. Although they were still confused, they stopped asking when they saw that he didn't want to talk. After all, some things are better not to be asked too deeply. But after a while, the dishes ordered by everyone began to arrive one after another. Jade lobster, marbled beef with lemon sauce, choy sum with chestnuts, suckling pig, baked lobster with fish flavor, snow clam and shark's fin, premium abalone with oyster sauce, sand grouse. It seemed that all the expensive dishes that could be served were served. Let's eat. Xiao Fei said immediately after looking at the table full of dishes. After all, he used to be a poor guy, and it was the first time for him to eat such expensive food. If he hadn't wanted to maintain his image as the protagonist, his saliva would have been dripping at this moment. He picked up the chopsticks and picked up a big shrimp, but he didn't give the shrimp to himself. Instead, he put it in Su Yanqi's bowl. "Thank you." Su Yanqi blushed slightly. "I should be the one thanking you for helping me so much today," Xiao Fei said with a smile. "Well. And this abalone looks juicy and should be delicious." As he said that, he picked up another one and put it in her bowl. At this moment, Su Yanqi's originally slightly red face inexplicably turned even redder. Chapter 12. Su Yanqi sprained her foot again. "It's so delicious, so refreshing." After eating a piece of roast suckling pig, Ma Yuan couldn't help but reveal a wonderful expression. Not only him, Shen Yu and others also ate voraciously, without any image at all. Xiao Fei was not much better off. Knowing that he would come to the hotel in the evening, he ate very little at noon, just so that he could eat as much as he could in the evening. Li Yu couldn't help but shook his head. Although the food here was indeed delicious, it wasn't enough to make a hungry wolf pounce on the food, right? She really couldn't stand the starving look on everyone's faces, especially her boyfriend Ma Yuan. Then she turned her gaze to Su Yanqi, and this look was so incredible that she was completely stunned. Who can tell her why the campus beauty of Soochow University can be so elegant when having a meal? This kind of elegance is not the kind of pretentious tenderness and reserve, but a kind of natural beauty, as if it was born that way. Especially when she is compared with the crowd of people who have no image, she looks even more perfect. Admiration appeared in Li Yu's eyes, and he thought how great it would be if he could be like her. In fact, the reason why she felt this way was mainly because Su Yanqi herself was born into a wealthy family. It is because etiquette is cultivated from a young age that people feel so decent. I'm full." Xiao Fei finished eating and breathed a sigh of relief. It was so refreshing and delicious. Even Su Yanqi, who usually didn't eat much, ate a lot for the first time, probably because Xiao Fei was treating her. When the waiters came in, they were dumbfounded. They had never seen a table of food eaten so cleanly in their entire career. "Wow, you have such a big appetite?" After all the dishes were cleared away, the waiter brought a few more plates of snacks, cakes, ice cream, milk tea. Xiao Fei handed a cup of milk tea to Su Yanqi, then took a cup for himself and put a piece of cake into his mouth. He finally understood why everyone wanted to be rich. It turns out that in the world of the rich, even eating a meal can be so blissful. 2 hours passed in a flash, and the few people went downstairs after eating comfortably. In the lobby on the first floor, Manager Yang had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Xiao Fei coming, he immediately greeted him respectfully. "Chairman, how is the food today?" Yang Mingfeng asked with a smile. In fact, before preparing Xiao Fei's table today, Yang Mingfeng went to the hotel kitchen on purpose. "I greeted the head chef and told him that the new chairman had arrived and we had to give him 100% of our effort in entertaining him." So Xiao Fei's table was of the highest standard in the Shanghao Hotel, which was why they could enjoy the meal so much. "Leave me a message on WeChat so that I can ask you to prepare in advance when I come next time." Xiao Fei felt that his hospitality this time was pretty good. "Okay, Chairman," Yang Mingfeng said excitedly. He was so happy to be able to add the chairman's VX. This was a good opportunity to build a relationship. After leaving the hotel, a cool breeze blew, but everyone was full of food and drink and didn't feel the cold at all. Hiss. Suddenly, Su Yanqi frowned and twisted her foot. Fortunately, Xiao Fei next to her was quick to help her up, otherwise the beautiful Su Yanqi might have fallen down. "Are you okay?" Xiao Fei asked worriedly when he saw that her expression was not right. Su Yanqi shook her head, but her face became paler and paler. She originally wanted to pretend that nothing had happened, but as soon as her feet touched the ground, she felt a piercing pain that she couldn't hide. Xiao Fei realized something was wrong, so he helped her to the edge of the flower bed and took off her shoes and white socks without caring about the taboos between men and women. Her ankle was already red and swollen, and even Xiao Fei was shocked. "It's so serious," Li Yu and others said worriedly. Su Yanqi herself seemed to have forgotten the pain long ago, and her face was already red as if bleeding. This was the first time her feet were held in the palm of a man's hand, and it was the boy she liked, which made her feel at a loss. "Old Ma, you guys go back first. I'll take her to the hospital," Xiao Fei suddenly said decisively. "But it's so late, is there anyone still in the hospital?" Ma Yuan looked at his cell phone. It was already 8 o'clock. "It's okay. The hospital's emergency department has 24-hour shifts," Xiao Fei explained, then looked up at Su Yinchi and said, "How about I carry you to the hospital? This sprain is difficult to heal without treatment." Jiangcheng was very familiar to him. There was a large hospital not far from here, only about 700 or 800 meters away, and it would take 10 minutes to get there. Su Yinchi nodded, and instantly recalled the scene where Xiao Fei carried her on his back 3 years ago, and she felt a little excited. After the discussion, everyone separated. Xiao Fei carried Su Yinchi on his back and walked towards the third affiliated hospital. Jiangcheng is a big city, and is considered a first-tier city even in the country. Its prosperity is second only to the imperial capital and the magic city. How many people are trying their best to squeeze in here, find a job, make a name for themselves, and have a home of their own? The night view of the city is breathtakingly beautiful. A figure is walking on the street, and the lights make his shadow very long. Su Yinchi leaned on his back, feeling more at ease than ever before. "How is it? Does your foot still hurt?" Xiao Fei asked softly. "It's okay." Su Yinchi shook her head. With such close contact and feeling the warmth of the other person, she couldn't help but tighten her arms and get closer to Xiao Fei. To be honest, ever since she knew that Xin Yueli and Xiao Fei had broken up, it was impossible to say that she had no thoughts in her mind. But Su Yinchi knew Xiao Fei's character. He was different from other men. He would not like you just because you are good-looking. So, she didn't know what the other person was thinking. But it was obvious that she understood Xiao Fei, but not men. At this moment, Xiao Fei's warm fragrance was on his back, coupled with the fragrance emanating from Su Yinchi's body. This scent is not the smell of perfume, but a very special aroma. It was as if she was born with a body fragrance that made people unconsciously want to get closer to her, and even Xiao Fei couldn't help but feel a little distracted. However, this feeling did not last for a few minutes before the buzzing sound of the motorcycle interrupted their thoughts. "I thought it was just a few passing cars, but it was obvious that things were not as simple as I thought." As if planned, 6 or 7 motorcycles kept circling around Xiao Fei, making him very annoyed. Xiao Fei noticed something strange and his face gradually turned cold. Even Su Yinchi felt something was wrong and didn't know what the other party was going to do. After a while, when the two had just turned a corner on the street and were about to reach the hospital, several motorcycles finally stopped and blocked their way. "What do you mean?" Xiao Fei looked at them and asked coldly. However, the other party did not ask anything, did not answer anything, and rushed forward with his weapon. They all wore helmets and had no idea what they looked like. Su Yinchi's face turned pale. She is a smart girl, she knew the danger as soon as she saw the situation. Chapter 13. I will return it to him one day. Zhongsha Avenue is one of the most prosperous main roads in Jiangcheng. An eye-catching Bentley has been parked on the street for more than 2 hours. Xin Yueli sat in the car with a grim expression, and Shuaikai's face was even gloomier. Today was the most humiliating day for him. He was kicked out of the hotel in public. If the news gets out, the Shuai family will be disgraced. He couldn't swallow this humiliation no matter what, so after leaving the hotel, he called his bodyguard at home. Let him take people to guard the entrance of Shenghao Hotel and find an opportunity to teach Xiao Fei a lesson. After an unknown amount of time, his cell phone finally rang and someone called. "It seems the operation is over. This is the fate of offending me, Shuaikai." Looking at the bodyguard's number on the phone screen, Shuaikai smiled proudly. He thought it would be easy for a few bodyguards to deal with Xiao Fei. So when the phone call came, it meant that the matter was completed, and even Xin Yueli showed a satisfied expression. However, "What did you say?" After a while, Shuaikai's expression changed. "So many of you tell me that you can't even deal with Xiao Fei?" he asked angrily. He knows martial arts, and he can do the whole set of fighting moves very well." The helpless voice of the other party came from the phone. "They are all a bunch of good-for-nothings and idiots." After 3 seconds of silence, Shuaikai roared, hung up the phone angrily, and then threw the phone away. "What's going on?" Xin Yueli frowned, not understanding why he was so angry. "They are all a bunch of good-for-nothings. I'll ask my dad to fire them all tomorrow." Shuaikai was so angry that he was shaking all over. Didn't they find an opportunity to take action? Xin Yueli was puzzled. "It's not that we didn't do it, but 7 or 8 people can't beat one Xiao Fei, he. Shuaikai laughed out of anger. "How is this possible? Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms?" Xin Yueli also felt puzzled. "That's why they are idiots." Shuaikai hammered the steering wheel with unspeakable anger in his eyes. Xiao Fei, I will make you pay, he said coldly. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the corner in front of the third affiliated hospital, screams were heard from time to time, attracting the curiosity of many passers-by. I saw 7 or 8 big men lying on the street, some holding their legs, some holding their stomachs, in excruciating pain. The helmets were beaten to pieces, revealing their true appearance. The person who had just called was lying next to a tree. His face and nose were bruised and swollen, and his body had multiple fractures. He was unable to move. Xiao Fei looked down at him and said coldly, "Go back and tell Shuekai that I've made a note of this and I'll pay him back." Su Yanqi opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at the scene in disbelief. The man whom she always thought she knew very well had become so unfamiliar at this moment. In her eyes, Xiao Fei has always been an honest and simple man, and his family is also very ordinary. But what happened today? First, he became the chairman of Xinghao for unknown reasons, and then he knocked down 7 or 8 big men by himself. Woo woo woo. Is this still the Xiao Fei she knew? Su Yanqi paused, her face a mess. Let's go, we'll be there soon. While she was thinking, Xiao Fei was already standing in front of her with his back to her. Okay. Su Yanqi had no choice but to climb onto his back again, with a lot of questions in her mind that she ultimately didn't express. After arriving at the emergency department, Xiao Fei put her on a chair in the lobby, then registered her, took her to see a doctor, and finally bought her medicine. During the whole process, Su Yanqi was carried around like a porcelain doll. Her face was slightly red, both shy and happy. Oh. This was a level of care she had never felt before, as if she was surrounded by bubbles of happiness. She had long forgotten the pain in her feet. How she wished time could stop at this moment so that she could be with Xiao Fei forever. But happy times are always short-lived. When they returned to school again, it was almost 10 o'clock. "Thank you so much today," Su Yanqi said softly at the door of the girls' dormitory. "It's okay. Can you go up there by yourself?" He was too embarrassed to go and looking at the girls' dormitory, but he was still a little worried about Su Yanqi. "It's okay. It was very painful at the beginning, but it's much better now after applying the medicine. I can still walk this distance." Su Yanqi shook her head. "Well, I'll go first." Xiao Fei was relieved to see that she really had no problems, and then he turned and left. Su Yanqi just stared at his back until he disappeared, the corners of her mouth curled up. It seemed like fate had arrived, or maybe it was because of the contact that night, but in the following days the two communicated on VX more times than in the past few years combined. "Xiao Shi, what are you doing?" In the morning, several roommates stared blankly at Su Yanqi, who was still lying on the bed holding her phone, rolling around like a maggot. The two long, straight, white legs were swinging restlessly. Is this still the quiet and beautiful school beauty Su they know? "Xiao Shi, do you have a fever?" Su Yanqi's best friend Lu Xiu came over and touched her forehead, asking worriedly. "Maybe she's been possessed by an evil spirit." Another roommate made a bold guess, otherwise it would be impossible to explain Su Yanqi's strange behavior. At the same time, on the other side, Xiao Fei, who was lying on the bed, looked at a cute emoticon package sent by Su Yanqi and couldn't help but smile. For some reason, being with Su Yanqi made him feel very warm and happy. It was a feeling that both parties wanted to get closer to each other and understand each other. He had never had this feeling in the 3 years he had been with Xin Yueli. Damn it! Brothers, I have something big to tell you. Xin Yueli was expelled from school, and she's not the only one. Suddenly, a cry of surprise interrupted Xiao Fei's thoughts and alarmed others. Ma Yuan had just returned from the cafeteria after buying breakfast. The news was exactly what he had heard on the way, and it had already been published in the school magazine. What's going on? Chen Yu immediately became alert. The matter of Xiao Fei's post was investigated. It was Xin Yueli who led several female students to post a post to frame Xiao Fei. The school believes that they have seriously damaged the reputation of other students and have a serious complex, so they made this decision. Ma Yuan explained while distributing breakfast to other roommates. Oh my god, if that's true, that's really satisfying. Xiao Fei, you should be happy now. It's really karma. No one can escape the punishment. I finally got rid of my anger. Several roommates were very excited and happy for Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei took the hand-pulled pancake from Ma Yuan and smiled calmly, as if he had expected it. Chapter 14, The End of One's Own Sewing. Everyone was chatting enthusiastically, but Su Yanqi's VX sent another message. Su Yanqi, how many classes do you have in the morning? Are you free? Xiao Fei, there is only one literature class. Su Yanqi, I only have one period, so I'll go to the playground after that. Xiao Fei, what's wrong? Su Yanqi, nothing, I just want to see you. Want a date? Xiao Fei, okay. Xiao Fei did not refuse Su Yanqi's request, because he also liked getting along with Su Yanqi from the bottom of his heart. After breakfast, Xiao Fei went to class. Perhaps because he had a date, this 45-minute class felt like 2 hours long. However, some are happy while others are sad. Compared to Xiao Fei, Shen Yueli's situation is worse. In the girls' dormitory, several female students did not go to class today, and the atmosphere was very disharmonious. Xiaoli, you have to stand up for us. We were the ones who helped you deal with Xiao Fei when you were in trouble. Now that something's happened, do you want to just walk away and leave us alone? Yeah, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have posted it, and we wouldn't have been expelled from school for it. You have to take responsibility for this. Isn't your boyfriend Shuaikai a rich second generation? Ask him to help talk to the school. Maybe he can get them to withdraw their decision. Several girls cried in anxiety. They didn't expect things to be so serious. If they had known earlier, they would not have posted to attack Xiao Fei. 3 years, I have been studying in college for 3 years, is it all going to fail? Ha! What can I do? I can't even protect myself, how can I help you? Shen Yueli frowned and felt annoyed just looking at these people. The expressions of several roommates changed slightly. They didn't expect that after several years of friendship, the other party would be so indifferent. As if to stop them from thinking about it, Shen Yueli spoke again. Do you think I can stay in school? To tell you the truth, I called Shuaikai the moment I heard the news. He couldn't even help me, let alone you. Shen Yueli sneered, paused for a moment and continued. But I'm better off than you. At least I have Shuaikai to rely on. As for you guys, Shen Yueli hesitated to speak. If you want to blame someone, blame Xiao Fei. He's the one who caused you to be like this. Or you can go and beg him, maybe you can still stay. At the end, there was even a hint of sarcasm in his words. After hearing what she said, several girls sat on the bed in a daze. Sun Yi's face was even paler, without a trace of blood. They and Xiao Fei were like water and fire, and they even looked down on him and mocked him. Should they lower their stance and ask for his forgiveness so that they can continue to stay? For a moment, everyone's mood sank to the bottom. Zhangde is a famous university in Jiangcheng. Apart from attending classes, tens of thousands of students spend their time in the library, the woods, and other places. The playground is undoubtedly the favorite place for many students. There are various venues for basketball, football, badminton, and table tennis. There are a lot of people on the playground at this moment, and the most eye-catching thing is the ongoing basketball game. Boys and girls stood outside the field, watching and shouting, "Come on!" Xiao Fei stood in a corner of the playground, waiting for Su Yanqi's arrival. Here you go. But after a while, a sweet voice appeared behind him. It was Su Yanqi who came over with 2 cups of milk tea. How do you know I like red bean paste? Xiao Fei asked in surprise after taking the milk tea. Didn't you say that when we first went on a group trip? Su Yanqi said with a smile. Really? Why don't I remember it? Xiao Fei frowned and recalled carefully. It seemed that he really had the experience of drinking milk tea once. My heart couldn't help but feel warm. I didn't expect that after several years, she still remembered what I liked. Unconsciously, he developed a growing fondness for Su Yanqi. Come walk with me. I heard that good things will happen if a man and a woman walk around the playground. Su Yanqi suggested. Your foot hurts. It's been several days now, and it's almost healed. After saying this, he deliberately lifted the foot wearing sneakers. Seeing this, Xiao Fei felt relieved and slowly walked towards the runway with Su Yanqi. Oh my god! School beauty Su Yanqi is walking with Xiao Fei. Am I seeing things? This Xiao Fei is really amazing. He's hooked up with 2 of the 3 most beautiful girls at Zhejiang University. I'm so envious. What's going on? Xiao Fei is handsome but has no money or power. How come the school beauty is involved with him? Within a few minutes, the scene of the 2 walking in the playground immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Even a group of people who were playing ball stopped playing. Mr. Zhou, isn't Su Yanqi the school beauty you've been chasing? Yes, she is your prey, how can you let other men take the opportunity? This Xiao Fei really has no self-awareness at all. Doesn't he know that there are some people he can't get his hands on? Zhou Wenbin, the son of Zhou Yang Group, is one of the 4 young masters of Jiang University, along with Shui Kai. In terms of family background, his is even better than Shui Kai's. At this moment, everyone surrounded him and flattered him, seeming to be full of hostility towards Xiao Fei. Zhou Wenbin looked at the 2 people walking slowly on the playground, and his heart became even more gloomy. Anyone who dared to compete with him for a woman was simply courting death. Mr. Zhou, don't underestimate him. He is now the owner of the Shanghai Hotel. He is no longer the poor boy he used to be. At this moment, Shui Kai actually walked over slowly with his hands in his pockets. It seemed that Xin Yueli's expulsion from school had no effect on him at all. What do you mean? Zhou Wenbin frowned. Of course he knew Shui Kai, and had even met him many times. They are not good friends, but they are acquaintances, and there is not much difference between the two in terms of financial strength. I can't explain it clearly at the moment, but his identity is not as simple as you think. I advise you not to provoke him and ask for trouble, otherwise you will regret it. Shui Kai advised kindly. There is no one in this world that I, Zhou Wenbin, dare not deal with. Just relying on Xiao Fei? Zhou Wenbin said with disdain while playing with the basketball in his hand. He didn't seem to realize that he had fallen into Shui Kai's provocation. Chapter 15 Zhou Wenbin's provocation. It's not good to be a celebrity. No matter where you go, you will be the focus of attention. Xiao Fei sighed on the runway. At this moment, almost all the hundreds of students in the playground were looking at the 2 of them, and it was difficult for Xiao Fei to ignore them. Yeah, this feeling is really uncomfortable, but their eyes are on other people. You can't ask them to close their eyes one by one, right? As the most beautiful person in the school, Su Yanqi deeply agrees. Ah, be careful. At this moment, someone couldn't help but exclaimed. A basketball was flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. Su Yanqi had no time to dodge, but Xiao Fei was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and blocked the ball with a slight raise of his hand. Sorry, I didn't control the strength well. Just then, Zhou Wenbin came over from the basketball court with a few friends, and he didn't look apologetic at all. Everyone was immediately attracted by them and started paying attention to the situation here. Some even took out their mobile phones. Xiao Fei threw the ball back without making a fuss about it. Just as he was about to leave, Zhou Wenbin spoke again. I heard that your engineering students are pretty good at basketball. They even took 3rd place in last year's intramural basketball tournament. Do you dare to play a game with us? This caused a sensation among everyone. This was a blatant provocation. Everyone knows that the finance department where Zhou Wenbin is located is the number 1 in the entire Jiangda basketball game, and it is also the champion for 2 consecutive years. Zhou Wenbin said this undoubtedly to embarrass Xiao Fei. Besides, Xiao Fei didn't play in last year's basketball game. It was obvious that he was not good at playing basketball. The basketball players in your class are all on the court. I can invite them over immediately if you are willing. Zhou Wenbin continued to persuade. Sorry, I'm not interested. Xiao Fei replied indifferently. Since entering college, he has played basketball very few times. Although he knows a little, it is not his strong point, and he has no interest in it. Pointless showing off is not his style. Zhou Wenbin shook his head and sighed deliberately. That's right. You look so frail, you're not cut out for basketball. I guess you can only embroider and raise fish. TSK. He was handsome and tall, 1.8 meters tall, 2 centimeters taller than Xiao Fei, and he was also a good basketball player. These words made him look even more majestic, like a king laughing at mortals. Everyone was indeed affected by his aura, and the female students all showed infatuated expressions. So handsome. This is the sunny boy I like. What's so good about Xiao Fei? I really don't understand why the school beauty is with him. Zhou Xiao is so handsome, they are a perfect match made in heaven. Yeah. He's rich, handsome, and a key player on a basketball championship team. He's simply perfect. Everyone was praising Zhou Wenbin more and more, but in comparison, they were becoming less and less interested in Xiao Fei. After all, who doesn't like such a sporty and sunny boy? In addition, Su Xiaohua was actually involved with Xiao Fei. Jealousy drove them apart, and their hostility towards him naturally increased. Xiao Fei, in that case, let's fight them. Suddenly, Shen Yu's voice came over. Shen Yu is the captain of the engineering department's basketball team, so naturally he has the ability to say this. Moreover, as Xiao Fei's roommate and best friend, How could he stand by and watch his friend being ridiculed? Even though they knew they were no match for the opponent, they could not let anyone underestimate Xiaofei or their team at this moment. Xiaofei frowned slightly, not expecting that things would become increasingly difficult to resolve. Bite. Super Assistance System activated. System releases task, accept Zhou Wenbin's challenge. Success will reward you with 70% of Yanhai Bank's shares. Refuse to accept the mission. Your penis is 15 centimeters shorter. Oh shit. 15 centimeters shorter, that means it's gone? Xiaofei was secretly shocked. The system is forcing him to move forward. It seems he has no choice but to fight. In that case. Okay, then let's fight. Xiaofei said calmly, without any panic in his tone. Xiaofei. Su Yanqi on the side was hesitant to speak, very worried. After all, she had heard of Zhou Wenbin's reputation. He was quite talented in basketball and had led the team to win many championships in basketball games. Even in competitions with other schools, they still achieved good results in the top 3, and were not at the same level as the basketball teams of other classes in the school. She was afraid that losing the game would undermine Xiaofei's confidence, so she wanted to stop him. It's okay, I know a little bit about basketball, so I won't lose to them. Xiaofei patted her shoulder. Su Yanqi. Don't worry, Miss Su, I will show mercy. Zhou Wenbin looked at Su Yanqi with an aggressive gaze and smiled grimly. Later he will try his best to defeat Xiaofei and make him lose face completely in front of everyone. At the same time, it also made Su Yanqi understand her own strength and let her know who the real man is. Only Zhou Wenbin is worthy of her. Su Yanqi frowned, hating the way the other person looked at her. Captain Chen, are you kidding me? Let Xiaofei join our team and play against Zhou Wenbin? Can he play basketball? A team like this is just asking for trouble. I don't want to have my head shaved. The players under Chen Yu have already started complaining. There was already a huge gap between their team and Zhou Wenbin's team, and now with Xiaofei joining, wouldn't they lose even more miserably? You are so lacking in confidence. After all, we are a team that has won 3rd place. How can we retreat like this? As the team leader, Chen Yu was very dissatisfied with their performance. Xiaofei, if you dare to compete with me for a woman, I will let you know the consequences of angering me. After returning to the venue, Zhou Wenbin smiled coldly. Here he is the king, and the other party can only be abused by him. Xiaofei smiled indifferently and ignored the other person, treating him as if he were air. As the referee blew the whistle, the game finally began. 0-2. Zhongfeng of the opposing team grabbed the jump ball directly, and Zhou Wenbin received the ball and made a layup, perfectly passing 3 people and scoring 2 points. The whole process took less than a minute. Ah! Young Master Zhou, young Master Zhou, young Master Zhou. In an instant, the entire playground was boiling. Both girls and boys showed expressions of admiration. The girls were even more crazy about him because Zhou Wenbin's layup just now was so cool. Zhou Wenbin smiled confidently and gave Xiaofei a disdainful look, as if mocking his weakness. The game continued, and this time Xiaofei and his team kicked off. But the champion team is the champion team. The opponent successfully intercepted the ball, and Zhou Wenbin made a 3-pointer from the outside, and the basketball went into the net. The whole audience was in an uproar again. 0-5, 2-10, 5-20, 10-45, the score gap is getting bigger and bigger. The number of spectators in the stadium increased, from 500 to 1,000 to 15,000. Zhou Wenbin's team is like a beam of light, illuminating the entire venue. There was only one name on the students' lips, Zhou Wenbin. Chapter 16. The higher you praise someone, the harder they fall. The first half of the game was over with the score 15-70. Ha, Chen Yu's basketball team is so miserable. This Xiaofei is no good. He hasn't scored a single point so far, and he even committed a foul on his only layup. What do you think the final score will be? I don't think they will even get 30 points. It may even hit a record low. At this point, their game had already attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. Although there is still the second half, everyone understands that the outcome is already determined and Chen Yu's team will lose miserably. Even Su Yanqi looked at Xiaofei worriedly. Many other students from the same department as Xiaofei also rushed to watch the game after hearing the news. The result was very disappointing, and they felt that Xiaofei had brought shame to their engineering department. However, it was different in other departments. Every student had an excited expression on their face. They were proud of Jiangda having a team like Zhou Wenbin. Looking at the crowd, he couldn't help himself and looked at them with extraordinary admiration. Looking at Zhou Wenbin's confident and arrogant face, Xiao Fei sneered. No frustration, no panic. He played little basketball and seemed to be doing nothing in the entire first half, but he was actually observing everyone's movements and understanding the rules. Now that the data has been collected, there is naturally no need to hide anything. In the second half, I'll let you know what despair is. Zhou Wenbin returned to the court and looked at Xiao Fei with a sinister smile. Call out. As the whistle blew, the second half officially began and the audience cheered for Zhou Wenbin again. Perhaps because of anger, or perhaps because they could not stand the ridicule, Chen Yu's team got more aggressive this time, and they finally got the jump ball first. A teammate passed the ball low and Xiao Fei caught it. At this moment, Zhou Wenbin seemed to have a premonition and ran directly in front of Xiao Fei, ready to defend him to death. Seeing the mockery and disdain on Zhou Wenbin's face, Xiao Fei smiled calmly. From now on, your team will not get a single point. Zhou Wenbin was slightly stunned and didn't understand what the other party meant. Xiao Fei disappeared in front of him. A few seconds passed. By the time he turned around in a daze, the ball had already gone in. What's going on? Goal. Hey, did you see how he scored the goal just now? I saw it, but I didn't see it completely. It was like a ghost passing by. In an instant, thousands of people in the playground were shocked. Fast, too fast indeed. The most perfect offensive route and the cheetah-like attack speed can instantly break down all the opponent's defenses. With a physique far superior to that of an average person, and having already mastered most basketball techniques, after adapting in the first half, a basketball superstar was born. Next, a horrifying scene happened. Tomahawk dunk, hook shot, Euro step floater, Euro step layup. Every technique he uses is almost perfect, making it impossible for his opponents to defend themselves. It was more like a one-sided abuse than a competition. Xiao Fei really did not let the opponent get a single point. 15-70, 20-70, 30-70. Since the second half, Zhou Wenbin's team really hasn't scored a goal again. Quick, stop him. Zhou Wenbin shouted. Several teammates immediately understood what he meant and rushed over from different directions, trying to stop Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei smiled indifferently, took a step back and shot the basketball into the net, scoring 3 points. Ah! Xiao Fei, Xiao Fei, Xiao Fei. Excited shouts rang out on the playground, naturally coming from students from the engineering department. Being from the same department, they were of course extremely excited when their team won. Defend, defend, the opponent screamed, trying to stop Xiao Fei's attack again. However, facing the encirclement, Xiao Fei did not just show off his personal skills, but passed the ball at the most appropriate location. Chen Yu received the ball and shot the three-pointer from outside the arc, scoring another 3 points. The onlookers cheered non-stop. The excited sounds and shouts are heard everywhere. Xiao Fei, your basketball. Chen Yu didn't care about the shouting. He just raised his hands, thinking back to the several times he caught the ball, and was shocked. Every ball Xiao Fei passed was just right in terms of angle, gravity, and timing, and he had an unprecedented feel the moment he caught the ball. This kind of technique is no longer just a question of how well an individual plays, but rather the exquisite control of the entire court. Such skills and such strength completely surpass the level of normal players. But, how is this possible? Xiao Fei is only 20 years old like him, and he has not received any strong training. How could he have such powerful strength? Time flies, and the game is about to come to an end in more than 40 minutes. Zhou Wenbin's team was losing ground and had long lost its original momentum. Pass the ball. At this moment, Zhou Wenbin suddenly shouted, and his teammates responded immediately. On the other hand, Xin Yu relaxed due to the joy of impending victory, and his teammates failed to defend Zhou Wenbin. Zhou Wenbin was delighted and seized the opportunity to shoot the ball on the spot. He was confident that he could score 2 points from this position. No matter what, at least a goal was scored. However, less than half a second after the basketball was thrown, a figure flashed by. It was Xiao Fei. Zhou Wenbin widened his eyes and looked at the other person in disbelief. How could it be possible? Just now, he was at least several meters away from the other party. In such a short time, he actually... I told you, you can't score any points. Xiao Fei smiled coldly and shot a big shot in the air. Bang! The sound of a basketball hitting the ground echoed all around. While everyone was in shock, Chen Yu reacted extremely quickly and grabbed the ball to attack. By the time the other party reacts, it's already too late. With a back-to-back dunk, the game that lasted for an hour and a half finally came to an end. Score, 120-70. The whole audience was in an uproar. Zhou Wenbin stood there in a daze, his eyes full of disbelief. Xiao Fei turned around and looked at the other person, and said with a smile and a hint of sarcasm, "Your strength is only enough to take care of yourself, but I can take care of the whole place." Zhou Wenbin was shocked and his face turned pale. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could my idol, Master Zhou, lose? He's the king of our Jian University. Young Master Zhou lost, and lost so completely. Am I really not dreaming? No points scored in the second half. Is there ever such a record in our school? Xiao Fei is so powerful that it seems like entering the NBA is a piece of cake for him. I've never seen him compete before. I never thought he'd be so good at hiding his true self. Some people were shocked, some were excited, and some found it hard to accept. Zhou Wenbin has always been a basketball idol admired by many people. Now that he has lost, the faith in everyone's hearts has been shattered. Zhou Wenbin stood stupidly on the basketball court, defeated by the opponent he despised and looked down upon, and even got bald in the second half. What a shame! All his confidence and brilliance were ruthlessly shattered at this moment, and he was no longer the overlord of Jiangda basketball. A feeling of unwillingness filled his heart, but the result was already determined and it was a fact that could not be changed. There had never been a moment when he felt so powerless. He hated. On the other side, Shui Kai was also shocked at the result of the game, and his understanding of Xiao Fei was refreshed again. He originally wanted to use Zhou Wenbin to suppress Xiao Fei, but he didn't expect that Zhou Wenbin would steal the show instead. Chapter 17, Social Death Scene, Roommates Gossip. Xiao Fei, you are so amazing. Xiao Fei left the venue, and Su Yanqi handed him the milk tea with admiration in her eyes. Xiao Fei scratched his head, feeling a little dizzy. Anyone would feel proud if they were admired by the most beautiful girl in the school, right? Xiao Fei, I sincerely invite you to join our basketball team. I believe that with you, our team will be stronger. Chen Yu walked over at this time. The two were close friends, and with Xiao Fei's strength, Chen Yu naturally wanted him to join. Forget it. Actually, I don't really like playing basketball. You should be able to tell that. Xiao Fei smiled and shook his head. He had finally made it through thanks to the system, and now was the time to enjoy himself. He didn't want to spend too much time on basketball. Seeing his friend refuse, Chen Yu was inevitably disappointed, but he did not force him. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. I really envy Xiao Fei. Not only does he have the school beauty by his side, but he's also such a great basketball player. Is there any justice in the world? Yes, I really want to take Xiao Fei's place, even if it means losing 10 years of my life. Alas! This is fate. Let's not have any unrealistic expectations. Everyone on the playground looked at Xiao Fei chatting and laughing with the school beauty, their eyes almost falling out with envy. Because Su Yanqi is so beautiful, with bright eyes and white teeth, she is absolutely beautiful and charming. It's such a blessing to be able to stay with her. We no longer remember the path you walked that year. Suddenly a phone call came. Xiao Fei picked up the phone. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Xiao? An extremely polite voice came from the other end of the phone. Who? Xiao Fei asked with a frown. I'm Wu Cheng, the president of Yanhai Bank. You previously acquired our bank. I'd like to ask when you can schedule a meeting so we can sign the contract? The person on the other end of the phone said this respectfully. If the people around Xiao Fei heard it, they would probably be scared to death. Yanhai Bank is the most famous bank in Jiangcheng. It has strong assets and busy business, and has cooperated with many well-known companies in Jiangcheng. Xiao Fei was also shocked. He did not expect the system to be so efficient. It's the weekend in 2 days, so let's wait for me at the bank on Saturday morning. Xiao Fei thought for a while and replied. Okay, Mr. Xiao. After hearing the reply, the other party seemed very happy and then hung up the phone. How is it? On the other side, the vice president and the manager asked. They really wanted to meet the generous man behind the scenes as soon as possible. He was so powerful that he could come up with such a huge amount of money to acquire them. You know, their Yanhai Bank is a nationwide chain and cannot be compared with a single small bank. If you want to acquire most of the shares of such a bank, you can't do it without trillions of dollars. This shows how powerful the acquirer is. The other party replied that they would come this Saturday, and everyone should be prepared to welcome them. Since this person was able to acquire yen high, his background must be extraordinary. Don't make him unhappy. The president warned cautiously. Yes. Everyone else nodded, naturally understanding the pros and cons. Jian University. In the internet age, information spreads quickly, and the news that Xiao Fei defeated Zhou Wenbin on the court spread at lightning speed. It only took one afternoon for a huge wave to rise in Jiangda. Many people filmed videos and posted them on the forum, where they were watched by everyone. Oh my god, this is awesome. This layup is so cool. Xiao Fei will be my idol from now on. I never thought that Xiao Fei, who caused the school beauty scandal, actually had such a hidden trick. I really underestimated him. Everyone was talking and expressing their opinions about Xiao Fei. From this moment on, more and more people no longer regarded Xiao Fei as an ordinary person who only caused scandals, but as a strong man with low-key strength. Xiao Fei, you become a celebrity now. You're being admired by your classmates everywhere. In the school cafeteria, Su Yanqi and Xiao Fei sat opposite each other and had dinner. It's just a basketball game, no big deal. Xiao Fei said indifferently. If you want to talk about shocking things, he has become the chairman of the Shanghai Hotel and is about to become the behind-the-scenes boss of Yanhai Bank. Isn't this the real shocking thing? If this identity were to be fully revealed, the entire school would probably be in an uproar. Xiao Cici, can we sit here? As they were talking, two girls came over and looked at Su Yanqi attentively. You're already here, and you still want to ask me? Su Yanqi shook her head helplessly. These two were her roommates, always gossipy. It was certain something bad was going to happen when they sat together. He. Little Cici is the cutest, moi. Seeing that she agreed, one of the girls said happily. Then they sat down without hesitation. You must be Xiao Fei. I've only heard about you before, but now that I've seen you up close, I realize how handsome you are. No wonder even Xiao Cici is captivated by you. Yeah. You don't know, Cici used to be so aloof, but she's become a completely different person since a few days ago. He was lying on the bed, grinning foolishly for no apparent reason, and rolling around with his phone from time to time. Oh. I don't know if it's because I'm in love that this is happening. By the way, how far have you guys progressed? Holding hands, kissing, or? As soon as the two sat down, they seemed to have opened the chatterbox and couldn't stop, bombarding each other with a series of attacks. Ahem. Su Yanqi didn't know what was going on until she heard it. When she heard it, she was shocked and choked on her food. She had every reason to believe that they were there on purpose to cause trouble. Her face was red all the way to her neck, and she wished she could crawl into the ground. Oh my god. Is she going to live? He is indeed her good roommate. He actually exposed her shortcomings in front of the person she likes and asked such explicit questions. He is simply a social failure. Xiao Fei was surprised. He didn't expect that the beautiful school beauty Su had such an unknown side. He turned his head to look at the other person, but found that Su Yanqi had her head lowered and was concentrating on eating. You misunderstood. Su Yanqi and I are just friends. Seeing that she was embarrassed, Xiao Fei helped to explain. However, some things are destined to get worse the more you explain them. One of the girls, Deng Zhezhe, simply ignored Xiao Fei's words and said slyly, "Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Hurry up and eat your meal, or don't sit with me anymore." Su Yanqi suddenly shouted, she was really angry. If we let them continue talking, who knows what shocking words they will say. For the first time ever, the two people who had been chattering non-stop were actually subdued by her and started eating obediently. Miss Su is the daughter of the Tianxue group. It doesn't matter how good Xiao Fei is at playing basketball. He's still a poor guy. That's right, you are the eldest son of Zhou Yang group. Only someone like you is worthy of her. Xiao Fei is nothing. At the table on the other side of the cafeteria, several boys were looking at Xiao Fei and talking, and Zhou Wenbin was also there at the moment. I have plenty of ways to deal with him. Zhou Wenbin smiled coldly and didn't take him seriously at all. Chapter 18. Is their son ill? Since we have to wash them anyway, I'll wash your dishes together. After dinner, Su Yanqi quietly took Xiao Fei's lunchbox and said, "This feeling doesn't feel awkward at all, as if the same thing has been repeated thousands of times and has always been like this." However, this action was nothing to Su Yanqi, but it directly shocked the other students in the cafeteria. Damn, am I seeing right? School beauty Sue is going to help Xiaofei wash the dishes? Did Xiaofei save the Milky Way in his previous life to be so close to this beautiful woman? Wow, this is so sour. I wonder if the food will taste better if the dishes that school beauty Sue washed are washed by her. The classmates were all in a mess. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some felt jealous. Xiaofei, just wait for me. When Zhou Wenbin saw this scene, the jealousy in his heart had reached its peak. Su Yanqi's roommates Deng Zhejiao and Song Ran were stunned. Is this still the Su Yanqi who used to have no interest in men? At this moment, the two of them could only use one word to describe what she did. Married woman. A few minutes passed. Su Yanqi washed the dishes, and the two of them left the cafeteria together. Just as they were about to go back to the dormitory, Su Yanqi suddenly said, Xiaofei, let's go to the movies this weekend? Okay, you decide the time, and I'll pick you up then. Xiaofei agreed without hesitation. How could he refuse an invitation from the school beauty? Well, then on Sunday afternoon, I searched on Yingpiaopio and found a horror movie being shown. I thought it was quite interesting. Su Yanqi said happily. Horror movie. Xiaofei felt embarrassed. Aren't girls supposed to like romance movies? How could they be interested in horror movies? But since she liked watching it, Xiaofei didn't care. The important thing was that he was in a good mood when he was with Su Yanqi. However, the two people who were immersed in their happiness did not seem to notice that their conversation was overheard by a girl who happened to be accompanying them. Time flies and it's the weekend in a blink of an eye. Xiaofei went home for the holiday yesterday and got up early today. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he went to the bank to sign the contract. He is going to see a movie with Su Yanqi tomorrow. After all, this is their first date, so they have to make themselves look presentable. Dad, Mom, please take this opportunity to visit your family more often. You may not have the chance to visit them again in the future. Standing in front of the old-fashioned mirror in the living room, Xiaofei was combing his hair when he suddenly said this. Why don't you have a chance to read it? Are you cursing me to death? Xiaofei's father Xiaotang put down the newspaper and said unhappily. It won't be long before we're moving into a big house or a big villa. We've been living here for so many years, it's time to move somewhere else. As Xiaofei spoke, he tidied his appearance and looked at the extremely handsome guy in the mirror with a crooked smile on his face. Your son is getting dumber as he goes to college. He's talking nonsense again. Tao Ron, his mother, complained while mopping the floor. Xiaofei smiled indifferently without explaining. Seeing that everything was almost tidied, he said goodbye to his parents and left. Old Tong, is our Xiaofei sick? He has been talking nonsense since he came back last night, saying that he wants to buy a car and live in a villa now that he has money. Tao Ron put down the work in her hands and asked worriedly. Oh no. People are like this. After adolescence, they start to fantasize about becoming rich. Xiaofei might be too immersed in the role. He will wake up after a while. Xiaofei's father didn't take it seriously. After all, who hasn't daydreamed? Xiaofei had no idea what his parents were discussing. At the moment, he was in an extremely good mood. He will soon become the behind-the-scenes director of Yanhai Bank, his net worth will rise to a new level, and he will be able to date Su Yanqi again. It can be said that it is a double happiness. Auntie Wang, good morning. You look so beautiful today? After going downstairs, Xiaofei saw his neighbor buying groceries across the street. For the first time, he realized that the aunt was so young. Why did I call her auntie before? It was so rude. The woman called Aunt Wang stared blankly at Xiaofei, who flashed by, stunned. She touched her wrinkled cheeks, turned around to look at Xiaofei's departing figure, and couldn't help laughing. This kid, his mouth is full of honey today. Xiaofei's home is in the old city area of Jiangcheng, which is one of the areas to be developed. The environment here is naturally incomparable to other prosperous areas in the city. Most of the people living here are migrant workers from outside the city. It is a mixed crowd and the environment is dirty and messy. Xiaofei's family is no exception. However, at the entrance of such an alley, a super cool limited edition sports car drove out, which looked very abrupt compared with the surrounding environment. Then, isn't that Xiaotang's son Xiaofei driving the car? Several women gathered at the entrance of the alley to chat. One of them said in shock as she watched the sports car drive away. I thought I was seeing things. Did you see it too? Another person followed suit. You must be dazzled. Don't you know what their family conditions are like? How could they possibly afford a sports car? That's right. It's not that I look down on their family. They are lucky to be able to drive an ordinary car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan in this life. The others all refuted in disbelief, as if they couldn't bear to see others doing well, and their words tasted sour. However, no matter what they said, it had no effect on Xiao Fei at the moment. When a person is really poor and destitute, he may be angry when he hears these sarcastic words. However, today is different from the past. With higher net worth, the situation is naturally different. Jiangcheng, Central Avenue. A majestic building is located here. As the head office of Yanhai Bank, its grandeur is self-evident. Today is a big day for Yanhai, as their new chairman is about to take office. At this moment, the staff prepared various flowers and there were people beating drums and gongs, just to make it as lively as possible. Not far away, a cool white Pagani was slowly driving towards Central Avenue. Xiao Fei sat here and looked ahead, and saw that something seemed to be wrong. When he got closer, he found that there were more than 100 people waiting at the bank door. This includes staff members, managers, bank presidents, and those who beat drums and gongs and are in charge of the occasion. Shit. I don't want to sign a contract that's going to go viral and everyone knows about it. Xiao Fei was really scared. Damn it, why not just keep a low profile? After a pause, he took out his cell phone and directly called the bank president who had called him last time. Hello, is this Mr. Xiao? We have been waiting for a long time. When will you come over? The president's attentive voice came from the other end of the phone. Let's all withdraw. I don't want to make a big fuss, otherwise it will be difficult for me to sign your contract. Xiao Fei frowned and reminded lightly. Well, okay, I'll withdraw right away. The person on the other end seemed to have heard the unhappiness in Xiao Fei's words, and immediately asked the manager to withdraw everything that needed to be withdrawn. Chapter 19 Xiao Fei's value soars. As the crowd left, the bank became much quieter, with only the staff and the bank president left. At this moment, a white top-of-the-line sports car slowly stopped at the door of the bank and Xiao Fei got out of the car. Hello? Is this Mr. Xiao? I'm the president of Yanhai Bank. A middle-aged man in a neat suit came over and spoke respectfully, followed by the vice president, the manager, and others. Xiao Fei nodded and replied calmly, if there are any other fancy ceremonies, then forget it. Let's just sign the contract directly. Yes, yes. President Wu Chang nodded quickly and walked directly inside with Xiao Fei. At the same time, the staff standing in 2 rows in the hall were shocked. They only knew that Yanhai Bank had changed its chairman behind the scenes, but they didn't expect that the other party looked so young. Holy crap! This is so handsome. The new chairman is so young and handsome. Yeah. I thought it would be an old man, or at least a middle-aged uncle. Ah. I'm dying. My heart is pounding so hard I want to marry him. I want to give birth to his baby. Didn't you notice? The sports car he drives seems to be a limited edition Pagani, worth over 50 million. 50? Over 50 million? That's outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. Who is this person? Alas. Comparison is the thief of anger. We are both young people, but he is younger than us, yet he is already the chairman of Yanhai Bank and drives a top-of-the-line sports car, while we are still just small clerks. For a moment, everyone felt mixed emotions, envy, jealousy, and even infatuation. There were even 2 female professionals who kept flirting with Xiao Fei, trying to attract his attention. After all, he is handsome and rich. If he seizes the opportunity, he will soar to the sky. Who wouldn't want to try it? Unfortunately, all of these were simply ignored by Xiao Fei. 7th floor. This is the highest level of the bank, where only insiders can enter. If you are a customer, you cannot enter even if your VIP level is high. On a long glass table, Xiao Fei was looking at the contract. At the same time, the screen projection on the wall in front was connected to a video showing a middle-aged man in formal attire. He is Zhao Wei, the former chairman of Yanhai, and also a well-known figure in the business world. Our Yanhai Bank is a domestic joint stock bank. As the bank's headquarters, Jiangcheng has cooperation with many leading local companies such as Dahong Field, Dingrui Holdings, Tianxua Real Estate, etc. Because the former chairman was not in the local area, communication and contract signing could only be done through video. Xiao Fei nodded as he read it, then his expression froze as he saw Weili Group and Zhou Yang Holdings on the contract. It turns out that they also cooperate with Yanhai. Xiao Fei sneered. Don't blame him for being rude. Especially Shui Kai, who provoked him many times and even sent people to beat him up. If it weren't for the systematic strengthening of his body, he would have been hospitalized. In that case, there is nothing more to say. He will make Shui Kai pay a heavy price. After signing the contract, both parties turned off the video, and now he officially became the new director of Yanhai. President Wu, from now on, we will terminate our cooperation with Whaley Group and don't sign the next contract. Xiao Fei said lightly. Well, Whaley Group has always been a good partner, why? Wu Cheng felt very strange and asked unconsciously. Don't ask, just do it. Xiao Fei interrupted him directly. He now has absolute control, so there is no need to explain to the bank president. Yes. Wu Cheng immediately nodded in response. Oh, by the way. If we cooperate with Tianxua Real Estate, we can relax the policy a little within an appropriate range. Xiao Fei remembered something and reminded again. I understand. Although he didn't know Xiao Fei's intention, since the chairman had given the order, he naturally obeyed. The sun is shining brightly outside. By the time Xiao Fei finished everything and came out of the building, more than an hour had passed. Seeing that it was only a little after 9 o'clock, he suddenly had a good idea. Since tomorrow is our first official date, we should at least buy some gifts, right? Thinking of this, he got into the car and drove towards a department store in front. The department store is not far from Yanhai Bank and is also located in a bustling area. On both sides of the mall entrance, there are two huge machine buildings. Iron Man on the left and Optimus Prime on the right, so majestic. This is a business tactic, to attract you to come and watch them, and then some people will go in and buy things. 10 minutes later, Pagani drove into the building's parking lot and Xiao Fei walked slowly inside. Anyway, there is plenty of time, so he can choose gifts to his heart's content. As soon as he arrived in the lobby, he was attracted by the claw machine next to him. He happened to have a few coins on him, so he decided to go over and give it a try. Maybe he could catch one. Don't girls like dolls and the like? But it was obvious that his luck was not very good. He didn't win any coins after throwing several coins. Let's go in and buy it. Shaking his head, Xiao Fei turned and walked into the mall. The mall is 30 stories high, and each floor sells different things. Xiao Fei got into the elevator and went up to the 13th floor. There were toys and bears for sale on the floor, with a wide variety that was dazzling. Dolls, teddy bears, bracelets, etc., as well as a variety of mini toys. There is nothing you can't buy, only things you can't think of. He touched and looked at things here and there, and liked this and was satisfied with that. However, as you go deeper inside, you will see more and more strange things. Things nowadays are becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Shaking his head, Xiao Fei turned and looked elsewhere. After trying many things, he finally chose a white bear doll. Originally, he wanted to buy a doll as tall as a person for Su Yanqi, but when he thought about the fact that they would have to go to the movies after they met, it would be inconvenient to carry such a big thing around, so he chose a small one. Ding ding ding. Xiao Fei had just paid and was about to leave the mall when an alarm suddenly sounded as he passed through security check. The sound alarmed everyone around, and several security guards ran over immediately. Don't move, put the things down. One of them warned Xiao Fei with a security baton in his hand. Chapter 20 The Extremely Arrogant Manager Zhang. Although I don't know why it made the sound, I've already paid for it. Xiao Fei said helplessly. He was holding a clean teddy bear in his hand, and he threw it on the ground and then gave it to Su Yanqi? You stole something and you're still trying to make excuses. I told you to put it down. Another person said in the same impolite manner. Can you watch your mouth? I've already said that I paid for the food. Xiao Fei's voice also turned cold. The other party didn't even investigate the matter clearly, but insisted that he was the thief. Ha! Paid? The security guard sneered and continued, every item in this mall has an electronic tag installed. Only items that have been paid for can be decoded and removed by the cashier. Your item's tag has been detected by the electronic system. What else could you be but a thief? If you don't believe me, you can go ask the cashier whether I stole it or she forgot to take it. Xiao Fei said calmly without any panic. Come on, come back with us. Several security guards said with a fierce look in their eyes. The look on his face seemed to indicate that Xiao Fei was the thief who stole the things. The security check area was only 10 meters away from the cashier counter, and they returned to the cashier counter in just a few breaths. There were already many people in the mall, and the movement from Xiao Fei's side caused many people to stop and watch, wondering what was going on. "What are you doing here?" At this moment, a group of formally dressed and imposing men and women came over. Among them are young people, middle-aged people, and even an old man. "Yang'an, what's going on? Didn't you know that the vice president is coming to inspect today?" Zhang Xiaojie, the manager of the department store, frowned, very dissatisfied with their performance. "Manager Zhang, we didn't intentionally cause trouble. We caught this kid stealing things from the mall." The security guard named Yang and immediately replied respectfully. His attitude toward Xiao Fei is completely different. "Thief?" Manager Zhang turned to look at Xiao Fei and said, "If there's a thief, just call the police. Why are you blocking us here? You haven't even investigated the cause yet, and you're already calling me a thief. It seems like you're no better than them as a manager." Xiao Fei sneered and said sarcastically. "What did you say?" Manager Zhang was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to be so good at talking. Today is an important day. The company's vice president will take the shareholders to inspect the shopping mall, and he has made all the preparations. Unexpectedly, a mistake was made and he was scolded by a young man in front of the senior management. He was immediately furious. "Ask your employees and see if she forgot to take it or I stole it." Xiao Fei's expression did not change, and it was impossible to tell whether he was angry or furious. "Manager Zhang, let's first understand the situation before making any plans, and don't wrongly accuse others." Deputy Director Luo Jiang, who was standing aside, finally spoke. Zhang Xiaojie nodded and walked to the cashier with a grim expression. With a warning look in his eyes, he said in a deep voice, "What happened? Did you forget to take down the sign, or did he steal it?" The little girl had only been here for a short time and had never seen such a scene before, but she knew that she had indeed forgotten to take the sign. Just as I was about to answer, I saw Manager Zhang's gaze filled with authority. That feeling seemed to warn her that if she said the wrong thing, the consequences would be serious. "No, I haven't seen him," the girl said in a low voice, seeming very scared. "Everything is clear now. It was indeed you who stole the things," Manager Zhang said seriously. "Today is the day when the vice president leads his team to inspect. If an employee under him as a manager makes a mistake, the impact will be very serious, and he may even lose his position as manager. In order to maintain his image, he would not allow this mistake to happen even though he knew it might be an employee's problem. Moreover, the matter has come to this point, with so many people passing by watching, it is really unfair to the customer and has a huge impact on the reputation of the department store." As soon as the vice president left, he deleted the surveillance footage and the consumption records. Just find a random reason to release him. He's just a young man, isn't it difficult to get rid of him? "Yang'an, you guys take him to the security room and don't let him run away. I will be responsible for calling the police," Manager Zhang said immediately, without any intention of giving Xiao Fei a chance to explain. Xiao Fei didn't get angry, nor did he ask to watch the surveillance footage or anything. Since the other party was determined to make things difficult for him, he was unwilling to leave. He has to make the other party pay a price or something, otherwise he won't be able to quench his anger. Xiao Fei did not resist and followed them to the security room, leaving a group of people there pointing and talking. Alas! How can you learn to steal things when you are young and don't learn well? Yeah, he looks like he's only in college, but he's gone astray. What a shame! Seeing that everyone turned their attention to the young man, Zhang Xiaojie felt very proud. Now the department store's reputation is preserved, and I won't lose credibility in front of the vice president. This is great. As for Vice Chairman Luo Jiang, he had only symbolically put on an air of fairness before, but now he has stopped talking, and the shareholders have also turned a blind eye. After all, although Manager Zhang's judgment still had some flaws, the department store's image was preserved. As shareholders of the company, they naturally would not object to Zhang Xiaojie's approach. Behave yourself. If you piss me off, don't blame me for being so ruthless. You were so arrogant just now, why are you so silent now? You don't know your place, how dare you go against us? In the security room, Yang Yan and several colleagues kept mocking Xiao Fei. Each of them held a security baton in his hand, as if to threaten others. Xiao Fei sat calmly on the chair, not taking them seriously at all. He took out his cell phone, looked at the address book, and directly dialed the number of the bank president Wu Chang. However, at this moment, the sharp-eyed Yang Yan immediately shouted, "You dare to call? You're looking for death." As he said this, he gripped the weapon tightly and was about to hit him, but before the stick could land on Xiaofei. With a click sound, Yang An felt a sharp pain. His wrist was dislocated. Seeing this, the others could no longer sit still and rushed forward with their sticks in hand. However, a cold light flashed in Xiaofei's eyes. 2 minutes later, the whole room was filled with wailing. "Mr. Xiao, why is it so noisy over there?" Xiaofei's cell phone was still ringing, and Wu Cheng's voice came from the other end of the line. Xiaofei remained calm and said calmly, "Nothing. I remember Yanhai had a cooperative deal with the department store, right? Call the boss of the department store and tell him that I, Xiaofei, am in their security office. Xinqing Avenue. Due to the shortage of housing resources for department stores, the headquarters is located here." On the top floor, Chairman Helan was signing a sales contract. At this moment, the phone rang. It was the president of Yanhai Bank calling. Helan frowned, feeling strange. Usually he was the one who contacted President Wu, so why did he suddenly call this time? "President Wu, I wonder what's the matter that requires you to call me personally?" Helan asked cautiously. After all, when their department store needs funds to turn over, they need the other party's consent. "Helan, your company is so arrogant that you even dare to deduct money from the chairman of our Yanhai. Don't you want to keep the department store open?" Wu Cheng's stern voice came from the other end of the phone. What? Helan stood up in fright, his heart skipping a beat, and he felt something was wrong. Chapter 21. I won't let you go so easily. "President Wu, there must be some misunderstanding," Helan said stutteringly. Even if he had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to detain the chairman of Yanhai Bank. "Humph. You don't dare. Your employees are all very capable." Wu Cheng couldn't help but sneer, and then continued. "I advise you to personally explain the situation to our chairman and apologize. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you. You will bear the consequences of any consequences." After saying that, Wu Cheng hung up the phone without listening to his explanation. Helan stood there in a daze, seemingly still not coming to his senses. Then he pushed his chair away, not even caring about his partners, and went straight out of the office to the department store. Meanwhile, on the other side, not long after Xiaofei finished the call, manager Zhang Xiaojie walked in. Originally, he wanted to teach this young man who dared to go against him a lesson. However, when he opened the door of the security room and saw the situation inside, his eyes froze in disbelief. 4 or 5 security guards were lying on the ground wailing, while the young man who made him unhappy was sitting on a chair leisurely playing with his mobile phone. What's going on?" Zhang Xiaojie asked angrily. "Manager Zhang, this guy knows kung fu and he injured all of us," one of the security guards said in pain while lying on the ground. "Boy, you are looking for death. Just wait for our department store to sue you," Zhang Xiaojie said angrily. However, just as he finished speaking, his cell phone rang. It was the chairman calling. "What the hell did you do, you idiot? Are you trying to kill the department store? Do you know who you are holding captive now? I'm telling you, his name is Xiaofei, and he's the new chairman of Yanhai Bank. If you offend him, you'll be damned." A series of fierce bombardments made Zhang Xiaojie's ears buzz. Then a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. "Xiaofei? Chairman of Yanhai Bank?" After 2 seconds of confusion, Zhang Xiaojie suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at the young man in front of him. Could he be Xiaofei, the new chairman of Yanhai Bank? How is this possible? The person in front of me is so young, could he be the chairman of Yanhai? It was a mistake, it must have been a mistake, Zhang Xiaojie comforted himself. Who are you?" He mustered up the courage and asked the other person's name tremblingly. "Xiaofei." Xiaofei glanced at him indifferently and said. It was like a bolt from the blue, and Zhang Xiaojie was stunned. "It's over, completely over, it's really him. It's just a misunderstanding. Mr. Xiao, please be magnanimous and let me go." Manager Zhang didn't think twice and immediately ran over to nod and bow to please. He understood that his only chance now was to quickly admit his mistake and apologize to Xiaofei. Perhaps the other party would let him go when he was in a better mood. Xiaofei glanced at him coldly, with a terrifying sense of oppression in his eyes, which scared the other party so much that he immediately shut his mouth. Before long, several cars were parked in front of the department store. It seemed that they had already made contact in advance. Chairman Helan, Vice Chairman Luo Jiang and all the shareholders had returned to the department store. "What's wrong with you?" Zhang Xiaojie is useless, and you, a deputy director, didn't even stop him and just joined in the nonsense? He Lan cursed the deputy director as he walked. Luo Jiang's sweat dropped and said, I was only thinking about the company, but I didn't know the other party was so powerful. Now he regrets it so much. He should have stopped Zhang Xiaojie earlier. Humph. This Zhang Xiaojie is really useless. I think we should not keep this troublemaker. After saying that, everyone had already walked to the security room. Take a deep breath. Chairman He Lan opened the door of the security room and walked in with everyone. There were only 2 people inside, Xiao Fei and Zhang Xiaojie standing next to him. As for the security guards, they had been kicked out long ago. You must be Mr. Xiao, I am He Lan, the owner of the department store. He Lan put on a flattering smile and said respectfully. On the way here, he searched the internet for information about Yan Hai, and only then did he learn about Xiao Fei and what he looked like. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xiao Fei responded indifferently. Don't be angry, Mr. Xiao. I'm really sorry for today. I didn't expect you to visit the mall. If I had known you were coming, I would have come to accompany you in person, and this wouldn't have happened. He Lan said helplessly. Mr. Xiao, today it was me, Luo Jiang, who was blind and offended you. Please forgive me. Luo Jiang also hurriedly apologized. And the shareholders behind him didn't even dare to say a word. He Lan stepped forward and continued cautiously, if Director Xiao has any instructions today, I, He Lan, will do it immediately as long as it's within my power. In order to eliminate Xiao Fei's anger, he didn't care about so much at this moment. You know, their department store still owes Yanhai Bank a sum of money. If the other party finds a reason to terminate the contract at this time, they will be in trouble. The quality of many of your employees is too poor and needs to be rectified. As for how to do it, I think you know better than me. Xiao Fei looked at the other party and said slowly. Although he did not state any substantive purpose, everyone present understood what he meant. This allowed He Lan to fire Zhang Xiaojie and the security guards together. As for the cashier, forget it. She was also threatened, so she can't be considered an accomplice. Xiao Fei said indifferently. Mr. Xiao, please be magnanimous and let me go. I can't be expelled. I've worked in this mall for 10 years. I finally became a manager this year, but I was fired just like that. This is the end of my career. Zhang Xiaojie was already panicked at this time. He didn't care about his face anymore. He knelt down in front of Xiao Fei with tears and snot, and was almost kowtowing. Humph. You just became the manager this year and this kind of thing happened. If I let you continue in this position, I won't be able to open this shopping mall anymore. He Lan said harshly, his tone extremely angry. Chairman, I can't be fired. I've been in this company for 10 years and have contributed so much. Then he seemed to have thought of something and began to plead with Xiao Fei. He believed that as long as he got Xiao Fei's forgiveness, everything would be fine. Mr. Xiao, please be magnanimous and let me go this time. I will never dare to do it again. Zhang Xiaojie pleaded without any manners. Don't worry, I won't let you go. You framed customers and confused the facts. Just wait to be sued by Yanhai. After saying that, Xiao Fei stood up and picked up the teddy bear on the table beside him. He stopped looking at these people and walked out of the security room directly. He Lan and his group immediately followed him out, leaving Zhang Xiaojie alone kneeling on the ground, filled with despair. Chapter 22 Mother Sue's Conflict. Mr. Xiao, wait a minute. He Lan said attentively after leaving the department store. What? You still want me to stay in the security room? Xiao Fei sneered. No, Mr. Xiao misunderstood what I meant. He Lan explained quickly. Then he took a black card from the vice president and handed it to Xiao Fei, saying with a smile. This is our department store's highest level VIP shopping card. Anyone who tops up 10,000 yuan will receive a 40% discount. This card is the only one with a limit of 1 million. I just asked Vice President Luo to top it up. Please accept it as compensation for today. Xiao Fei glanced at the card. He originally didn't want it. But I thought, my mother will be so happy that she can use this card to buy things here without spending any money, so I gladly accepted it. Goodbye. He Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Xiao Fei getting into the sports car and driving away. Mr. He, this Xiao Fei shouldn't embarrass us again, right? Vice President Luo Jiang asked worriedly as he watched the car driving away. It can be seen that the other party has a clear sense of gratitude and resentment. They should not embarrass us anymore, otherwise they would have turned against us long ago. As the chairman, Helan is, after all, a veteran in the business world and has a pretty good eye for people. What about Zhang Xiaojie and those security guards? Luo Jiang asked. Humph. Open them all and let them fend for themselves. Especially that Zhang Xiaojie. He made us lose 1 million not long after he was promoted to manager. What's the point of keeping such a person? Helan was furious when talking about manager Zhang. Yes, 1 million is equivalent to 2 months' profit of our department store. Luo Jiang was also heartbroken. Time passed quickly and the next day came in a blink of an eye. On the Jianchang Road, Xiaofei parked the car aside. Looking at the bear that the co-pilot bought yesterday, he couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Buying a teddy bear required so much trouble. It was already past 11 o'clock in the morning. Xiaofei took out his cell phone and sent a message to Su Yanqi, preparing to call her out. Although it's still early, we can have lunch together. Okay, tell me the address and I'll be there right away. Su Yanqi replied. Xiaofei, send me your location and I'll pick you up directly. Su Yanqi, you have a car? Xiaofei, yes, of course. Su Yanqi seemed a little surprised, and after a moment she replied, okay. Looking at the location sent by Su Yanqi on VX, Xiaofei drove the Pagani to Yushan Park. Yushan Park. It is one of the 3 famous villa areas in Jiangcheng. Especially Yushan Area A, which is a gathering place for business tycoons. The Su family lives in a huge villa near the east side of the park. At this moment, in Su Yanqi's boudoir, a very beautiful girl was sitting in front of the mirror putting on makeup. To be honest, when it comes to makeup, there is probably no one faster than Su Yanqi, because she only does a slight touch-up each time. If she puts on too much makeup, it will cover up her beautiful face. Mom and Dad, I won't be home for lunch. Before Su Yanqi's parents could react, she ran out of the hall. Old Su, what's wrong with Xiaoxi? Why is she in such a hurry? Su Yanqi's mother Yao Yu frowned as she watched her daughter's back as she walked away. What could it be? Maybe he went shopping with friends. Su Yanqi's father, Su Yancheng, answered casually, but most of his attention was on the football game in front of the computer. But Lao Chao and sister Su will be here soon, and we have to have lunch together. Yao Yu said with great dissatisfaction. It's enough to have the 2 of us here. It doesn't matter whether Xiaoxi goes or not. Besides, didn't Su Ting go either? Su Yunqing didn't seem to mind at all. How can it be the same? You know why they came here this time. Even his son is here. Yao Yu gently pushed her husband. Only then did Su Yunqing completely shift his attention. He looked at Yao Yu and said carefully, Wife, I still say the same thing. Xiao Yan is not a good person. Is it that bad? Yao Yu couldn't help but look worried when she heard her husband say that. Let me put it this way, if it weren't for old Zhou, his son would have been ruined. Su Yunqing said firmly, seeming very confident in his judgment. After hearing this, Yao Yu frowned and felt uncertain. On the one hand, she was a classmate of many years and she agreed to match her son with her daughter. On the other hand, it was her husband's direct judgment. To be honest, she did begin to hesitate. She knows her husband very well. He has been in the business world for decades and has never made a mistake in judging people. Moreover, her husband is a humble person and generally does not comment on others too directly. Unless that person is extremely bad, there will be such an evaluation. Does he really want to push his daughter into the fire pit just because of her long-term friendship with Sister Su? Although she was still hesitant, she knew that the balance in her heart was tilted towards her husband. After all, he has been my partner for many years. If I don't trust him, how can I trust an outsider? At this moment, a video call request suddenly came from the computer. Su Yuncheng picked up the phone and a middle-aged man and woman appeared on the screen. Old Xiao, Su Huan, are you here? Su Yuncheng put on a smiling face. I just got off the plane and I'm still not used to the weather. What a terrible weather. A woman's clear voice came from the other side. The hotel has been booked. I'll pick you up. Su Yuncheng continued. After chatting for a few minutes, both parties hung up the video call. At the other side of the airport, Su Huan put down his phone, and a young man spoke. Mom, when we meet my uncle and aunt later, you must help me finalize this marriage to avoid any complications. The speaker was Chao Jidong's son Xiao Yan. His family had always had dealings with the Su family. However, Xiao Yan was often away from home before, and he was too lazy to even attend the university his father had enrolled him in. So he was actually not familiar with the Su family, having only been there once 2 years ago. It was at that time that he met Su Yanqi and was immediately struck by her beauty. After that, he kept urging his mother to help him find a marriage, which led to what happened today. Su Huan glanced at his son and said with a look of dismay, "I can help you get married, but you have to control your temper in the future. Don't be away from home all day and who knows where you go to fool around." "Don't worry, Mom. If I married a beautiful wife like Su Yanqi, I would be busy staying at home every day, so why would I want to go out?" Xiao Yan coaxed his mother with a flattering smile, but he didn't care in his heart. After they get married and the overall situation is settled, won't he be able to do whatever he wants and go out whenever he wants? Thanks for the bear, it's adorable. On the other side, on the road leading to the Shenghao Hotel, Su Yanqi said happily while sitting in Xiao Fei's car, hugging the teddy bear tightly in her arms. It was obvious that she liked this gift very much. Although the items are not expensive, they are more meaningful to her than those expensive luxury goods. As long as you like it. Xiao Fei also smiled. Finally, his hard work yesterday was not in vain. By the way, when did you buy this car? I've never seen you drive it before. At this time, Su Yanqi remembered that the car she had just sat in was a limited edition Pagani. This car is worth at least 50 million, and it is in short supply. You may not be able to buy it even if you have money. When Xiao Fei came to pick her up just now, she recognized him at first sight. After all, her Su family is one of the leading enterprises in Jiangcheng, and she knows something about these top luxury cars. It was just that Xiao Fei gave her a bear, which made her joy alleviate many of her doubts. Chapter 23. I like it here. I bought this car a long time ago, but I've never driven it. Xiao Fei replied with a smile. Okay. Su Yanqi curled her lips. To her, Xiao Fei was becoming more and more mysterious. But it doesn't matter. Maybe he is just too low-key and doesn't want to show off his wealth like other people. So after 3 years in school, no one knew that he was actually a mysterious rich man. But because of this, Su Yanqi liked him more and more. If it were other rich second generations, they would want to drive luxury cars in front of their classmates every day, as if they were afraid that others didn't know how rich their family was. By the way, where are we going to eat? Su Yanqi asked curiously. Of course it's Xinghao. It's too outrageous that he doesn't even patronize his own hotel. Xiao Fei said as he looked at Lu Yuran in front of him. We both want to eat at the Grand Hotel too? It seems that you seldom go to Xinghao. Our hotel is not just a place for dining. We also have a special restaurant in the lobby on the first floor. Xiao Fei explained to her. Isn't it said that a meal there costs at least tens of thousands? Su Yanqi became even more confused. If you're just 2 or 3 people dining at a restaurant, it's only a few hundred yuan, and there are a lot of people there. As the boss behind the hotel, he certainly knows a lot about some things. Otherwise, if one day the hotel's senior management can't make up their minds about planning and comes to ask you, the boss, and you can't say a word, that would be too unreasonable. 20 minutes later, Xiao Fei's Pagani finally arrived at the entrance of the Saint Hao Hotel. A driver came over, Xiao Fei handed him the key, and then he and Su Yanqi walked into the lobby of the Shenghao Hotel shoulder to shoulder. However, not long after they entered the lobby, 2 more luxury Bentleys drove to the hotel entrance. The people who got out of the car were Su Yanqi's father Su Yunsheng, mother Yao Yu, and 3 members of the Qiao family. Is this the most famous hotel in your Jiangcheng? It looks pretty good. As the chairman of Xiaqing Shifeng Group, Xiao Jidong has naturally visited many hotels. People at the level of Xinghao can be considered to be at the top level. Of course, the Shenghao Hotel is one of the symbols of our Jiangcheng. Many foreign businessmen come here because of its reputation. It not only provides luxurious rooms, but also top-notch cuisine and high-end banquets. In addition, the hotel also has a private swimming pool, spa, beauty massage and other services, and the facilities are very complete. Su Yunsheng introduced everything enthusiastically, completely forgetting that his wife was beside him. Yao Yu pinched his waist viciously, causing him to shudder in pain. You seem to know a lot about this place. What about the spa and massage? It seems you come here often? Yao Yu said this with gritted teeth. Because she was holding Su Yunsheng's arm, no one else could see their movements. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you when I get home tonight. Yao Yu continued in a low voice. Su Yunsheng wanted to slap himself. He usually knew his words very well, so why did he let something slip today? It would be terrible if he was dealt with at night. His wife is so energetic and he wants to rest and live a few more years. Meanwhile, on the other side, there is a very warmly decorated restaurant on the north side of the lobby on the first floor. There are quite a few people sitting in the restaurant in groups of 3 or 4. These are generally opportunities provided for ordinary people to enjoy. Even some white-collar workers and sales managers like to choose this place to invite their customers to have dinner and chat. Xiaofei, you have to say, the layout here is really nice, especially in winter. It makes people feel very warm. I like it here very much. At a table by the window, Su Yanqi had a broad smile on her face and spoke in surprise as she looked at the surroundings. She originally thought that a luxury hotel of this level would be magnificent and high-end, but she didn't expect it to have such a unique and warm setting. Of course, the front half of the Shanghao Hotel is used to receive guests. Since the venue is so huge, the back half is specially decorated as a restaurant. Because of its unique geographical location, both the north and south sides are two-way roads, so the north side does not give people the feeling of being oppressed by walking to the back. Both sides are transparent and bright, making people feel relaxed. The person standing aside and introducing things was naturally the hotel manager Yang Mingfeng. When Xiaofei came in, the receptionist at the hotel entrance had already noticed Xiaofei, and then someone sent a text message to inform manager Yang. This was Yang Mingfeng's specific instruction before, so he was able to know about Xiaofei's arrival so quickly. The Shanghao Hotel is worthy of being the symbol of Zhongcheng. It knows how to grasp people's psychology and knows what kind of people like what kind of environment. Su Yanqi couldn't help but praise it. Manager Yang, Mr. Su from Tianxue Group is here. As he spoke, a service staff came over and whispered a few words to Yang Mingfeng. Yang Mingfeng frowned. Tianxue Group was one of Zhongcheng's leading enterprises. With Chairman Su Yunsheng arriving, he, as the manager, should personally greet him. However, what, my dad is here? Before he could respond, Su Yanqi was frightened and stood up. You go and receive them. I'll just have a quick meal here. Xiaofei said to manager Yang. Yes. Yang Mingfeng nodded and left. After sending the other person away, Xiaofei looked at Su Yanqi in surprise and asked, What's wrong? Are you afraid of your dad? I'm not afraid of my dad, but my mom. Su Yanqi calmed down and sat down again. Whenever she thought of her mother nagging her with a stern face, her head would surge. If she found out that I was having dinner here alone with a boy, I wonder what she would say. Xiaofei, however, was not at all flustered. Instead, he smiled and said, Not really. It's just a meal. Is it really that scary? You don't know, my parents' friend is coming over today, and they brought their son with them, just to bring us together. I've met that man, he's a very disgusting person. Su Yanqi explained slowly. When she recalled Xiao Yan, she felt disgusted. He was really comparable to Zhou Wenbin. A light flashed in Xiaofei's eyes. So that's it. Then he smiled and said, Don't worry, this is a restaurant. Given your father's status, he would never come here even if he wanted to eat. He would book a private room instead. After hearing what Xiaofei said, Su Yanqi felt that it made sense and felt a little more relaxed. Chapter 24 I didn't expect to meet you again. The two of them ate and drank and ate, and an hour passed. Although it may sound presumptuous to say this, I feel that you can eat as much as I do. Xiaofei looked at Su Yanqi in disbelief. Good job. She finished the salad, braised pork ribs and braised noodles by herself. What a qualified eater. Su Yanqi. Well, I accidentally exposed my nature as a foodie. In fact, she is a gentle, virtuous, kind and thoughtful girl. Su Yanqi kept comforting herself like this. Have you finished eating? Let's go. Xiaofei suggested when he saw that it was almost time. Yeah. Su Yanqi, with her face still blushing, nodded slightly, picked up the teddy bear beside her and held it in her arms, then walked out of the restaurant with Xiaofei. Hey, did you see that just now? That couple is so pleasing to the eyes. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. They are really a perfect match. Of course I saw it the moment they came in. That girl is especially beautiful. I'd be willing to live 20 years less if she could be my wife. Bah! Stop dreaming. I still want to marry that guy. He's handsome and rich, how wonderful. How do you know that man is rich? TSK. Didn't you see that the other customers were served by the waiters? When that handsome guy came in, there was a man in a suit standing next to him. This kind of man is usually a manager. Wow, I'm so envious. Many people in the restaurant were still commenting on Xiao Fei and Su Yanqi, who had left, with envious looks in their eyes. Xiao Fei was originally a handsome young man, and after systematic strengthening, not only did his physique improve, but his temperament also changed slightly. Su Yanqi is extremely beautiful and has a tall stature of 1.68 meters. She is not much shorter than Xiao Fei. The two of them are a perfect match together. Naturally, wherever he goes, he attracts everyone's attention. Su Yanqi, why are you here? Just as they walked out of the restaurant and came to the lobby in front, a man's voice appeared on the opposite side. It's you. Su Yanqi's expression changed slightly. I saw a young man walking slowly from the other side of the hall. It was Qiao Jidong's son Xiao Yan. Su Yanqi frowned. She felt a sense of resistance when she saw this person. She didn't expect that after avoiding him for so long, she would finally meet him. Uncle and Aunt said you couldn't come because of something, but I didn't expect you to be in the same hotel as us. It seems we are really destined to meet. Xiao Yan said happily, staring at Su Yanqi's face. Originally, Su Yanqi didn't come to the dinner today, and he felt bored. So I left the box halfway and prepared to go downstairs for a walk, but I didn't expect to meet her here. It was this face that had haunted him for 2 years, and this meeting made him feel that she was even more beautiful. This further strengthened his determination to marry her. Only a man like him was worthy of such a beautiful woman. As for Xiao Fei next to him, he was simply ignored by him. The word arrogant was interpreted to the extreme by him. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Su Yanqi said with an unhappy look on her face, and then she was about to pull Xiao Fei outside. However, Xiao Yan was quick-witted and quick-handed, grabbing Su Yanqi's wrist first. No matter what, the Su family and the Qiao family have been close friends for many years. It's inappropriate not to go up and see each other when they meet, right? Xiao Yan was also a little angry. When had he ever been ignored like this? Aren't my parents entertaining you? Even my brother didn't come. Why should I, your sister, worry about it? Su Yanqi couldn't help but sneer. Su Yanqi, you should know why we are here this time. Xiao Yan said with a frown. I don't have any feelings for you. There's no way between us. Let go. Su Yanqi said loudly, obviously really angry. He. If I tell my uncle and aunt that you are downstairs and don't want to come up, I wonder how they will feel? Xiao Yan said with a sneer. Let go. At this moment, a fierce aura came from the side, which was a warning from Xiao Fei. Who are you? You have nothing to do here. Get out of here. Xiao Yan shouted angrily. He really didn't like other men interfering in the affairs between him and Su Yanqi. However, just as he finished speaking, he felt his wrist being grabbed by an iron hand, followed by an extremely terrifying force. Ah! In an instant, a scream was heard, and he let go of Su Yanqi's hand in pain. The security guard, receptionist, and everyone at the service desk were attracted by the shout. However, when they found out that the person who made the move was their boss, they all stayed where they were and dared not say a word. Are you kidding? Who dares to stop the chairman? You're looking for death. Do you know who I am? If you dare to attack me, I will make you regret your actions today. Xiao Yan, who was holding his wrist in unbearable pain, did not forget to utter harsh words. Let's go. There's nothing to talk to this kind of person. Xiao Fei said lightly. Yeah. Su Yanqi nodded and was pulled out of the hall by Xiao Fei. Xiao Yan looked at the two men's departing backs, with an unconcealable hatred in his eyes. On the 10th floor of the hotel building, in a luxurious box, Su Yanqi's parents were communicating with Xiao Yan's parents. At this time, Yao Yu's brows were furrowed from time to time, and it was obvious that the conversation was not very pleasant. Xiao Ye, didn't we agree at the beginning to let the two children meet for a meal and give them space to talk on their own? Xiao Yan's mother Su Huan said dissatisfiedly that she didn't expect that on the day she had been waiting for a long time, Su Yanqi would stand her up. Oh. I have talked to Xiaoxi many times, but my daughter is very resistant to this matter, and I can't do anything about it. Yao Yu shook her head and sighed. That's because they haven't met yet. Although Xiao Yan's personality is a bit bad, he can change. Maybe after getting along with Xiao Shi, he will be able to control his temper. Su Huan patiently continued to persuade. Besides, in terms of family background, How many people in Jiangcheng are worthy of Xiaoxi? Only our Qiao family can match you. This. While Yao Yu was struggling, Su Huan's cell phone rang. It was Qiao Yin calling. What? After a few seconds, Su Huan frowned. Did his son see Su Yanqi? The person on the other end of the phone continued to talk, and Su Huan hung up half a minute later. Xiaoya, what's wrong with Su Yanqi? She didn't come up to see us even after coming to the hotel. Her tone was obviously a little angry. Xiaoxi is here? Yao Yu's eyes were filled with surprise as she turned to look at Su Yinsheng, and her husband was also confused. Chapter 25. Su Yanqi met an old rival. Customers come and go in the hotel lobby. At this moment, Xiao Yan was still standing there, looking in the direction where Su Yanqi and others left, with his fists clenched. Xiao Yan, what's going on? Su Huan went downstairs to the hall and asked. It's Su Yanqi. There was a man with her. I wanted to keep her, but the man pulled her away. Xiao Yan said, gritting his teeth. Man? Su Huan's expression became even uglier. What kind of man is so arrogant as to dare to snatch a woman from her son? She turned to look at Yao Yu and said in a deep voice, Xiao Yu, isn't your daughter too disrespectful to her elders? You know you don't even want to see us here, and you even come here to have dinner with other men. What kind of thing is that? Yao Yu felt unhappy when facing the questioning from her longtime friend. It was wrong to say that her daughter came but didn't see them. But the other party's tone was as if his daughter had cheated on her husband. Who could tolerate someone talking about their child like that? If the other party wasn't a friend of many years, she really wanted to just walk away. If I had known earlier, I should not have agreed to the other party's request. What was originally a well-intentioned act of bringing the two together ended up causing unhappiness between the two families. As if realizing that his words were too harsh, Su Huan softened his tone. Xiaoya, this is just my temper. Don't be offended. I'm also worried about Xiao Yan and Su Yanqi. If they really get together, wouldn't it be a good thing for us? I'll call Xiaoxi. Yao Yu nodded without saying anything and took out her cell phone. She also wanted to ask what was going on and who that man was. The Pagani drove slowly on the street, and Su Yanqi looked a little depressed while holding the teddy bear. Are you going to the movies this afternoon? Xiao Fei turned his head and looked at her and asked. I don't know either. Su Yanqi answered helplessly. My previous good mood was ruined after meeting Xiaoyan, and I don't know what my mother will do when she finds out. She really has no good feelings towards the Qiao family, especially Su Huan and Xiaoyan. Arrogance and arrogance are fully reflected in them, as if the world should revolve around them. If it weren't for her mother, she wouldn't even let the other person into the house. As she was speaking, Su Yanqi's cell phone rang. After a pause, she finally answered the phone. I thought my mother would say something, but unexpectedly, her tone was not blaming. Just ask her where she is and who she is with. He's a classmate from school. Su Yanqi explained. Come back in the afternoon and at least say hello to your uncle and aunt. The woman's voice on the other end of the phone sounded very gentle. Let's do it in the evening. I have an appointment with my classmates to go out and see a movie this afternoon. Su Yanqi said with a pout. Well, then, at night, be careful outside and know how to protect yourself. I know, Mom. After saying that, Su Yanqi hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that her mother was not angry. Woo woo woo. As expected, her mother still loves her. Carat omega carat. The other side. Yao Yu had also made up her mind. Maybe her husband was right. Xiao Yan was indeed not suitable for Xiaoxi. After contacting the Qiao family today, she became more certain of this idea. Su Huan has a hot temper and is arrogant. If Xiaoxi went to their house, one can imagine how she would be treated. She didn't want her precious daughter to suffer from other people's bullying. At the moment she was just pretending. When they met in the evening, based on Xiaoxi's personality, she would definitely make her attitude clear. If she then steps forward to end the matter, it won't be considered as an insult to the other party. Shall we go archery? In Xiao Fei's car, Su Yanqi suddenly suggested. She was in such a bad mood that she couldn't calm down enough to watch a movie. She might as well go do something exciting. Archery? A hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Fei's eyes. He didn't expect that she had this hobby. Although he has never played it, since Su Yanqi likes it, let's go and play it. River City Flyover Stadium. It is located on the east side of Zhonghuan Avenue, on the same avenue as Yanhai Bank. They are only a few kilometers apart and are one of the famous gymnasiums in Jiangcheng. However, this central ring road has a total length of dozens of kilometers in the city, which shows how large the city is. It lives up to the title of a first-tier city. Xiao Fei's sports car was not driving very fast along the way. This was exactly what Su Yanqi wanted. Admiring the scenery along the way also dispelled a lot of her worries. Half an hour later, Pagani arrived at the stadium's parking lot. The flyover stadium is open to the public and you can enter after paying the ticket. You know, I'm a shooting expert. She seemed to become more energetic when talking about shooting. In the last competition, I shot 36 arrows, 5 of which hit 10 rings, 10 hit 9 rings, and the rest were all 7s and 8s. So, I'm pretty good, right? After saying this, she felt a little proud. I've never participated in a shooting competition, Xiao Fei confessed. For this kind of sport that he had never touched before, he had no idea what the data the other party was talking about meant. Since Su Yanqi said it was amazing, then it must be really amazing. I can tell from your expression that you have never played it before, but it doesn't matter. I will teach you later, Su Yanqi said confidently. You must have been playing this for quite some time, right? Xiao Fei guessed. Of course, and let me tell you, there are rankings for shooting competitions in this gymnasium. But the gym only ranks the top 30 scores. My highest score is 305, which puts me in 28th place. She was very proud when she talked about it. The two of them entered the inner field while talking and chatting. It was the first time that Xiao Fei knew that there were so many people in the gymnasium every day. As far as the eye can see, there are at least thousands of people, some participating in the shooting competition and some just spectators. Su Yanqi took Xiao Fei and the bow and arrow and walked towards the playground of the sports center. Su Yanqi? Not long after entering, I heard a call from the front. Xiao Fei and others turned their heads and saw two young figures slowly walking towards them. There was a man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman was pretty, but they were still a little inferior to Xiao Fei and the others. Especially that girl, although she is also a beauty, she is at most at the level of Xin Yueli. I didn't expect you to come too. Looking at the person who came, Su Yanqi's originally excited expression instantly became ugly. The girl in front of her was named Xiaoli, and she was her old rival in the shooting competition. At the beginning, because she started learning late, Su Yanqi would lose to her every time. Later, as time went by, and she was quite talented in shooting, she surpassed her opponent in just 1 year. Unexpectedly, the other party was not convinced, and last time she even asked her boyfriend to help her compete with Su Yanqi. The result is predictable, Su Yanqi lost badly. The opponent beat Su Yanqi with scores of 12-10 rings, 15-9 rings, and 9-8 rings. Especially during the competition, the other party was showing off their affection in various ways. Not only did they lose the competition, but they also had to eat a lot of dog food. Later, Su Yanqi went home to investigate and found out that the other party was actually a professional shooter. He was ranked in the top 5 in the entire gymnasium, which made Su Yanqi very angry. Chapter 26. A rookie wants to compete with professional players? Why, do you want to compete again today? Xiaoli chuckled, her tone full of contempt. The last time she lost to me, she already realized the gap between us. She still dares to compete with me? Xiaoli's boyfriend Fong Mo said disdainfully. He didn't take opponents like Su Yanqi seriously at all. If it weren't for Xiaoli, he wouldn't have competed with her at all. He is a professional shooter, so naturally he looks for professional opponents. Okay, let's compete. There was no fear in Su Yanqi's eyes. No matter whether she won or lost, at least she could not lose in momentum. Don't cry if you lose later. Xiaoli covered her mouth and laughed, feeling extremely proud. Thinking back to when she first competed with Su Yanqi, the other party was still a novice. But I didn't expect that in just 1 year, his strength would surpass my own, who had been practicing shooting for 2 or 3 years. In a fit of anger, she thought of finding a boyfriend who could shoot to help her get back at him. She is the daughter of a famous enterprise in Jiangcheng. Needless to say, her family conditions are well off, and she is also beautiful. Soon she met a professional shooter at the gym and they became very close. In the end, he defeated Su Yanqi as he wished. She had been in a particularly good mood recently, and she didn't expect to meet him again today, so she was naturally very excited. Xiao Fei probably understood the situation and stood aside without saying anything. Xiao Fei, just watch from the side and see how I defeat him. Su Yanqi turned to look at Xiao Fei and swore angrily. Xiao Fei smiled, thinking she was very cute, and couldn't help but touch her head to show encouragement. Su Yanqi? Humph. You don't know your own limitations. The speaker was Xia Li's boyfriend Fang Yamo. Since his debut, he has not encountered many opponents. Not to mention that this shooter who has only practiced for a year, no matter how talented he is, he can never be his opponent. It's them competing in pairs again, what a shame. Yeah, but that girl will definitely lose miserably. Of course. I know that man. His name is Fang Yamo. He's the 5th place record holder in the gymnasium shooting ranking competition. He's very strong. Many viewers have already paid attention to the situation on their side, and the fact that they are all young and beautiful attracts even more people. After Su Yanqi and Fang Yamo were ready, the competition finally began. Su Yanqi took the lead and directly scored a 9th ring in the yellow zone, which was a good start. Fang Yamo sneered, but the first arrow also only scored 9 rings. When the second arrow started, Su Yanqi actually hit the 10 rings, which made her very excited. But the opponent was not simple either. Fang Yamo also hit the 10 rings. With the third arrow, Su Yanqi hit the 10th ring again, while her opponent only hit the 9th ring. However, Su Yanqi's performance became unstable from then on. There are 8 rings, 7 rings, 8 rings, 9 rings, but it is rare to have 10 rings. Looking at Fang Yamo again, his performance was very stable, always scoring 9 or 10 rings, and only occasionally scoring 8 rings. This is what professional players do, their performance is always stable, and this is also the weakness of non-professional players. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 30 arrows had passed, and the gap in the scores between the two was getting bigger and bigger. Su Yanqi knew that she had failed again, but she had not given up yet. In the final stage, she actually hit 2 10 rings in a row. At the end of the game, Su Yanqi scored 310 points and Fang Yamo scored 330 points. The gap was obvious. However, Su Yanqi was not too discouraged. Although she lost the game to the opponent, her total score was 310 points. She moved up 3 spots in the rankings and is now the 26th record holder. Although Fang Yamo didn't say anything, he was shocked in his heart. Su Yanqi really has a talent for shooting. She has made so much progress in just 1 or 2 months. If a few more years pass, I really may not be her match. So, you admit defeat with conviction, right? You and my boyfriend are not on the same level. Xia Li said proudly while hugging her boyfriend's arm. Snort. Su Yanqi just snorted coldly. After all, it was an indisputable fact that she lost. This game looks really good, Xiaoxi, why don't you let me play around with him? Suddenly, Xiao Fei, who was standing nearby, came over and spoke in an intimate tone. You? Su Yanqi looked at him blankly, then quickly stopped him. No, you'd better not participate. You haven't even touched an arrow. It's okay. I've learned most of what I learned from watching you and him compete just now. Xiao Fei explained indifferently. He then took the bow and arrow from Su Yanqi's hand to get used to the feel, and he didn't look like he was lying. This time it was not a question of being tough or not, but Xiao Fei could see that Su Yanqi was being bullied. The other party compared her with a professional player, and even a fool could see that she was being targeted. As her best friend, I naturally have to help her get back at her place. Bite. That S when the system appeared. Congratulations to the host for helping Su Yanqi and triggering the conditional task. 1. Defeat Fang Yamo and receive a luxurious villa as a reward. 2. Refresh the shooting record for flying over the stadium and receive a hang glider plaza as a reward. A reward plaza? Xiao Fei was instantly attracted by the second reward. Good job. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected surprise at this time, and he accepted the second task calmly. Su Yanqi was stunned, and seemed a little unable to react. Then I couldn't help but feel ashamed. What on earth did this guy think of the shooting competition? He could learn it after watching it once? She might have been okay with what he said, but the people around her couldn't help but laugh at him, looking at him as if he were an idiot. This young man looks quite handsome, but unfortunately he is not very smart. You've never learned how to shoot, yet you're challenging a professional. How foolish. It's nothing more than trying to show off a beautiful woman by her side and help her win a round. But if he wants to show off, he shouldn't find a place to do it. For someone who has never practiced shooting to compete with professionals is simply courting death. Then let Fang Yamo teach him a lesson and let him know what it means to be ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. The audience and surrounding contestants showed disdain and ridicule, thinking that the young man was simply insulting the shooting sport. Especially in this kind of shooting competition, it is not just about shooting the arrow. What is more important is the standardized movements and shooting techniques when shooting arrows, so that you can hit the target without missing it. At this point, you have just learned it. If you want to score higher, it will require years of continuous practice. Everyone who comes to the stadium and has been exposed to this game knows it. It is conceivable how everyone felt when Xiao Fei, a newcomer who was not even a rookie, said he wanted to play a game with a professional player like Fang Yamo. Ha ha! Xia Li suddenly laughed, her eyes full of contempt. Su Yanqi, you're so funny. I know you're not convinced that you lost to my boyfriend, but there's no need to drag in someone who knows nothing to fill the gap, right? Su Yanqi couldn't stand the other person's expression, but she couldn't refute it. She knew that Xiao Fei was trying to help her regain face, but this was exactly what he wanted. Amo, just play a game with him. Don't show mercy just because he's a novice. Xia Li's face suddenly became serious and she said solemnly. Today, she would make Su Yanqi lose face in front of everyone, so that she would feel good. Especially when she saw that the other person's face was more beautiful than hers, and that he was better at shooting than her, she felt jealous. Chapter 27. Xiao Fei's skills shocked the audience. Fang Yamo didn't take Xiao Fei seriously at all. He was too disdainful to compete with such a novice. However, since Xia Li had spoken, as her boyfriend, he naturally had the urge to compete with her. Let's start. Fang Yamo said lightly. Xiao Fei, why are you so impulsive? Now, even Su Yanqi was not optimistic about him. She knew that Xiao Fei was very good at playing basketball, but basketball and archery were different. Don't worry, I will win this game for you. Xiao Fei patted her shoulder and turned to walk to the archery line. Su Yanqi sighed and stopped trying to stop him. Since he really wants to try, let him compete. At worst, he will lose again, which is really no big deal. Puff. Su Yanqi, where did you find this idiot? I think he can't even hold the bow correctly, and you dare to compete with professional players? Calling him stupid is being polite to him. With such a good opportunity, Xia Li naturally would not forget to mock. Su Yanqi didn't bother to pay attention to her. It was Fang Yamo who defeated her, not her. How shameless of her to say that. Fang Yamo couldn't help but smile at the other party's unstandard posture and decided to give him a warning. So he took the first step and the first arrow hit the 10th ring. Xiao Fei had almost adapted, so he concentrated his mind and calmed down, then shot out the arrow. Although it did not miss the target, it was a ring in the white area. Ha, not bad, at least I didn't miss the target. Xia Li sneered. Su Yanqi snorted coldly and said nothing. Fang Yamo continued to shoot the second arrow, and this time it was still 10 rings. It is rare to get 10 rings twice in a row at the beginning, so this is a very good start. Many people in the audience immediately nodded in praise. This Fang Yamo is really good, his strength is very stable, and he may be able to challenge for the first place in the future. Yes, he has been steadily rising in the gym's rankings over the past few years, and his hard work is evident to everyone. Like that newbie, he looks like a rookie, he has no skills at all, and he likes to show off. The audience became more and more impressed with Fang Yamo and thought he was a dark horse. In sharp contrast, he looked down upon ignorant young men like Xiao Fei. While they were discussing, Xiao Fei's second arrow had already been shot, this time it was the 5th ring of the blue zone. Xiao Fei nodded, so that's how it is. The most important thing is to focus on the crosshairs. If you focus on the target, you will expand your field of vision. Not only does it increase interference, but it also reduces the sensitivity of one's own senses due to the distraction of attention. The most important thing is to control and adjust so that the movements are as perfect, stable, accurate, and coherent as possible. Due to the strengthening of his body, Xiao Fei's reaction control ability is now 5 times that of a normal person, and no one can match his grasp of subtle details. He concentrated his energy and shot the 3rd arrow. The arrow hit the center of the yellow area, hitting the 10 rings for the first time. Suddenly, some people in the audience were dumbfounded. No way, he actually hit the 10 rings? Is this true? Does he really know how to shoot and pretend he can't, or is it just a coincidence? Anyway, no matter which one it is, I don't believe he learned it on the spur of the moment. The audience was talking about it, but the most correct answer was the one they were least willing to believe. Su Yanqi's body trembled, and she looked at the situation in front of her in disbelief. What's going on? Didn't you say you have never learned shooting? How come you can hit the 10 rings? This is unscientific. So you were pretending not to be able to shoot on purpose. Are you kidding us? Fang Mo's face showed anger. He was actually fooled. No one would believe that he is a novice. As for coincidence, what is the probability of hitting the 10 rings within 3 arrows? Humph. Do you think you can beat me like this? It's a pity that your scores for the previous 2 arrows were too low. Even if you give it your all now, you won't be able to catch up with me. Fang Mo sneered. He had the confidence. At this moment, he hit the 10-ring mark with 2 arrows and the 9-ring mark with 1 arrow. The opponent hit 1 ring with 1 arrow, 5 rings with 1 arrow, and 10 rings with 1 arrow. There was a 13-point difference between the two. Even Du Yang, who was ranked first in the gym, might not be able to beat him with this score difference. The game is still going on. Because of Xiao Fei's strange performance, more and more people are paying attention to him. Xiao Fei shot for the 4th time and scored 10 rings. 5th shot, 10 rings. The 6th shot, 10 rings. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Xiao Fei. Oh my god, what did they see? 4 consecutive 10 rings, is this possible? However, the miracle was not over yet. Xiao Fei continued to shoot precise arrows, and each arrow seemed to penetrate people's hearts. 10 rings. 10 rings. 10 rings. The expressions of the audience at this moment were all dumbfounded. In order not to be too shocking, Xiao Fei deliberately slowed down his speed and pretended to be giving it his all. So far, he had shot down 36 arrows. 34 arrows hit 10 rings, 1 arrow hit 5 rings, 1 arrow hit 1 ring, total score 346, ranking first in the gymnasium shooting ranking. In an instant, the entire stadium was boiling. No one cared how many rings Fang Mo shot, and no one cared what score he got, because there was no need to. Oh my god, what did I see? The total score is 346, and the record holder for the top spot on the sports list only has 338, which means this person has set a new record. And this guy only shot a 1 on his first shot, and a 5 on his second shot. If we count them all based on 9 rings, that's at least 12 more points, or 358 points. What does that mean? Everyone's perception of this young man was completely overturned. Those audiences and contestants who had originally sneered at him were already dumbfounded, with shock in their eyes. Some people had already taken out their mobile phones to record the shocking scene and then posted the video to the Jiangqing Sports Forum. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples, and in an instant, the entire forum was in an uproar. Monster, an absolute monster. This level of strength can no longer be measured by professional shooters. It is completely world-class and top-notch. It was unbelievable that such an outstanding shooting athlete emerged from their Jiangqing gymnasium. Su Yanqi looked at Xiao Fei in a daze. She really didn't understand why he could be so strong. She felt that Xiao Fei was not lying to her. He was a real novice, and it could be seen from his words and actions. But who can explain to her what is going on? Is there really an omnipotent genius in this world? Whether it's basketball, shooting, or anything else, you can do it with ease? Su Yanqi discovered that Xiao Fei was really not human. Su Yanqi, I never thought you could secretly find such a great shooter. You're pretty impressive. Xiaoli glared at Su Yanqi angrily, wishing she could eat her. At this moment, she just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, as she had lost all her face. Snort! Fang Mo thought that the other party was deliberately teasing him. He felt seriously insulted and left the playground. Xiao Fei, you are so amazing. Su Yanqi was so excited at this moment that she even forgot the difference between men and women and hugged Xiao Fei excitedly. With the soft fragrance in his arms, Xiao Fei naturally hugged her back without hesitation. This is called reciprocity. As if realizing that her behavior was inappropriate, Su Yanqi quickly left his arms, her face flushed. Chapter 28: A new day, full of energy. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and setting a new record for first place in the gymnasium. The system rewards you with a Hanglida Plaza. Hanglida Plaza is located at the junction of Donghuan Street and Binhai Road. Its geographical location is unique and it is one of the 8 major squares in Jiangcheng. The plaza has 2 office buildings, 3 commercial buildings, 2 rental apartments, and a 6-star hotel. The plaza has countless shops, including supermarkets, restaurants, leisure and entertainment shops, home appliances, cinemas, etc. System reminder: the 6-star hotel host owns 30% of the shares. He is still the largest shareholder, but not the absolute controlling shareholder. Of the 360 residents in the 2 apartment buildings, 128 have already been purchased. These are independent personal properties, and the host has no right to control them. The remaining 232 households are all tenants. The host has control over them, and can buy, sell, or collect rent. Because many shops are privately rented, they cannot participate in the shareholding system and therefore cannot enjoy profit rights. In Xiaofei's mind, the system was explaining the content. After listening to it, Xiaofei nodded and fully understood its meaning. In other words, most of the property rights of this square belong to him. Except for those that have been sold, he can collect rent from the remaining properties, take back the houses, or resell the property rights as a whole. However, dividends cannot be collected from any store in the square because most of them are privately owned shops. Xiaofei was very satisfied with this result. With such a large plaza, I don't know how much rent I can collect, and it doesn't matter whether I have shares or not. Thank you so much for helping me vent my anger today. After leaving the gym, Su Yanqi said happily, feeling so happy. It's just a small favor. Xiaofei came back to his senses and smiled calmly. Seeing her so happy, his previous move was worth it. I still haven't figured it out. How did you do it? Looking back on the scenes just now, it seemed like a dream. 3210 rings, how strong does that require? Ha ha. Actually, I only know a little bit of everything, plus a little bit of luck. Xiaofei said modestly. A little bit? Su Yanqi nodded. It was indeed a little bit. Then she smiled and said, you know, now that you're the #1 player in Feiyue Stadium, there will definitely be a lot of people trying to sponsor you and hoping you can compete. Xiaofei remained silent, imagining that the phone number he had left when registering would be flooded with calls. But he was not interested at all. These people were destined to be turned away, and he would block each one who came. Yushan Park Area A. A Pagani slowly drove into the gate of the manor, and 2 people got out of the car. They were Xiaofei and Su Yanqi. After they came out of the gymnasium, Xiaofei drove her around the city. Then I took her to the snack street and ate a lot of different snacks before sending her home. Is that lunatic in your house? Xiaofei asked with a frown. Well, that should be the case, but don't worry, my parents are at home, he wouldn't dare to do anything rash. Su Yanqi explained. Xiaofei nodded and said, that's right. Even if that guy has other ideas, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. Then I'll go first. See you at school tomorrow. Xiaofei saw that it was getting late and it was not convenient to stay any longer. Suddenly, Su Yanqi stepped forward and gave Xiaofei a big hug. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know how today would have turned out. This time, unlike the excitement during the day, Su Yanqi really wanted to hug him like this. Thinking of Xiaoyan and Xiaoli, if it weren't for Xiaofei, she would have been bullied to death. Xiaofei was stunned. Then he smiled slightly and touched her head, giving her a loving hug back. To be honest, Su Yanqi is not short. If Xiaofei wants to touch her head, he has to raise his arm high. The scene was somewhat funny. A few minutes later, Xiaofei spoke to her a few more words and drove away. With his departure, Su Yanqi's heart became heavier. She looked back at her big villa and let out a sigh. She still had to face what she had to face. The other side. Pagani drove towards Xiaofei's old town at high speed. It was already very cold in winter, and after playing all day, he just wanted to take a comfortable hot bath. 2 hours later, after drying his hair and finishing everything, he finally returned to bed. I took out my cell phone and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Still feeling uneasy, Xiaofei opened VX and sent a message to Su Yanqi. Half a minute later, Su Yanqi finally replied with a message, and Xiaofei finally felt relieved. Time flies, and it's Monday again. Xiaofei got up early and felt full of energy and in a good mood for the new day. After packing everything up, he went downstairs and drove the Pagani away from home. Since this cool super sports car has frequently entered and exited the alley in the past 2 days, many people have paid attention to the situation of the Xiao family. Do you think Xiaofei has become very successful out there, to the point where he can afford such a luxurious sports car? I thought I was seeing things last time, but I didn't expect it was really him. In my opinion, he is being kept by some rich woman. You're right. I think so too. He's not learning well at such a young age and has gone astray. Some residents in the alley gathered together to chat. Seeing that the Xiao family, whom they usually looked down upon, had improved their conditions, they naturally tried to find ways to criticize them. 20 minutes later. Xiao Fei drove the car to the school parking lot. Then he walked slowly towards the dormitory. He planned to put his backpack in the dormitory first and then go to the classroom. Everyone who met Xiao Fei along the way turned to look at him. Now he is a celebrity in the school. He was first framed by Xin Yueli, then proved innocent, and then got together with Su Yanqi and defeated Zhou Wenbin on the basketball court. Every incident caused a huge uproar in the school. He was at the center of the attention, even overshadowing Su Yanqi. But apparently, the news never seems to stop. As soon as he entered the dormitory, several roommates immediately surrounded him. She looked left and right, looking at him as if he were a monster, leaving Xiao Fei completely confused. Damn, Xiao Fei, I never realized before that you were so secretive. From now on I won't call you Xiao Fei anymore. I'll just call you Master. You're so awesome. I'm impressed by you. I didn't expect that you're not only so good at basketball, but also such a strong shooter. When it comes to shooting, Xiao Fei finally understands what is going on. How did you get the news so quickly? Xiao Fei asked curiously. Shen Yu patted Xiao Fei's shoulder and said with a smile, "You forgot, I'm the captain of the basketball team, and Jiangqing Sports Forum is where I often visit. Yesterday I came online and saw that the entire sports forum was filled with videos of you shooting a competition over a stadium. 36 arrows, total score 346. Although I don't practice shooting, I know some information about it. Even the world champion Daila's peak record is only this high, and his first 2 arrows were already 10 rings." Xiao Fei touched his chin and said nonchalantly, "Really? Then he's quite powerful." Roommates. Chapter 29. We hope you can join the sports club. Hey, did you guys read the forum this morning? Of course, he's so strong. Xiao Fei is simply my idol now. Really? Although I don't understand shooting competitions, I know that Xiao Fei's results in international shooting competitions are top-notch. He's such a versatile player. Not only is he so good at basketball, but he's also such a terrifyingly strong shooter. Ah. Not only that, the Suzhou University beauty also went to the gym with him yesterday and hugged Xiao Fei excitedly. Not only did he win the competition, he also got the beautiful girl. Wow. Xiao Fei must have saved the Milky Way in his previous life, otherwise why is he so lucky? The truth cannot be hidden. There are tens of thousands of students in Jiangnan University. Any 1 or 2 people who log into the Jiangqing Sports Forum will find Xiao Fei's video and then forward it to the Jiangda Forum. So it's no surprise that everyone got the news so quickly. Sitting on a chair in the classroom, listening to the various discussions of people around him, Xiao Fei shook his head. He had accidentally found himself in the spotlight and became the center of everyone's conversation. He had gotten used to it. Just then his cell phone suddenly vibrated and a message came in. Xiao Fei took out his mobile phone, which was the bank electronic account that the system had opened for him at Hanglida yesterday. As soon as he opened the bank app, a message popped up. Your bank has received a transfer of 120,000 yuan. Xiao Fei was stunned, then opened the details and saw that it was the rent for the new year that was due yesterday for a restaurant in Hanglida Plaza. It feels so good to just sit there and collect money. Looking at the extra 120,000 yuan in the card, Xiao Fei felt happy. It turns out that this is the happiness and joy of a rent collector, and it turns out that the happiness of rich people is so simple and unpretentious. He opened VX and found the account without an avatar. It was his mother's account. I immediately transferred 10,000 yuan to them and told them not to do any hard work anymore so that I could feel at ease. The exclusive card in his hand has an exclusive credit limit of 5 million, but unfortunately it can only be used for consumption and not for cash withdrawal, otherwise he would have transferred money to his parents long ago. However, he did not give too much at once. If he gave too much, his parents would definitely be shocked and it would also arouse suspicion. Therefore, he could only give it little by little from time to time. I paused for a moment and remembered that today was Monday. Not knowing whether Su Yanqi had arrived, Xiao Fei sent her a message. 10 seconds later, Su Yanqi sent a big smiling face. I just arrived at the school dormitory and will go to class soon. I will come to see you at noon. Su Yanqi said. Okay, let's have lunch together. Xiao Fei replied. Just as he put down his phone, Shen Yu walked into the classroom and came to Xiao Fei and said, "Someone from the school sports club is looking for you. It seems they want to invite you to join the basketball team. I told them you didn't like basketball, but they were very adamant and insisted on seeing you." Sports club? Xiao Fei frowned. The sports club is a very large sports club in Jiangnan University, which includes basketball, football, table tennis, and so on. They specifically recruit students who like sports, manage and train them uniformly, and then let them participate in competitions. Chen Yu is one of them, and he is also the captain of the basketball team. They are outside. You should go and talk to them yourself, otherwise they won't give up. Chen Yu suggested. Yeah. Xiao Fei nodded, and without saying anything more, he walked out of the classroom directly. Sure enough, he saw a man and a woman waiting for him in the corridor. The woman was holding a book in her hand, which seemed to be for taking notes. The woman was wearing a pair of glasses, but even so, it couldn't hide the extremely beautiful face behind the glasses, which was no different from Xin Yueli's. Xiao Fei naturally recognized her. She was one of the 3 beauties of Jiang University, named Zhang Zishi. Are you Xiao Fei? Her voice was fresh and had a seductive spring breeze. If an ordinary person faced her, his heart would probably beat fast, but it couldn't touch Xiao Fei's heart. Is there anything wrong? Xiao Fei asked calmly. It's not convenient here, let's go to another place to talk. Zhang Zishi said slowly. Xiao Fei frowned slightly, although he didn't want to pay attention to them. But if I don't go, I guess they won't give up, so I might as well go with them and talk it out. Jiangda University has a large area. In addition to the sports playground, there is also a sports club in the west area of the school. 10 minutes later, Xiao Fei followed them into the museum and sat down at a long table. Can we tell you what happened now? Xiao Fei said. In fact, he could guess something without him saying anything. Xiao Fei, we carefully watched your last match against the finance department and found that your talent in basketball is truly unmatched. You shouldn't waste such a great talent. As long as you are willing to join our sports club, I will arrange for you to join the best team in our Jiang University and let your talent shine. Zhang Zishi looked at the other party and spoke seriously. His attitude was also very sincere. The best team, Zhou Wenbin's team? Xiao Fei sneered. Zhang Zishi nodded and said, yes, I know you have a grudge against Zhou Wenbin, but as long as you are willing, I can let you join the team and become the vice captain of the team. No need, I'm not interested in basketball. Xiao Fei replied calmly. Why are you so stubborn? I asked Zhou Wenbin for you, and he has no objection to you joining the team. He's such a proud man that he's willing to put aside his grudge against you, so why can't he do that to you? This time the person who spoke was a boy next to him. His name was Sun Hao, and he was the vice captain of the sports club, while Zhang Zishi was the captain of the sports club. Join his team so that he can think about how to plot against me every day? Xiao Fei felt that what they were talking about was like a fairy tale. Why do you think so badly of people? Zhang Zishi couldn't help but retort. You are too naive. Looking at the innocent look of the two, Xiao Fei knew that they had never been cheated or bullied, so it was natural for them to speak without any hesitation. Your mind is too narrow. Sun Hao said disappointedly. I'm afraid no one would be willing to join a team that is extremely provocative to them, let alone me. But I didn't expect that in Jiangda, there is a saint like you, Sun Hao, who is so tolerant of everything. I am really disrespectful. After saying this, Xiao Fei still had a sarcastic smile on his face. You? Sun Hao didn't expect that the other party would dare to speak to him like that, and suddenly a surge of anger surged in his heart. He has always been respected as a superior in the community, how could he have suffered such humiliation? Xiao Fei, watch your attitude when you speak. He shouted coldly. Why, you can't stand it? Xiao Fei's face showed a hint of amusement as he continued, Zhou Wenbin's provocation to me before was much more brutal than this. Zhang Zishi frowned. After the school sports meet, there will be the city sports competition. The outstanding members of each team will be sent out to compete with other universities. If you join the finance department team, I believe winning the championship will not be a problem. Does it have anything to do with me? Xiao Fei said coldly. Of course, this is related to the honor of the school, and it is also your honor. Zhang Zishi moved people emotionally and explained the reason to them. Chapter 30. The classmates were hurt by the sweet critical hit. I told you I'm not interested in this. Can we go now? Looking at the other party's exaggerated words, Xiao Fei knew that he was not on the same channel as them. Why was there any chicken soup for the soul for him? Zhang Zishi didn't expect that even saying this wouldn't move the other party, and he couldn't help feeling a little angry. I've investigated your family's situation. Your parents are both part-time workers, and your family's financial situation is very difficult. If you help the school win the city basketball championship, you'll receive a 30,000 yuan scholarship. Is that an acceptable offer? Jiang Zishi said coldly that since he couldn't convince the other party, he could only negotiate terms. She knew about Xiao Fei's family's financial situation, and his parents' annual salary was probably about this amount. She was sure that the other party would never be able to refuse such conditions. Xiao Fei glanced at her indifferently, his eyes extremely cold. What he hates most is someone investigating him behind his back. This kind of prying into other people's privacy makes him feel very uncomfortable. Jiang Zishi's body trembled, and he took a step back in fear. The words he wanted to say seemed to be stuck in his throat and could no longer come out. This was the first time since she became the head of the sports team that she felt fear towards someone. Xiao Fei didn't say anything else. He stood up and left. It's a complete waste of time to deal with such an out-of-touch person. Even Su Yanxi, the daughter of Tianxue Group, is much stronger than them. Time passed quickly and the morning was over in a flash. As soon as get out of class was over, Xiao Fei received a message from Su Yanxi. She told Xiao Fei not to leave the classroom and that she would go find him directly. Although he was surprised by her behavior, since Su Yanxi said so, Xiao Fei just did it. 10 minutes later, a beautiful figure appeared at the door of the classroom. It was Su Yanxi who walked in. Because it was noon, the classroom was empty. Today she is wearing a white down jacket, blue jeans, and her long hair falls behind her like a waterfall, making her look particularly beautiful. At this time, she was holding a small box in her hand, which she then placed on Xiao Fei's desk. What is this? Xiao Fei asked in surprise. It doesn't look like a gift. Bento. Su Yanxi said with a smile. Xiao Fei couldn't help but open his eyes wide and asked, "You did it?" She nodded and said proudly, "Don't think you're the only one who knows a lot. I know a lot too." Su Yanxi became more and more proud as she spoke, with her hands on her hips, looking very proud of herself. She is already extremely beautiful, and this action has a special kind of cuteness. As expected, she is good looking and everything she does is perfect. Xiao Fei shook his head helplessly, then opened the incubator. Braised spare ribs, minced pork and eggplant, scallion fried egg. You know what, it looks really good. Did she really do this? Xiao Fei deliberately showed a skeptical expression. The person in front of you is the princess of a big boss company in Jiangcheng. It can be said that she can have whatever she wants. It is not easy to have clothes to wear and food to eat. Would you be interested in doing these things? I saw doubt in your expression, and my heart was hurt. No, I believe you. Xiao Fei said frankly. Although they had not been together for a long time, he knew Su Yanxi and knew she was not the kind of person who would lie casually. He picked up the chopsticks and tasted the braised pork ribs. They were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, soft and delicious, and especially refreshing. He took another bite of the minced meat eggplant and found a faint aroma of sauce. Xiao Fei knew it was fermented black bean paste. It's delicious. Xiao Fei said in disbelief that it was hard to imagine that the daughter of the chairman of Tianxue Group could cook so well. As long as you like it. Su Yanxi said happily, then took out 2 boxes of lunch from the thermal box, one for each person, and sat at the table to eat. In college, it is normal for groups of 3 or 4, or couples, to eat in the classroom at noon. So for the two of them, there was nothing strange about it. However, it is different for others. Because several students ate quickly and did not return to the dormitory, they came directly to the classroom. This entry was so amazing that it stunned them. Oh my god, is that Su Yanxi and Xiao Fei? It would be fine if they were eating together in the cafeteria, but they're actually eating together secretly in the classroom. Eating from the same bowl, this isn't just a relationship of ordinary friends, is it? Ah. I'm so envious. Is Xiao Fei a lucky star? How can he be so close to the school beauty? There were crowds of onlookers everywhere, and the students couldn't stand hiding, so they took out their mobile phones to take videos of the scene. Suddenly, the entire forum exploded again and again. As expected, Xiao Fei's figure appeared at the top of the forum again. Wow, oh my god, is my beautiful school beauty Su really taken? The aloof school beauty she used to be is gone forever. Now she has fallen to the point of delivering water and food to Xiao Fei, and even eating with him. Ah! Who can blame Xiao Fei for being so versatile? He's a great basketball player, and even his shooting is top-notch. It's really f-king annoying. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Xiao Fei and Su Yanqi's unintentional actions had already caused their classmates to suffer 9,999 points of critical damage. Happy times always pass quickly. After dinner, Xiao Fei and her walked slowly on the path on campus, preparing to send her back to the dormitory. After all, if someone brings you food and you wipe your mouth after eating without giving them a piece, that would be too unreasonable. You seem to be worried about something? Seeing Su Yanqi, who was happy just now, frowning now, Xiao Fei asked puzzledly. Well, you know Xiao Yan, the guy I met at the Shanghai hotel over the weekend. He wants to enter our Zhengda University. Su Yanqi frowned and said, still angry in her heart. That guy is usually uneducated and just knows how to eat, drink and have fun. In their Xiaocheng, they didn't want to go to college, but now that they have come to Jiangchang, they want to go to college instead. Xiao Fei frowned slightly, then sneered in his heart. It was obvious that the other party was coming for Su Yanqi. But it would be fine if he behaves himself, but if he does anything wrong, don't blame him for being rude. Don't worry, everything will be fine with me here. If he causes you trouble, just send me a WeChat message and I will come over soon. Xiao Fei comforted her. Yeah. Su Yanqi nodded, feeling a little better. As if to verify what she said. That afternoon, a luxury Bentley drove into Jiangda. The car did not drive to the parking lot, but went straight to the Jiangda office building. In addition to the driver, Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan's mother Su Huan also got out of the car. At the same time, as if reminded by Tianxue Group, Jiang University President Wang Feng, Vice President Jiang Tao and others had already been waiting here. Chapter 31, If we are not from the same family, we will not enter the same door. It is a great honor for Jiangda to have the wife of the chairman of Xiaoqing Shifeng Group come to our school. Wang Feng and others greeted him with a smile and then made a gesture of invitation. Su Huan looked at the surrounding environment and nodded. This school is pretty good. No wonder it has become a famous school in Jiangcheng. However, Xiao Yan disagreed. His purpose of coming here was to pursue Su Yanqi. He doesn't care about what the school is like. Entering the reception room on the third floor of the office building, Wang Feng asked the two to take a seat and then serve tea. I heard from Director Su of Tianxue Group that Mr. Qiao wants to come to our Jiang University. I just don't know what major you want to study so I can arrange it. Wang Feng said, looking at the two of them. What major is Su Yanqi from Tianxue Group studying? Xiao Yan finally spoke at this time. Su Yanqi is in the Foreign Languages Department. Wang Feng paused for a moment and replied. Okay, I'll also choose the Foreign Languages Department. Xiao Yan said without hesitation. Mr. Qiao, you have to think carefully. Choosing a major is not a trivial matter. It will affect your future. As the principal, Wang Feng still had the responsibility to remind him, but Xiao Yan waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter, as long as you arrange for me to be admitted to the Foreign Languages Department. Principal Wang, since my son Xiao Yan has said so, please make the arrangements. As for the tuition, we will pay it immediately. Su Huan sat on the sofa and spoke slowly. He didn't look like someone who came to register, but rather like a big boss inspecting him. You must be joking. With your net worth, how could you possibly not pay tuition? Wang Feng smiled and shook his head. Principal Wang, I heard that your school is holding a sports meet and buying new equipment? Su Huan suddenly asked. Yes, thanks to the funding from Tianxue Group, the school can purchase new equipment smoothly. Wang Feng nodded and explained. This is not a big secret and there is no need to hide it. Well, if the school needs any help in the future, you can call me directly. As he said that, Su Huan took out a business card from his LV bag and handed it to the table. Wang Feng was delighted. With the other party's words, he could find sponsors for any construction the school needed in the future. Oh, there's one more thing. Yao Yu, the wife of the chairman of Tianxue Group, is my best friend. She asked me to ask Su Yanqi how she's doing in school lately and if she has a boyfriend or something. If you have any, please let Principal Wang know so that I can give you an answer. Su Huan asked calmly. I'm afraid only she herself knows whether she is lying or not. Wang Feng naturally didn't know what Su Huan was planning. After thinking for a moment, he said seriously. Recently, there have been a lot of posts about Su Yanqi and Xiao Fei on the school forum. The two seem to have a special relationship and often hang out together. I just don't know if they're already in a relationship. After all, they're already in college, so we shouldn't ask too much about some things. Xiao Fei? Su Huan frowned. Could it be the person Xiao Yan saw in the hotel? Principal Wang, can you reveal some information about Xiao Fei? Su Huan asked. This, Miss Su, it is our school's responsibility to protect students' information. Please don't make things too difficult for me. Wang Feng said hesitantly. After all, they are students of our own school, and the school has an obligation to do so. Su Huan smiled calmly. Principal Wang misunderstood. I don't want any important data or information from you. I'm just asking you some superficial information, like what his family does and how their financial situation is. So that's it. Wang Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said without much thought. This Xiao Fei has had a lot of problems in our school, and we've been paying attention to him. His parents are part-time workers, and their financial situation isn't very good. Xiao Yan and Su Huan looked at each other and saw a smile in each other's eyes. If that was the case, things would be easy. Does the school have his phone number? I'd like to talk to him. After all, he's so close to my friend's daughter. We have to be careful that he has other intentions. Wang Feng thought for a moment and nodded. The phone number was not a secret information. 30 minutes later, after completing the admission procedures, Xiao Yan and his mother Su Huan walked out of the office building. Mom, help me buy a house near the school. The closer the better, preferably a villa. I don't want to live in a dormitory. I can't stand it. Xiao Yan made the request as soon as he got into the car. Yeah. Okay, I'll go back and help you find a house online. If you can get Su Yanqi to live in it, you'll be considered capable. Su Huan naturally never refused his son's request. Although Yao Yu said last night that the marriage between the two families was off, the main reason was still Su Yanqi. If her son could spend more time with her, maybe Su Yanqi would get along with him. In fact, the main reason why Su Huan supports his son so much is because Su Yanqi is impeccable in both appearance and family background. If their two families were to marry, it would be a powerful alliance, so why not do it? Otherwise, how could she be so close to Yao Yu? In her mind, friends without vested interests are not really friends. Don't worry, Mom. I will definitely make Su Yanqi fall in love with me. Women just love sweet words and all kinds of gifts. I don't believe that after spending half a year or a year together, coaxing her and giving her gifts every day, I can't make her change her mind about me? Xiao Yan said confidently. By the way, Mom, what are you going to do with that guy named Xiao Fei? Xiao Yan continued. It's easy to deal with since he doesn't have any conditions or background. We just need to pay him off. Su Huan said indifferently. Isn't it too easy for him? Xiao Yan frowned. Anything that can be done with money is a small matter. Besides, how much can a poor student really need? Besides, it's a big deal that you can pursue Su Yanqi. Don't let others delay you because of a small benefit. Su Huan taught. Xiao Yan nodded, thinking that what his mother said made sense, and decided not to pursue the matter any further. Wow! Whose car is so luxurious that they drove here? It's a Bentley Ulu. I saw it go to the office building earlier. Whose luxury car is this again, Zhou Wenbin? Shuai Kai? This is too enviable. Far away. Everyone stood in the corridors of the teaching buildings, watching the black luxury Bentley pass by below, and talked a lot. Chapter 32 Su Huan confronts Xiao Fei. Old Chen, park the car at the school gate. Take Xiaoyan back first. Su Huan suddenly spoke to the driver in the black Bentley. Mom, are you going to find that guy named Xiao Fei now? Xiao Yan turned around and asked in surprise. Well, didn't you just log into the Jiangda forum and confirm him? Su Huan asked back. Yes, it's him. Xiao Yan nodded affirmatively. Since he has completed the admission procedures, he is now a student of Jiangnan University. Of course, he could also log into the forum to check whether the Xiao Fei the principal mentioned was the man in the Shanghai hotel. The result was as Su Huan expected. How about I go with you? Xiao Yan said immediately. He still couldn't forget how Xiao Fei treated him that day, and now he wanted to get back at them. Especially after seeing all the posts from Xiao Fei and Su Yanqi just now, he was even more jealous and crazy. They actually ate together at school, and Su Yanqi personally came to deliver lunch. How could he tolerate such intimate behavior? You're too impulsive and could easily cause trouble. What can a mere student do? I, Su Huan, have been in the business world for over a decade. It's easy for me to deal with a young brat like this. Su Huan said lightly, as if he didn't take Xiao Fei seriously at all. Back then, her husband's chiffon group was just a medium-sized enterprise. Since she joined the company, the business has been booming. After so many years, it has now become one of the largest enterprises in Xiaocheng, not much worse than Tianxue Group. Besides, what's so difficult about dealing with such a green student? Seeing that his mother insisted, Xiao Yan didn't say anything else. Thinking that he would be able to pursue Su Yanqi smoothly in the future, he became excited again. Meanwhile, on the other side, after class, Xiao Fei went straight to the dormitory. Since he had nothing to do, he could have a good sleep. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Xiao Fei took out his mobile phone and unlocked the password, which was the electronic banking information. After logging into the software, another message appeared on the top: your electronic account has received a transfer of 96,000 yuan. Xiao Fei opened the details again and saw that this time a tenant in the apartment building had paid the rent for the new year. The rent is 8,000 yuan per month, and for 12 months a year, it is exactly 96,000 yuan. In one day, Xiao Fei received 2 rent payments in a row. It's actually not surprising, nor is it a coincidence. Hanglida Plaza is huge and has countless houses. Excluding those that have been sold, there are still more than 200 households with property rights in the apartment building alone. Including office buildings and commercial buildings, it is estimated that there are thousands of rooms rented out in total. Each household rents the house at a different time, 365 days a year. Xiao Fei could imagine that from now on, he would probably receive 1 or 2 rent payments every day. Of course, it is also possible that you will not receive any money in a day. After all, it is impossible to distribute it so evenly. Well, collecting money every day is so boring. Seeing that the balance in his mobile banking card had increased by nearly 100,000, Xiao Fei couldn't help but sigh. We no longer remember the path you took that year. The melodious music from the phone suddenly sounded. Xiao Fei saw that it was an unfamiliar number, paused for a moment and then answered the call. There was a woman's voice on the other end of the line. 10 minutes later, opposite Jiangda. It's still the same cafe, and the same dining table. But the person sitting opposite him was a middle-aged woman who was dressed gorgeously and looked a little noble. You were the one who called me just now and asked me to talk about Su Yanqi? Xiao Fei frowned and asked the woman opposite him, whom he had never met before, very curious about how she got his cell phone number. She has a relationship with Su Yanqi. Could it be that Su Yanqi gave it to her? Is she Su Yanqi's mother? Xiao Fei secretly guessed in his heart. However, no matter how he looked at it, he could not find even the slightest trace of Su Yanqi in the other person, so he rejected this guess again. I'm a good friend of Su Yanqi's mother, Yao Yu, and her best friend for many years, so Su Yanqi is half my daughter, and I'm very concerned about her affairs. Su Huan spoke slowly and his tone was calm but with a hint of arrogance. His attitude of a superior was obvious. So? Xiao Fei's question was concise and clear. He was not stupid, and the tone of the other party's voice made him uncomfortable as soon as he opened his mouth. I went to the school to learn about Su Yanqi's recent situation. She has been very close to you recently. As her mother's best friend, I have to remind you that you two are not suitable for each other. Su Huan said calmly. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, and it's not up to you to decide, right? Xiao Fei couldn't help but sneer. Su Huan was not in a hurry and said slowly, you have been in the same school with her for such a long time, you should know her background. She is the daughter of Su Yunqing of Jiangcheng Tianxue Group. She is of noble status and unattainable. And you don't even come from an ordinary family. Your parents are temporary workers, working day and night in Jiangcheng. With such conditions, what can you give Su Yanqi? Don't even mention you. Even if someone with better conditions can own a house and a car in Jiangcheng, what does that mean? Compared to Su Yanqi's Tianxue Group, it's nothing. Xiao Fei frowned, looking at the other party who was talking slowly and eloquently. He knew so much about his situation, and it was obvious that he came prepared. Then a glint flashed in his eyes, and he opened his phone and sent a VX message to Manager Yang. At this moment, Su Huan took out a check from his bag and handed it to the table. Leave Jiangda and stay away from Su Yanqi, and this 1 million will be yours. Su Huan didn't say anything more and went straight to the point. Xiao Fei was stunned. What a guy! The scene that I have seen countless times in TV dramas actually happened to him. So, you've never seen 1 million in your life, right? Su Huan sneered. I really haven't seen it. Xiao Fei nodded and admitted frankly that this was the fact. Although he owns 51% of the shares of Shanghao Hotel, it is not time to distribute dividends yet. Although he has a card with an exclusive credit limit of 5 million, he cannot withdraw cash. Although he owns 70% of Yanhai Bank's shares and has absolute control, he has just become the chairman after all. Although he owns a Pagani Huayra, that's not $1 million in cash. Although he owns Hang Lida Plaza and can collect rent every day, he only has about 200,000 yuan in his card now, which is still 800,000 yuan short of 1 million. Seeing that the other party seemed to be frightened by the 1 million, Su Huan couldn't help but feel even more contemptuous. It will take your family many years to earn this much money. As long as you agree to my terms, this million will be yours. She said lightly that 1 million was nothing to her, even just a few pieces of clothing and a few bags. However, for a poor guy like Xiao Fei, it is definitely an astronomical figure. She was confident that no one could resist this temptation. After all, who would want to go against money? Is this what you mean? Xiao Fei suddenly looked up and asked in a cold voice. It's my idea, and it's also what Su Yanqi's parents wanted. They don't want to discourage a young person like you, so they asked me to bring a message. You and Su Yanqi are not from the same world. Some things don't belong to you. Young people should learn to retreat when faced with difficulties. Su Huan's tone softened, and he continued earnestly, as if educating a child. Su Yanqi is the princess of Tianxue Group. She eats, wears, and uses the best things. What can you give her with your conditions? Can you afford a luxury car, a villa? Can you buy her designer clothes and bags? Can you let her live a superior life? Xiao Fei tapped his fingers lightly on the table as he listened to her earnest advice. Suddenly his cell phone vibrated and Xiao Fei opened VX. 10 seconds later, he turned off his phone, a smile on his face. So that's it. Chapter 33. Su Huan was hit in the sore spot. You're lying. Xiao Fei suddenly leaned back in his chair with his hands on the back of his head, a faint smile appearing on his face. He had just guessed the identity of this woman and sent a message to Yang Mingfeng of Shenghao Hotel. Ask him to immediately check the surveillance video of Su Yunqing arriving at the hotel yesterday at noon. Yang Mingfeng naturally did not dare to delay and immediately intercepted the surveillance video. One of the segments was when Xiao Yan and the person in front of him entered the hotel yesterday. It goes without saying that they must be mother and son, and her purpose in coming to find me is clear. Su Huan looked at the other person's face, which suddenly changed, and he showed an ambiguous smile. This was the first time she found herself unable to see through even one of her students. You are Xiao Yan's mother. Xiao Fei said affirmatively. And what you said just now about coming here to represent Su Yanqi's parents, was that just something you made up, right? Xiao Fei sneered. Su Huan was shocked. He didn't expect that the other party had guessed his identity. But after all, he had seen the world, and after a moment of surprise he regained his composure. So what? This doesn't change the facts I just said. She sneered. Really? For your good-for-nothing son? Xiao Fei chuckled. What did you say? Su Huan frowned, obviously angry. No one had ever dared to comment on her son, let alone such a young boy. I heard that your son has no skills at all. He just eats, drinks and has fun every day and doesn't even go to school. I didn't expect that even pursuing Su Yanqi now requires my mother's help. TSK. You must be very sad to have such a son? He's my precious son after all. I want to scold him for being useless, but I can't bear to do that. But if I don't scold him, it would be too useless. So as a mother, you have no choice but to do everything yourself for your son. I heard from Su Yanqi that your son Xiao Yan is going to study at Jian University. Does he know how to read? Has he learned addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division? Sarcasm, naked sarcasm. After a series of taunts and bombardments, even the eloquent Su Huan held his breath. Xiao Fei smiled indifferently. When it comes to eloquence and sharp tongue, who can't do it? After a brief moment of daze, Su Huan's face changed drastically. The anger in my heart was rising at a speed of 180 miles per second. Angry, full of anger. When had she ever been ridiculed like this? She has always been smart and capable, and she is good at speaking. She is the only one who can scold others, and no one else can criticize her. How could I bear it when my sore spot was hit by a young boy? Xiao Fei, a man who knows the current situation, is a hero. Taking the 1 million and leaving is the best outcome for you. Don't be ungrateful, otherwise I will make sure you can't stay in Jiangqing anymore. Su Huan's face twisted, and he changed his previous gentle attitude, finally revealing his true face. She said this with confidence. Although this was not Xiaoqing, she could still find out everything about Xiao Fei's family background with just one phone call. At that time, as long as we give a little money to hire a few people and put some pressure on his family, I think he will have no way out. That depends on your ability, but I still want to kindly remind you that there are some things you must think carefully before doing, so as not to regret any consequences. After saying that, Xiao Fei sneered and stood up and left, leaving Su Huan sitting there with an angry look on his face. As for the $1 million check on the table, he didn't even bother to take another look at it. After coming out, Xiao Fei sent a text message to Su Yanqi. Ask Xiaoyan's parents if they run a company, where it is located, and what its name is. According to Xiao Fei's guess, anyone who can be friends with Tianxue Group and even marry into it must have an extraordinary identity. On the other side, although Su Yanqi was puzzled by Xiao Fei's question, she answered it immediately. Looking at the word Shifeng Group from Xiaoqing sent on VX. Xiao Fei frowned and then dialed Wu Cheng's cell phone number. After a while, the president of Yanhai Bank answered the call. President Wu, does Yanhai have a branch in Xiaocheng? Xiao Fei asked directly. Of course, Xiaoqing is a first-tier city, and Yanhai basically has branches in all first-tier cities. Wu Cheng replied quickly. Help me investigate whether there is any cooperation between Shifeng Group and Xiaocheng and Yanhai branch. If so, cancel it immediately. If not, forget it. Yes. Wu Cheng replied. By the way, the cooperation with Weili Group has been cancelled, right? Xiao Fei asked immediately as if he had thought of something. Chairman, we cancelled it the day after you issued the order. Wu Cheng replied quickly. Then he smiled and said, and we found that there are indeed problems with the Shui family's Weili Group. Yanhai has already conducted a new risk assessment for their company and has listed it on a credit network. It is now extremely difficult for the Weinig Group to borrow funds from other banks. Unexpectedly, there was such a pleasant surprise. Xiao Fei smiled and said, well, you did a good job. I'm sorry to trouble President Wu this time. How dare I, how dare I? This is what I should do. Hearing the chairman's praise, Wu Cheng was naturally very excited and kept complimenting him. After a few more words, both parties hung up the phone. Wu Cheng put down his phone, but an expression of admiration appeared on his face. No wonder Mr. Xiao said he wanted to cancel the cooperation with Weili Group. He must have known that there was a problem with their company a long time ago. I really don't know where Mr. Xiao came from. He was able to spend a huge amount of money to buy 70% of the shares of Yanhai, and he also knows the inside story of Weili Group. This time he was asked to check whether there was any cooperation with Shifeng Group. Could it be that this company also had problems? Wu Cheng was shocked and did not dare to neglect it, so he immediately started to do it. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. There have been waves of turmoil in the school these days, and the posts on the Jiangda forum are constantly being updated and replaced. Do you know that Shuikai's Weili Group is in a major crisis? That's right. It's all over the Zhengcheng news. I heard that the company's operations are in trouble because of a broken capital chain, and orders can't be completed on time. I don't know how much liquidated damages they have to pay. According to my estimate, the loss is at least over 10 billion. Weili Group is finished now. It's not the end of it. After all, it's a large and powerful company. It's just that it's been severely damaged and is no longer as prosperous as it used to be. Yes, a company that has been developing well for more than 10 years has declined just like that. Haven't you noticed that Shuikai hasn't come to school in the past few days? You deserve it. I remember how powerful and imposing you were in school, looking down on everyone. But now you can't do that anymore, huh? Everyone was forced to fall, and with the huge changes in the Weili Group, everyone was gloating and happy. However, this is just one of the sensational events at Zhengda University. The second thing is about Xiao Yan repeatedly confessing his love to Su Yanqi and sending her different gifts every day. Chapter 34 by Su Yanqi, a precious gift. You know what? I'm so envious of Su Yanqi. That new guy, Mr. Qiao, gives her gifts every day. Yeah. And they were all really expensive gifts, 999 blue roses, truffle chocolate boxes, Estee Lauder sets, oh my god. I heard a box of truffle chocolates is worth tens of thousands of yuan, and a set of Estee Lauder chocolates is even more worth tens of thousands. Aw. It's a pity that Su Yanqi ignored him completely and didn't accept any of his gifts. Ah. Who made Su Yanqi so beautiful? If it were me, I would have agreed to him a long time ago. Don't forget Su Yanqi's identity. She is the daughter of the chairman of Tianxue Group. As long as she wants something, she can get it. Why does she need others to give it to her? Yes. Besides, Su Yanqi is totally in love with Xiao Fei. I don't think there's any chance for young Master Qiao. Xiao Fei looked at the various posts and comments on the Jiangda forum and shook his head helplessly. He felt that the most exciting part was not the protagonist of the event, but the wonderful comments from the onlookers. However, it was these comments that reminded him that he seemed to have never bought any precious gifts for Su Yanqi. Although he gave Su Yanqi a teddy bear last time, it was only worth a few dozen dollars after all, so it was too unreasonable. It would be fine if I were still poor as before, but now that I have money, I have to show my appreciation. It seems that I have received about 500,000 or 600,000 yuan in the past few days. It's time to spend some money. Otherwise, what else do I need the money for? He also has an exclusive card with a credit limit of 5 million yuan, which he has not used yet. He feels uncomfortable if he does not spend it. Thinking about this, Xiao Fei opened the VX group and tagged Ma Yuan and Chen Yu. Xiao Fei, you all have girlfriends, what gifts do they like most from you? After a while, Ma Yuan and Chen Yu sent messages at the same time. Ma Yuan, my girlfriend said her favorite gift is money. Chen Yu, my girlfriend said that her favorite gift is also money. Xiao Fei. Well, it turns out that asking them is unreliable. It's better to find out on the internet myself. The sun sets and night falls. Pagani moved slowly forward in the night of the city, and finally stopped at the most famous Yehua jewelry store in Jiangcheng. He parked the car in the parking space and then walked leisurely into the magnificent jewelry store. Before entering, the receptionist inside had already opened the door. As soon as Xiao Fei walked into the hall, he paused. This was his first time visiting a jewelry store, and it was the most famous brand store in Jiangcheng. Although he could imagine it, he still didn't expect the luxurious environment here to be so unique. The first impression is that the hall is huge from the entrance to the outside. In terms of area, it is estimated to be equivalent to the entire first-floor lobby of the Shanghai Hotel, including the restaurant at the back. And when I looked around, I thought I would see a dazzling golden light. But I didn't expect that there were touches of green mixed in with the surrounding decorations, making the whole environment look golden and natural, blending together perfectly. Bumpkin. The receptionist at the door couldn't help but mutter something under his breath. Seeing Xiao Fei's surprised expression, it was obvious that he had never seen the world. However, there was no blatant ridicule, it was just a momentary act of quick-wittedness. Xiao Fei had no idea what these employees were thinking, so he walked into the store. Sir, what kind of jewelry would you like? As soon as I walked to one of the counters, a salesperson came over. Let me take a look first. Xiao Fei replied lightly as he looked at the dazzling array of accessories. What he fears most is walking into various stores or mobile phone stores and having service staff come up to give him an introduction. As for me, I could only listen in confusion. The more I listened, the more confused I became, and then I bought it. But it is obvious that this salesperson has grasped the essence of it. She had a standard professional smile on her face. Pointing to the necklaces on one side of the counter, she said, Sir, why don't you take a look at these necklaces? Bulgari B.0 is the most representative jewel in the 01 collection. The last number 01 represents the starting point and symbolizes enduring charm. The Serpenti series uses colorful gemstones to give the necklace a mysterious feel. And this Van Cleef Arpels, with its simple and understated image. Listening to the other party's endless introduction, Xiao Fei felt a headache and was confused. At this moment, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw two old acquaintances. It was Xin Yueli holding Shui Kai's arm and walking towards this side. At the same time, the two also discovered Xiao Fei. It's you. Shui Kai's voice sounded, with a malicious tone. Humph. Enemies often meet on a narrow road. Xin Yueli couldn't help but sneer. That was unexpected. I didn't expect you two to still be together. Xiao Fei looked at them with surprise. It's only been 10 days since we last saw each other, but it feels like several months have passed. Mr. Shui. The female salesperson greeted him politely. As the young master of Weili Group, he naturally has many women around him, and this largest jewelry store in Jiangcheng is a place he often visits. Over time, everyone knew his identity. I didn't expect you to come here to buy jewelry. Shui Kai said calmly. Since he knew that Xiao Fei was the owner of Shanghai Hotel, he also sent people to conduct an investigation. In the end, I found out that the other party was not lying. Although I was mentally prepared, I still couldn't help but be surprised. Xiao Fei didn't reply, but turned to the salesperson and said, "Miss, can you show me the most expensive jewelry in your store?" "Of course you can, but the products in our store have a very high upper limit and are extremely expensive." "Are you sure you want to see them, sir?" the woman asked doubtfully. It's not that she looked down on the young man in front of her, it's just that the most expensive pieces of jewelry in the store were already priced at over $1 million. The price is dozens of times higher than the one on the counter in front of me, and it is not of the same level at all. "Of course, and don't you see that Master Shui is here? Even if I can't afford it, can he not afford it?" Xiao Fei said with a smile. "Okay. I'll get it right away. Please wait a moment," the woman said happily. He trotted straight to the main counter and in just a minute, he brought back a box with exquisite borders. "You know, if this deal is successful, she can get at least 3% commission, so how can she not be more proactive?" Then she opened the box carefully. A necklace inlaid with dazzling purple gems appeared in front of everyone, attracting everyone's attention. "What a beautiful necklace!" Xin Yueli exclaimed. "This is the latest top-grade gemstone necklace in our store. It weighs 30 carats and is inlaid with a large purple diamond and 15 small white diamonds. The price is 1.28 million, the female salesperson introduced enthusiastically. "I want this necklace." Before she could finish, Xiao Fei interrupted her. The woman was stunned and seemed to have not yet reacted. Then he said with surprise, "Okay, I'll give you an invoice right away." Chapter 35, Swelling Up Your Face and Pretending to be Fat. Xiao Fei nodded. He then glanced at Shui Kai and asked, "I wonder if Master Shui likes this necklace?" "Oh, right. I forgot that Whaley Group seems to have had some problems recently. Mr. Shui might be short of money, so how could he possibly afford such a high-end product?" Xiao Fei smiled, then turned to look at the salesperson and said, "Please help me pack it up. I want this necklace." Suddenly, Shui Kai at the side spoke, his face so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Xiao Fei was right. Whaley Group was indeed in crisis, and it was a big crisis. It is precisely because of this that he is now short of money and dares not spend money as lavishly as before. If Xin Yueli hadn't pestered him to come over and buy her a piece of jewelry, he wouldn't have come in at all. However, he could not bear being looked down upon by his opponent at this moment. "Even if I can't afford it, I still have to buy it. Mr. Shui, if you don't have money, don't pretend. Why bother to put on a brave face and pretend to be rich?" Xiao Fei couldn't help but sneer. "It's just over $1 million, what's the point of pretending?" Shui Kai replied calmly, then continued, "Ms. Yang, I want this necklace. Take it." This. The saleswoman was in a dilemma. She didn't expect that two people would fight for the necklace. Although Xin Yueli appeared calm on the surface, she was actually very excited in her heart. If she could get a purple diamond necklace worth over $1 million, it would be worth it for her to follow Shui Kai for the past few months. "You sell it to him. I don't believe he can afford the money," Xiao Fei still said with disdain. Seeing that he said this, the female salesperson nodded and immediately packed the diamond necklace for Shui Kai. Shui Kai took out a bank card from his wallet and handed it to the other party, but his heart was bleeding. Because he knew that there was only 1.5 million in this card, which was all his assets. 1.28 million was spent in one go. How am I going to live the rest of my life? For other students, the remaining 200,000 yuan may be a large sum of money that cannot be spent in a year. But for him, it can be spent in one day, or even faster. He can buy a luxury item and it's gone in a flash. However, at this time, Xiao Fei forced him into a difficult situation and he had to spend the money even if he didn't want to. After packing his bag and swiping his card, Shui Kai looked at Xiao Fei and said sarcastically, "Xiao Fei, you don't think Whaley Group will go bankrupt, do you? Our company did encounter some problems, but they are nothing compared to the powerful Weinig Group. As for the idea of being short of money, that's ridiculous. I can always take out tens of millions from my family if I want. It's just a diamond necklace, what's the big deal?" He laughed triumphantly a few times, then handed the box to Xin Yueli, and the two of them walked out the door arm in arm. Looking at the two people leaving, Xiao Fei had a faint expression and sneered, without any anger at all. "Sir, I'm sorry, this." The saleswoman didn't know what to say at this moment. The jewelry that was originally given to him has now been sold to someone else. Xiao Fei shook his head slightly. Nothing, since he wants it so much, let him do it. Sir, we have several other expensive necklaces in our store. Would you like one? The saleswoman prepared to recommend. Xiao Fei just waved his hand and said, forget about the necklace. Do you have any bracelets? Recommend a few of the latest ones for me to see. To be honest, it's not that he is unwilling to spend so much money on Su Yanxi. In the past, Su Yanxi donated several million to the school to help me, so no matter how much money I spend on her, it is my duty. But although the necklace looked beautiful, it was too gorgeous and not suitable for Su Yanxi at all. He just used provocation to force Shui Kai to buy this expensive jewelry. Given Shui Kai's personality, Xiao Fei knew that he would definitely be fooled. Others may not know the situation of Weili Group, but he knows it. Facing a situation where it cannot obtain funds from anywhere is fatal for the company. Shui Kai must be having a hard time too. How could he let go of the opportunity to make him bleed? Besides, his relationship with Su Yanxi is very delicate now. It always feels weird to give her a necklace at this moment, but giving her a bracelet would be much better. Yes sir, please follow me here. The woman smiled and nodded, then led Xiao Fei to the counter on the other side. He took out 3 bracelets from the counter and introduced them one by one. These necklaces are all good. The first bracelet is a Bulgari brand, made of platinum. There's also the Graf Sapphire bracelet, which uses small diamonds, sapphires, and other materials. However, when Xiao Fei saw the third bracelet, his eyes tightened and he was deeply attracted to it. The bracelet has a light green pattern and is delicate. It is small and exquisite but very beautiful. Xiao Fei fell in love with it immediately. As if noticing Xiao Fei's fondness for the third bracelet, the woman quickly introduced it. This necklace is called the Ocean Tide Broken Heart Water Element Bracelet. The main ingredient is light green pearl shells brought back from the deep sea, crushed and then continuously polished and refined. The production process is very complicated. So this bracelet is also the most expensive one in our store, priced at around 210,000 yuan. Xiao Fei remained silent on the surface, but he was extremely happy in his heart. He could imagine how beautiful Su Yanxi would look wearing this bracelet. Let's book it, this is it. Xiao Fei said affirmatively. Okay, sir. The female salesperson was also very happy. She didn't expect to get 2 big orders in one night. She sold the most expensive necklace and the most expensive bracelet. Today she got a commission of almost 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. Her luck has never been better than today in the whole year. It is simply perfect. The other sales staff looked on with envy. If they had known earlier, they should have taken action when Xiao Fei came in, so that the commission would be theirs. After the packaging was completed, Xiao Fei handed the VIP card to the other party. But a moment later, Xiao Fei received a text message about a deduction. The VIP card was used to spend 210,000, and the remaining balance is 4,790,000. Looking at the balance on the card, Xiao Fei surprisingly found that he didn't feel the pain of losing money, but instead felt the pleasure of spending money. It turns out that the lives of rich people are very different. After getting the card, Xiao Fei walked out with the packaging bag handed to him by the salesperson. When he passed the gate, the receptionist politely opened the door for him in advance. Looking at Xiao Fei's departing figure, the man was shocked. It turns out that he knows Shui Kai from Weili Group, so he must be a person with a background. Just now I was mocking someone for being a bumpkin. I really don't recognize his great talent. At the same time, on another street, a red Ferrari was running at high speed on the street. After a while, the car stopped and slowly pulled to the side of the road. Shui Kai's face was grim, and he said in a deep voice, "Let's go to Yihua Jewelry Store tomorrow and return the necklace." What did you say? Xin Yueli was still immersed in the joy of getting the baby. Hearing Shui Kai's words, his face changed and he asked in disbelief. Chapter 36 The Hateful Young Master of the Chow Family. Shui Kai, you have never bought such an expensive gift for me. Why are you reluctant to do so? Xin Yueli sneered. Shui Kai frowned and explained calmly, Shaoli, you know that's not what I meant. My situation is very bad now. All my money added up is only about 200,000 yuan. If I don't return this necklace, we will be broke in a few days. Shui Kai's words stunned Xin Yueli. She knew that there was a problem with Shui Kai's company, but she didn't expect that he himself was affected so greatly. Are the problems of Weili Group so serious? Xin Yueli asked with a frown. My dad said that he might file for bankruptcy after the new year. Shui Kai said lightly, as if he was talking about what to eat in the evening. What, declare bankruptcy? Shin Yueli was shocked. Such a big company could go bankrupt just like that? Humph. It's not as exaggerated as you think. It's just a process to postpone the debt issue. Otherwise, you will have to pay a lot of money just for the penalty. Shui Kai sneered and explained. What do you mean? Shin Yueli still didn't understand. Now that the company's capital chain is broken, only by doing this can we have a chance to breathe. Shui Kai added, obviously not wanting to say anything more. Does the company still have a chance to make a comeback? Shin Yueli asked worriedly. After all, she had dropped out of school now, and was still hoping to make more money from Shui Kai. I don't know, it depends on the situation. Although he said this, Shui Kai knew in his heart that the chances of making a comeback were slim. After all, this time not only was the company unable to borrow funds from Yanhai Bank, but even other major banks were unable to cooperate. The company could be said to be surrounded by enemies on all sides. If he knew at this moment that Xiao Fei was responsible for the current situation of Weili Group, I wonder how he would feel. The next day. The first thing Xiao Fei did when he woke up was to send a message to Su Yanqi, asking her if she was free in the evening. Perhaps Su Yanqi hadn't woken up yet, or was brushing her teeth and washing her face, so she didn't reply immediately. 5 minutes later, Xiao Fei saw the message sent by the other party. Su Yanqi, tomorrow night, I have to go home to see my mom tonight, so you treat me tomorrow night. Xiao Fei was a little surprised. What's going on? Although Su Yanqi's tone was relaxed, he always felt that something was wrong. Su Yanqi, it's all because of Qiao Yan. He sends me gifts every day. It's so annoying. Xiao Fei frowned slightly. Did he do something out of the ordinary? Su Yanqi, no, he doesn't dare to, but sending things every day is annoying. A fierce light appeared in Xiao Fei's eyes. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to cure this lunatic. The other side. Su Yanqi put down her phone and sighed. This Qiao Yan was really annoying. However, when she thought about having another date with Xiao Fei tomorrow night, her mood improved a little. After sorting everything out, Su Yanqi and her good friend Deng Jejia and others headed towards the English class. She had just arrived in the classroom and her but wasn't even warm yet. A gorgeously dressed and bohemian man walked in and placed a black bag on Su Yanqi's desk. Holy crap, this is a Hermes Constance, it costs over 100,000. That's awesome. The gifts are getting more and more expensive. It would be so great if I were Su Yanqi. I can't wait to marry him. Listening to the praise from people around him, Xiao Yan showed a proud smile on his face. I won't accept anything you give me. Can you please stop coming? Su Yanqi frowned. She had said this many times and she really didn't want to repeat it. Is it because of Xiao Fei? Xiao Yan showed a disdainful expression on his face. Su Yanqi, I really don't understand you. What's so good about Xiao Fei? Isn't he just good at sports like basketball and shooting? Can you? Su Yanqi sneered. I can't, and there's no need to. Why should I compete with him? Does he have a family background? Does he own a company? Does he have luxury cars and money? He has none of these. What can he compare with me? At the end, Xiao Yan's expression was extremely proud. He was confident that Su Yanqi would belong to him in the end. However, his words immediately caused a wave of discussion in the class. Xiao Yan is too arrogant. Isn't it just that his family has some money? What's so great about that? That's what they say, but it's also true. Who doesn't want to be rich? Yeah. Although Xiao Fei knows a lot and is very powerful, how can he compare to Xiao Yan? He is the son of the boss of a big company. Hey, who do you think Su Yanqi will be with in the end? Of course it's Xiao Fei. Have you forgotten Su Yanqi's family? It's one of the best in the entire Jiangcheng. Would she care about Xiao Yan's family background? Not necessarily. Nowadays, marriages between strong people are the norm. Su Yanqi wants to be with Xiao Fei. What if her parents object? Facing Xiao Yan and everyone's suspicion. Although Su Yanqi knew that Xiao Fei was the owner of the Shanghao Hotel and owned a world-class sports car like Pagani, she didn't say anything in the end. Because she knew that Xiao Fei was not the kind of person who liked to announce to the world that he was a rich man. Jinoa Building, Tianxue Group. This is one of the 10 representative buildings in Zhengcheng. It has 107 floors, which is 7 floors higher than Xiao Fei's Shanghao Hotel. On the top floor of Jinhua Building are the offices of the chairman and the president. At this time, a woman in a white dress slowly walked into the top floor of the building, with a light gait and a gentle temperament. "Hello, Mrs. Su." "Hello, Mrs. Su." As she entered the hall, several people greeted her politely as they passed by her. Yao Yu also smiled and nodded in response. "Hey, have you noticed that the chairman's wife is becoming more and more elegant?" "Yeah. It seems like she's really lucky to have a husband who loves her so much. He also has a CEO son who is a business genius, and a daughter as beautiful as Su Yanqi." "Ah. This is the happiest thing in the world. That's because the chairman's wife is capable." Think about it, when they were not yet husband and wife, Mrs. Su was just a director of the company, but she made so many contributions to the company. The most important thing is that she never puts on airs, never puts down her subordinates, and is always sincere to others. That's why the chairman fell in love with her at first sight. I heard that the chairman's family was unanimously opposed to their relationship at the beginning, thinking that Mrs. Su was just an ordinary person and not worthy of their family. In the end, the chairman was adamant that he would marry her, which is why we are now living a happy and fulfilling life. Wow. If you put it that way, this is definitely a real-life domineering CEO romance story. Isn't it wonderful? As everyone was talking, they couldn't help but look back at Yao Yu's back with envy. But at this moment, Yao Yu's brows were furrowed and her face looked grim, and she didn't seem as happy as imagined. Chapter 37. My precious daughter is about to be kidnapped. Why are you here? The door of the chairman's office was opened. Su Yunsheng, who was processing documents, saw his wife come in and quickly put down the work in his hands. "I'm so angry. The more I think about it, the angrier I get," Yao Yu said in a deep voice. "Is it because of Xiao Yan?" Su Yunsheng guessed. "What Xiaoxi said when she came home last night kept me awake all night. Xiao Yan keeps pestering her like this every day. How can she continue to study in school? Husband, do you think we were wrong to agree to let Xiao Yan go to school?" Yao Yu said to him with a worried look on her face. "I've said it before, people like Xiao Yan are not good enough." Because his wife didn't drink tea or coffee, Su Yunsheng poured her a cup of hot water. "I should have objected when Su Huan asked Xiao Yan to enter Zhang University. But she said her son never wanted to go to university and finally decided on Jiangnan University. Su Huan is my good friend, so it's hard for me to refuse. But I didn't expect her son to go so far as to bother Xiaoxi every day." Yao Yu spoke slowly, feeling very irritated and angry. She and Su Huan have known each other for decades, since college. At that time, she was just a girl with dreams. I didn't expect that after so many years, she became more and more unreasonable. Should I cut off all ties with her? Otherwise, she might cause trouble in the future. Don't worry, Xiao Yan is a child with no ability and he's also arrogant. If he sends things to Xiaoxi every day at school but doesn't get a response, over time, he will feel embarrassed and stop insisting. Are you afraid that Xiaoxi will fall in love with him over time? Su Yunsheng sat next to her and comforted her. I'm not afraid of that. Xiaoxi is my daughter. I know her. If she doesn't like something, she won't like it no matter how much you try to please her. But when will this end? Who knows when he'll give up? What if he keeps pestering me? Will Xiaoxi be disturbed forever? As Su Yanqi's mother, she couldn't stand her precious daughter being harassed by others and living in trouble. Don't worry, our daughter is not that fragile, and there are other people around her. Others? Yao Yu was stunned and didn't understand what he meant. I called President Wang of Jiang University this morning, and he told me that Xiaoxi has been getting close to a fellow student named Xiao Fei. Besides, your daughter brought lunch to someone else a few days ago. What, bring lunch? Yao Yu was startled and even her voice became a little higher. She knew her daughter too well, and she showed almost no interest in any man. At this time, it's not enough to just get close to a boy, but she also brings him food. She had every reason to believe that her daughter fell in love with this boy named Xiao Fei, otherwise such a thing would never have happened. No wonder she saw her daughter getting up so early and tinkering in the kitchen even though it was clearly Monday. She even refused the housekeeper's offer of help. It turned out it was because of this. Husband, have you investigated his family situation? Yao Yu asked with a frown. Of course, I was also shocked when I learned about this morning, so I asked someone to investigate this Xiao Fei. His parents are both from the countryside. They moved to Jiangcheng because their son went to college. He has been working as a temporary worker in the past few years. Su Yunsheng said slowly. Yao Yu nodded but didn't say anything. Why, after hearing this news, are you dissatisfied with Xiao Fei's family background? Seeing his wife frowning, Su Yuncheng asked with a smile. I was born in an ordinary family myself, how could I be dissatisfied with him? Yao Yu rolled her eyes at him, knowing that he was deliberately teasing her. Then he continued, but shouldn't we meet this young man? If he has a good personality and he and Xiaoxi really like each other, then let them get along well. Our family is not the kind of family that only cares about social status. We are much better than someone like Xiao Yan who is arrogant and incompetent. Yeah, that makes sense. But isn't it a bit early to meet him now? I still don't know what's going on between Su Yunqi and him. Su Yunqing frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Then let Su Ting go. As a brother, he only works all day long and doesn't even care about his sister. Yao Yu said dissatisfiedly. Okay, this is a good idea. Su Yunqing nodded. My son has been in the business world for 7 or 8 years. He is also a business genius and has a good eye for people, so he can help them take a look. At this time, Xiao Fei didn't know that he had been targeted by Su Yunqi's family. Time flies, and the lights come on again. An extremely cool white Pagani was parked not far from the school gate. Because I have an appointment to have dinner with Su Yunqi tonight. Xiao Fei took a shower and blew his hair. Wearing an outfit that he has treasured for many years, who wouldn't he call him handsome? At this moment, he had just driven the car out of the parking lot and was waiting for Su Yunqi to come over. If he hadn't thought it would have a bad impact to drive the Pagani directly into the girls' dormitory, he would have driven to pick her up long ago. In fact, according to the original plan, Xiao Fei was going to ask Su Yunqi out last night, but she had something to do and needed to go home, so he changed it to today. However, looking at the new WeChat friend in his VX account, Xiao Fei smiled calmly, thinking that last night's work was not in vain. Then he sent a message directly to Su Yunqi, asking her if she had left. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory on the other side, Su Yunqi sat in front of the dressing table, wearing light Qing dynasty makeup. What are you doing? Do you have a date with Xiao Fei? Deng Jiajia came over and asked mysteriously. Stop talking too much. Su Yunqi answered indifferently without turning back. TSK. It seems that the power of love is great. I rarely saw you put on makeup before, but now you are becoming more and more active. Deng Jiajia shook her head and sighed. After just a few words, a chaotic discussion suddenly came from outside. What's going on? Deng Jiajia asked puzzledly. Then he left the dormitory with another roommate, Gu Qi, but Su Yunqi remained indifferent from beginning to end. There were many people standing in the corridor at this moment, and they all looked down. Deng Jiajia and Gu Qi also looked down curiously. I saw a luxury Bentley parked below the girls' dormitory, and several boys took out a lot of candles from the trunk of the car. They placed the candles on the ground in the shape of a heart. Xiao Yan leisurely got out of the car and watched his classmates busying around, arranging the candles and lighting the fires. He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction in his heart. He didn't believe that Su Yunqi wouldn't be moved by such a sentimental and romantic thing. Chapter 38: A funny ending. Wow, Xiaoxi, come out and take a look. Xiao Yan is here to confess his love to you again. This is so romantic, heart-shaped candles. Gu Qi opened his eyes wide and turned back to shout towards the dormitory. Ha ha. It doesn't feel that romantic. Don't you realize that the eldest son of the Qiao family is so precious? He just stood there watching like a wooden stake. He didn't participate in the whole process at all. It was his classmates who helped him. Deng Jiajia, who was standing next to them, said with a look of disdain. A few minutes later, when all the candles were lit, almost all the students in the girls' dormitory came out. Looking around, the corridors on every floor of the dormitory building were full of people. Ah, screams rang out. This young Master Qiao is too infatuated. He actually spared no effort to give school beauty Su a surprise. Yeah. I really don't know what Su Yunqi was thinking. Such a rich and nice man, but she didn't agree to him. Alas. It seems that Xiao Fei is becoming more and more dangerous. If he continues like this, Su Yunqi will definitely be moved and fall in love with Xiao Xiao. Everyone was extremely envious. Isn't this the same as when Prince Charming proposed to Snow White? Master Qiao, everything is done. What do you think? Several classmates asked in a flattering manner. These students have all benefited from Xiao Yan, so naturally they will do their best to help him accomplish what he needs. Xiao Yan leaned against the Bentley and nodded slightly, looking at the 2-meter-long and wide heart-shaped candle pattern in front of him, with a hint of pride on his face. Help me shout a few times and tell her that I, young Master Qiao, have prepared a surprise for Su Yanqi and ask her to come down and see it. Xiao Yan said with a confident smile. Several students nodded, thinking that this was no problem at all, and immediately looked up and shouted. There was an inexplicable hint of ridicule in the voice. At this moment, the entire girls' dormitory became completely lively. The students took out their mobile phones to take pictures of this scene and prepared to post them on the forum for discussion. Xiaoxi, come out and see, Mr. Qiao has confessed to you again. Guqi on the side was so envious. Deng Jiejia also took out her mobile phone and took a picture of the following scene. At this time, Su Yanqi had already put on her makeup. She looked absolutely beautiful in the mirror, perfectly interpreting what it meant to have bright eyes, white teeth, and be beautiful and charming. She slowly stood up and walked to the corridor, frowning slightly as she looked at the scene below. Even after I clearly told the other party that it was impossible, I was still harassed like this again and again. It would only make her feel irritated and disgusted. The so-called surprise would make her feel disgusted. Besides, Su Yanqi knew Qiao Yan very well. He is obviously a playboy, uneducated, lazy, without any skills, arrogant and rude, and looks down on everyone. In her heart, 100 Xiao Yans are not even 1/10,000th as good as Xiao Fei. At the school gate, Xiao Fei was sitting in the car when he suddenly received a video message on VX. When I opened it, I saw the scene where Qiao Yan placed candles downstairs of the girls' dormitory to confess his love to Su Yanqi. Xiao Fei paused, touched his chin, and then the corner of his mouth curled up. This is the girls' dormitory building. How can I go down when he's like this? Su Yanqi said helplessly. Xiao Fei was still waiting for her outside. Deng Jiejia put down her phone, rolled her eyes around, and then whispered a few words to Su Yanqi. Damn, isn't this too mean? Guqi, who was standing next to them, also heard Deng Jiejia's suggestion and said in shock. Since Qiao Yan dares to do this, we can do this to him. Deng Jiejia sneered. I think this is a good suggestion. Let's do it this way. Su Yanqi's eyes lit up, thinking this was a good idea. Then Su Yanqi, Deng Jiejia, and Guqi walked into the dormitory. The boys below seemed to think it was not lively enough and shouted louder and louder. Come out quickly, Miss Su. Young Master Qiao is waiting for you downstairs. Yes. Our Mr. Qiao said that he only loves you in this life. You are the eternally beautiful peony in his heart. Please come out quickly, Miss Su. Our Master Qiao is devoted to you. But they hadn't finished speaking yet. All I heard was the sound of puff, puff, puff as several basins of ice-cold water poured down from above, like a waterfall falling from the sky. The boys below who were shouting excitedly suddenly became drenched. The heart-shaped candle ring with flames was also extinguished in an instant, turning it into a mess. Who the hell is so wicked as to pour water down there in such cold weather? You're crazy. Come out and fight me if you dare. It was winter, and the temperature dropped sharply at night. How could anyone bear to have cold water poured on their heads? Everyone was in a panic, shivering with cold and cursing continuously. Xiao Yan, who was standing not far away, was also affected a little. Looking at his pants that were half wet, and then at the candle ring that had become a shapeless mess, his originally proud mood dropped to the extreme. Who told you not to sleep at night and come here to disturb our girls' dormitory? Let me let you taste my foot washing water. Deng Jiejia deliberately said loudly from above. Fuck. Foot washing water, you fucking. Several people felt nauseous, and they vaguely remembered that water had entered their mouths just now. One after another couldn't help vomiting. Don't worry, there's more. As he spoke, several basins of cold water were poured down. Oh shit. The people below were horrified and didn't care whether to help or not. They scattered like monkeys when the tree fell and ran back to the dormitory to change clothes. If they don't go back, they will probably freeze to death here and become an ice sculpture by tomorrow morning. Xiao Yan got into the car in an equally embarrassed manner, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. The entire girls' dormitory was stunned. No one expected that a seemingly romantic confession would end in such a ridiculous way. This ending was truly unexpected. Outside the gate of Jiang University, Xiao Fei leaned against the car and couldn't help but smile indifferently as he watched the video of several people escaping sent on WeChat. Really? But after a while, a Bentley Continental drove out of the gate and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Another 5 minutes passed before Su Yanqi finally appeared. Xiao Fei looked at the other person and was slightly stunned. It was obvious that Su Yanqi dressed up carefully today. Her beautiful face was spotless, yet had a slight blush on it. Her delicate and soft hair was draped over her shoulders, fluttering slightly in the cold wind. Wearing a light white chiffon dress, Su Yanqi looked more like an icy beauty walking out of a painting, so beautiful that it was beyond words. Even Xiao Fei couldn't help but stare blankly, stunned by Su Yanqi's beauty. What's wrong? When she got closer, she found that Xiao Fei was still looking at her like that, and she couldn't help but blush slightly and asked. Pretty girl. Xiao Fei commented. Su Yanqi swore that if she didn't like Xiao Fei, if she hadn't wanted to maintain her good image in front of him, she would have punched him. I am so mad at you. Chapter 39. It's snowing heavily outside. You look really beautiful tonight. In the driver's seat, Xiao Fei said while driving. I don't know what happened just now, but I blurted out the word pretty girl. Although it was meant to compliment someone's beauty, there was always a strange feeling about it. No wonder Su Yanqi's expression was wrong. Well, thank you. Su Yanqi curled her lips and said, forget it, just forgive him. 20 minutes later, the car stopped at a famous hot pot restaurant in Jiangcheng. Xiao Fei didn't plan to go to Shanghai today. He had eaten there so many times that even he was tired of it. Besides, eating hot pot on a winter night is the most enjoyable thing. It not only creates a nice atmosphere but also warms your body. When I opened the door, what caught my eye was a sea of red. Red walls, red tables and chairs, and red lanterns hanging from the ceiling. It was around 7 or 8 in the evening, and there were many customers, making it very lively. Su Yanqi's eyes, which had been a little cold at first, lit up, and her whole body suddenly felt warm. The female receptionist standing by couldn't help but be dazed as she looked at the handsome men and beautiful women walking in through the door. The man is handsome, and the girl next to him is extremely beautiful, like a woman walking out of a painting. As a girl, she felt a little ashamed of herself. Xiao Fei and the other two were unaware of this and, guided by the waiter, chose a seat by the window and sat down. Since there were only 2 of us, there was no need to choose a private room. Besides, the atmosphere wouldn't be right if we ate in a private room. The waiter handed over a large menu. Xiao Fei likes to eat mysterious crabs, while Su Yanqi likes beef slices, tripe and mutton rolls. Finally, the two decided to order 2 hot pots. Although there were many people in the store, the efficiency was very fast. After more than 10 minutes, the hot pot and dishes were ready. A variety of vegetarian dishes, a variety of meat slices and meat rolls. There is also a pot full of braised lost crabs, which exude the delicious flavor of garlic chili sauce. It's snowing outside. Su Yanqi glanced out the window and said in surprise. Xiao Fei smiled indifferently. In this environment, looking at the heavy snow outside the window and eating hot pot seemed to be more meaningful. Xiao Fei, Su Yanqi? However, just as they were enjoying themselves, an inopportune voice appeared. The two turned around and saw that it was Zhou Wenbin. Just now I saw a very similar figure, but I didn't expect it to be you. This is too shabby. We have to eat hot pot in the hall. Why not order a private room upstairs? Can't you afford it? Zhou Wenbin couldn't help but laugh. You're everywhere, so annoying. Such a good atmosphere was ruined by an outsider, and Su Yanqi was a little angry. Xiao Fei didn't say anything, but just looked at the other person coldly, with a hint of chill emanating from him. Snort! He seemed to be frightened by Xiao Fei's eyes, and also seemed to feel that there was not much point in standing here any longer. Zhou Wenbin didn't insist too much, just snorted coldly and left. Eat it, don't worry about him. If he comes again, I'll treat him as an ingredient and cook him in this pot. Xiao Fei deliberately joked because he was afraid that Su Yanqi would be in a bad mood. I won't be influenced by him. I can put down anything when it comes to food. Su Yanqi said, picking up a piece of blanched beef slices and putting it into her mouth. Fragrant. Seeing her fully displaying her nature as a foodie, Xiao Fei couldn't help but laugh. Although she is extremely beautiful, she is not pretentious, but very frank and sincere. In fact, she is the same kind of person as me. No wonder I always think of her unconsciously, get close to her, and even. Time flies, and warm times are always so short. Half an hour later, the two had almost finished eating, and the snow outside had begun to pile up. Xiao Fei, let's go build a snowman? Su Yanqi suddenly suggested. It hasn't been snowing for long. Even if we want to pile it up, it will be tomorrow morning. Well, then let's agree to get up early tomorrow morning and go to the playground to build a snowman. Su Yanqi said expectantly. It's a deal. Xiao Fei responded with a smile. In fact, in such cold weather, who would be willing to get up early in the morning if there are no morning classes? However, seeing the expectation in the other person's eyes, he did not refuse. Let's go. As he said that, Xiao Fei went to the cashier to pay the bill, and then left the hot pot restaurant with Su Yanqi amid the envious eyes of everyone. In the cold winter, snowflakes are falling. Compared to indoors, it was unimaginably cold outside. However, the two of them had just eaten hot pot, so their bodies were still warm and they didn't feel particularly cold. I originally wanted to go shopping after dinner, but now it seems that's not possible. Looking at the sky full of snowflakes, Su Yanqi sighed. Let me take you to Hanglida Shopping Center. There are many stores there, so there's no need to go shopping outside. Xiao Fei suggested. What a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? Su Yanqi was delighted. Hanglida is one of the famous squares in Jiangcheng and is very large. Hanglida Shopping Network is also a famous online shopping site in Jiangcheng. Although she rarely goes there, she has bought things online several times and the items were delivered within half a day. The service was very thoughtful. In a trance, Xiao Fei unconsciously took her hand and walked towards Pagani. Su Yanqi came back to her senses and was slightly stunned. Her face turned a little red, but she did not resist his behavior. After getting into the car, Xiao Fei turned on the heater, and then drove the white Pagani directly to the square. Hanglida has an excellent geographical location and is also an extremely prosperous square. By the time Xiao Fei's car drove into the parking lot, it was almost full of cars. The moment the two opened the car door and walked out, a cold wind blew and Su Yanqi couldn't help but shiver. In order to look good in front of Xiao Fei, she wore a white gauze dress, which is not cold resistant. I'll buy you a down jacket first. You look so cold. As if he had noticed Su Yanqi's situation, Xiao Fei shook his head helplessly. Su Yanqi nodded like a rattle. After all, when the temperature is 2 or 3 degrees below zero, humans cannot resist such cold. Beauty and grace are no longer important in this environment. The entrance to the square is bustling with people coming and going. A young man and woman walked in side by side. Xiao Fei held Su Yanqi's hand and looked around. But after a while, a big brand store in front attracted Xiao Fei's attention, and he pulled Su Yanqi in. Welcome, may I ask what you would like to do? A waitress came over and was stunned before she could finish her words. To be precise, he was amazed by Su Yanqi. What a beautiful girl, the waiter thought to himself. If she were a boy, she would definitely fall in love with this girl instantly. Chapter 40. I want to order this dress today. Show us the women's down jackets. Xiao Fei said lightly. Okay, this way please. The woman replied quickly and led them to the other side. The clothes in specialty stores are very expensive, especially those in the plaza, but they look good. A snow-white down jacket with lace trim attracted Su Yanqi's attention. The service staff was also sharp-eyed and immediately took it off for her to try on. It is said that clothes make the man, but in Xiao Fei's opinion, Su Yanqi is like a mobile clothes rack, she looks good in any clothes. The other customers in the store couldn't help but turn around and look at Su Yanqi twice, their eyes full of amazement. This one looks great, Xiao Fei said, staring at her. Su Yanqi blushed slightly. In fact, she also liked this dress very much. I'm sorry, I'm afraid she can't wear this dress. Just then, an annoying voice sounded again, its tone full of provocation. Xiao Fei knew who it was without looking back, but he didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Turning around, it was indeed Zhou Wenbin. At this moment, he walked in with another strange woman. The woman was tall, about the same height as Su Yanqi. She is also very beautiful and is one of the best students in Jiangda. But compared with Su Yanqi, she seems a little overshadowed. Aben, the down jacket she's wearing is so beautiful. I want it. The woman said coquettishly, holding Zhou Wenbin's arm. In fact, this store is very large. The down jacket that Su Yanqi liked was indeed very beautiful, but there were other good-looking styles as well. However, the first time this woman saw Su Yanqi, she felt jealous. From childhood to adulthood, she had seen other beautiful women, but at most they were equally beautiful as her. But this was the first time she discovered that there was such a beautiful and perfect woman, so beautiful that it made people jealous. How can she feel happy if she doesn't make things difficult for herself? Mr. Zhou. The waiter next to him suddenly called out and greeted him politely. At the same time, other service staff in the store also greeted them one after another. Xiao Fei and Su Yanqi were both slightly surprised. Don't be surprised. This store is opened by my friend and I often visit it. Of course they will say hello to me. Zhou Wenbin explained proudly. Not only this store, there's a food store on the second floor, a Haidileo on the third floor, and an electronics store on the fourth floor. They're all owned by my friend. You know what? I originally opened this store for fun, but I didn't expect that every store would be so popular and make a lot of money every year. Xiao Fei, I'm afraid that even if you work hard all your life, the profit from this single store won't be as much as it can be earned in 1 year. Zhou Wenbin shook his head and expressed his regret for Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei was secretly surprised. Wow! Has this guy settled down in Hanglida? It's a clothing store, a hot pot restaurant, and it even sells electrical appliances. Mr. Zhou, why are you here? At the same time, a woman dressed seductively and speaking in an evil tone walked over. Her name is Lu Fin. She is the store manager hired by the boss and is naturally very familiar with Zhou Wenbin. Manager Lu, you're here just in time. Some people I don't like have come into this store, and it's annoying me. Please ask the manager to kick them out. Zhou Wenbin said contemptuously while hugging his girlfriend. Lu Fin frowned and then looked at Xiao Fei and the others. The faces of several waiters changed and they looked at Xiao Fei and the others with sympathy. This store manager Lu was a tough guy hired by the boss. Last time, a customer came to the store to ask for an explanation for the quality issues of the clothes he had just bought. However, he was severely humiliated by the store manager and didn't gain any advantage at all. Didn't you hear? Young Master Zhou doesn't like you. Please put down your clothes and leave immediately. Sure enough, the woman slowly walked over, looked at Xiao Fei and the others and spoke with disdain, showing no respect for the customers in the store at all. Su Yanqi's expression changed, although the other party's attitude was a bit excessive. But this is someone else's store after all, and there's nothing you can do if someone asks you to leave, so you're about to take off your down jacket. However, a hand stopped her movement. No need. I'm going to order this dress tonight. Xiao Fei said lightly, then dialed a number. In the office of the director of the investment management department on the top floor of Hanglida, a middle-aged man was processing documents. Suddenly my cell phone rang, and when I looked at the number, it turned out to be my new boss calling. He had contact with the other party before due to the transfer of property rights, so he left his phone number. A few seconds after answering the phone, the middle-aged man's face changed, and he immediately put down the documents and left the office. At the same time, the department head and specialist in charge of the first floor were also called in. On the other side, everyone was still confronting each other. Xiao Fei, why do you have to save face and suffer so much? If you don't leave now, are you waiting to be called to the police? Zhou Wenbin sneered. He liked to see the other party looking embarrassed and humiliated. Finally, he could avenge his basketball shame. Aben, you too, why do you treat him like this? Look, his girlfriend is right next to him, it's so embarrassing for him. Zhou Wenbin's girlfriend next to him even covered her mouth and laughed. Even many customers forgot the purpose of their visit to the store and started paying attention to the situation here. Su Yanqi's face looked a little ugly. She wanted to take off her down jacket and pull Xiao Fei away. But when she looked at Xiao Fei, whose expression remained calm, she felt inexplicably relieved. He is just that kind of person, he seems to be able to handle anything calmly. I told you to get out, didn't you hear me? Seeing that they had no intention of leaving, the female manager's voice became sharp. The arrogant attitude is obvious. However, Lu Fin, you, the store manager, are quite impressive. Just then, several staff members in formal suits and ties walked into the store. The leader was Zhang Kai, the general manager of investment management who had spoken with Xiao Fei on the phone before. Mr. Zhang, why are you here? The store manager Lu Fin's face paused and asked in surprise. Zhang Kai ignored her and turned to look at Xiao Fei, greeting him respectfully, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Fei nodded, frowned and said, I'm very dissatisfied with the service of this store. I think there's no need to keep this kind of store open. Yes, it's all because of inadequate management on our side. We will definitely rectify it this time. Zhang Kai nodded quickly. Lu Fin, the director of the investment management department of Hanglida Plaza, who was standing nearby, was stunned for a moment. The general manager responsible for managing Hanglida's investment promotion, communication, planning, supervision and operations. How is it possible that he is so humble and respectful to this young man? But Zhang Kai turned around and looked at Lu Fen. Manager Lu, you even dared to kick out our Hang Lida boss. I think you really don't want to open this store anymore? What did you say, the boss of Hang Lida? Lu Fen's face changed and she asked in shock. Such a young guy, who looks like a student, could be the boss of Hang Lida? Zhou Wenbin and his girlfriend beside him also changed their expressions, with disbelief in their eyes. This made Zhou Wenbin recall what Shui Kai had said. Could it be that Xiao Fei is really the owner of Shanghao Hotel and also the chairman of Hang Lida? Humph. Not to mention you, even the owner of your store wouldn't have the guts to kick our Xiaodong out. It seems that our management department needs to redefine the service of your store and consider whether we should let you continue to operate. Zheng Kai sneered, then took out his cell phone and called the shop owner, the friend Zhou Wenbin mentioned. At this time, Xiao Fei, who was standing aside, said lightly, the owner of this store has more than one store. I heard that he owns shops on the second, third, and fourth floors. Tell him that because of personal issues with the shops, Hang Lida's reputation has been damaged, and we will terminate the rental contract with him. All stores will be closed immediately, and the shopping stores established on hangalida.com will be removed from shelves immediately. As for the contractual penalties, we will compensate according to the price. Yes. Zhang Kai, the person in charge next to him, replied. After hearing this, the arrogant store manager Lu Fen was frightened to the point of losing her legs. Chapter 41. The person who was kicked out was actually the store manager himself. Oh my god, what had she just done? He actually offended the boss behind Hang Lida. If this incident happened, all of the owner's stores and online stores would be closed. The consequences were simply unimaginable and she couldn't bear it at all. Mr. Xiao, I was blind and didn't recognize a great man. This was just a misunderstanding. Please be magnanimous and let me go this time. Lu Fen came over and spoke urgently, with a tearful tone in her voice. At this moment, the waiters in the store were dumbfounded. Manager Lu, who has always been strong and unyielding, actually begged for help in such a humble manner. And this mysterious young man is actually the boss of Hang Lida? However, Zhang Kai would not be soft-hearted because of the other party's plea, and directly called the store owner. 20 minutes later. A thin man in a blue suit and short hair ran into the store in a panic. He swore this was the fastest he had ever driven in his life. Because he knew that even a second slower would mean an additional disaster for him. He is the owner of this clothing store and also the good friend Zhou Wenbin mentioned, Han Shun. But what was surprising was that the first thing he did when he walked in was not to ask who the boss of Hang Lida was, nor to apologize to anyone. Instead, he walked past them and ran straight towards Lu Fen, and suddenly slapped her in the face. Bang! Crisp and loud. You spendthrift bitch, if it weren't for the fact that I want to be good to you, do you think I would let you be the store manager? Last time, it was because of you that my clothing store was complained about, and it cost me tens of thousands to settle it. You even want to close my shop today. Are you crazy or something? I can tell you right now with certainty that you are fired. Get the hell out of here. The farther the better. The thin man launched a violent attack on Lu Fen, completely ignoring the other people present. A blood-red handprint gradually appeared on Lu Fen's face. She looked at Han Shun in disbelief, and for the first time, there was fear in her eyes towards this man. The customers were dumbfounded, the service staff were dumbfounded, and even Zhou Wenbin's expression changed slightly, looking a little ugly. Xiao Fei was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that this guy would not give the other party any face at all. You two, kick her out. Han Shun pointed at two of the waiters and ordered. But they are in a dilemma, neither to bombard them nor not to bombard them. After all, she was their store manager. She had always been very powerful and everyone was afraid of her. Okay, you won't make trouble, right? I'll collect my salary and leave tomorrow. Han Shun said directly. After hearing this, the two of them no longer cared whether she was the store manager or not. As if he had been injected with hormones, he dragged her out of the store by force. No matter how she cried and shouted, it was useless. Because of the noise in the store, more and more people gathered around, watching the woman being pushed out of the store as if she were a play. Lu Fen covered her face and looked at the strange looks from the people around her. For the first time in her life, she felt extremely humiliated. She looked at Xiao Fei and Su Yanqi hatefully, then hurriedly left the store. You must be Mr. Xiao, right? Just now, someone below me didn't know the rules. I beg Mr. Xiao to be magnanimous and let me go. As compensation, how about I pay for all of Mr. Zhao's expenses here today? I rely on these shops to make a living. If you don't rent them to me, I won't be able to survive. Han Shan clasped his hands together and begged Xiao Fei humbly. Old Han, why are you so polite to him? It's just a few stores. If you're willing, I can help you find a few. Seeing the shop owner, whom he had just called a friend, now begging his opponent so humbly, Zhou Wenbin couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Mr. Zhou, stop joking. This is my lifeline. Nowhere else is better than here. Han Shan said with a frown. He was really blaming Zhou Wenbin at this moment. If it weren't for him, Han Shan wouldn't be facing such difficulties now. Because the other party often came to the store to buy clothes, Han Shan was polite to him and even wanted to make friends with him. But he didn't expect that the other party would kill him in one go. It's not that he doesn't know Zhou Wenbin. He is a casual person. They say nice things on the surface and say they will help you find a store, but who will care about you after the time is up? He opened several stores here with good locations, and his annual revenue totaled millions. When things are good, we can even make 7 or 8 million a year. Where can you find such a good place? This is also the reason why he opened so many stores in Hanglida in a row. Zhou Wenbin's face turned a little ugly when he saw that Han Shan did not accept his suggestion at all. With a snort, he was about to leave. Are you leaving now? Xiao Fei would never forget Zhou Wenbin's provocation just now. Xiao Fei, I will remember this account. Zhou Wenbin said, pulling his girlfriend's hand and leaving the store in embarrassment. Mr. Xiao, this is your girlfriend, right? This down jacket really suits her very well. If you like it, you can take it away directly. It's free. There are also other things in the store that you like, you can take as you please. Han Shan, who was standing next to him, had sharp eyes and noticed at a glance that this was his own down jacket, so he immediately spoke attentively. I don't like to owe favors to others. Just swipe the card. Xiao Fei said lightly. This. Han Shan was in a dilemma. Why? My card can't be used? Xiao Fei's voice gradually became colder. No. Of course that's not what I meant. Han Shan looked at the other party's cold eyes and his heart skipped a beat. He asked his employees to swipe the card quickly. Consumption amount, 1,750 yuan. A down jacket cost 1,750, which is indeed expensive, but it is nothing to Xiao Fei. Then, what about this store? Han Shan swallowed and asked tremblingly. You should be thankful, because this down jacket saved your store. Xiao Fei said quietly without changing his expression. Han Shan's eyes lit up, and he asked in disbelief, really? Director Xiao, do you mean my store can still be open? Xiao Fei nodded but didn't answer. Han Shan was pleasantly surprised. He was so lucky that the store was saved. My heart, which had been beating so fast, finally settled down. But it was obvious that this excitement only lasted for a few seconds, and Xiao Fei spoke again. This store was indeed saved, but the other stores no longer had any need to exist. Xiao Fei said coldly, then pulled Su Yanqi, who was still in shock, and slowly walked out of the store. Han Shan's originally excited eyes gradually widened, as if he couldn't believe it. Then he looked at Zhang Kai, the general manager, and asked tremblingly, Zhang. Director Zhang, what does this mean? Zhang Kai sneered and said, what I mean is that except for this store, your Heidaleo, food store, and electronics storefronts will all be taken back, and only this one store will remain. What? It was like being struck by lightning, and Han Shan almost collapsed. Of the 4 stores, the most profitable are Heidaleo and the largest electrical appliance mall on the 4th floor. Without these two, 70% of the profits will be gone in an instant. Add to that the food stores, and the losses are simply unimaginable. Lufan, it's all because of her. Han Shan's anger reached its peak. His hatred towards Lufan was now even stronger. If it weren't for her, there wouldn't be the current situation. He swore that he would never let that woman go. Chapter 42: A warm kiss on a snowy night. What's wrong? Are you still not coming back to your senses? It has been 2 minutes since they left the store, and Su Yanqi hasn't said a word. No one knows what she is thinking. Xiao Fei, this square. Su Yanqi hesitated to speak. Well, they're mine, but I rented them all out. Xiao Fei explained with a faint smile. There was no need for him to hide too much from Su Yanqi. They will have a lot of time to spend together in the future, and it is impossible to keep it hidden forever. Secrets can be hidden, but if you hide too many, they lose their meaning of existence. There was disbelief in Su Yanqi's eyes. More and more identities were revealed behind Xiao Fei. The more I get along with him, the more mysterious he becomes, both in terms of his identity and his personal talents. But because of this, she felt more and more safe and at ease with Xiao Fei. The snow outside was getting heavier and heavier, and Xiao Fei accompanied Su Yanqi in the shopping mall for a long time. Although they didn't buy anything, they enjoyed the happy time of shopping together. 2 hours later, Pagani drove into the Jiangda parking lot. The snow has begun to pile up. Su Yanqi reached out and held Xiao Fei's arm, leaned against him, and walked towards the dormitory. The shoes left footprints on the snow with every step, and the snow was bumpy and very interesting. When they reached the downstairs of the girls' dormitory, the two stopped. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening and the surroundings were unusually quiet. Xiao Shi, I have a gift for you. Seeing that they were about to separate, Xiao Fei suddenly said. Then he took out a small box from his pocket and handed it to the other person. What is this? Su Yanqi asked in surprise and took it. I didn't see him buy anything tonight. She couldn't help but open the box out of curiosity, and a delicate bracelet emitting a faint light green light caught her eye. What beautiful jewelry! Su Yanqi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It feels light and comfortable to touch. Let me help you put it on. Xiao Fei said gently. He took the bracelet, pulled out one of Su Yanqi's hands, and then carefully put it on her wrist. In fact, Su Yanqi is not the kind of person who likes to wear various jewelry, but she particularly likes the gift given by Xiao Fei. The originally white wrist now looks even more beautiful because of it. Su Yanqi's heart was filled with ripples, and there were even some tears in her eyes. I originally thought that Xiao Fei was with Xin Yueli, and that he and I were not destined to be together. But they didn't expect that things are so unpredictable, and in the blink of an eye they were already so close. Although their relationship has not been confirmed, Su Yanqi understands that they have already accepted each other in their hearts. Suddenly, she couldn't control herself and leaned toward Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei was stunned when he felt a pair of soft and moist lips approaching him. It's icy cold, but it can warm people's hearts. By the time he reacted, Su Yanqi had already run away with her face covered, her face flushed red. Well. Xiao Fei came back to his senses and sighed. It was too short. He is usually very responsive, but he was confused at the critical moment. He touched his lips and recalled the kiss just now. It seemed that Su Yanqi's fragrance still lingered. This feeling is so wonderful. In the early morning, the sky is full of silver. Because I went to bed late, I was woken up by a VX video the next day. Xiao Fei knew it was Su Yanqi. He had not forgotten the agreement they made last night. The dormitory was empty at this time. Normally, everyone would have gone to class or done morning exercises. However, the snow is so thick today that many activities are doomed to be cancelled. I answered the video call, brushed my teeth and washed my face. Xiao Fei quickly packed up everything and then left the dormitory. When he arrived at the playground, he was stunned for a full 10 seconds. Good job. The morning snow was flying, and the sky was full of snowballs, bringing with it a cold chill. I thought everyone was happily making snowmen, but what is happening now? Hundreds or even thousands of people gathered in the playground, making snowballs and having snowball fights. The scene was chaotic for a while. The sky was filled with flying snow, and one couldn't even see the figures in the middle of the playground. Transformers Cybertron Star Wars is probably no more than that. Xiao Fei. A beautiful woman with slightly messy hair appeared in front of him. It was Su Yanqi who was waiting for her. There was an extremely happy smile on the rosy face, but it was still covered with snow, and the rabbit hat that was originally worn on the head had been knocked off. Have a snowball fight with me, come on. Before Xiao Fei could say anything, Su Yanqi took his hand and walked into the chaotic snow battlefield. Yanhai Bank. After having some fun with Su Yanqi in the morning, Xiao Fei received a call from Wu Chang from the bank. He drove here directly without even attending his morning classes. And the purpose is precisely because of Zhou Yang Holdings' new plan. I've recently learned about the stock market, and its fluctuations are unusual. We at Yanhai don't need to take too much risk and cooperate with Zhou Yang Company on this cooperation. In the office, Xiao Fei closed the new contract submitted by Zhou Yang Group and said in a decisive tone. Moreover, Zhou Yang Holdings has set its sights on overseas this time, which is a bit too far. President Wu nodded, agreeing very much with Xiao Fei's opinion. So what do you mean? He continued. Refuse. Xiao Fei said smoothly. Their company's ambitions are too great. They are no longer suitable partners for Yanhai. We should refrain from negotiating with them in the future, lest we be affected. Xiao Fei said lightly, if you want to break up completely. It is simply a fantasy for Zhou Yan Holdings to want to use Yanhai as a powerful backer. Moreover, because of Zhou Wenbin's existence, he had long wanted to terminate the cooperation with the other company, and this time it was just the right time to sever the relationship. By the way, have the matters concerning Xiaoqing Shifeng Group been investigated clearly? Xiao Fei suddenly asked. Wu Cheng nodded and said, we've checked. West Wind Group has no cooperation with our bank. Xiao Fei nodded with a calm expression, but he was not too disappointed. How is it possible that every company happens to have cooperation with Yanhai Bank? That is too unrealistic. Half an hour later, after the meeting, Xiao Fei walked out of the bank. However, what he didn't know was that at the same moment, the entire Jiangda school forum exploded, and it was an unprecedented explosion. Because the scene of Xiao Fei and Su Yanqi kissing in front of the girls' dormitory last night was clearly captured. It has now been uploaded to the forum, sparking discussion among everyone. In just 10 minutes, his post received over 10,000 views and over 1,000 comments, which had a much greater impact than Xiao Fei's clarification video. Chapter 43. The Qiao family's young master is being intimidated. Crazy. What did I see? Xiao Fei and Su Yanqi kissed, and it was Xiao Fei who took the initiative to kiss. Oh my god. My dream girl is kissing another man. She's the campus beauty of Suzhou University. Wow, what does Su Xiao's kiss feel like? I really want to know. If I could experience this kiss, I could live 10 years less, even 20 years less. Did you notice that Xiao Fei gave Su Yanqi a bracelet and she accepted it calmly? Right. Last night, Xiao Yan drove a luxury car to light candles for Su Yanqi, but ended up being treated coldly. What a difference in treatment. Ha. I said Xiao Yan had no chance. No matter how many gifts he gave me, it was useless. So what if he had money? He still lost to Xiao Fei. The news about Xiao Fei and Su Yanqi spread throughout the school in less than half a day, and everyone was discussing it. The most unlucky one is Qiao Yan. The video of Qiao Yan being splashed with water after his failed confession last night was uploaded to the forum, and he became the laughingstock of everyone. However, this morning, the video that suddenly appeared about Xiao Fei giving Su Yanqi a bracelet was like a slap in the face. This is equivalent to telling all the students in the school that he, Xiao Yan, completely lost to Xiao Fei. It seems that he can't bear this humiliation. He immediately stood up and left the classroom, heading towards Su Yanqi's class. The two were from the same department and lived not far from each other, but Xiao Yan found her in just 5 minutes. Su Yanqi, what do you mean? I, Xiao Yan, have been showing my affection to you in every way, giving you all kinds of expensive gifts every day. It's fine if you don't accept them. Who the hell is Xiao Fei? He's just a loser with nothing. How dare you accept a knockoff bracelet? Xiao Yan spoke in a loud voice, his tone extremely gloomy. The blood-red eyes were eerie and terrifying, as if they wanted to eat the other person. However, Su Yanqi had an ugly expression on her face. She didn't expect that Xiao Yan would become more and more demanding and even interfere with her. A tree without bark is doomed to die. A man without shame is invincible. Suddenly, Deng Jia, Su Yanqi's roommate who was sitting next to her, spoke in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone in the class to hear. What the hell? What's going on? How dare Deng Jia be so bold as to scold young Master Qiao? Is she crazy? If anyone moves a finger, won't she be in big trouble? Everyone in the classroom was talking about it, and they were all shocked by this ordinary student. The most surprised person was Su Yanqi. Seeing her usually timid best friend actually scolding the other person, she couldn't help but open her eyes wide in disbelief. What did you say? Xiao Yan was obviously stunned for a moment, and his anger was about to explode. A mere female student actually dared to teach him, the young master of Shifeng Group, a lesson. She really doesn't know how to live or die. Isn't that clear enough? Okay, then I'll tell you, you're a shameless, skinless, overconfident, and self-aware wimp. If it weren't for your parents, you wouldn't even be as good as an elementary school student. Are you worthy of Xiaoxi? What's Su Yanqi's identity? She's the princess of Tianxue Group, one of the best companies in Zhangchang. She has everything she wants. Of the things you gave her, if she wanted, she could have 100 or 1,000 of them in a matter of minutes. You think you can win her heart with just these things? Young Master Qiao, you are really stupid. It's not your fault that you're stupid, but it's wrong for you to come out and hurt others. Quiet, quiet in the room. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Shocked. 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 What did they hear? Deng Zhejia is so brave. He actually cursed the young master of Shifeng Group with such disgusting words. Even if it was an ordinary person, he wouldn't be able to bear it, let alone the young master of the Qiao family. He said more than 10 sentences in one breath, and even Deng Zhejia herself was a little surprised. At this moment, Xiao Yan's mentality had already exploded and collapsed, and he was about to punch Deng Zhejia. From childhood to adulthood, has he ever been scolded like this? If he doesn't teach this ignorant woman a lesson today, how will others look at him? This is a school. If you dare to do anything, I guarantee you will be expelled from school. Su Yanqi said coldly. Now that her best friend is helping her so much, Su Yanqi will certainly not let her be bullied. Just wait for me. Xiao Yan stared at Deng Zhejia viciously, with hatred that was hard to conceal in his eyes, then turned and left the classroom. He will not let this woman go. Even though he often gave Su Yanqi various gifts and was rejected, he never felt embarrassed. But today, he felt that his face was being trampled on again and again by others, and he had reached the point where he could no longer tolerate it. After Xiao Yan left, Deng Zhejia collapsed in her chair like a deflated balloon, which scared her to death. Xiaojia, I really didn't realize you were so loyal. Gu Qi, who was sitting in the front row, stared at Deng Zhejia in disbelief, as if he had discovered a new world. Su Yanqi, like Gu Qi, couldn't believe that this was her timid best friend. She seemed to be working particularly hard on this matter against Xiao Yan. Deng Zhejia just smiled embarrassedly, but didn't say anything. On the other side, Xiao Fei, who was driving, received a VX message. Looking at the messages sent by the other party, he couldn't help but smile indifferently. It seems that the sudden idea that came to mind that night allowed the character of Deng Zhejia to play a significant role beside Su Yanqi. If you want to deal with someone like Xiao Yan, sometimes you don't necessarily need to show up in person. As long as you can find a way to attack his weaknesses. Half an hour later, Xiao Fei drove his car to the school. Because the winter sports meeting is about to be held, school leaders are mobilizing all students to clear the snow from the playground and other places. This of course also includes Su Yanqi. The more crazy she played in the morning, the more tired she is now. Originally, several students wanted to take her place, but they were all rejected. She was too lazy to ask for special treatment and be criticized by others. Xiao Fei was lucky enough to get out of school, otherwise he would probably have to stand on the playground with Su Yanqi to shovel snow. Xiao Fei, why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time but couldn't find you. As soon as I entered the school, a physical education teacher ran over. Teacher Su, what's the hurry? Xiao Fei asked puzzledly. The principal wants to talk to you about something, but I don't know the details. The other person shook his head and replied. Xiao Fei nodded and followed the instructor in another direction. On the top floor of Jiangnan University's office building, in the president's independent office, Wang Feng was reviewing documents when suddenly the glass door opened and Xiao Fei walked in. Chapter 44. Xiao Fei put forward two conditions. Xiao Fei, you're here. When Wang Feng saw the other party come in, he immediately put down the documents in his hand and greeted him with a smile. Principal Wang, what do you want to talk to me about? Xiao Fei asked curiously. Ha, it's about the sports meeting. After Wang Feng invited Xiao Fei to take a seat, he continued to explain. I learned earlier that the head and vice head of the school's sports club had approached you, wanting to invite you to join the basketball team, but you declined. Xiao Fei's expression remained unchanged as he slowly said, Principal, if you're here to persuade me to join the team, then I can only say sorry. I'm not interested in basketball and only have a basic understanding of it. Don't worry, I'm not here to persuade you. I just hope you can help us play a basketball game at the critical moment. Wang Feng explained quickly, fearing that the other party would misunderstand. What do you mean? Xiao Fei frowned slightly. You should also know that the school sports meet is about to begin. The city games will begin after the sports meet. If the school basketball team encounters a strong opponent, I hope you can come on as a substitute and help the school win the game. Wang Feng paused for a moment and stated his purpose. In last year's city sports meeting, they lost the game because of the strong opponent Hangzhou University. Recently they discovered that there was a basketball genius like Xiao Fei in the school, so they naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity. If we can win the basketball championship in the city games this time, it will bring new honor to the school. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Accept the mission and be rewarded with 51% of the shares of Lilong Electric Group. Refuse the mission and perform a striptease in front of Su Yanqi until you are naked. What? Xiao Fei was startled. What a joke, striptease in front of Su Yanqi, and take off all your clothes. The scene was so beautiful that he couldn't imagine it. It seems that even if I don't want to accept the task, I have to accept it. However, he knew that Lilong Electrical Appliance Group was a very famous electrical appliance company in Jiangchang, which produced various electrical appliances. Air conditioners, water heaters, solar energy, rice cookers, washing machines, refrigerators, televisions, everything you need. Moreover, the brand is well known and has sales outlets in various parts of the country. With a market value of at least 30 billion, becoming the boss of such a large company is indeed a task worth trying. Xiao Fei paused for a moment and came up with an idea. I can agree to your request to play a basketball game for the school, but there are two conditions. If you agree to these two conditions, everything will be fine. Xiao Fei said lightly. Tell me about it. Wang Feng nodded, wanting to hear what the conditions were first. First, once I come on the court, Zhou Wenbin must leave. I could win a championship for the school, but I don't want him to be there while I'm out there. Xiao Fei spoke slowly and methodically, not afraid that the other party would not agree. After all, the school has the final say on such matters, and no matter how unwilling Zhou Wenbin is, he has to obey the school's arrangements. Wang Feng frowned and nodded, not thinking it was too much. Secondly, there have been some rather sensational events in the school recently. As the principal, you must be more or less aware of them. Xiao Yan has been harassing Su Yanqi since he entered the school, causing great trouble to her life. Especially this morning, he went to Su Yanqi's class and spoke harshly to her. This behavior is extremely bad and should not exist at Jiangnan University. I hope Principal Wang can issue a school-wide notice criticizing Xiao Yan's behavior and serve as a warning to everyone. This. Wang Feng was a little embarrassed. Xiao Yan's status is not ordinary. His mother even came to the school in person to ask him to take care of her son. If Xiao Fei did what he did, it would be tantamount to slapping Mrs. Qiao in the face, not to mention that she was also related to Su Yunqing of Tianxue Group. As if aware of the other party's concerns, Xiao Fei continued to remind him, Principal Wang, you should know that Su Yanqi is the daughter of Su Yunsheng, the chairman of Tianxue Group. Their company has invested so much new sports equipment in Jiangnan University. If he knew that his precious daughter was being bullied and your school didn't do anything about it, what would he think? Although Xiao Yan's parents and Su Yunsheng are friends, one is her daughter and the other is just a friend. Can't Principal Wang tell which is more important? It was like a word that woke someone up from a dream. Wang Feng was shocked and felt that what Xiao Fei said made sense. So what if the Qiao family is Su Yunsheng's friends? What if Mrs. Qiao gave him her business card and told him he could come to her for help in the future? So far, it's just verbal talk. Su Yunqing's Tianxue Group is firmly rooted in Jiangcheng and has made real investments in Jiangda. It was simply foolish of her to not take better care of his daughter and instead indulge Xiao Yan's corrupt behavior that hurt Su Yanqi. Okay, I promise you. Wang Feng made the decision immediately. Xiao Fei nodded, appearing calm on the surface, but his words just now killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only did he complete the task, he also tricked Zhou Wenbin and relieved Su Yanqi's worries. Time flies. The school seems to be trying to show sincerity. That afternoon, the school's top management investigated the matter thoroughly and found that Xiao Yan had indeed harassed Su Yanqi. Regarding this issue, the principal personally drafted a notice and broadcasted live in the broadcasting room. Suddenly, all the students in the school heard the manuscript criticizing Xiao Yan. The words are sharp, to the point, and full of indignation. Even the students began to feel ashamed of Xiao Yan's actions. Foreign Languages Department, teaching class. Everyone looked at Xiao Yan from time to time. There were laughs, contempt, anger, and people watching the show. Xiao Yan's face turned pale and blue. Never before had he felt so embarrassed and humiliated. First, he confessed his love to Su Yanqi last night, but it ended in an embarrassing way. In the morning, I was inexplicably bullied by a girl, and unexpectedly I was criticized by the whole school in the afternoon. At this moment, he not only became the target of public criticism, but also the object of everyone's ridicule. From this moment on, he knew that he could no longer stay in Jiangda. If he continued like this, he didn't know what would happen. His eyes turned fierce and he immediately decided to leave school. But after a while, a black Bentley Continental drove out of the campus gate at high speed and disappeared into the street. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yan drove into a luxurious villa complex less than 3 kilometers away from the school. After parking the car in the garage of his villa, Xiao Yan took out his cell phone and called his mother directly. Because of his own company's reasons, my father left Jiangcheng the day after arriving and returned to Xiaocheng. After sending him to school, his mother also returned to Xiaocheng. A moment later, the call was connected. Chapter 45, Never Give Up. Xiaocheng, Westwind Group. On the top floor of the building, Chairman Xiao Jidong's office was rudely opened. A middle-aged woman dressed in expensive clothes and with a dignified temperament walked in on high heels. She threw the designer bag in her hand onto the desk. What's wrong? What caused such a big fuss? Xiao Jidong's face was full of surprise. Usually, this situation indicated that the other party was in a state of extreme anger. Su Huan's face was gloomy, and he said in a sharp voice, "Your son was bullied by others, but you didn't do anything about it. All you do all day is work. Which is more important, your son or your work?" Xiao Jidong paused, then smiled. "It's nothing more than that matter with Su Yinshi. Let the young people solve it themselves. Why are you worrying about it? Besides, Xiao Yan's personality is too arrogant. He really needs to be alone to hone his skills. It would be a good thing to cool his edge." In this regard, Xiao Jidong has a different view. Hearing this, Su Huan was furious. He didn't care whether this was a company or not, and asked loudly, "What do you mean by that? He's your son, and he's being bullied. As an old man, you don't stand up for him, but instead make sarcastic remarks?" Xiao Jidong retorted, with his personality, "Who would dare to bully him? He must have bullied others, and they had no choice but to fight back." He knew his son too well. He is the only one who can bully others, why should others bully him? Our son is the young master of the West Wind Group. He bullies others because he has this powerful background, and that's what he deserves. Who are those who dare to bully our son? How dare they go against our West Wind Group? Su Huan retorted loudly, seemingly unaware of how hypocritical and unreasonable his words were. Even Xiao Jidong couldn't stand her attitude. "Did you know that your son was expelled from school? He was targeted by several people at school. One was called Xiao Fei and the other was called Deng Jiejia. I don't care what you think, but you have to find a way to deal with these two people." Seeing that Xiao Jidong didn't seem to care, Su Huan didn't bother to discuss it with him anymore and just told him to solve it. Is this necessary? We are all young people who have not yet entered society. It is normal to have some conflicts. Xiao Jidong wanted to say something else. If that's what you said, then there's nothing more to say. Let's get divorced and I'll take care of our son. You won't have to worry about him in the future. Su Huan didn't bother to talk too much and threw out his trump card. Look at you, you're doing this again? I'll send someone to investigate what's going on right away, and then we can discuss countermeasures, okay? Xiao Jidong had no choice but to respond. No need to check, what else is there to check? Just find someone to educate them, then make them kneel down and apologize in front of their son, and kick them out of Jiang University and Jiangcheng. Su Huan didn't give Xiao Jidong any chance to be perfunctory and directly gave a death order. Okay, I'll send someone directly. Unable to persuade his wife, Xiao Jidong had no choice but to compromise. Then I picked up the office phone and dialed a number. 2 days later. Jiangcheng, Jiangda. Department of Engineering, course break room. Xiao Fei was sitting on a chair, checking his recent income. Since obtaining all the property rights of Hanglida Plaza, there has been income almost every day. Just yesterday, Hanglida Investment Management Department officially took back all 3 stores under Han Shun's name except the specialty store and rented them out again on hanglida.com. In just one day, dozens of people visited the 3 stores, and many people rushed to pay their rent. This is the reputation of Hanglida Plaza in Jiangcheng because its geographical location is so good. It is located in a central area with a lot of passenger flow. Who wouldn't want to do business in such a place? Especially for the electrical appliance mall, this store alone is as big as 3 or 4 storefronts of others, so the rental price is naturally not comparable to that of other storefronts. At the end of the day, the 3 storefronts collected a total annual rent of more than 500,000 yuan. Adding the rent received in the past 10 days, there is already almost 2 million in the card. Well, very happy, Xiaofei was very satisfied. However, a satisfied mood is often accompanied by dissatisfied people. At the classroom door, Jiang Zishi and Sun Hao found him at some point. Xiaofei looked up and noticed the other person, but he sneered inwardly and sat in the chair motionless. Do I have to go out just because they are here? As if they noticed that the other party was deliberately avoiding them, Jiang Zishi and Sun Hao frowned and walked in leisurely. As the two entered the classroom, other students in the class also noticed them. After all, one is the leader of the sports club and also the school belle, and the other is also the deputy leader. It is hard not to attract everyone's attention. But everyone is also curious, what are they doing here? I don't know what there is to talk about with you two? Xiaofei asked coldly when the two men came closer. He really couldn't like them. The instructor told us yesterday that you would participate in this city sports basketball game? Jiang Zishi asked, adjusting his glasses. So what? Xiaofei couldn't help but wonder. After discussing it, we hope you can spare some time to participate in basketball training with the club. Jiang Zishi paused for a moment and finally told the purpose of his coming here. Train? Xiaofei was surprised, then said calmly, that's not necessary. I only promised the principal that I could help him win the final championship, but I didn't say anything about joining the club for training or anything like that. Of course we know that. Jiang Zishi nodded and continued to explain, as the club leader, I have to tell you, don't underestimate the city basketball game. To be on the safe side, we hope you can train every day and keep your physical fitness at its peak, so that you can be sure of victory. No need. Xiaofei said briefly and directly refused. I thought the other party was going to do something, but I didn't expect it to be something that I didn't need to worry about at all. It seemed that he had not expected the other party to refuse so bluntly. Jiang Zishi could not help but feel angry and said in a deep voice. Xiaofei, you are too conceited. I admit that you are very strong, but do you know that besides our Jiang University, there are even more powerful opponents outside? Especially last year when Lanzhou Hangzhou University crushed Jiangnan University by a huge margin. The city basketball game isn't as easy as you think. Sun Hao couldn't stand Xiaofei's arrogant attitude and couldn't help but remind him, even though you are very strong, the team still needs to work together, right? How can I play well with my teammates if I don't train and cooperate? Chapter 46 Meeting Su Yanqi's family for the first time. Listening to their words, Xiaofei couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. He sneered, I've been at Jiang University for such a long time. You've seen me play basketball a few times, and we beat Zhou Wenbin's team. As long as his team doesn't trip me up when the time comes. What Xiaofei said was not without reason, as Zhou Wenbin had a grudge against him. Who knows if they will collude in the end and deliberately refuse to cooperate with me. But he had his own ways to deal with it at that time, so there was no need to worry too much. Seeing that he was so stubborn, Jiang Zishi stopped trying to persuade him, but he couldn't help feeling a little angry. Ever since she became the club's leader, she has always been polite to everyone she meets. When has she ever been ignored like this? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Finally, he couldn't help but sneer, don't blame me for not warning you. You're cramming at the last minute. If you lose, you'll see how you'll explain it to the principal. Does it have anything to do with you? You're just worrying about nothing. Xiaofei looked at her with amusement. Self-righteous people like Jiang Zishi and Sun Hao think that the world revolves around them and that others have to agree to whatever they ask for. It would be fine if they disturbed me once, but this time they came again and it was not what I wanted. Besides, the reason why he is so good at playing basketball is not because of his talent, but because his body has been systematically strengthened. His physical functions are 5 times that of a normal person, and his speed, strength and reaction ability are far beyond ordinary people. So whether it is basketball, shooting, or other sports, it is easy for him. If he really did as she said and worked hard to develop his talents, then he would have his hands full. You? Jiang Zishi was contradicted in every sentence and was speechless. He could only hum twice and leave. As soon as she left, Sun Hao naturally couldn't stay any longer and followed her out of the classroom angrily. Xiaofei looked at the two men's departing backs and couldn't help but sneer. From the very beginning, they didn't consider their own position and just acted on their own accord. Xiaofei would not tolerate them. But although they left, the students in the class were no longer calm. Oh my God! Did you hear that? Xiaofei is going to participate in the city basketball game. How could I not have heard it? I thought I would never have the chance to see his amazing skills on the basketball court again. Yeah. I'm so lucky. I must go watch the city games this time. With Xiaofei joining us, Zhengde will definitely win the championship, just in time to avenge last year's shame. That's right, let everyone see that our Zhengde basketball superstars can definitely defeat Honda and become the new overlord. At this moment, the students in the class were all excited. Recalling Xiaofei's previous performance on the basketball court, everyone's expectations for the city games are unprecedented. Xiaofei looked at the admiring eyes of the crowd and shook his head helplessly. At this moment, Su Yanqi sent a VX video, and Xiaofei immediately answered it. Your brother wants to see me? A few seconds later, Xiaofei looked at the other person's beautiful face in the video and asked in surprise. Well, I guess my parents sent my brother to test you. Su Yanqi frowned and speculated. If you don't want to go, I'll lie to my brother and trick him first. Su Yanqi made a suggestion because she was afraid that Xiaofei was not ready yet. That won't do. If you refuse when meeting your family for the first time, it will give people a bad impression. Xiaofei shook his head and refused decisively. If nothing unexpected happens, he's my future brother-in-law, so I have to give him some face. But he didn't say this out loud. After all, the two of them haven't even started dating yet. So you agree? Su Yanqi couldn't help but feel happy. She was afraid that the other party didn't want to go. Xiaofei smiled slightly and nodded. He would have to meet Su Yanqi's family sooner or later anyway, so it made no difference whether he met them now or later. Besides, the earlier you get to know each other, the closer your relationship with Su Yanqi will be. Why not do it? When? Xiaofei couldn't help but ask. Tomorrow morning, Xinghao Hotel. Su Yanqi replied immediately. Xinghao? Yes. I'm afraid he would never have thought that the chairman of the hotel would be you. Su Yanqi couldn't help laughing. She really wanted to see what her brother's expression would be if he knew that the owner of this hotel was Xiaofei. It was interesting to think about it. Xiaofei also smiled indifferently. It's not surprising if you think about it carefully. Xinghao is one of the symbols of Jiangcheng. As the president of Tianxue Group, it makes sense for Su Ting to invite him to dinner. Time flies, and it is already the next day. A Pagani slowly drove into the gate of the St. Hao Hotel. Xiaofei opened the car door and walked out. Today he specially styled his hair and changed into a black formal suit. After all, it was the first time I met Su Yanqi's family, so I had to dress formally. On the other side, Su Yanqi was also dressed beautifully. After getting out of the car, he walked in side by side with Xiaofei. As soon as I arrived at the lobby, manager Yang Mingfeng came over and said with a smile, "Boss, the president of Tianxue Group specifically asked me to wait for you at the door and let me take you there." Xiaofei nodded and reminded him, "Don't reveal my identity." I understand. Yang Mingfeng was very smart and naturally understood these principles. The seat that brother Su Yanqi had booked was not the private room upstairs, but the restaurant on the north side of the first floor. This just happened to suit Xiaofei and Su Yanqi's tastes. It was not suitable to eat in a private room when there were few people around. As soon as I arrived at the restaurant, I saw a figure standing up. He has a handsome face and extraordinary temperament, but he is more stable than Su Yanqi. Xiaofei couldn't help but nod secretly in his heart. They were indeed siblings. Their looks were extremely high. In terms of handsomeness, they were almost as good as himself. While he was looking at the other person, Su Ting was also looking at him. The first impression is indeed quite good. No wonder my sister likes him so much. You must be Xiaofei, right? Please sit down. Su Ting greeted them with a smile and invited them to sit down. Xiaofei also smiled in response, which was considered a friendly response. I have no special intention in inviting you here this time. I just want to have a meal. Su Ting explained, fearing that the other party would be nervous. No, actually, I also want to meet you. After all, Su Yanqi often praises you as her brother in front of me. Xiaofei said with a smile. Is there? Su Ting was slightly surprised. It was good enough that his sister didn't say anything bad about him, but she actually praised him? Su Yanqi also frowned slightly. Had she ever praised her brother in front of Xiaofei? How come she has no impression? As we talked, time passed by minute, and the harmonious atmosphere made this dinner very enjoyable. After getting to know each other, Xiaofei felt that Su Yanqi's brother was a good person and not a snob. He never showed any contempt or disdain for him, which made Xiao Fei feel very good about him. In modern society, there are very few people who can maintain this mentality even if they are in Su Ting's position. People like Shui Kai and Xiao Yan are simply losers compared to him. President Su, I never thought we would meet here. The sudden sound interrupted the harmonious atmosphere of the people at the table. Xiao Fei frowned and looked over, only to see several men in fancy clothes approaching with provocative smiles on their faces. Chapter 47, Drive Them Out of Xinghao Hotel. So it's you guys. Su Ting frowned slightly, as if he didn't like them. The man in front of me is called Tang Ji, the president of Jiangcheng Dashuan Real Estate. He has quite a bit of business acumen at such a young age, but his character is not very commendable. The Daiso Real Estate behind him is also a very famous real estate company in Jiangcheng. With abundant financial resources, it ranks among the top 10 enterprises in Jiangcheng, second only to Tianxue Group. Why, you don't seem to welcome us, is it because of the Dongyang Avenue landmark? Tang Ji chuckled, with an unconcealable pride in his tone. That's right. Dongyang Avenue is a great place. Many companies are eyeing that piece of land and want to develop it. I heard that Tianxue Group has been preparing for a long time, and their goal is to win the bid. Unfortunately, you, Mr. Tang, cut in the deal. How can he not be angry? The person who spoke was a beautiful woman with a charming appearance and a tight figure. But he gives people a worldly air and you can tell at first glance that he is not a good person. At this moment, she was held in Tang Ji's arms, and the two were very close. Boss Peng, I didn't expect you to be here too. Su Ting ignored the two of them and turned to look at another man next to him. Yes, what a coincidence. I hope you are well, Mr. Su. The speaker was a short middle-aged man. His name is Peng Guan. He is the chairman of Jiangcheng Fuhua Building Materials Company and also a former partner of Tianxue Group. Peng Guan, Tianxue Group and your Fuhua Building Materials have been partners for many years. I didn't expect that our company trusts you so much, but you revealed our bid's bottom price to Daiso. Su Ting said with a sneer. Boss Su, you need evidence when you speak. Why do you say I was the one who leaked the secret? Couldn't it be that someone from your company betrayed the Tianxue Group? Peng Guan said with a sneer, but he was actually sneering in his heart. In their line of work, profit is the most important thing. Humph. Our company's reserve bid price has always been kept secret. Apart from the chairman and me, not even the shareholders know about it. How can you tell them the secret? It was only during the last time we worked together that you pretended to ask casually. We at Tianxue Group kept your trust in you before telling you, but we never expected you to secretly share the information with Daiso. Su Ting looked at the other party with a sneer, and there was a hint of anger in his heart, but he suppressed it. Peng Guan's face was indifferent, but he didn't care at all in his heart. In fact, what the other party said was right. It was indeed he who told Daiso Group the bottom price that Tianxue had originally planned. At the beginning, Daiso was willing to pay 10 percentage points more than Tianxue Group to purchase their company's construction materials. The condition is to get the lowest bid price from Tianxue Group. With such profits, Peng Guan of course agreed immediately. He has been cooperating with Tianxue Group for many years, so it was easy for him to get this information. This led to Daiso winning over Tianxue Group in the bidding process for Dongyang Avenue. But even though he did it, he wouldn't be stupid enough to admit it himself. Some things don't need to be revealed until the last moment. The people in Tianxue Group are not fools. They all know the truth and stopped cooperating with Fuhua Group after that. Peng Guan didn't care. Instead, he was happier to be able to connect with Daiso and get high profits in return. However, he forgot that in terms of total transaction volume, Tianxue Real Estate's transaction volume was much higher than that of Daiso. At the end of the year, the difference between profit and loss was not that big, but instead offended such a big client as Tianxue. Will Daiso continue to purchase their company's building materials at this price every year after this? Who knows? Mr. Tang, why don't we go to the private room upstairs? I originally wanted to try what it was like to eat in this restaurant, but I didn't expect to meet people from Tianxue Group. What bad luck! Said the woman disdainfully. Okay, since you don't like it, let's go upstairs to avoid looking at them and being an eyesore. Mr. Peng, let's go. Tang Ji also smiled contemptuously, and after saying that, he hugged the woman in his arms and was about to leave. That's exactly what I meant. Peng Guan also laughed and prepared to leave with him. No need to go upstairs, just turn around and go outside. Suddenly, Xiaofei, who was sitting next to them, said lightly, "What did you say?" Tang Ji and others frowned. Turning around, he found that the person who was talking was a stranger sitting opposite Su Ting. "Wasn't I clear enough? I'll say it again, go straight out, Xinghao Hotel is not a place you can enter." Xiaofei said lightly again, and took a sip of the red wine on the table. "Put! Who do you think you are? How dare you order us around? You really don't know your place. Mr. Su, are all your friends so stupid?" After saying this, the charming woman couldn't help but sneer. "Who are you to dare to be so rude in front of me?" Tang Ji also frowned and looked at Xiaofei with disdain. As the president of Deso Group, when would a stranger ever be able to act so arrogantly in front of him? Even Pang Guan next to him shook his head, with disdain in his eyes. Even he didn't dare to speak like that in front of Tang Ji, let alone this young boy who looked to be in his early 20s. "Manager Yang, these people are really an eyesore. Have the security guard ask them to leave. From now on, don't let any of them in without my order." Xiaofei was too lazy to explain to them and directly ordered his subordinates to drive them away. "Yes." Yang Mingfeng nodded and immediately used the intercom to call the security guard over. Ever since he kicked Shuekai out of the hotel last time, he has become more and more daring. Looking at the relationship between his boss and Su Yanqi next to him, he even met Su Ting today. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be a family in the future. This is a very serious matter. Their boss's status has risen rapidly. Who dares to mess with him? If he does his job well, his boss will be his support in the future, so what is there to be afraid of? However, what he didn't know was that Xiaofei had multiple other identities. If he knew them all, it would probably shock him for a whole year. In less than half a minute, several security guards from the lobby immediately rushed to the North Restaurant and surrounded Tang Ji and others. "Mr. Tang, please leave the Xinghao Hotel." Yang Mingfeng said calmly, but did not immediately resort to violence. "Who are you?" Tang Ji's face darkened, and he found that the other party didn't seem that simple. This time, he finally looked Xiaofei in the face. Being able to order the manager of the Xinghao Hotel around is not something that ordinary people can do. He is the chairman of our Xinghao Hotel and our boss behind the scenes. Yang Mingfeng, who was standing aside, introduced solemnly. Although the boss had said before not to reveal his identity in front of Su Ting. However, when he called him over to chase the people away, Yang Mingfeng understood that the boss no longer intended to hide his identity. "What, the owner of the Xinghao Hotel?" Manager Yang's words immediately shocked everyone. The other party is so young, yet he became the chairman? Even Su Ting, who was sitting opposite, couldn't help but feel shocked. This seemed to be different from the information his father had investigated. Su Yanqi sighed slightly in her heart. It seemed that her identity was exposed. "Manager Yang." Xiaofei spoke lightly, as if urging him. Yang Mingfeng understood what he meant and immediately ordered the security guards to drive the man away without any courtesy. Chapter 48: The extremely angry Xiaofei. "What are you doing? Do you know who my boyfriend is? Are you all looking for death? I don't care if you're the boss of the Xinghao Hotel or not. You've offended me today, and I, Tang Ji, will never let you go. Crazy people, they're all a bunch of lunatics. Let me tell you, if you offend Mr. Tang, you're completely finished." The three people were swearing and were pushed out of the restaurant and the Xinghao Hotel by several security guards. No matter how unwilling or angry they were at this moment, they could only be pushed out mercilessly. Along the way, there were customers who kept looking at their ugly appearance, pointing and talking, and watching them. "Mr. Xiao, I will never let you go." At the hotel entrance, Tang Ji was filled with anger. There had never been a day when he felt so helpless. Being kicked out of the hotel, how ridiculous is that? The charming woman standing beside him and Pang Guan from Fuhua Group were as angry as Tang Ji and felt that they had lost all face. They were originally so proud of themselves, but now they could only be described as extremely embarrassed and covered in dust and dirt. There were a lot of people here, and many people were laughing at them, which made them feel even more embarrassed. A few people didn't dare to stay here and fled to the parking lot in shame. Looking at the backs of the people leaving, Manager Yang standing in the hall couldn't help but sneer. In the past, these people were high and mighty, acting as if they were the only ones in the world and were extremely arrogant. As a small manager, although I don't like it, I can't say anything. Instead, I have to put on a good face and try to please them. But ever since the Shanghai Hotel changed its owner, first it was Shuaikai, and then it is Tang Ji today. It felt so damn good to see these guys who were always so arrogant being kicked out of the hotel one by one by him. Yang Mingfeng had to admire his boss. He was so powerful and domineering that he was always afraid of others. On the other side, in the restaurant, the person was driven out, but Xiao Fei's identity was exposed. After all, Su Ting had seen a lot of the world, and after a brief moment of surprise he regained his composure, but he was still shocked in his heart. My father once investigated Xiao Fei's identity. His parents were temporary workers in the city, doing hard work. We still rent a house and our life can be said to be very difficult. But what is happening today? He actually became the chairman of the Shanghao Hotel. This is the most famous 7-star hotel in Jiangcheng and one of the landmark buildings in Jiangcheng. Being able to become the chairman of this hotel means one has an extraordinary status. Su Ting turned his head and looked at Su Yanqi, not knowing whether his sister knew about this. What's wrong? Su Yanqi couldn't help but feel strange when she saw her elder brother staring at her. No, I just didn't expect that Xiao Fei is the owner of Shanghao Hotel. It's a bit unexpected. Su Ting shook his head and said with a faint smile. I was also surprised when I first knew about it, but you'll get used to it once you get used to it. Su Yanqi said nonchalantly. It seems that you have known his identity for a long time? Su Ting asked tentatively. Well, I knew it when we first got together. Su Yanqi explained. Su Ting nodded and felt a little relieved. At least Xiao Fei didn't lie to his sister or deliberately hide his identity or anything. But what's wrong with my dad? He doesn't even know if the situation is wrong. I have to go back and investigate again. The dinner was originally quite harmonious, but because of the interruption of Tang Ji and others, they no longer had the appetite to continue eating. Xiao Fei was fine, after all, sudden situations were commonplace to him. Su Ting felt a little different. Xiao Fei's identity suddenly became a little confusing, and he really wanted to know what was going on. But overall, he was quite satisfied with the person in front of him. Being neither arrogant nor impatient, and not putting on airs, is exactly what he wants. Besides, he had just helped him, making Tang Ji of Deso Group lose face and letting him vent his anger. He had to remember this favor. Before I knew it, more than an hour had passed. In the end, Su Ting left the Shanghao Hotel early because of something urgent. Just as he was leaving, Xiao Fei's cell phone rang. It was his mother calling. What did you say? A few seconds later, there was a bang and Xiao Fei's face changed and he stood up. Suddenly, a chill burst out from his body. Jiangcheng City, the third affiliated hospital. Tao Rong supported her husband Xiao Tang and sat on a chair in the hospital corridor. How is your arm now? Does it still hurt? Tao Rong asked worriedly with a tearful face. It's okay. Why are you looking so sad? I'm not dead. Xiao Tang couldn't stand seeing people crying. That group of people are too cruel. How could they be so unreasonable and beat you like this? She was still frightened when she thought of what happened before. Oh. I originally wanted to get my salary back, but looking at their attitude, all my work has been in vain. Xiao Tang sighed and shook his head. At this moment, a Pagani drove into the third affiliated hospital at high speed. Two figures got out of the car, they were Xiao Fei and Su Yanqi. He called his mother and after confirming their exact location, he found them in less than 2 minutes. Dad, what's going on? Looking at my father's arm wrapped in gauze. Looking at the bloodstains on his forehead, Xiao Fei's face became extremely gloomy. Xiao Fei, you're here. This is... The mother, who had a bitter face, was stunned when she saw Su Yanqi next to Xiao Fei. What a charming little girl. This was the first time in her life that she had seen such a beautiful girl. She felt that she was even prettier than those TV stars. Hello, uncle and aunt. My name is Su Yanqi, and I am Xiao Fei's good friend. Su Yanqi said after a pause. Oh, okay. Tao Rong couldn't help but nodded, constantly looking at Su Yanqi, her eyes almost shining. How wonderful it would be if such a beautiful girl became the daughter-in-law of their Xiao family. She was crying just now, and now she completely forgot that her husband was still injured. Su Yanqi looked at the other person staring at her like that, and for some reason she felt her face getting hotter and hotter, but she couldn't hide. Aw. I really want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Mom, what's going on? Seeing that his mother was staring at Su Yanqi, Xiao Fei couldn't help but shook his head and asked again. It was to help Su Yanqi out of the predicament and also to find out the reason behind the matter. Speaking of Xiao Fei's father, Tao Rong came back to her senses and her face suddenly became ugly again. A few months ago, your father took a temporary job at a company called Anlin Engineering. He was paid 10,000 yuan after working for 3 months. He thought the salary was good, so he stayed for 3 months. 3 months have already passed, and I went to get my salary, but they said your father's information wasn't registered at the company, and there was no such person. These 3 months have been in vain. I don't get a penny. Tao Rong was about to cry again. No contract? Xiao Fei couldn't help but wonder. Of course there is, but their company suddenly changed its name and became another company called Jianqi Engineering. Xiao Fei's father finally spoke. He said angrily, "The boss of the company told me to go to my original company and said that this contract has nothing to do with them. It's not like I haven't been here before. It's exactly the same as it was a few months ago. Even the employees are the same. How can it not be his company?" He was still furious when he recalled what happened at noon. Then your father went to argue with them, and the boss actually ordered the store employees to beat and kick your father and kicked him out. He also threatened to beat me up every time I come to their store again. Alas! They just bully us honest people who have no background and dare not fight back. Tao Rong sighed and said bitterly. This job is already very tiring, and now I can't even get paid. How can I not be angry? After listening to his parents' narration, Xiao Fei had a general understanding of the situation. At this moment, he exuded a chill all over his body, and he would not let go of anyone who attacked his family. When I opened the background data yesterday, I was stunned for a moment, and then I was very excited. A reader named Long Yu sent me a Great God certification and a character summon. It was the first time I received such a big gift. I am extremely grateful to this reader. Thank you for your gift, thank you. Carrot. Chapter 49 The Arrogant Cashier. Let me take you back, and I'll take care of the rest. Seeing that his father's hand had been bandaged, Xiao Fei thought he could be discharged from the hospital. As he said this, he and his mother helped his father and prepared to get him into the car. Originally, Su Yanqi also wanted to go forward to help, but when she saw that the two of them were occupying one side each, she gave up. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of an alley in the old town. Tao Rong helped Xiao Tang get out of the car. Looking at the beautiful sports car, she asked in shock, "Xiao Fei, where did you get this car?" Although Xiao Fei's car was parked in the alley many times, Tao Rong and Xiao Tang had never seen it. Even if they had seen it, they would not dare to imagine that the car would belong to them. I bought it. I opened an online store with a friend and I make hundreds of thousands of dollars every month. Xiao Fei explained calmly without changing his expression. No wonder you often send money back. Is it because you make money from this? Tao Rong said with a look of sudden enlightenment. Xiao Fei has always been honest since he was a child and never lies. So his parents did not doubt what he said. Su Yanqi looked at Xiao Fei's family, and the doubts in her heart grew heavier, but at this moment she was very sensible and did not ask. Xiaoxi, go upstairs with my parents for a while. I'm going to go to that company to see what's going on. I'll be back soon. Seeing that they had already reached downstairs, Xiao Fei turned around and suddenly said, "Well, be careful." Su Yanqi knew his character and his strength, so she just gave him a reminder and didn't say much. Xiao Fei, don't do anything stupid. Your father just came out of the hospital. What are you going to do? Tao Rong saw that her son wanted to collect the debt and quickly stopped him. The scene of her husband covered in blood was still vivid in her mind, leaving her with lingering fears. The people in there are very cruel. It's better for us to stay out of trouble. If there is really no other way, let it go. Xiao Fei's father also immediately tried to persuade him. Although it is hard-earned money, safety is the most important thing. Uncle and aunt, don't worry. Xiao Fei is very powerful. Ordinary people are no match for him. Su Yanqi has really seen this. She still remembered that night she sprained her ankle and was then blocked by several guys on motorcycles. As a result, Xiao Fei took action and took care of them in no time. That heroic and handsome figure still lingers in Su Yanqi's heart. But Tao Rong wanted to say something else, but Xiao Fei had already gotten into the car, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Looking at Xiao Fei leaving, the two elders couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, he will be fine. Su Yanqi couldn't help but comfort them when she saw that they were still worried. Hey! Lao Shao, what happened to your hand? Why is it like this? Just then, two neighbors at the entrance of the alley happened to pass by. Seeing Xiao Tang's bandaged arm, they couldn't help but ask curiously. But just as they finished asking, they discovered Su Yanqi's presence. When they saw this, they were stunned. This little girl is so beautiful. Lao Xiao, Ronzi, who is this girl? Why have I never seen her before? The two women asked in shock. Judging from the girl's dress and temperament, she was definitely not an ordinary person. This is my son's friend. Tao Rong said truthfully. Friend, is it your girlfriend? One of the women asked tentatively. Friends can have many meanings, and they have to think about it. Listening to their conversation, Su Yanqi's face turned slightly red. Her shy look further confirmed their guess. Suddenly, the two women felt jealous. Is it true that the Xiao family is going to become prosperous? They used to be the poorest family in the alley, but what about now? Not only does he have a luxury car, but he also knows such a beautiful girl. Maybe he's from a wealthy family. If they become a family in the future, their Xiao family will be completely transformed into a phoenix. Thinking of this, the two neighbors left quickly without saying anything, as they felt uncomfortable even looking at it for a moment longer. Why is their own son so unlucky that he doesn't meet such a beautiful girl? Uncle, let me help you. Seeing that everyone had left, Su Yanqi turned and looked at Zhao's father and said. She didn't care at all that he was covered in dust, and she supported him and walked upstairs. Xiao Fei's mother Tao Rong saw everything and nodded in her heart, thinking that he was such a good boy. The more she looked at Su Yanqi, the more she liked her and the more she liked her. It would be great if Xiao Fei could marry her, it would be a blessing for the Xiao family. The other side. A Pagani followed the target displayed by the navigation system and drove at high speed on the streets of Zhengcheng. Xiao Fei's face was filled with frost. Anyone who dares to touch his family has touched his bottom line, and it is no longer a problem that can be solved with money alone. The car was driving very fast and arrived at the destination in just 10 minutes. Jianqi Engineering is a relatively prominent construction company on Minghua Avenue in Zhengcheng. However, the scale of this company is not large, with only 3 storefronts and 3 floors upstairs. Xiao Fei parked the car aside and walked into the store with big strides. The front desk clerk was watching a movie and cracking sunflower seeds. He didn't even bother to look up. He just asked calmly, "What's up?" "Tell your boss that Xiao Tang's son is here." Xiao Fei didn't like beating around the bush and stated his purpose directly. The woman paused slightly, then looked up at Xiao Fei. He scoffed. "The guy who got beaten up for being unreasonable at noon was your dad? Our boss said that anyone related to Xiao Tang is not allowed to enter the store. You still want to see our boss?" The woman stood up and looked at Xiao Fei with a look of disdain on her face. Xiao Fei couldn't help but wonder, how could a small cash register like her be so powerful? Whose influence did she rely on? As soon as she finished speaking, she picked up the landline in front of the stage and made a call. Xiao Fei, who was standing by, did not say a word and did not stop it. The woman in front of him was just a minor character, not enough to make him make a big fuss. Boom, boom, boom. Sure enough, within a minute, several footsteps were heard from upstairs, and several strong and burly men walked down. Leading the group was a tall man in a suit and tie. He had a serious face and fierce eyes. If it were an ordinary person, they would really be frightened by his aura, but in front of Xiao Fei, this level is not enough. "Are you Xiao Fei, Xiao Tang's son?" The leading man pointed his finger at Xiao Fei's nose and asked with an extremely arrogant attitude, as if he was going to fight if they disagreed. The people behind him were also arrogant and domineering, and they were very intimidating. Snap! In an instant, the sound of broken bones was heard. A sharp scream echoed throughout the hall, startling everyone. "Your arm is too long. You need to break off a section." Xiao Fei looked at the man squatting on the ground, looked down at him, and said lightly. Chapter 50. This man is too powerful. Ah! The opponent who was so arrogant just now was now in so much pain that he was at a loss. The fingers are connected to the heart. If a finger is broken, the pain can be imagined. Fuck it, I think you are here to die. When one of the big men saw this, he could no longer hide his anger and his eyes showed an unprecedented fierceness. No one has ever dared to act wildly in their company. Today is the perfect day to send both the Xiao family father and son to the hospital. The rough man shouted loudly and rushed towards Xiao Fei with his fists. As soon as he made a move, the people around him couldn't help themselves. They are all strong and skilled fighters, and dealing with this young man is easier than crushing an ant. Beat him to death. You dare to cause trouble in our company? This is outrageous. The woman in front of the cashier shouted arrogantly. At noon, Xiao Teng came to the store and made a fuss about demanding his salary, which prevented her from watching the movie. So she had a big quarrel with the other party and even scratched his face. Not feeling satisfied, she fanned the flames in front of her boss. The boss also took advantage of the situation and ordered his men to beat Xiao Teng up and kick him out of the store. Unexpectedly, less than 2 hours later, his son came to cause trouble again and even dared to attack his old lover Yao Chang. The woman with a bad temper could not tolerate this and she wished Xiao Fei would be beaten to death. But it is obvious that their company has hit a wall this time. Xiao Fei looked at the crowd rushing over, his eyes flashing with coldness. Bang 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 bang. Just half a minute later, the whole hall was quiet. The men who were originally full of energy and strong bodies, all fell to the ground and did not move. This time, Xiao Fei attacked without mercy. Although it won't kill anyone, it will definitely make them lie in bed for a year or two. Hit people hard and strike accurately. If it was just to reason with them, then what was the point of Xiao Fei coming here today? Some people always need some deep memories to remember them. The woman in front of the cashier stared blankly at everything happening in front of her, with a look of disbelief in her eyes. She, Xiaman, swore that she had never seen such a strange scene in her life. Is the man in front of me a human or a ghost? In just a few short breaths, he beat several big men unconscious. This kind of scene that she had only seen in movies appeared before her vividly. It made her feel so absurd and unbelievable. But at this time, Xiao Fei had a faint expression, as if he had done something insignificant. He turned to look at the leading man and walked towards him step by step. The steps are slow, but heart-pounding. You, what do you want to do? Looking at Xiao Fei who was getting closer, fear appeared in the other person's eyes. He was really scared. Horrible, so terrible. This was the first time in Yao Chang's life that he felt such fear towards someone else. It was as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, as if it could tear him apart at any time. Even when facing his own boss, he did not have this feeling. However, no matter how scared he was, he could not eliminate the anger in Xiao Fei's heart. The purpose of his coming today was to find the boss of this company, the one who was unwilling to pay wages and even wanted to beat people. The moment he approached Yao Chang, he struck, as fast as lightning. In just a moment, he grabbed the other person's wrist and twisted it suddenly. Ah! Another piercing pain came, and Yao Chang almost cried for his mother in pain. Can you please invite your boss out now? Xiao Fei said lightly, his voice extremely cold. Yes. The boss is entertaining guests in a hotel next door. I'll call him and ask him to come back right away. Yao Chang replied quickly, tears streaming down his face. He was crying in pain. Then he looked towards the cashier and yelled at the woman, Are you a dead woman? Why don't you call the boss right now? What are you standing there for? Can't you see I'm about to be beaten to death? I'll call right away. Xiaman kept nodding in response. He was so frightened that he had lost his mind and no longer had the arrogance he had before. As the call was made, 10 minutes later, a black Mercedes drove to the company gate. At the same time, several bodyguards in black suits got out of the car. What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble in my company? A low voice sounded. A fat man with unusual clothes and a slightly bloated figure walked in with a group of bodyguards. It seemed that because the boss was here, Sherman became bolder. Pointing at Xiao Fei, he said, That's the guy. He's Xiao Teng's son. He seems to be here to collect a debt and he even beat up the employees in the store. The fat man glanced at the hall with an unpleasant expression, and anger suddenly rose in his heart. But the boss is the boss after all, different from those men. He forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart, tucked the workbag in front of his chest, and walked a few steps inside. He asked in a bad tone, You are the one who injured my employee? Are you the boss of this company? Xiao Fei ignored his question and asked directly. A faint chill spread out, as if he would take action as long as the other party answered with a yes. I am. The fat man replied in a deep voice, then continued, Brother, I can see that although you are young, you are very skilled. Otherwise, you would not be able to defeat all of my employees by yourself. However, I, Jiao, still want to advise you that not everything in this world can be solved by force. However, before he could finish his words, a black figure flashed by, and then he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. When he came to his senses, he was already pressed on the glass table in the hall. Ah. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Let go, let go. Zhao only felt that his shoulders were grabbed by a huge iron hand and he couldn't move at all. Moreover, he was pressed on the cold glass table, which made him feel so uncomfortable that he wanted to die. I'm here to settle accounts with you, not to listen to your advice. I will repay you tenfold for what you did to my family. Xiao Fei's tone was like a cold abyss, without a trace of emotion. If you dare to come up, I guarantee that he will lie in bed forever. Xiao Fei said with a sneer as he looked at the bodyguards who were eager to try. No, 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 don't come up. I was wrong, brother Xiao, I was wrong. It's not that I intend to deal with your father, but there are other people who want to target you, and I can't do anything about it. Chapter 51. Some people are destined not to be offended. Who wants to deal with me? Xiao Fei frowned, not expecting anything unexpected to happen. West Wind Group, it's West Wind Group that's targeting you. Zhao De replied hurriedly, and continued to explain. It wasn't Shifeng Group that contacted me directly, but Lingfeng Hongya's chairman He Xingli who investigated you. He knew your father worked for me, so he invited me to dinner. Of course, I was overjoyed. At the dinner table, he told me about you and the Qiao family and asked me to take care of your father, which is why this happened. Zhao De couldn't bear the pain, so he just said whatever he knew and didn't dare to lie at all. West Wind Group? Xiao Fei's gaze narrowed. So that's how it is. It seems this matter is related to Qiao Yan. However, it is obvious that mobilizing the West Wind Group's network of relationships is not something Qiao Yan can do. Su Huan. The figure of a middle-aged woman suddenly flashed through Xiao Fei's mind. Snap. The sound of shoulder bones breaking was heard instantly. Zhao De felt an unbearable pain all over his body, and then he lost consciousness. Xiao Fei slowly withdrew his hand. He had never intended to show mercy to these people from the beginning. Looking at the unconscious Zhao De, he couldn't help but sneer. Your name contains the word D. You really ruined this word. He, Xiao Fei, is not the kind of evil person who bullies the weak and suppresses the innocent just because he has the strength. But he will not show mercy to these self-righteous guys who bully the weak. The boss has been beaten. What are you still doing just watching? Hurry up and get on with it. Xiaman looked at Xiao Fei in fear and suddenly shouted at the bodyguards, regardless of whether he had the right to order them. But she herself just picked up her steps and ran out the door. She actually wanted these people to act as a shield for her so that she could take the opportunity to slip away. But she was fast, and Xiao Fei was even faster. Before she could even leave the store, a figure approached and was already next to her. Then Xiaman felt a pain in his shoulder and an irresistible force came. Bang! The huge force caused her to bounce back, hit the cash register, and finally collapsed to the ground. Endless excruciating pain came over her, and her limbs felt as if they were being hammered by steel. She was in so much pain that she couldn't even stand up. This kind of pain almost reaches the limit of what a person can bear, making people want to die in pain. You were the one who screamed the loudest just now. Do you think you can walk out safely? Xiao Fei looked at her and sneered. The woman in front of him was so arrogant that he had every reason to believe that she had contributed to his father being bullied. No, brother, I was wrong. Can you please stop hitting me? I won't dare to do it again. I really won't dare to do it again. A faint voice came. Even though she had no strength left, even though she was in so much pain that she was about to die, her instinct for survival made her keep praying. If she hadn't been in so much pain that she couldn't stand up, she would have cowed out and begged for mercy. She had already deeply realized how terrifying the man in front of her was. I am so stupid that I have made an enemy with such a person. The bodyguards standing by were already terrified. They had never heard of or seen such speed and skills before, so how could they have the courage to fight back? To put it nicely, they are bodyguards, but in fact they are not much better than those big men lying on the ground. The only thing they can be thankful for now is that they were not involved in Xiaoteng being beaten at noon, otherwise they would be in trouble once the other party found out. It seems to be to prove his innocence. The bodyguards stepped forward one by one and quickly apologized to Xiao Fei, explaining the situation at that time. Naturally, the fact that the woman in front of him had a fight with Xiao Fei's father at noon was also exposed. Xiaman felt a shock all over his body, and an inexplicable chill surged into his heart. Fear, extreme fear. Regret, endless regret. Since Xiaman entered society, she has been fearless. She also has her lover Yao Chang, who is a manager, backing her up, so she is usually arrogant. There had never been a day that made her so scared and terrified. It feels like a perfectly hidden mouse suddenly discovering a cat right behind it, which sends a chill down your spine. But surprisingly, Xiaofei just looked at her coldly and turned to leave the company. There's no point in staying here any longer. These are just minor characters. What we should really be looking for is Lingfeng Hongye and the culprit Shifeng Group. Besides, he had hit her hard just now. This woman would have to stay in bed for a few months before she could recover. Xiaofei opened the car door and got in. He didn't start the car immediately, but was reminiscing. Lingfeng Hongye, if his memory served him correctly, this should be a branch of Dahong Chengji. When he first took office at Yanhai Bank, he saw the cooperation information between Yanhai and many large enterprises in Jiangcheng in the contract. It is clearly written above that Dahong Chengji has two branches. One is Lingfeng Group, and the other is not in this city. After thinking about it, Xiaofei took out his cell phone and called Wu Cheng from Yanhai Bank. In less than 10 seconds, the call was connected. Old Wu, help me investigate the construction project and see if there are any other inside stories besides my dad. If there is, try to collect some evidence before filing a complaint. There is no need for such a deceptive company to exist in Jiangcheng. Xiaofei said in a cold voice. Yes. Wu Cheng naturally agreed immediately. To him, these were all small matters that could be easily accomplished. Also, Dahong Chengji wants to deal with me. Please help me find out what's going on. Xiaofei said in a deep voice. Dahong Chengji, are you talking about Dahong Chengji? Wu Cheng asked in surprise. What's wrong? Xiaofei frowned. That's impossible. The boss of Dahong Chengji knows you and is also aware of your identity as the chairman of Yanhai Bank. Because Dahong Farm Industry is the company that has the most extensive and frequent cooperation with us in Yanhai. So, as soon as you took office, I told the chairman of Dahong the news and told him to contact you for future cooperation. He told me a few days ago that the group wants to develop a new project and wants to talk to you. In this case, I don't think there's any reason for him to be against you. Wu Cheng on the other end of the phone quickly explained and expressed his opinion. Is there such a thing? Xiaofei frowned. It seemed that things were not as he had imagined. After a pause, he said, Lingfeng Company is a subsidiary of Dahong and has also borrowed money from our bank. You can ask him to come to Yanhai to discuss the issue of cooperation and take the opportunity to test his opinion. Is it Lingfeng who is targeting me, or is it the intention of Dahong Group? Clear. This was a good idea, Wu Cheng nodded and agreed. Chapter 52. Who said Xiaofei was the only one who had the ability? After hanging up the phone, Xiaofei breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to the venting just now, my anger has subsided by a lot now. But when he thought of Xiao Yan and his mother Su Huan, his eyes turned cold again. It seems that we have to find an opportunity to severely suppress the Shifeng Group. There is also Dahong Field Industry. If this was just a problem with Lingfeng Company, then there wouldn't be a conflict with Dahong, and things would be easier to handle. Old Town, Alley Entrance. The white Pagani slowly stopped to the side and Xiaofei got out of the car. He could imagine how embarrassed Su Yanqi must be staying in his house. Originally, he was going to meet Su Yanqi's brother today. Now that was great, Su Yanqi got to meet his parents directly. Xiaofei smiled unconsciously and walked upstairs to his house. On the 4th floor, Xiaofei's home. Su Yanqi sat on the sofa in the living room, while Tao Rong sat next to her, holding her hand and asking her questions. He was almost asking her if she was Xiaofei's girlfriend and what their relationship was. However, Su Yanqi didn't mind this. They chatted about everything under the sun with happy smiles on their faces. The embarrassed look that Xiaofei imagined for Su Yanqi did not exist at all. As for Xiaofei's father, he was sitting on the sofa on the other side, completely forgotten by his wife. Shouting even doubted whether he was still injured. When he returned home, no one cared about him. However, he was also very happy to see his son bringing back such a beautiful girlfriend. If Xiaofei really wanted to marry this girl, Xiao Tang would have more face when he went out in the future. Don't worry, Auntie. Xiaofei just sent me a message. He's fine and will be home soon. Seeing that Tao Rong was worried about her son again, Su Yanqi took her hand and said softly. For some reason, she felt particularly close to Xiaofei's mother. I used to worry that his family might dislike me. After contact, all these worries disappeared miraculously. Click. After a while, the old iron door was opened, and then the wooden door inside was pushed open. That's how old houses are, they all have double doors for security reasons. They didn't do anything to you, did they? Tao Rong stood up immediately when she saw her son coming back and asked worriedly. It's okay, the problem has been resolved and the money will be returned, Xiao Fei said with a calm smile. Then, he told his parents how he had reasoned with the engineering company and how he had a calm and composed conversation with them. Finally, the company was afraid that Xiao Fei would complain about them, so the two sides reached an agreement and settled the wages. After saying that, Xiao Fei took out his mobile phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to his mother's WeChat. Only then did Xiao Tang and Tao Rong finally feel relieved. Su Yanqi looked at Xiao Fei with slight surprise. Good job. Her woman's intuition told her that something was wrong. However, she also knew that Xiao Fei might have told such a lie to get the money back because he was afraid that his parents would not be able to swallow this anger. Mom, why don't you cook? Xiaoxi and I will have dinner before going back to school, Xiao Fei suddenly said. Since Su Yanqi came to his house, it was too unreasonable that she couldn't even have a meal. Oh, okay. Tao Rong nodded like garlic. It just so happens that my family bought a lot of food yesterday, so we have to treat you well. Auntie, let me accompany you. Su Yanqi excitedly grabbed Tao Rong's arm and was about to go into the kitchen. No, I can't let you go to the kitchen. Just sit on the sofa with Xiaofei and rest. Tao Rong was startled and quickly stopped him. If the neighbors knew that she asked the guest to cook for the first time he came to her house, wouldn't she be so angry? It's okay, Auntie. I often cook at home. Su Yanqi smiled and said nonchalantly. Tao Rong was in a dilemma. Let her in. It's her first day here. How can we let a guest into the kitchen? Don't let her in. Seeing the girl's excited and expectant look, it's hard for her to refuse. Mom, just let her go. Since Su Yanqi liked it, Xiao Fei had no choice but to agree with her opinion. Well, okay. Tao Rong was stunned for a moment. Since her son said so, she couldn't object anymore and went into the kitchen with Su Yanqi. There were a lot of dishes in the refrigerator, and Tao Rong took them out one by one, preparing to make a sumptuous dinner. Xiao Shi, please help me prepare the side dishes, and I'll do the cutting, Tao Rong said with a gentle smile. I thought she was just here to help for fun, and I didn't really intend for her to do anything, I just wanted her to help out. Yeah, okay. Su Yanqi nodded, and then selected and prepared the vegetables according to what Tao Rong wanted to cut. Good job. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Su Yanqi was adept at selecting vegetables, washing vegetables, and preparing side dishes without any procrastination. He looks like an experienced side dish maker. Do you often wash vegetables at home? Tao Rong asked in surprise. Yes. I often cook for myself. And, can I cut it? Su Yanqi answered truthfully, then picked up 2 freshly washed potatoes and asked with a smile. This is dangerous. It's okay. She quickly waved her hand and said confidently. Then he picked up the kitchen knife, set up the chopping board, and used the knife skillfully. Slow, methodical, and well organized. He didn't try to speed up, but overall he was neither hurried nor slow. It was all due to practice making perfect. The round and clean potatoes were cut into thin pieces as a cicada's wing by Su Yanqi's knife skills. They were then stacked and cut into shreds. Tao Rong looked at the potato shreds that were even thinner than the ones she had cut herself, and her eyes showed disbelief. How can a 20-year-old girl possess such knife skills? As the potatoes were shredded, she picked up the green peppers she had just washed and cut them into strips. Heat the oil, add the ingredients, put the vegetables in, and stir-fry, all in one go. 10 minutes. From washing the potatoes to cooking and serving them on a plate, it only took 10 minutes, and a plate of shredded potatoes with green peppers was ready. The color is golden and still steaming. Kid, you are so amazing. Have you been the head of the family since you were young? Tao Rong widened her eyes in disbelief. It's no wonder she asked this question, as very few children nowadays can cook. Not to mention that it was done so well and so coincidentally, it's simply incredible. Some of the work is even more detailed than hers, and it is not something that can be learned in a day or two on a whim. No, it's just a hobby. Su Yanqi blushed slightly and didn't dare to tell the truth, but she felt a little ecstatic in her heart because of the praise. Snort! Who says Xiao Fei is the only one who has the ability? In fact, the reason why she has such skills and is so good at kitchen work is entirely because she likes to study food. For some reason, she is very interested in eating. Not only do I like to eat, but I also like to cook it myself. Chapter 53, Su Yanqi's Ecstasy. What a good boy. Looking at the little girl busy in the kitchen, Tao Rong couldn't help feeling distressed. He must have suffered a lot since childhood. Otherwise, how could his knife skills and craftsmanship be so proficient? She wished Su Yanqi was her daughter-in-law so that she could cook more delicious food to compensate Xiaoxi. If Su Yanqi knew her thoughts, she would probably be mortified. The two big men outside had no idea what the situation was like inside. Seeing his wife and the little girl go to the kitchen, Xiaoteng turned on the TV and started watching a drama. For him, he is still not used to using today's smartphones, and it is more relaxing and comfortable to watch TV. More than an hour later, Xiao Fei put out a square table by the side. Steaming dishes were constantly brought to the table. They were brightly colored and fragrant, and just looking at them made one's appetite grow. Wow, a whole table of food. Xiaoteng had just chosen a seat to sit down when his originally happy smile froze and he couldn't help but feel surprised. When did the dishes cooked by his wife become so delicious? But there are guests here today, so I can't pick up my chopsticks first, otherwise he will have to taste it first. Sit down and let's get started, Tao Rong said with a smile. There are 4 directions, just enough for 4 people to sit on each side. Xiaoxi has worked so hard today. She cooked most of the dishes on this table. I was just helping her. After saying this, Tao Rong felt a little embarrassed. The Xiao family is unique in letting guests cook for them on the first day of their visit. Xiao Tong, who was standing by, was full of doubts. It's okay. I just wanted to do it because I was interested. There's no need to be so particular. Seeing that everyone was embarrassed, Su Yanqi quickly waved her hand and signaled them to do as they pleased. Later, after Xiao Fei's lobbying, Mom and Dad were able to have their meal in peace. I have to say that Su Yanqi's craftsmanship is really strong. Each dish is cooked to the perfect temperature, and tastes spicy and fragrant, with perfect color, aroma, and flavor. Tao Rong and Xiao Tang were shocked by this little girl from the bottom of their hearts. She has been cooking all her life and has always felt that her cooking skills are not bad. But Su Yanqi's food tastes just a little bit better than hers, and she can't deny it. Tao Rong really liked this sensible little girl more and more, and kept putting food into Su Yanqi's bowl. Although she has a simple personality, she is an experienced person after all, and it can be seen that the girl likes her son. Otherwise, why would they come to your house and cook for you? Such a good girl, and she likes Xiao Fei. If her son still couldn't control himself after this, Tao Rong felt that she would definitely knock 2 holes into his head. Of course, she had such an idea not because Su Yanqi could cook, but because she wanted the girl to come home and do something for the family. She just felt that children like Su Yanqi were truly rare and had good personalities. If my son could be with her, he would definitely be stable, happy, and secure. The meal was enjoyable and ended quickly. Su Yanqi spent most of her dinner surrounded by the praise from Xiao Fei's parents. She felt so floating. She had never received so much praise in a single day. If it were her own mother, she would probably complain about her daughter again. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Yanqi and Tao Rong said goodbye reluctantly and got into Xiao Fei's car back to school. Thank you for your hard work today. I was supposed to meet your brother, but ended up bringing you to my house to cook. After driving the car to the school parking lot and walking on the road in the garden, Xiao Fei said embarrassedly. Su Yanqi shook her head and didn't care. In fact, even she herself didn't expect to meet Xiao Fei's parents so suddenly. But it's better too, so she doesn't have to worry about what will happen when she meets the other person's parents in the future. Just as she was thinking, her body suddenly felt warm. When she came to her senses, it was Xiao Fei who hugged her. This hug really contained thousands of words. Xiao Fei felt from the bottom of his heart that he particularly liked Su Yanqi. Although she was born in a wealthy family, she was not at all pretentious and was very approachable. It's so comfortable to be with her. It makes people happy and feel blessed. If possible, he could be with her every day, which is something no one else can give him. Su Yanqi in his arms paused for a moment, then boldly stretched out her hands and hugged the other's waist. Since Xiao Fei has taken the initiative, Su Yanqi doesn't know what refusal means. At this time, the snow on campus had already been cleared away by the students. After a few days of sun melting the ice, the road became unobstructed, so many students passed by from time to time. Many people fall in love during college, and it is normal to hug and kiss each other. But in such a conspicuous place, it seems a bit like forced love showing. but when they looked carefully, they were immediately dumbfounded. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, it's actually Xiaofei and Su Yanqi? Damn, am I seeing a live version of Showing Off My Love? This is too exciting. Wow. Every time I see them together, I get so jealous. Take a picture, and post it on the forum for everyone to see. The students coming and going, in and out, seemed unable to walk anymore and started taking pictures with their phones. As if he had discovered something unusual, Xiaofei let go of Su Yanqi and shook his head helplessly as he looked at the sparse crowd around him. Ignored everyone. Xiaofei took her hand and walked towards the girls' dormitory, ready to send her back to the dormitory and then return to his own dormitory. Now the two of them are very direct and don't care what others think. But soon, the forum, which had just been quiet for 2 days, became lively again. The snow has passed and the weather has warmed up a little. As time passed, 2 or 3 days had passed since I went back to have dinner with Su Yanqi that day. Preparations for the school sports meet are in full swing and will officially start in about a week. Even students who had never participated in a sports meet couldn't help but sign up enthusiastically. Of course, Xiaofei would not go. Given his current physical condition, any attack he makes would be like bullying. When the city games come, someone from the school will write down his name and then report him as a substitute member for the city games. Apart from attending classes these 2 days, he only had a date with Su Yanqi. Occasionally we would walk in the woods, stroll together in the playground, or sit on the lawn and lean on each other. Life was so pleasant. We no longer remember the path you took that year. A familiar ringtone rang out. It was Wu Chang's phone number. At this time, Xiaofei was leaning against a big tree on the campus lawn, and Su Yanqi was sitting next to him, falling asleep on his knees. Xiaofei frowned, but finally picked up the phone. Mr. Xiao, we've found out the truth. This incident has nothing to do with Dahong Industry. This is the intention of the branch's chairman, He Xingli, and he seems to have further plans. Chapter 54: The Dark Hand Hiding in the Dark. Call the chairman of Dahong Changji. Just tell him that I, Xiaofei, asked him to meet at Yanhai headquarters in the afternoon. Afraid of waking up Su Yanqi, Xiaofei only said 2 sentences and hung up the phone. His face gradually turned cold. It seemed that the sooner the matter was resolved, the better. Those who strike first will gain the advantage, while those who strike later will suffer. Since it is a problem unique to Lingfeng Company, it is easy to deal with. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the reward mission. Uncover the mastermind behind this, He Xingli, and deliver a heavy blow. Success will earn you 51% of Wanching Media Advertising Company's shares. Refuse the mission and give the beautiful Miss Su a shoulder throw. Good job. Xiaofei was shocked. If he really did that, his happy days with Su Yanqi would probably be over. Accept the task. Xiaofei said immediately. It just so happened that he had the same intention and was ready to make the other party receive the punishment he deserved. Once successful, you can also obtain shares in other companies. Why not? Wanching Media Limited. It is the most famous and popular advertising company in Zhangcheng. Its business scope includes advertising design and production, advertising marketing, service consulting, and online media information release. Having such a company is equivalent to having a media channel to communicate with the whole country. Even the Shanghao Hotel and Hanglida's popularity can be taken to a higher level. After a moment, Xiaofei regained his composure and then looked down at the sleeping Su Yanqi. At this moment, she was lying on Xiaofei's legs with her head tilted. She no longer had the liveliness she had before, but her beautiful face was calm and gentle. Xiaofei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, as if the most beautiful things in the world were not as beautiful as such a perfect face. Just looking at her, he smiled unconsciously and touched the other person's soft long hair. It seems that I suddenly understood what it means to have a peaceful and tranquil life. Good times always pass by in a flash. Xiaofei had lunch with Su Yanqi at noon, and in the afternoon he drove his cool Pagani away from school and headed towards the Yanhai headquarters. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the headquarters. His cell phone kept vibrating. It was a video message from manager Yang Mingfeng. He frowned and clicked on it. A few seconds later, the call was transferred to Zhengcheng News Network. Now let's interrupt for some Zhengcheng news. Our city's famous 7-star Shanghao Hotel was exposed this morning for multiple scandals. Some customers have had their rooms unlocked and broken into by strangers using their cards multiple times while staying in their rooms, and some have even lost valuables. Some people have taken pictures showing that the hotel's expensive suites are dirty and messy, and do not meet the 7-star standard at all. Customers who hosted the banquet later said that the banquet did not meet their expectations at all, and that the ingredients used were expired and unclean. As soon as Xiaofei finished watching the video, the hotel manager called him. "Boss, something happened in the hotel. Have you seen the video I just sent you?" Xiaofei answered the phone and heard the other party's anxious voice. "What's going on?" Xiaofei asked in a deep voice. He has been the chairman of the Shenghao Hotel for some time. I also have a general understanding of the hotel's hygiene management and safety. How could such a basic mistake happen in their hotel? It seemed that hearing the boss's voice made him feel more at ease. Yang Mingfeng's mood gradually calmed down and he spoke one by one. "Our hotel provides high-standard care every day, with dedicated personnel inspecting every area for hygiene, personal safety, and food safety. It stands to reason that there shouldn't be problems like a poor environment, expired banquet ingredients, or even strangers entering the room with cards. But coincidentally, all the surveillance video of what happened is missing. The 2 people managing the surveillance have disappeared, and the head chef in the hotel kitchen hasn't come to work since yesterday. It seems like everything has been booked." After hearing what the other party said, Xiaofei's eyes were like the abyss of the deep sea, calm but hiding in extreme coldness. Customer complaints, monitoring, and management disappeared, and the kitchen also disappeared. It's such a clear line that even a fool can see that someone is definitely targeting him. The first thing Xiaofei thought of was Lingfeng Company, but this thought only lingered in his mind for 2 seconds before disappearing. If the other party knew that he was the chairman of Shenghao, he would not use the name of borrowing 10,000 yuan to deal with his father first, but would directly target Shenghao. "What's the current situation in the hotel?" Xiaofei asked after thinking for a moment. Just now, the customers who made complaints came to the hotel at the same time. They also brought reporters, saying they wanted to expose us completely and demand an explanation from the hotel. Yang Mingfeng said after taking a breath. Xiaofei just listened quietly, but his mind was working rapidly. Then he said, "Send me the information of the person in charge of managing the hotel surveillance. I will need it immediately. As for the rest, just keep those reporters calm. I'll handle the rest." "Clear." Yang Mingfeng on the other side heard the boss speak and nodded in response. The moment he hung up the phone, manager Yang immediately sent all the information of the 2 to Xiaofei. Xiaofei then forwarded the information to Wu Chang, and then he got out of the car and walked towards the bank headquarters. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the serial tasks. Find the mastermind behind the attack on the Shenghao Hotel and prove the hotel's innocence so that its rating cannot be downgraded. Accept the mission and complete it, and you will be rewarded with a doubled physical upgrade. Refuse the mission and wash your hair 3 times while standing upside down. Good job. Every task comes unexpectedly. If he guessed correctly, this was the 3rd unstarted mission he had accepted. And what the hell is washing your hair upside down? Why is the punishment for refusing a mission always so weird? However, the reward this time is a physical fitness upgrade, which is not bad. The only problem is that there are not enough tasks to upgrade physical fitness. Xiaofei couldn't help but complain in his mind. After all, he has deeply experienced the benefits of becoming stronger. Physical fitness upgrade is an occasional task and is inherently rare. It cannot be treated as easy as eating. Cherish it while you can. The system answered directly. Xiaofei didn't comment, he was just asking. This means that once this task is completed, his strength will be much stronger. He could originally kill a cow with 1 punch, but after a few days he could kill 2 cows with 1 punch. Ox. Chairman, Mr. Wang from Dahong Industry has been waiting for you for a long time. Just as Xiaofei finished talking to the system, 2 figures quickly walked out of the bank lobby. One of them is Lao Wu. The other slightly plump man in a red suit should be Wang Yangfa, chairman of Dahong Group. You must be Mr. Xiao from Yanhai Bank, right? I've heard of your great name here at Wu Bank a long time ago. Seeing you in person is truly better than hearing about you. Wang Yangfa walked up with a smile on his face, looking very enthusiastic and wanted to shake hands with Xiaofei. One should still give some face, so Xiaofei naturally extended his hand to respond to his greeting. If other friends who know Mr. Wang are invited, or if all the employees of Dahong Enterprise saw it, they would probably be shocked. Is this still the usual serious and dignified Chairman Wang? Come in first. I don't have much time. Let me make this short. Xiaofei suddenly said this, then turned to look at Wu Cheng and said in a deep voice, "Old Wu, did you see the message I just sent you? Find out the information of these two people immediately and find them. I want to see them within 2 days." Chapter 55. Tang Ji with ulterior motives. Mr. Xiao, is what you said true? Conference hall on the 7th floor of the bank headquarters. Wang Yangfa, chairman of Changhong Group, looked at Xiao Fei in shock and found it hard to believe. What did he hear just now? The branch of Dahong Industry actually targeted Xiao Fei's family? A chill rose in his heart. What a joke! I have cooperated with Yanhai Bank countless times. It is precisely because of this win-win and mutually beneficial approach that Dahong Field Industry has really grown bigger and stronger in recent years. In the entire Jiangchang, it is almost a rival to the Tianshui Group. If we offend Xiao Fei, we will lose Yanhai Bank, a major partner. Not to mention that the Dahong business would suffer a severe blow to its foundation. It would definitely be shaken and suffer heavy losses. If you want to cooperate with other banks in the future, they won't be as good as Yanhai Bank. As the chairman of Changhong Group, Wang Yangfa is well aware of this. Ling Feng, what is your victory? He suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart, which was about to explode at any time, if it weren't for the fact that he was discussing cooperation with Director Xiao. He really wanted to drive to Lingfeng Group immediately and dismiss the other party from his position. What was the use of such a person? Mr. Xiao, what do you want me to do? Wang Yangfa asked directly. Xiao Fei drummed his fingers on the table. It took him a moment to react, as if he was still distracted by guessing about the hotel. Frowning, he said calmly, "It's very simple. You can solve your own problems. I only have 2 requests. First, revoke He Xingli's position as chairman of Lingfeng Company. Secondly, Old Wu has been investigating your Lingfeng Company's transactions at Yanhai Bank these past 2 days, and there seems to be something wrong with the funds he has. Once he leaves office, things will be much easier. Thoroughly investigate his manipulation of the company's funds, compile evidence, and prosecute him fully. You must not only make him return all the money he has paid, but also make him receive the punishment he deserves. Whether or not we at Yanhai are willing to invest in your Changhong Group's new project depends entirely on how much effort you put into dealing with He Xingli. He Xingli had destroyed his father's livelihood. If you treat someone in the same way he treats you, it can be considered as a tit for tat." After hearing the other party's suggestion, Wang Yangfa couldn't help but be shocked. What a great new chairman! He remained calm while talking and was extremely decisive in his actions, no worse than the previous chairman Zhao Wei. Okay, I promise. As for He Shengli, our Changhong Group will thoroughly investigate him. We will not only demand compensation from him, but also bring punishment upon him. Wang Yangfa said firmly. They talked for another half an hour, and when things were almost done, he got up and left. The bank's president, Wu Cheng, had already responded to Xiao Fei's instructions and arranged for personnel to investigate the 2 people at the Shanghai Hotel. Yanhai Bank is one of the largest chain banks in China. There are chain stores in many first-tier and second-tier cities. As the head of the head office, Wu Cheng naturally has a huge amount of manpower at his disposal. The moment Xiao Fei gave the order, he spread the news. In just half an hour, almost all branches received information about the 2 people, and then used human resources to launch an investigation in the city and surrounding areas. By 7 o'clock that evening, the whereabouts of the 2 surveillance personnel had been locked down. At the same time, the head chef of the hotel kitchen was also targeted. After receiving the news, Xiao Fei immediately sent the person in charge of the hotel to go there and bring the person back. At this moment, in the top-floor conference room of Shanghai Hotel. Boss Xiao, please let me go. I was forced into this. It was Tang Ji from Deso Group. He approached Zhang Ming and me and offered us a large sum of money to help delete the surveillance footage. He said if we didn't cooperate, he would deal with us. We are just small people with no background. How dare we offend him? We have no choice but to do what he says. At this time, the 2 managers in charge of monitoring knelt down in fear before Xiao Fei could say anything. He begged for forgiveness with tears and snot, his voice trembling. So you followed his plan and deleted the videos of what happened in those 2 days? Xiao Fei asked coldly as he stood in front of them. Only a fool would believe that they were forced into this situation. If they were really scared, they could just leave the Shanghai Hotel. Ultimately, they couldn't resist the temptation. Yes, I deleted it, but I have a backup. In order to prevent the matter from being exposed, I saved the backup on a USB drive before deleting it. Chen Tao is right. We all have backups, one for each person. I carry mine with me. As he said that, the man named Zhang Ming quickly took out the USB flash drive. I have one too. I have one here too. Chen Tao quickly took out the USB flash drive and handed it to Xiao Fei with trembling hands. At this moment, the two of them felt extremely fortunate. Before deleting the video, they had considered their options. I thought that if I didn't escape, I could use it as my last straw. So each of them backed up a copy of the video, thinking that whoever got caught would hand over the video. Who would have thought that in less than 2 days, both of them were caught? If they had known this would happen, they would have just left the Shanghai hotel. Looking at the two videos in his hand, Xiao Fei couldn't help but be slightly surprised. These two guys really thought of everything, and each of them actually backed up the video. But some things are done after all, and what they have to face is the lawsuit from the hotel. Then he turned his head to the side and looked at the head chef Zhang Zhe, who had been trembling since he came in but did not dare to speak. What? You don't have anything to say? Xiao Fei looked at him and sneered. Aye. Zhang Zhe, who was in charge of the kitchen, really had a lot to say at the moment, but when it came to his lips, he couldn't utter a single word. Scared, so scared. It is said that if a person is extremely scared, it is difficult for him to speak. Now he believes it. He was different from the two people next to him. He had no backup plan. If the hotel really wants to sue him, he will be completely finished. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Looking at Xiao Fei, he said anxiously, I can prove it for the hotel, and point out that the mastermind behind this is Tang Ji from Dashuan Group. The next day, the third ring road. In a restaurant near the Shanghai Hotel, Tang Ji and a strange man sat opposite each other. The man couldn't help but laugh and said, Boss Tang, you really don't leave anyone any chance to survive. Someone just complained about the Shanghai Hotel a few days ago, but I didn't expect something big to happen these past 2 days. Tang Jiqian smiled and poured him a cup of tea, saying calmly, Of course. This time, I'll have to rely more on you, Brother Qian. With your help as the director of Wanqing Media, things will be much easier. I want to see if Xiao Fei's hotel can continue to operate. Don't worry, you will definitely benefit from it later. The man called Brother Qian was delighted and couldn't help but compliment him. No, it's my blessing to be able to work for Mr. Tang. It's just that their reputation has been attacked, and the Shanghai Hotel will definitely conduct an investigation. Can your plan really succeed? Tang Ji took a sip of tea and sneered, the management staff in charge of surveillance and the hotel kitchen staff have been bribed by me. After they finished their business, they left the city with the money. Even I don't know where they went, how can Xiao Fei find them? Chapter 56, Crazy Accusations from Opponents. Those customers I arranged for you. We have gathered at the entrance of the Shanghai Hotel, and your company's reporters are also here. We just need to wait for them to cause a few more disturbances and collect useful video information. Then, through your Wanqing Media, you can spread the news widely. I think within a few days, the entire Shanghai Hotel will be in turmoil. Having said that, a smug look appeared in Tang Ji's eyes. The shame of being kicked out of the hotel by Xiao Fei a few days ago is still vivid in his mind. Now he wants to make the other party regret it and return the shame 100-fold. However, Tang Ji's only mistake was that he greatly underestimated Xiao Fei's abilities. At the same time, Shanghai Hotel. Just like yesterday, hundreds of onlookers gathered outside the hall again. Many entertainment reporters showed up here. Those customers who complained came to the Shanghai Hotel again today and made a scene at the door with an extremely arrogant attitude. Shameless. This hotel is so shameless. They charge high prices but provide such poor service. What the hell is this called, a luxury suite? The garbage inside can't even be cleaned up properly. Even a pig wouldn't want to stay in it. That makes sense. I booked 2 tables for a banquet the day before yesterday, but I never thought their ingredients would go bad. And this is a 7-star hotel, bah. I had been staying in the suite for less than 2 hours when a stranger broke in with a card and stole my expensive necklace and bracelet while I was taking a shower. This is such a dangerous hotel, it seriously threatens our personal safety. Is it still necessary for us to stay here? Friends, let's stand in a line at the hotel entrance and don't let anyone else enter or leave this hotel. You're right. We're already victims. We can't let other customers suffer anymore. We're determined not to let anyone else enter the hotel. The complaining customers became more and more excited as they spoke, and encouraged everyone to work together to boycott Shanghai. Boss Tang said that the harder you shout, the more money you will get. They don't care what the truth of the matter is or whether they have framed others. As long as they can get paid, they are willing to do it. At this moment, because of their obstruction, those customers who originally wanted to enter the hotel were blocked outside the door. They shook their heads and left one after another. Faced with this situation, the hotel manager Yang Mingfeng finally stood up. But compared to the panic he showed yesterday, he was obviously much more calm today. He glanced at the people in front of him and said in a deep voice, "The issues you mentioned have been verified by our Xinghao Hotel. Some things are not what everyone imagines. Whether it's someone breaking into a customer's room with a room card or the food spoiling, there's something fishy going on." However, faced with such an answer, the customers simply refused to listen. Several troublemakers dressed like noble ladies winked at each other. One of the women came out in high heels and laughed loudly. "What do you need to verify? Your hotel is just terrible. If you don't believe me, I took a lot of photos here. You can see how dirty the hotel is." As she spoke, the woman took out her cell phone. "I showed everyone the pictures of all kinds of dirty garbage in the corners of the suite and various unknown objects on the bed." He even gave it to several reporters and asked them to record it on video. This garbage doesn't mean anything. It's possible that the hotel itself didn't clean it properly, or that someone brought it in deliberately to take pictures. Yang Mingfeng said calmly, not seeming to care. After hearing these words, the lady was very upset. She was like a lit match and started to throw a tantrum. "What do you mean? Are you saying that we customers are deliberately framing you? Come and see, this is the attitude of their hotel." At this time, another woman wearing brand name clothes and carrying a famous bag couldn't help but stand up. He scoffed disdainfully, "Admit it. It's your hotel's fault. Otherwise, what would you say if a stranger entered my room with a card while I was showering? And they stole a precious diamond necklace and an antique bracelet from me? Is this how your hotel is managed? Do you know how much that necklace cost? It's 6 million. And that antique bracelet is worth a full 30 million. Can your hotel afford the compensation?" The woman shouted, her arrogant attitude clearly visible, and her eyes were full of mockery. 30 million? Yang Mingfeng frowned and looked her up and down with confusion in his eyes. "Why, are you scared?" The woman sneered. "I'm not scared, I just think it's a bit ridiculous." Yang Mingfeng shook his head and continued. "Although your clothes are Louis Vuitton, they are all knockoffs. You can buy them online for only 100 or 200 yuan. And the bag you're holding is also a knockoff Hermes. If what you said is true, those jewels are worth tens of millions, and you are so rich, but you are willing to wear cheap knockoff clothes and use knockoff bags." Yang Mingfeng shook his head and hesitated to speak. His meaning was self-evident. As a hotel manager, he has met countless wealthy and powerful people throughout the year. Over the years, he's seen all sorts of designer clothes, and he can spot knockoffs at a glance. What are you talking about? I'm wearing all genuine brand names, so why should you judge me?" The woman didn't expect the other party to be able to see this, and she seemed a little flustered. Then she quickly changed the subject and said, "Don't say these useless things. I lost my things in your hotel. Please check the surveillance footage and find out the truth. Not just anyone can enter a guest's room. Only your hotel staff has the spare room card. I seriously suspect you are stealing from the hotel. If you can't retrieve the surveillance footage, it further proves that you have something to hide and are guilty of your crimes." As if she was sure that the other party would not be able to produce any evidence, the woman spoke unscrupulously with a smug smile on her face. At the same time, the onlookers couldn't help but nod and took out their mobile phones to take pictures of this scene. "Ms. Yang, since you said you stayed at our hotel 2 days ago, you should know when you checked in, right?" Facing the accusations, Yang Mingfeng remained calm, thinking it was time to fight back. Chapter 57, Xinghao Hotel's Comprehensive Counterattack. "Of course I know. It was the day before yesterday. Don't you know that I entered the hotel by myself?" the woman said with a sneer. Yang Mingfeng nodded. Then a waiter came out from the hall, brought out a laptop and plugged in a USB drive. "Since you want a video, let's talk through it. You came in the morning of December 8th and booked an hourly room at our hotel. You left in the afternoon. The whole process took 6 hours. We carefully watched the 6 hours and found that no one entered or left your room at all. That means from the time you entered the hotel to the time you left, nothing was lost. As he said that, the waiter turned on the surveillance video and then forwarded it to Jiangqing Forum and Jiangqing Media Network in front of everyone. Now that this video has been made public, any one of you can check it on your phone to prove whether what I said is true. Yang Mingfeng said confidently while looking at everyone. The woman panicked for a while, but she didn't expect that the other party actually had a video. After thinking about it carefully, I realized it must be fake and the video had been deleted long ago, so I felt relieved. He sneered, "Humph. How would we know if you've tampered with the video or done anything else?" Yang Mingfeng said calmly, "Any video that has been moved or edited will have traces left. If you don't believe it, you can download the video anyway and then take it to an authoritative authentication agency to see if there are any problems with the video. If you do anything wrong, our hotel will cover all the losses of your 2 pieces of jewelry, regardless of whether they are really that expensive or fake." Yang Mingfeng spoke in a powerful and forceful manner. Of course, these were all told to him by the boss. Otherwise, how could he have the right to ask the hotel to pay all the compensation? Seeing how confident he was, some people had already opened the forum and checked the content of the video multiple times. Then Yang Mingfeng turned around. He looked at the woman who had been stirring up trouble and said, "It's you who makes me feel weird. You said someone entered your room while you were showering. Logically, you should have cautiously opened your bag and checked it after you finished showering. Why didn't you tell me when you left? Why did you have to wait until yesterday to come to our company and make trouble?" The woman was stunned and was really stumped by this question. After a pause, he hurriedly explained, "At the time, I thought it was the cleaners coming in, and didn't think much of it. It was only later that I realized I had lost something." As if she was afraid that her teammates would be exposed, another lady stood up and said in a sarcastic tone, "He. Then let me ask you, what's going on with the ingredients in your hotel? The banquet I ordered costs 20,000 yuan per table, so 2 tables cost a total of 40,000 yuan. For such a high price, they actually use expired ingredients. Tell me, isn't it your hotel's fault?" Yang Mingfeng suddenly smiled and finally said the most crucial thing. Then he clapped his hands, and Zhang Zhe, the head chef of Xinghao Hotel, walked out of the hall. Zhang Zhe was feeling anxious at this moment, as he still remembered what his boss had said to him last night. To know how much responsibility the hotel will hold him responsible, it all depends on his performance today. He is the head chef in the hotel kitchen, and the one who was in charge of the banquet a few days ago. As for why there are expired ingredients, let him give an explanation. Yang Mingfeng said, then turned and looked at him. Zhang Zhe swallowed his saliva, looked at the hundreds of people in front of him, and calmed himself down, explaining loudly. "I did prepare the banquet with expired ingredients, but the ingredients used weren't the hotel's usual supplies. They were sourced from somewhere else. This is all a conspiracy by Tang Ji, the president of Deso Group. He has a grudge against our chairman, so he bribed me. They asked me to serve expired ingredients to customers in order to damage the reputation of our Xinghao Hotel. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples, and the onlookers were all excited. What is going on? Deso Group is also a well-known company in Jiangchang, but they would never have thought that this matter would involve another large enterprise. Ha ha. How do we know if what you said is true? Maybe the hotel asked you to say that." Exactly, and they even brought up the Deso Group. Your Xinghao Hotel is truly disappointing. To shirk responsibility, you even lied like this. At this moment, those customers who were making trouble. Naturally, they will not give up and will definitely push public opinion towards the Xinghao Hotel. Of course, there is evidence. When he asked me for help, he gave me a large sum of money, a total of 1 million. I went to the bank yesterday and printed out the transfer records. You can check it out if you don't believe me. As he spoke, Zhang Zhe took out a receipt with data flow printed on it and showed it to everyone. It really said a transfer of 1 million, and the transferor's name was clearly written in large letters, Tang Ji. The bank's official seal is also used, so it is impossible to falsify the information. Otherwise, the bank will hold you accountable. In order to prove its authenticity, he even took a photo of the bill and uploaded it to the forum. I've uploaded the bill to the Jiangqing forum. If anyone still doesn't believe it, they can ask the relevant bank about it and see if it's real. And it wasn't just me. 2 other employees responsible for monitoring and management were also bribed by him, and they also paid him 1 million. As soon as Zhang Zhe finished speaking, 2 surveillance managers walked out of the hall. Then he took out the banknotes and showed them to everyone. Faced with such evidence, all the onlookers fell silent. This is indeed the most powerful proof. 1 million is not a small amount of money. If they don't need your help, and a big help at that, who would give you 1 million for no reason? Even those customers who had been throwing a tantrum were now at a loss. They looked at each other, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. What is going on? Didn't Mr. Tang say that all the problems have been solved? There will be no surveillance video, no witnesses or physical evidence, so they can just curse and frame others as much as they want. But what is the result? Now we have surveillance, witnesses, and physical evidence. They were originally the active party, but now they are in the passive position. Just as they were thinking to themselves. Zhang Jie said again. Tang Ji from Deso Group said this when he was negotiating with me. He not only bribed me and the 2 surveillance managers nearby, but also hired more than a dozen customers. Give them money, let them stay in the hotel, or book a banquet, and then let them come back to make trouble in a day or 2. And these people in front of me now. They appear to be victims of the hotel, but in reality, they are all troublemakers hired by Tang Ji to deliberately create public opinion for the hotel. Chapter 58: The Direction of Public Opinion Storm. Holy crap, is this true? No way. Are these people hired specifically to cause trouble? If that's the case, then it's too abominable. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. I thought they were victims, but I didn't expect they were accomplices who were specifically harming others. These guys are so insidious, relying on gaining people's sympathy to frame the hotel. For a time, many people felt that they had been deceived and began to blame the troublemakers. Of course, there are also many people who remain skeptical. Don't spit bloody words at me. We don't even know the Tang Ji you're talking about. Yes, be careful or I'll sue you for defamation. This must be a conspiracy between your hotel and you. When the noble ladies saw that something was not right, they all seemed a little flustered and started pointing at Zhang Jie and the others and cursing. Yang Mingfeng slowly took 2 steps forward. His face darkened, and he said solemnly to the public, although our Shanghao hotel has proven its innocence. But someone is framing us and putting us in a desperate situation. Our hotel will not sit idly by and wait for death. We will definitely use 100% of our strength to prosecute every accomplice who intentionally directed the conflict towards the Shanghao hotel. As for Tang Ji from Deso Group, our boss said he will repay everything the Shanghao hotel endured today 100-fold. What Yang Mingfeng said at this time. It represents the entire Shanghao hotel, and also represents Xiao Fei's determination. Everyone felt the weight of these words and couldn't help but feel a shock. Especially the few troublemakers who were active in the front, they felt an inexplicable fear in their hearts. It feels like I've provoked someone I shouldn't have, and I'm about to get retaliated against at any moment. It seems that the Shanghao hotel was really wronged, and someone is trying to frame them. Yeah. Now that we have witnesses and evidence, I don't think they will lie. Think about it, everyone. Has the Shanghao hotel ever had any scandals over the years? Suddenly, so much negative news has been exposed in the past 2 days. Aren't you curious? As the crowd talked, they became more and more convinced that someone was behind this. The originally arrogant and domineering troublemakers seemed to sense that something was wrong. They immediately moved away one by one, wanting to leave the scene. The hotel was well prepared. Just as they were about to leave, the security of Shanghao Hotel came out and stopped the troublemakers. Yang Mingfeng sneered, "You guys just threw a tantrum and you want to leave? How can that be that easy? Our Shanghao Hotel has already informed the relevant departments of this matter. Just wait to be taken away for investigation. Even if you run, you can only run away from the monk, but not the temple." They had registered their identity information from the moment they checked into the hotel. These people are the targets of intensive investigation, and what they have to face is a comprehensive prosecution of the Shanghao Hotel. The onlookers looked relieved. These troublemakers framed others without any basis in fact. It is their own fault that they have reached such a point and they do not deserve any sympathy. However, unprecedented. All the reporters who came here to expose the news tacitly turned off the video they were shooting. The purpose of their visit this time was to collect negative news about the Shanghao Hotel. But at this moment, the spearhead is pointed at Deso Group, which is certainly not what they want. However, even if they can control themselves, how can they control the hundreds of people here? They had recorded everything that had just happened with their mobile phones and then uploaded it to the Jiangcheng forum. VX, groups, and moments, the information immediately began to spread. This is a major turnaround for the Shanghao Hotel, which has had a bad reputation recently and has been under the spotlight. Time flies. In just one day, the direction of public opinion changed, and the spearhead began to be directed at Tang Ji, the president of Daiso Group. Zhengda, between classes. Xiao Fei sat on the chair, looking at the various opinions on his phone. They were no longer directed at Shang Hao, but his expression remained unchanged. That's enough to save the hotel's star rating. It is just obvious that the news intensity against Daiso Group is simply not enough. Daiso is different from the Shanghai Hotel. The hotel's business may be affected by public opinion storms at any time. But the other party is in the real estate business, and if you want to make them suffer, you must use more powerful means. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing 2 tasks at the same time. Task 1, He Xingli is officially dismissed and Wang Yongfa takes over Lingfeng Company. We have also thoroughly investigated the hidden funds in his company and formally filed a lawsuit against He Shengli. Mission reward, obtain 51% of the shares of Wanqing Media Advertising Company. Mission 2, find out the murderer behind the attack on Shanghai Hotel and pay back the Shanghai Hotel. Mission reward, double your physical fitness upgrade. Host, Xiao Fei. Speed, 100. Strength, 100. Reaction ability, 100. Suddenly, Xiao Fei felt a force flowing into his body again. Hey! I can kill 2 cows. He really didn't expect Wang Yongfa to be so efficient, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt relieved. Yanhai Bank is extremely important to Dahong industry. Although the relationship between the 2 parties is mutually beneficial, the bank will at most lose some profits if it loses Dahong as a customer. If Dahong Changji loses Yanhai, many areas that require funds will be difficult to maintain and new projects will not be supported. So in this matter, Wang Yongfa naturally spared no effort to get things done as quickly and best as possible. We no longer remember the path you walked that year. Xiao Fei's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. In this case, Xiao Fei usually guessed that a company called and asked him to take over. Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Xiao? A woman's voice came from the phone. I am. Xiao Fei replied. Hello, Mr. Xiao. I'm Zhang Wan, the manager of Wanqing Media Advertising Company. You acquired our company this morning. The chairman has personally stepped down and hopes you can take over the company immediately. Really? There was no surprise at all, and the days after taking over the company were just as boring. But this company came at the right time. This just gave him an opportunity to deal a heavy blow to Daiso Group. I will take up my post tomorrow. Xiao Fei simply replied and hung up the phone. Because he suddenly thought of inviting Su Yanqi to dinner, so he put other things aside for the time being. 2 days ago, the Shanghai Hotel encountered a public opinion crisis. Su Yanqi even ran over and asked him if he needed help, saying that she could ask her brother and father to help him. But he said it was okay and he could handle it himself, so the other party was relieved. The storm has now been resolved. It's time to have a happy dinner with her. Well, I've been so exhausted from writing these past 2 days. Especially the first 2 chapters, the tone is not very smooth. After I posted it, I read it again and was very dissatisfied, so I made some revisions. I feel much better after reading it again after posting 2 chapters today. Because of this, I don't have time to thank readers for all the gifts they send me. Chong Shueji from Black Tiger City, Liang Shi who likes water cockroaches, many readers including Kaiki, etc. are all remembered in my heart. Another reader sent me a gift worth 26 yuan. I saw it and was very grateful, but I really don't know how to write the traditional Chinese name. Regardless of whether the gift is big or small, we are very grateful for your support. Thank you readers for the gifts, a special thank you. Best wishes to those who send gifts and those who read this book. Can be happy. Amazed face? Chapter 59 Xiao Fei officially takes over Wanqing Media. The Jiangda cafeteria is bustling with activity. Xiao Fei and Su Yanqi found a quieter place and sat down. When you called, I thought we were going to have a big meal, but it turned out to be the cafeteria. Su Yanqi couldn't help but curl her lips when she looked at the other person, which made her a little excited. If you eat big meals every day, you should change your taste occasionally. Xiao Fei said with a smile. Su Yanqi puffed out her lips slightly. No, she wants a big meal, she wants to eat big shrimps. She wants to eat beef and mutton. After I finish cleaning up the Daiso Group, I will treat you out to a big dinner. As if seeing through the other party's thoughts, Xiao Fei couldn't help but comfort him. You want to deal with Daiso? Su Yanqi's face changed instantly, and she even forgot what she was about to say. She knew Xiao Fei was rich. There are many industries, but it is not easy to deal with Daiso Group. Xiao Fei, if it doesn't work, don't force it. I can ask my dad for help. Our Tianxue Group has had a feud with them, she said with a worried look on her face. Don't worry. If it was a few days ago, it would have been a bit troublesome, but now everything is easy. Xiao Fei just smiled and shook his head. This time, he will use all available resources to push Daiso to the forefront. Let the other party feel what it means to be truly horrified by the power of public opinion. Right at this moment, Xiao Fei received several messages on his mobile phone from Yang Mingfeng. The Shanghao Hotel has filed charges against the troublemakers, as well as head chef Zhang Jia and 2 surveillance managers. Not only should the Shanghao Hotel be compensated, but they will also receive the appropriate punishment. Of course, there is also Tang Ji, the president of Daiso Group. But the other party is the president of a large company, so it may not be so easy to bring him down. Damn, Xiao Fei and Su Yanqi, they're together every day, aren't they bored? Exactly. I'm so jealous. Why does Xiao Fei always get all the good things? The other students eating in the cafeteria couldn't help but comment again when they saw Xiao Fei and Su Yanqi together again. The chicken drumstick I just bought doesn't taste good at all now. A guy who was happily eating a chicken leg angrily threw it into the bowl. It's so fucking infuriating. 3. Brother Bin, it's them again. Do you want us to go up and say hello? School beauty Su is the same. She is no better off with Brother Bin than with Xiao Fei. I really don't understand why she would like that poor guy. Several people at another table were also discussing Xiao Fei and the others. Obviously, it was more to flatter Zhou Wenbin. However, Zhou Wenbin was obviously not in good shape today, and he didn't care about the situation of Xiao Fei and others. He looked very bad. Recently, my family's company, Zhou Holdings, has run into big problems. Yanhai Bank, with which we have been cooperating, suddenly withdrew the cooperation plan. This caused many areas that originally needed funds to be cut off, and also caused some other investors to withdraw. Without Yanhai as a strong backer, many people have lost confidence in Zhou Yang Group. For almost half a month, the company was stuck in a dilemma, neither going up nor down. Although it is not going bankrupt or in danger. But it was enough to make him feel irritable recently. He has always been a high-ranking figure in school, someone people look up to. The main reason is because of the Zhou Yang Group behind his family, which is also what he is proud of. Now that the company is in trouble, he, as the eldest son of the group, is naturally uneasy. So much so that even the school told him the news that Xiao Fei will be the last strong opponent in the city games and he will be forced to withdraw. After the initial burst of anger, he calmed down temporarily and was not in the mood to target Xiao Fei. I'm afraid he would not have thought that even the big problems that occurred in Zhou Holdings were caused by Xiao Fei. If he knew about this, he would probably want to cut the other person into pieces. The next day. Lighting Avenue, Wanqing Media Company, Ltd. The former chairman, Fu Hai, resigned from his position yesterday. He has been working in this company for decades and never thought that someone would pay a huge amount of money to acquire them. In fact, he has become accustomed to this kind of life as chairman every day. But the other party gave too much, and there was no way to refuse. A white Pagani stopped downstairs of the advertising company. Xiao Fei, wearing a black suit, got out of the car. Looking at this magnificent building with overly colorful decorations, I can't help but feel a little ashamed. As expected of Jiangqing's most powerful media company, even the building's exterior walls are covered with various advertising subtitles. Fu Hai had been waiting since early morning. At this time, a Pagani was seen driving over. I suddenly understood in my mind that this might be the mysterious behind-the-scenes acquirer. Otherwise, who among ordinary people can afford to drive a super luxury car of this level? You must be Mr. Xiao Fei Xiao, right? Fu Hai hurried over and greeted the other party warmly. At this moment, he didn't know that the person in front of him was Xiao Fei, the behind-the-scenes boss of Shanghao Hotel. The director under him had previously discussed with Tang Ji, the president of Daiso Group, how to deal with the new chairman. If he knew about this, he would probably be terrified. The process is not unfamiliar. Xiao Fei responded to the other party's greeting quite naturally, then walked into the building, signed the contract, and completed taking over the position of chairman. When everything is done, look at the senior executives sitting in front of you. Xiao Fei said calmly, from today on, all advertising orders for the company will be taken over exclusively by the design department. We accept the right amount of customer business. If we can do it, we will do it. If we can't do it, or if we don't have enough manpower, we won't accept it. Except for the design department and the finance department, all other departments will allocate 60% of their manpower to focus on the Deso Group. Entertainment reporters, some of them are sent to search for negative news about Deso Group. Another part is to check if they have shoddy construction or unreasonable aspects. Try to collect as much information as possible, whether it's big or small, negative. Dig as much negative news as you can, and then the media department will report on it. Whether it's forums, media networks, or other platforms, the key is to promote it everywhere. Xiao Fei said a lot in one breath. His purpose was to influence public opinion and keep the popularity of Deso Group at the highest level. If 1 day is not enough, then 10 days. If 10 days are not enough, then 1 month. In short, you can't stop. And last night when Xiao Fei and Su Yanqi were having dinner, they talked about dealing with Deso Group. Unexpectedly, although Su Yanqi didn't know much about real estate, she had heard about it from her brother and father. There are many problems with Deso Group's projects. It's just that my family members are too lazy to use these as bargaining chips to fight with the other party. This time he can let Xiao Fei go. Make full use of this opportunity and give full play to the strengths of Wanqing Media. If the influence is big enough, it will directly have a huge impact on the Deso Group. But at this moment. However, his plan was opposed by some senior officials. Among them, Xian Hui, the director of the planning department, was the first to stand up and said, "Mr. Xiao, I think your arrangement is extremely unreasonable, even illogical. This is a completely thankless project for our company." Chapter 60, A rat crossing the street, everyone shouts and beats it. "You're fired," Xiao Fei said lightly. "What did you say?" Xian Hui seemed to be unable to react for a moment and asked in shock. "Isn't that clear enough? You're fired. From now on, you are no longer the director of Wanqing Media," Xiao Fei said with a sneer. This is the principle behind the saying killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Bang! One of them didn't sit firmly and the other fell off the chair. "I'm dreaming, I must be dreaming." Chen Hui, the director of Wanqing Media, has worked hard in the company for nearly 10 years before finally getting his current position. Just a few days ago, he was chatting and laughing with Tang Ji, the president of Deso Group. "I thought my future was bright, but I didn't expect it to become a mirage in the blink of an eye." No, absolutely not. He looked up at Xiao Fei, his mind racing, and he suddenly stood up. "Quickly tidy up your appearance." He looked at Xiao Fei tremblingly and said, "Xiao. Mr. Xiao, I was confused just now. I have offended you by overestimating my own abilities. I beg you to be magnanimous and not take it personally." Xiao Fei's eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "I never regret what I said. If you don't leave now, are you waiting for me to call for help?" His voice became colder and colder, and everyone in the conference hall was shocked. I originally thought that Xiao Fei was just too young and had no experience in company management, so he came up with such an ignorant plan. I never thought that the other party would have such a strong aura. But this is normal, as Xiao Fei received system reinforcement again yesterday. With his physical fitness doubled, his aura naturally became stronger as well. Xian Hui was stunned and wanted to beg for mercy. But looking at the other person's cold eyes, he was so scared that he couldn't say a word. He then took 2 steps back in a daze and was pulled out of the large conference room by people called over by the former chairman Fu Hai. Snort! If the company continues like this, we won't be able to take orders or make money, and we shareholders will suffer heavy losses, with no profit to be made. At this moment, a middle-aged man who was probably in his 40s spoke. Unlike Xian Hui, he is the third largest shareholder of the company with 12% of the shares, so he naturally has the right to speak. If the company doesn't make money, his interests will be greatly reduced, so even though Xiao Fei has a strong aura, he has to stand up. When one person stands up, a second person will stand up. As soon as he spoke, the other shareholders immediately echoed him. "I think Mr. Fong is right. Although you are the company's largest shareholder and have the final say, you should at least consider us, the other shareholders, right? That's right, you proposed the plan, but we shareholders will be left with nothing. It looks like we're in trouble. If this continues, the company will go bankrupt soon." As several shareholders raised objections, other senior executives who did not hold shares also nodded. Although they have no say, they strongly agree with the shareholders' views. Xiao Fei was calm and composed, and remained unperturbed in the face of emergencies. He looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "I have already researched the company before coming here. The design department can take on at least 30% of the company's orders. Add to that the 40% of manpower remaining in each department, and at least half of the company is still able to maintain operations. The remaining half of the loss of profits due to lack of manpower will be borne by me, Xiaofei, alone. Just deduct it all from my shares." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar. If this is the case, Xiaofei's 51% stake can indeed make up for the other half of everyone's losses. Just like this, it is a bit surprising. Would rather spend such huge benefits. Why are they also targeting Deso Group? Is there a grudge between them? If everyone has no problems, we can distribute the tasks. Seeing that no one objected, Xiaofei said calmly. For him, Wanqing Media Company is just a means for him to deal with Deso Group. As for whether he makes money or not, he doesn't care too much. After all, he doesn't just rely on income from here, and there is no end to the money he can make. Although everyone could not understand Xiaofei's behavior. But since the chairman said so, everyone started to assign work. So starting from that afternoon, all entertainment reporters went out to the scene. Start interviewing or searching for any negative events related to Deso Group. The planning department is responsible for organizing and summarizing, and then promoting and releasing through the media department. For a time, the entire Jiangcheng media was in an uproar. Whether it is forums, news, group chats, major platforms, or even on TV. Negative news about Deso Group can be found almost everywhere it appears. Shoddy construction, cutting corners, arbitrary price increases, small house area, and extremely poor after-sales service attitude. In short, there is nothing their group cannot do, except what you can't think of. Certainly. Tangji's intentional attempt to frame the Shanghai hotel a few days ago was naturally widely reported by Wanqing Media. In less than 2 days, Deso was pushed to the forefront of the storm in Jiangcheng, which greatly affected the company's reputation. The public opinion storm was dozens of times stronger than the one that the Shanghai hotel had suffered before. What the hell? Deso Group has so much scandal. Isn't this company too shameless? Damn it, if I had known Deso real estate was like this, I wouldn't have bought a house from them. I regret buying it now. Their house has a lot of problems. Water seepage from upstairs directly affects my home. The walls are cracked. When I went to the sales office to report it, no one responded. What the hell? Their company is so irresponsible that they dare to sell products with such quality. And Tang Ji, the president of Deso Group, is also a villain who secretly framed and cheated. Everyone must resist this bad practice of the Deso Group and not let them continue to run rampant. I will neither buy nor rent any of their properties in the future. Me too. I'm determined not to buy a house from their group. As information spreads more and more frequently, more and more people pay attention to it, and naturally more people are outraged. 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. A week later, the negative events of Deso Group broke out completely and thoroughly. Everybody knew about these scandals and everybody was talking about them. Some were indignant, some were watching the excitement, and some even started cursing. The entire group became a rat crossing the street, and everyone was shouting at them to kill them. Their credibility in Jiangcheng had almost plummeted to the lowest point. Subsequently, business plummeted. Homebuyers went from a frenzy of scrambling for numbers to no one interested. Investors are withdrawing and banks will reassess whether to cooperate again due to Deso Group's reputation issues. In just a few days, the effect was surprisingly good. Even Xiaofei didn't expect that it would cause such a degree of damage to Deso. The once stable Deso Group is now facing a crisis of no funds and no business. Chapter 61 Unexpected Surprise. Ah! Who is it? Deso Group, in the president's office, followed by an angry roar. Tangji stretched out his hand and waved, instantly transforming into a desktop cleaning master, sweeping everything on the desk to the ground. He hasn't slept well for many days. Ever since the company's negative news was dug out piece by piece, various platforms have been promoting it, almost forming a web that is everywhere. Now the entire group is surrounded by enemies. Not only can they not introduce funds, but they are also facing a situation of having no business. If this continues, the company they have developed over more than 10 years will return to the starting point overnight. As the president of the group, how could Tang Ji be willing to see such a situation? But the situation has gotten out of control and cannot be brought under control even if we try. It's impossible for so much negative news to be dug up for no reason. Someone must be behind this. Tang Ji muttered to himself with a gloomy face. Suddenly, a person appeared in his mind. He immediately took out his cell phone and called Qianhui. The third ring road, close to the Shanghai Hotel. It was still the same restaurant, Tang Ji and Qianhui sitting opposite each other. Just 10 days ago, the two were still in high spirits and discussing issues concerning the Shanghai Hotel. I originally thought that everything was done perfectly. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Xiao Fei actually found the manager and chef in charge of monitoring, and finally escaped danger. The most disgusting thing is that the two guys who managed the surveillance actually made backup videos to leave themselves a way out. After hearing the news, Tang Ji was so angry that his teeth were itching. However, things changed so fast, and it only took a few days. Their Daiso group is facing a test that is even more brutal than the one they faced at the Shanghai Hotel. Now the situation is precarious and may collapse at any time. How is this possible? You said that Xiao Fei, the owner of Shanghai Hotel, became the chairman of your Wanqing Media? A corner of the restaurant. Tang Ji's face changed drastically, and he looked at Qianhui opposite him with an expression of disbelief. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence of names, but after meeting him, I realized it was really him. On his first day in office, he pulled out half of his manpower to deal with your Daiso group. I was the first one to stand up against him, but he used me as a warning to others in order to establish his authority. Recalling that day a week ago, Qianhui was furious. If he had not acted impulsively, perhaps the outcome would have been different. After being kicked out, he still wanted to rely on President Tang to get a job in Daiso Group. In the current situation, I'm afraid the other party can't protect themselves, so it would be a waste of time to go. And Tang Ji sitting opposite him. At this moment, he looked as pale as a frost-bitten eggplant. He sat in the chair in a daze, his heart feeling empty. It's over, everything is over. At first he thought that Xiao Fei had spent a lot of money to let the media company come forward to dig out the news about Daichuang. So he planned to ask Qianhui whether their Wanqing company had accepted Xiao Fei's order. That's why they spent so much manpower and resources to build their company. If that was the case, he would simply offer a higher price and buy out all of Wanqing's negative news about Daiso. However, at this moment he did not expect that Xiao Fei would directly become the chairman of Wanqing Media Company. If that's the case, the media company controlled by the other party will definitely do its utmost to suppress their Daiso group. So, is there any hope for their company to survive? Lighting Avenue, Wanqing Media Company. In the chairman's office, Xiao Fei looked at the several manuscripts in his hand with great surprise. A full 10 seconds passed before he sneered. These articles have nothing to do with Daiso Group. But it has close ties with Shifeng Group in Xiaocheng. Although Shifeng Group is not a local enterprise, we are now in the internet information age. Wanqing Media is a media company. Any news on the internet that is worth paying attention to will be sorted and summarized, and then publicized when needed. This document clearly records all the negative news events about Shifeng Group. But what shocked Xiao Fei the most was not these. Instead, it is Shifeng Group, which is actually a long-term partner of Jiangchang's Lilong Electric Group and Lingfeng Group. Lilong Group is also the last system task he needs to complete at present. Once the City Games begins. If he defeats Hangzhou University, a strong basketball rival, he will own 51% of the shares of Lilong Group. Like Lilong Group, Shifeng Group is also a large electrical appliance company. Its products not only produce all electrical appliances, but also transformers and other products, with a wide range of contacts. Shifeng Group provides various accessories and materials to Lilong Group and Lingfeng Group. Lilong and Lingfeng Group have been providing core technology products to Shifeng Group. Manufacturing plants under the three companies. Because the products produced are different, they cannot be finished independently. Only cooperation can achieve a win-win situation. Xiao Fei thought about it and came up with a good way to deal with the Shifeng Group. However, he planned to investigate whether this plan could really work. After all, he had to consider more than just dealing a heavy blow to the West Wind Group. At the same time, you must also ensure that your company does not suffer any losses. After all, the kind of attack plan that would kill 1,000 enemies but lose 800 of your own, and ultimately lead to mutual destruction, seemed too stupid to him. Only do this when there is no other option. Now that there is a better way, why use this method to deal with the West Wind Group? After thinking about this, Xiao Fei put down the manuscript in his hand and prepared to leave the company. Just then, Assistant Xiao Chen knocked on the door and walked into the office. What's the matter? Xiao Fei asked calmly. It's the former chairman Fu Hai who's here. He said he has something to tell you. The assistant replied respectfully. Former chairman? Xiao Fei frowned slightly. Hadn't he already resigned from his position? Why was he still coming to the company? Let him in. Xiao Fei replied immediately. Less than half a minute after he finished speaking, Fu Hai, who had been waiting outside, walked in. Mr. Xiao. The other party greeted politely. Xiao Fei nodded and said with a smile, I wonder what Mr. Fu wants to talk to me about. Harmful. I've already resigned, so what's the point of being a rich CEO? I came here today for no other reason than to invite Mr. Xiao to attend my daughter's birthday party. Fu Hai looked at Xiao Fei with anticipation, as if he would not leave unless the other party agreed. Xiao Fei originally wanted to refuse, but at this moment the system's voice rang out. Bite. The system has issued a task. Accept Fu Hai's invitation to the banquet and bring Su Yanqi along. Task 1. Invite Su Yanqi to dance at the banquet. If she accepts the invitation and successfully dances, you will be rewarded with a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Task 2. Give Su Yanqi a hug, and you'll be rewarded with a luxurious sea view villa. Rejected mission. Eat instant noodles for 3 consecutive days. Well, actually, the penalty for refusing a mission isn't an exaggeration. He can even survive by eating instant noodles for 3 days. But he would still be very happy to go to the banquet with Su Yanqi. Xiao Fei nodded, then asked, Where is your banquet held? It seemed that he didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. Fu Hai replied excitedly, The banquet is at the Shanghao Hotel. Chapter 62 The Rich Family's Wishful Thinking. Zhangde, Girls' Dormitory. Su Yanqi put on some light makeup and put on a white dress that she rarely wore. Wow! Xiao Cici, why do you have to dress so beautifully? You make us roommates feel embarrassed, woo-woo. That's right, because your great looks have caused us to have an inferiority complex, so you have to compensate us. We'll have a big dinner tomorrow. If she were to wear this outfit, coupled with our Cici's stunning looks, she would definitely outshine everyone else and be the envy of everyone. Su Yanqi listened to everyone bragging and couldn't help but shake her head. This afternoon, Xiao Fei called her. When she was invited to a banquet, she naturally agreed readily. So she started dressing up early before the evening. Half an hour later, she received a message on VX, which was from Xiao Fei. After saying goodbye to her roommates, she left the dormitory amid everyone's envy. Why are you here? As soon as Su Yanqi got downstairs, she was surprised to find that Xiao Fei did not go to the school gate, but was waiting for her downstairs in the dormitory. Come on, let's go out together. Xiao Fei smiled slightly, took her hand and walked towards the parking lot. He thought it would be better to walk with her. He liked the feeling of holding her hand. Su Yanqi blushed slightly, then followed Xiao Fei quietly and slowly left the dormitory with him. On the other side, the Shanghao Hotel. At this time, on the 25th floor of the hotel. Fu Hai, the former chairman of Wanqing Media, is holding a grand dinner here. The purpose was to celebrate his daughter Fu Mengru's 21st birthday. On the 70th floor of the hotel, Fu Hai also booked an additional luxurious room for rest. Dad, are you telling the truth? Not only did he acquire all the shares of you as the chairman, but he is also the owner of the Shanghao Hotel? In the room, a young girl looked at her father in surprise, with disbelief in her eyes. Of course, after I signed the contract with Xiao Fei that day, the first order he gave was against Deso Group. And they're willing to pay a huge price, even giving up the profits from their own shares. I thought it was strange at the time, considering that the Shanghao Hotel was the only enemy of the Deso Group recently. So I investigated the Shanghao Hotel and found out that the chairman of the hotel was actually Xiao Fei. Fu Hai talked to his daughter mysteriously, as if he had discovered a new world. So you want me to get close to him, or even be with him? The girl suddenly smiled and understood what her father meant. Meng Rou. You are so beautiful. If you take action, you will definitely be able to capture Xiao Fei. Think about it. I sold my shares in Wanqing Media to him and got a lot of money. If you can get close to him and become his partner. After we get married and have children, his company will be passed down to us sooner or later. By then, his company will still be our family's company, right? Fu Hai said excitedly, making his own wishful thinking. Fu Mengru nodded, but she had no intention of rejecting her father. She just said with some worry, Dad, your idea is quite good, but I don't know what he looks like. I won't get along with an ugly man. Besides, I already have a boyfriend at Hangzhou University. He's the son of a very famous entrepreneur in Zhengcheng. His status may not be worse than Xiao Fei's. The most important thing is that he is not only handsome, but also a basketball genius. He is so handsome on the court. This is my ideal man. At the end of her words, her eyes revealed endless pride. At Hangzhou University, Fu Mengru is the one and only campus beauty. Many people pursued her, even Su Ziqian, the school idol of Hangzhou University and a basketball genius, fell in love with her. Meng Rou. You don't understand. No matter who your boyfriend is, he wouldn't have the guts to buy another big company. And in terms of looks, Xiao Fei is no worse than those celebrities. He's a perfect match for you. Fu Hai, who had witnessed Xiao Fei's aura, naturally preferred his own perspective. He has been chairman for decades. I have met at least hundreds of business tycoons, if not 1,000, so naturally they have a sharp eye. He knew that Xiao Fei was no ordinary person, and if he could establish a relationship with him, there would definitely be many benefits in the future. Fu Mengru didn't care at all. What a man! Who would not be convinced as long as she waves her hand? She has absolute confidence in her appearance. But since her father said so, she would like to meet Xiao Fei. If he is really as good as her father said, she might consider letting Xiao Fei be her boyfriend. Specifically, it depends on whether Xiao Fei is qualified, whether he is sincere to himself, and whether he likes him. I can take this opportunity to check it out tonight. The two talked for a while, and at this time Fu Hai's cell phone rang. An important guest had arrived. So he left the room with his daughter and walked down to the 25th floor. At the same time, on the brightly lit streets of Zhengcheng, the dazzling white Pagani was driving towards the St. Hao Hotel. The car windows were closed and the heater was on. Su Yanqi sat comfortably in the passenger seat, humming a song softly. Xiao Fei looked helplessly at Su Yanqi, who was wearing thin clothes. You know it's cold, but you still wear so little. You really care more about style than temperature. Fortunately, there was a down coat in the back seat of his car, which he had specially prepared for Su Yanqi. When we go back to the dormitory later, I can let her wear it. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the gate of Xinghao Hotel. I opened the car door and walked into the lobby of Xinghao Hotel. Su Yanqi took Xiao Fei's arm and walked slowly towards the designated floor. Perhaps because of the invitation from the former chairman of Wanqing Media Company, there are quite a few people coming to the hotel today. Whether it is the parking lot or the front of the big hotel, it is full of luxury cars. Inside the hotel, there are all kinds of celebrities and business tycoons, as well as white-collar workers, directors, and managers. All those who were influential and had some connection with Wanqing Media were invited. Chapter 63. Who is he? Boss, Miss Su. I didn't expect that even you guys would come. Yang Mingfeng received a notification from his subordinates and immediately rushed to the hall. Although today is the busiest day. But for him, the boss's affairs always come first. Last time, his outstanding performance helped the hotel restore a lot of its reputation. Xiao Fei even gave him a raise. He was so excited that he could earn an extra 200,000 yuan a year. At this point, the boss was even more superior in his heart, so naturally he had to treat him with great respect. As for Su Yanqi, her identity is also extraordinary. She is not only the daughter of Su Yunsheng, chairman of Tianxue Group, but also the boss's girlfriend. It was no surprise. She would be the proprietress of their Shanghao Hotel in the future, so of course they would not dare to neglect her. Su Yanqi is also very familiar with manager Yang of the hotel. He smiled and nodded in response. There was no conversation along the way, and Yang Mingfeng took them directly to the banquet hall on the 25th floor of the hotel. When they reached the first floor, Xiao Fei sent him away, and then walked forward with Su Yanqi. As the most luxurious hotel in Jiangcheng, the venue of Shanghao Hotel is naturally needless to say. As soon as you enter the hall, you will see a vast and magnificent space with many people already inside. They are all figures in the business world, and the appearance of each of them will more or less attract some people's attention. The appearance of Su Yanqi and Xiao Fei, a couple with extremely high looks, attracted many people's attention. Especially Su Yanqi, who dressed up specially today. Her appearance is like the bright sun, an elf in the night, making people unable to take their eyes off her. Whose young master and daughter are these two? I seem to have never seen them before. Yeah. Not only is the guy handsome, but the girl is so pretty. I've been in business for so many years and have met many beautiful women, but it's rare to find one as beautiful as this. I know that girl. Her name is Su Yinshi, and she's the daughter of Su Yunsheng, the chairman of Tianxue Group. Hiss. Tianxue Group, I didn't expect her to be so powerful. I only knew that Su Yunsheng had a son who was a business genius, but I didn't expect he also had such a beautiful daughter. And who is that man next to her? I've never seen him before, and he has such a close relationship with Director Su's daughter. Speaking of Mr. Su, I remember he seemed to have brought his wife here today. The arrival of Xiao Fei and Su Yanqi immediately caused a lot of discussion among the crowd. Xiao Fei didn't care. What kind of situation had he ever been afraid of? As for Su Yanqi, she is also the daughter of a wealthy family. Although I rarely attend such large banquets, I have always been the focus of everyone's attention since I was a child. Facing the gazes of the crowd, he was naturally calm and composed, neither humble nor arrogant. Mr. Xiao, you finally made it here. I was worried you wouldn't come tonight. Right at this moment. Fu Hai, the organizer of this banquet, came over and greeted them with a smile on his face. I will naturally not go back on my word. Xiao Fei looked at the other party and replied with a calm smile. Is this Miss Su Yanqi? Fu Hai then turned around and looked at Su Yanqi and asked in a friendly manner. Unexpectedly, the other party knew her. After a slight surprise, Su Yanqi nodded politely. But compared to her surprise, Fu Hai was even more shocked. As the former chairman of Wanqing Media Company, he naturally knows more information than the average person. Not only did Xiao Fei bring a female companion, but she was also the daughter of Su Yunsheng, chairman of Tianxue Group. He had only seen Su Yanqi in photos before. Now that we meet face to face, I am even more amazed. So beautiful. He always thought his daughter was pretty enough, but compared with the girl in front of him, she suddenly seemed a little pale in comparison. He had been very confident about the arranged plan, but now he was a little uncertain. While daydreaming, his daughter Fu Mengru was already walking towards him with a loving look. Her steps are swaying and her temperament is elegant. Against the backdrop of a few close friends, she looks like a proud swan. If it weren't for Su Yanqi's existence, she is destined to be the brightest spot in the audience tonight. Dad, is this the Xiao Fei you mentioned who acquired shares in Wanqing Media? When they got closer, Fu Mengru looked at Xiao Fei and the other man opposite her, chuckled and asked. When her father went up to greet them just now, she had already noticed Xiao Fei and Su Yanqi. Xiao Fei really caught her eye. As her father said, judging from his appearance, he was no less than those big stars. However, what concerned her most was not Xiao Fei, but Su Yanqi who was beside Xiao Fei. Because the other party is too dazzling. Even Fu Mengru couldn't help but be amazed when she saw her for the first time, and then a fire of jealousy rose in her heart. She has always prided herself on her beauty. As the most beautiful girl in Hangzhou University, when has she ever lost to others in appearance? So unconsciously, she wanted to come up and compete with Su Yanqi. However, she asked her father this question. Although the voice was not loud, the content shocked many people around him, especially several other senior business executives. Buying company shares? Lao Fu, what's going on? Yeah. Why did you suddenly become so depressed that you sold your company shares? Several bosses standing nearby were shocked and asked what was going on. This. Fu Hai frowned, then looked at Xiao Fei. He wouldn't dare to do that if the other party disagreed. It would expose Xiao Fei's identity as the chairman of Wanqing Media. After all, maybe he wants to keep a low profile. However, Xiao Fei didn't care. He just nodded, indicating that he could be frank. Fu Hai then told the story of how all his shares had been acquired a while ago. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples, and everyone around was shocked. Wanqing Media Company was acquired. Not 1% of the acquisition, not 10%, but 51% of the entire company. Oh my god. How much money would it cost to get this? You know, Wanqing Media is the largest advertising company in Jiangcheng, with branches in various cities, and its total value is no less than 10 billion. It would be wishful thinking to acquire such a company without tens of billions of capital. Of course, there are many people in this hall whose net worth exceeds this amount. But when it comes to easily taking out tens of billions of cash, no one else can do it except a few business tycoons. For a while, everyone's eyes on Xiao Fei changed, and no one dared to look down on him anymore. Many people even started to think about it and wanted to come up and build good relationships. Chapter 64. Why did I suddenly meet my parents? I wonder who this lady is. No matter what others think, Fu Mengru cares most about Su Yanqi. She wanted to know what the identity of this woman in front of her was that she could be walking with Xiao Fei. She is my girlfriend and the daughter of Su Yunsheng, chairman of Tianxue Group. When Fu Hai was about to answer, Xiao Fei spoke first. With so many people here today, of course Su Yanqi's identity cannot be vague. The meaning of his words not only expressed who Su Yanqi was, but also told everyone that she was not a female companion, but a girlfriend. Fu Mengru's face changed slightly. She didn't expect that the other party was actually the daughter of the famous Tianxue Group. Suddenly, the jealousy in my heart became stronger. Not only did she lose to the other person in appearance, but she also lost to him in terms of net worth. However, at this moment, Fu Mengru's girlfriends made faces and immediately came up with a plan in their minds. The daughter of Tianxue Group must be knowledgeable and talented. I wonder if Miss Su can play the piano. One of the girlfriends asked naively. Yes. There will be a piano performance later. Miss Su, it would be wonderful if you and Sister Shiro played a piece together, another best friend also echoed. They seemed to be inviting Su Yanqi, but in fact they were helping Fu Mengru. Because at Hangzhou University, everyone knows that Fu Mengru is not only beautiful, but also plays the piano very well. Anyone who plays with her can clearly feel the difference. So once the other party agrees, it will be humiliating to themselves. Su Yanqi originally wanted to refuse. Although she can play the piano, she is not the protagonist today, and she doesn't want to be too high profile. She is satisfied to be with Xiao Fei. Xiao Shi, haven't you always been good at playing the piano? Why not take this opportunity to show it off today? At this time, a handsome man. He walked over in a leisurely manner with a wineglass in hand. Who else could it be but Su Yanqi's elder brother Su Ting? After Su Ting said this, he turned to look at Xiao Fei, smiled slightly and nodded. He had a very good impression of Xiao Fei, who was 1,000 times better than that guy Xiaoyan. Xiao Fei naturally responded with a smile. Brother, why are you here? Su Yanqi looked at her brother in surprise. You're here, so why can't I come? Su Ting couldn't help but smile helplessly and continued. Not only am I here, my parents are here too. They are all watching you over there. As he said this, he pointed to the place where he had just come from. Su Yanqi opened her eyes wide and looked in another direction in disbelief. Sure enough, I saw my parents slowly walking towards me. Oh my God. Su Yanqi couldn't help but feel a shock in her heart, as if it was instinct. Unconsciously, he quickly let go of Xiao Fei's arm, like a child who had done something wrong and was discovered by his parents. She really wanted to just hit her head against the wall and die. Why did both parties' meeting of their parents come so unexpectedly? Then she turned to look at Xiao Fei. Wow. He is as calm as a stone. I really don't know what could cause such waves in his heart. Mom and Dad, you're here too. Seeing the two of them approaching, Su Yanqi curled her lips and greeted them. Ha ha. Miss Su is joking. Mr. Su is the most famous business tycoon in Zhongcheng. I begged him many times before I finally invited your father over. Fu Hai, who was standing aside, couldn't help but said with a smile, while Fu Mengru's expression naturally didn't look very good. Uncle, Aunt. Xiao Fei looked at the two people in front of him, smiled slightly, and greeted them politely. Since Su Yanqi's parents were here, he naturally had to give them enough face and not pretend not to see them. Otherwise, the cute little Cici will be in trouble. Su Yunxing naturally observed Xiao Fei at this time, but he was secretly shocked in his heart. He is restrained, calm and steady, without the arrogance of young people. Just the first glance made Su Yunxing feel very satisfied. My daughter is really good at judging people. No wonder she has been so mysterious at home lately. Then, he laughed unconsciously. He walked up and patted Xiao Fei on the shoulder, as if they were old friends whom he had known for a long time. He praised, it's really good, very good, he's a good guy. After seeing this action, even Yao Yu, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but be shocked. Since when did her husband praise someone like this just after meeting her once? Is it just because Xiaoxi likes the other person? Based on my understanding of him, that shouldn't be the case. Why, Miss Su? Will you still join us for this piano performance later? If you don't know how to do it, don't force yourself. After all, not everyone understands such a refined art. I really can't stand being ignored by everyone like this. Fu Mengru quietly hinted to her best friend, and her best friend naturally spared no effort to help her ask. Yes, of course I will. I haven't heard Xiaoxi play a song in a long time. Mom and Dad are here, so you can't back out. Su Ting looked at his sister and spoke first, as if he was particularly concerned about this matter. In fact, the reason why he did this was not only because he saw through the other party's intention to suppress Xiaoxi. The more important reason was that Xiao Fei was next to him. This younger sister of hers has many abilities. Of course, she should take it out and let the person she likes see it. Otherwise, how can she let the other person know how excellent she is? Oh. This old brother of his really worried about me. Okay. Su Yanqi felt embarrassed when she saw her parents, Xiao Fei, and her brother were all looking at her. It seemed that she had no choice but to agree. Fu Mengru and her girlfriends looked at each other and were all delighted that their plan had succeeded. What if Su Yanqi comes on stage later? The tune played was far less beautiful and melodious than hers, and the other party would be greatly embarrassed. By then, everyone will think that as the daughter of the most famous entrepreneur in Jiangcheng, Su Yanqi is nothing special. And she, Fu Mengru, will definitely become the shining focus of the audience again. Su Yanqi, you asked for this. Playing piano music with me is bound to make you feel how insignificant you are. I will make you understand that apart from being the daughter of the Tianxue group, I am nothing else. Fu Mengru said secretly in her heart. She had already decided that she would perform at her best tonight. Fu Hai was also slightly surprised, because he knew his daughter's talent for piano. Ever since she started learning piano, countless people have praised her daughter's talent countless times, saying that she will surely shine in the field of piano. The two of them will perform a song today. If his daughter performs outstandingly, then Fu Hai will definitely be very proud. As for Director Su, he thought that the other party would not have any opinion on him because of such a small matter. Chapter 65 Su Yanqi's wonderful performance. Hello everyone, the birthday party has begun. Please welcome tonight's protagonist, Miss Fu Mengru. Let's play a song together with Miss Su Yanqi, the daughter of Tianxue Group. As the host finished speaking, everyone stopped talking and turned their attention to the stage in front of them. At the same time, two young girls of outstanding appearance came up and each went to her own piano. Fu Mengru looked at Su Yanqi with uncontrollable pride in her eyes. Soon everyone will know who is the real shining focus, and Su Yanqi is just her foil. The girlfriends in the audience were secretly delighted. It is a rare thing to see the daughter of a big company make a fool of herself. It would also let Xiao Fei see how unbearable his girlfriend is in front of sister Meng Ro. As for Fu Hai, his face was filled with a bright smile, as if he was waiting for everyone to praise him for having an amazing daughter. Melodious music sounded. Along with the rhythm, the atmosphere immediately became elegant and peaceful. Suddenly, Fu Mengru's fingers moved. As the rhythm goes on, the pleasant and melodious notes spread out like soothing flowing water, filling every space in the hall and shocking people's hearts. The rhythm is sometimes slow and sometimes brisk. It seems as if the melodious ripples have drawn out the beautiful Milky Way, and then pour down like flowing clouds in water. It perfectly interprets softness and beauty, elegance and agility. Fu Mengru's father and several of her girlfriends couldn't help but get excited. Even those of them who didn't know how to play the piano could feel the uniqueness of the music, let alone others. As they expected, everyone except a few people were immersed in the melodious melody and felt the tranquility and beauty. A rhythm closes. Fu Mengru was very proud, even she herself was very satisfied with her performance tonight. She wanted to see how the other party would respond. And just at the port where she stopped. At the same time, Su Yanqi's piano music followed, stirring the sky with a mighty momentum. Suddenly, the melody was like the rolling Yangtze River, endless. Different from Fu Mengru's noble elegance, the sound of the piano played by Su Yanqi is like the iron horses galloping on a bloody battlefield. In an instant, raging waves rose up and thousands of horses galloped. Everyone who was originally surrounded by melodious tranquility suddenly felt like they had come to another world. There is only passionate fighting full of blood. Only the courage and determination to sacrifice one's life and move forward. Here, everyone seemed to recall the courage and determination they had when they first entered society. I also recalled the cruel and treacherous competition in the business world. Move forward step by step and don't look back, otherwise you will be ruthlessly eliminated. It makes people linger and have endless aftertaste. Looking at the beautiful figure on the stage, even Xiao Fei couldn't help but stare in amazement. I never thought that her slender body could burst out with such great strength. Time passed by unknowingly. I don't know how long it took, but the piano music stopped and the accompaniment also stopped. quiet, eerily quiet. The whole hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was still savoring the moment, immersed in the exciting music that had just happened. Like the calm before the storm. Suddenly, the whole hall erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Good, 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 great. The sound of the piano is so exquisite and perfect. I've never heard such exciting music before. Yes. It feels like being there, surrounded by thousands of soldiers. It makes your blood boil. Miss Fu's piano music is tranquil and far-reaching, peaceful and harmonious. Miss Su's piano music is like a surging river, flowing endlessly, which brings back many unforgettable memories for me. Overall, I feel that Miss Su's piano voice is better. Yeah, that's right, I think so too. The most commendable thing is that she is just a young girl, yet she can play such a majestic and magnificent piece. It is truly remarkable. The crowd below was talking about it. Obviously, everyone was full of praise for Su Yanqi's performance. However, as the protagonists of the two pieces of music, their expressions were different. Su Yanqi's expression remained indifferent, as if she had just eaten a home-cooked meal. She felt that her performance today was just normal and she didn't think there was anything worth bragging about. However, Fu Mengru's face turned slightly pale, as if she couldn't believe that the other party could play such wonderful music. Her nails scraped against the piano, making a slightly harsh friction sound, and Fu Mengru's jealousy grew stronger and stronger. There has never been a day that made her feel that she had lost so completely. How could she, who was as proud as a swan, accept such an outcome? I didn't expect that you can play the piano so well. I really underestimated you. Fu Mengru looked at the other party and said hatefully. Su Yanqi just smiled calmly, as if she recalled something, and replied, I only know a little bit. The girlfriends in the audience were dumbfounded. They stared at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Who exactly is this Su Yanqi? He is good-looking, has a good family background, and plays the piano so beautifully. Does he not want other people to live? The mood of several girls suddenly plummeted, and they felt as if they had lived in vain for the past 20 years. Fu Mengru's father, Fu Hai, sighed. He now finally understood that there are always people better than you and there are always things better than you. I thought my daughter could make a comeback in today's piano piece with her talent, but I didn't expect that she would end up being inferior. But he was fine. At least from the perspective of an observer, Meng Ro's performance today was not too bad. Although not as strong as Su Yanqi, at least she has her own brilliance. The piano piece has ended. After the warm applause from the audience, Su Yanqi slowly walked off the stage. That's great. My sister's piano skills have improved again. When Su Yanqi approached, Su Ting teased with a smile. Mr. and Mrs. Su Yuncheng also looked at their daughter lovingly and were proud of her outstanding performance. As for Xiao Fei, he was even more surprised. I never thought that Miss Su, who is usually only good at eating, actually has such a talent in piano. This is the real person who never reveals his true face. Su Yanqi looked back at Xiao Fei, seemed to notice the shock in his eyes, and secretly gave him a smug expression. Now you know how powerful I am, huh? Xiao Fei shook his head and smiled helplessly. This girl was trying to pick a fight with him. After the piano, there was a mass dance program. At this time, melodious music sounded. Many people, with their female companions, have entered the dance floor in the middle and are dancing. Mr. Xiao, I wonder if I could have the honor of having you as my dance partner tonight? Right at this moment. Fu Mengru actually walked over with graceful steps, openly wanting to take Xiao Fei as a dance partner. Chapter 66 Warning from Su Ting. Sorry, I already have a dance partner. Xiao Fei refused calmly without giving any face. Fu Mengru was slightly surprised, then covered her mouth and smiled. We have a long dance, you can dance with Miss Su later. Why, are you scared? You're a grown man, are you afraid that a little girl like me will eat you? Men are creatures that cannot stand provocation, especially when they are in the spotlight. Fu Mengru knew this very well, so everything she said was extremely aggressive. She didn't believe that the other party would remain indifferent even if she said that. However, today was destined not to go as she wished. Xiao Fei actually ignored the other party, took Su Yanqi's hand, and entered the dance floor with her. Fu Mengru's face turned pale immediately. She didn't expect that the first time she took the initiative to invite a man to dance, she would be rejected like this. And in front of so many people. Humiliation, endless humiliation. This made her feel even more embarrassed than losing to Su Yanqi in piano just now. At this moment, Su Ting on the side suddenly said, "Miss Fu, why don't I dance with you for the first dance tonight?" Having said that, without waiting for the other party to react, he took her hand and entered the dance floor. I didn't expect that the eldest young master of Tianxue group would invite me to dance. What? Are you interested in me? Fu Mengru couldn't help feeling a little proud after she reacted. A woman as arrogant as you is really speechless. Su Ting looked at the girl in front of him and sneered. The host of today's banquet is Fu Hai. The other party had invited their family over many times, so he gave the other party face to avoid embarrassing Fu Hai. What did you say? Fu Mengru's anger soared that she was speechless. Humph. Don't blame me for not warning you. Don't mess with my sister, and don't mess with Xiao Fei. Even I can't see through him. Why are you, a young girl with only a hairy head, trying to act so high and mighty? Su Ting said coldly. It was not appropriate to say this in front of everyone, but now was the perfect time to speak. On the other side, the atmosphere was completely different. Xiao Fei held one of Su Yanqi's hands and put the other hand on her waist, and the two of them danced gracefully. You can dance too, you're so good. Su Yanqi looked at Xiao Fei with a little surprise and said in amazement. Actually, I don't know how to dance. I just learned it on the spot. Xiao Fei smiled faintly and answered truthfully. This sentence makes people hate it even more. The cute little Cici couldn't help but roll her eyes. You looked so beautiful when you played the piano just now. Xiao Fei looked at the other person and suddenly said seriously. Su Yanqi couldn't help blushing slightly, as if she hadn't expected him to suddenly praise her. She really liked the feeling of being praised by Xiao Fei. It's like eating pears in summer or grapes in winter, and there is a faint sweetness in the heart. Unconsciously, she began to hum softly. It was a beautiful melody, but of course the sound was very soft, and only she and Xiao Fei could hear it. For some reason, Xiao Fei suddenly realized that the melody she was humming was even better than the melodious music on the scene. Is this what others say, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder? Even the songs you hum are more touching than professional music? Xiao Fei couldn't help but smile. When he was with Su Yanqi, he would really feel surprised from time to time. I can't believe it. That's our daughter. Look how shy she was just now. Outside the dance floor, Yao Yu widened her eyes. Seeing her precious daughter, who had always been aloof towards men, now seemed like a different person, her worldview was shocked. It felt like a precious treasure was about to be taken away by someone else, and she felt a chill in her heart. Okay, what's that expression on your face? Seeing his wife's strange look, Su Yunqing quickly raised his hand and gently stroked her back to comfort her. I smiled helplessly in my heart. Even if he is sad, it should be his sadness as a father. Why don't we go? On the dance floor, after the song ended and there was nothing else to do, Xiao Fei suggested. Okay, it's better for us to be alone here. Su Yanqi couldn't help but curl her lips. Especially since her parents are still here, she can't let go at all. As they spoke, the two of them came to Su Yanqi's parents, ready to say goodbye and leave. Mommy, give me a hug. Yao Yu looked at her precious daughter and suddenly stretched out her hands and said, Hug me. Su Yanqi immediately stepped forward and lay in Yao Yu's arms. It's so comfortable. As expected, a mother's embrace is always the warmest. Carrot. Okay. Su Yanqi didn't want to leave this embrace. After a long while, she finally let go of her mother and prepared to leave the party. After Xiao Fei greeted them, he also greeted Su Ting, then took her hand and left the hotel together. But they didn't notice. On the other side of the hall, Fu Mengru watched them leave with hatred in her eyes. Why don't we go have a barbecue? After leaving the hall, although the temperature outside was very low, it was still early and Su Yanqi could already feel the call of food. Although there were many delicious dishes at the dinner, they were mostly fruit desserts, which she didn't like very much. As a foodie, she prefers stronger flavors. Okay, I'm hungry too. Xiao Fei naturally couldn't refuse her, so the two of them got in the Pagani and went directly to the central snack street. 20 minutes later. Put on this down jacket. You're freezing. As soon as they got out of the car when they arrived at the destination, Su Yanqi started shivering from the cold. Fortunately, Xiao Fei had foresight. Take out the down jacket that you prepared earlier, otherwise the beautiful Miss Su will probably freeze to death tonight. As a central snack street, the location is naturally great, the flow of people is large, and it is very lively. The originally cold winter actually feels warm in this prosperous atmosphere. After choosing a restaurant, the two sat down at a table outside. Su Yanqi looked at the menu placed on it. I ordered a few large sausages, some stinky dried meat, some bone-in pork, some lamb, some leeks, some potato chips, and a plate of large lobster. Can you finish it? Xiao Fei couldn't help feeling ashamed. What can't I finish? Don't look at my small stomach, I can hold anything. Su Yanqi said proudly. Because of their outstanding temperament and appearance, they naturally attracted a lot of attention from people around them. Everyone turned their heads and couldn't help but marvel at Su Yanqi's appearance. Xiao Fei? Suddenly, an abrupt voice sounded, interrupting the two people who were talking. It's really you. I didn't expect to meet you here. The person who spoke was a man of the same age as Xiao Fei. Next to him, there was another woman holding his arm. It's you. Xiao Fei also looked at the other party at this time, and his eyes flashed with slight surprise. He knew these two people, and he knew them deeply. Chapter 67. I gave you a chance, but you didn't need it. They are. Su Yanqi asked in surprise. My fellow countrymen, I haven't seen you for several years. Xiao Fei regained his composure and answered calmly. In the past, back home, they had caused me a lot of trouble. Yo! What a beautiful girl. I wonder who you are to Xiao Fei, and why are you eating here with him? The man looked at Su Yanqi opposite him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It was as if he had encountered some treasure, and his eyes were filled with greed. The woman next to her felt a strong sense of jealousy in her heart. There's no way around it, everyone wants to compare. Seeing such a beautiful woman, she naturally couldn't help but compare herself to her, and the result can be imagined. Is there something wrong? Xiao Fei asked with a frown. Su Yanqi was next to him today, and he didn't want to cause trouble, otherwise it would affect his mood for enjoying the barbecue. Can't we just sit down and talk? That's right. We're from the same place after all, so why do you turn against me when you get to the big city? The two of them seemed very happy singing in unison, and did not take Xiao Fei's words to heart at all. After saying that, he actually sat down directly. Su Yanqi couldn't help but frown slightly. It was obvious that the other party was deliberately targeting Xiao Fei, and no one knew what kind of grudge there was between them. I don't think I have much to say to you. There's a seat over there. You can sit down and chat slowly. There was a hint of coldness in Xiao Fei's eyes, but no one seemed to notice that his voice had turned cold. Xiao Fei, how can you say that? Although we haven't seen each other for several years, we still remember you. I heard from people back home that you came to Jiangqing to attend university, and your parents moved here with you. How have you been these past few years? The man opposite teased, and at the same time did not forget to glance at Su Yanqi. What's good about that, brother Zhang? Don't you think about how old Xiao Fei's parents are? With no skills and no friends, what other options do you have in a city like this except doing construction work? The woman next to her sneered. Then he looked at Su Yanqi and said, Sister, you really know how to pick people. Why did you choose Xiao Fei as your boyfriend? You know, in our town, the Xiao family was the poorest family in need. They couldn't even build a house. As she spoke, she showed a look of contempt. She just couldn't stand Xiao Fei's poor look. She didn't expect that the other party would pretend to be a decent person when he came to the city, which made her even more upset. Since they met today, she naturally had to mock him. She also wanted to let the beautiful woman next to her know how poor Xiao Fei was. If we can convince the two of them to do something, it will be a very satisfying thing. At the same time, the man next to him also did not forget to join in the fun. I say, beautiful lady, why do you follow Xiao Fei when there are so many people to follow? What can a poor loser like him give you? After saying that, he smiled slyly, took out a business card from his bag and handed it over. This is my dad's new store, Hanglida Blue Sky KTV. Come over if you have time. It's free. I can also introduce you to some young masters from big companies. The man had something in mind and said to the other party temptingly. Such a beautiful girl is actually with Xiao Fei, he feels very uncomfortable. Then, an idea was born in his mind. Unfortunately, this thought only lasted for a few seconds before his consciousness was overwhelmed by the immense pain. Then the whole person flew out as if in a cloud of mist, and was thrown to the ground a few seconds later, and his body began to twitch. Xiao Fei, what did you do? The woman next to him was dumbfounded. She only saw Brother Zhang take out a business card and prepare to hand it to Su Yanqi. And during this process, Xiao Fei reached out and held the other person's shoulder. Then Brother Zhang's face changed drastically, his body shook, and he was thrown out like a chicken. Look again at this time. Her husband was lying on the ground, holding his arm with one hand and shaking in pain. I have given you a chance, but you don't need it. Xiao Fei looked at them with a sneer and spoke slowly. His expression didn't change much from beginning to end. He just watched the two of them whimpering, not knowing what they were doing. If we don't warn them now, I'm afraid they won't leave even if we talk till the end of time. Then Xiao Fei turned around, looked at the woman and sneered, Why, do you also want to try what he's feeling now? The woman's body trembled, and a feeling of fear suddenly filled her heart. I didn't expect that after not seeing him for a few years, Xiao Fei had become so terrifying, completely different from before. She didn't dare say anything more, and immediately squatted on the ground to check the man's injuries. Xiao Fei was too lazy to pay attention to them and was not in the mood to stay here and eat barbecue. After paying the money and packing the food that the merchant had just prepared into bags, he took Su Yanqi's hand and left. Hanged light a blue sky KTV, he silently remembered it in his heart. Su Yanqi also had a calm expression throughout the whole process, and was neither afraid nor panicked. In her opinion, this was not a big deal and nothing to be surprised about. In front of the barbecue restaurant, only the two fellow villagers were left, still standing there in a mess, and no one knew how they ended up in this situation. Xiao Fei, just wait for me. I won't let you go. As if knowing the other party had left, the man lying on the ground uttered this harsh word. I got into the car and took off my down jacket. Su Yanqi directly placed a pile of barbecue on the center console in front of the car, along with a large bag of lobsters. Let's get started. Xiao Fei saw her open the barbecue bag and couldn't help but smile. Aren't you taking it to the dormitory to eat? That won't do. You won't be able to eat if you bring it to the dormitory, and I can't wait any longer. Su Yanqi said with a pout. By the way, what's your grudge against them? Why are those two targeting you so much? Su Yanqi picked up a skewer and handed it to Xiao Fei, then took another one for herself and asked while eating. There were some frictions back home, and then it became a tit-for-tat situation, and the enmity grew. Xiao Fei explained, looking at Su Yanqi and shaking his head helplessly. I thought what happened just now had ruined her interest in eating barbecue. But now it seems that this idea is completely unnecessary. Look at Su Yanqi eating with gusto. What's more, even Xiao Fei felt a little hungry, so he took the skewers handed to him by the other party and started eating. Anyway, the air conditioner was on in the car, so it wasn't cold at all. Apart from the fact that the space is a bit small, there are no other problems. Time flies. An hour later, the two had finished their meal and returned to school. Xiao Fei held Su Yanqi's hand and walked around the small path on campus. It's only a little after 9 o'clock in the evening, not too late, and you can still see other students occasionally. Are you cold? Xiao Fei turned his head and asked softly. Su Yanqi shook her head. At this moment, she was wearing Xiao Fei's down jacket and smelling his scent. She felt particularly satisfied. Suddenly, she turned around, stretched out her arms and hugged Xiao Fei. It seems that this is not enough. Then she lifted her feet again, raised her head slightly, found Xiao Fei's lips, and pressed them against his. Chapter 68 The Arrogant Zhang Family. Just 10 seconds later, the two of them let go of each other tacitly. Because they really couldn't kiss anymore, their mouths were full of the taste of barbecue. Especially in the mouth, the smell of garlic lobster still lingers. The beauty brought by the stickers, under the strong taste of both parties, is simply amazing. Su Yanqi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I finally mustered up the courage, but ended up not considering what I had just eaten. And if I remember correctly, there were so many lobsters, and she ate most of them by herself. Su Yanqi could imagine how heavy the taste was in her mouth. And I took the initiative to offer this strong kiss. Oh my god. Does she want to live? Sure enough, being a foodie comes at a price. Next time. Xiao Fei scratched his head. The impact that Su Yanqi had brought to him just now was still fresh in his memory. However, seeing the other person's face full of frustration and embarrassment, Xiao Fei walked up to her, touched her head, and then hugged her in his arms. Don't regret it. No matter what, you are the most beautiful in my heart. Xiao Fei comforted her gently, just like comforting a baby. It seems that he felt the other person's intention. Su Yanqi buried her face in Xiao Fei's chest, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up slightly. Smelling the pleasant scent of the other person makes me feel that there is nothing happier in the world. The school sports meet is almost over. You'll be participating in the city sports meet basketball game in a couple of days, right? After a long while, Su Yanqi raised her head slightly, looked at the handsome face so close to her, and couldn't help asking. Well, it will be done soon. They are just small matters. Xiao Fei smiled calmly. He had never worried about this matter at all. Now his physical fitness has doubled, and he has almost mastered the rules of basketball. I can't say that this game has a 100% winning rate, but it's at least 99.99999% winning rate. He was also afraid that he would appear too powerful and scare the audience. Then you must do your best. I will be your cheerleader. Defeat Hongda and become the brightest star of the show. Su Yanqi freed one hand, clenched her fist, and said expectantly. Okay, then defeat them. Xiao Fei smiled confidently. He lowered his head slightly, looking at the beautiful little face full of excitement and anticipation, and his heart couldn't help but feel extremely satisfied. In fact, he didn't think too much about becoming the brightest spot in the audience. As long as she was happy that day, that was enough. Ding! At this moment, the system's voice rang. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Task 1, invite Miss Su Yanqi to dance, reward, Rolls-Royce Phantom. Task 2, give Su Yanqi a hug. The reward is a super villa in Area A of Haiyun Villa. All reward systems have been purchased for them, and the contract will be delivered tomorrow. He found that he had completed all the tasks without realizing it. The next day. Xiao Fei couldn't imagine it. Last night, he and Su Yanqi hugged each other like that for several hours. It seems like there are endless things to say, and even if there is nothing to say occasionally, I don't feel bored. Fortunately, it was late at night, otherwise if the two of them had stood on the playground like that during the day, they would have been regarded as fools by others. So when he woke up this morning, it was almost time for lunch. But fortunately, the sports meet is still going on. School is closed these days, so there is no need to rush. However, there is something today that he needs to solve. A cold light flashed in Xiao Fei's eyes. Then he put on his clothes, washed his face and brushed his teeth, and after taking care of everything, he drove away from the school. The goal is to directly target Hanglida. At the same time, an affiliated hospital in Jiangcheng. Zhang Chao stood in the VIP ward, looking at his son who had just undergone surgery, and an unconcealable anger rose in his heart. Last night, he received a call from the hospital. He said that his son Zhang Mao had a comminuted fracture of his shoulder and was seriously injured and needed immediate surgery, so he asked him to come and sign. He was shocked at the time. Why was he suddenly hospitalized? After the results came out, he realized through what Suya told him that it was the Xiao family who did it. Snort! Back in the town, the Xiao family was poor and destitute, looked down upon, and often bullied by the Zhang family. Now that he's in the city, he thinks he's a big shot and even dares to hit Zhang Chao's son? This is outrageous. Xiao Tang, Xiao Fei, I think you have grown wings and think you can take off. If I don't teach you a lesson this time, you won't know how many eyes the Horse King has. Finished. Zhang Chao asked Suya to take good care of his son. He took out his cell phone and made a call, then left the ward. However, at this moment he didn't know that his old rival Xiao Fei had already driven to Hanglida Plaza. The KTV he opened with his friends is also facing the risk of bankruptcy. What? Big brother, you can't be kidding me. Why are you shutting down my KTV for no reason? Sitting in the car, Zhang Chao was preparing to contact all the friends he knew to help find the address of the Xiao family. As a result, I received such a terrifying phone call. Don't call me big brother. I don't have relatives like you. I finally managed to rent a KTV space for you. But your son is causing trouble and even offending our new Hanglida boss. What's the point of letting you open a store? After saying that, Zhang Kai, director of Hanglida's investment promotion department, hung up the phone angrily. The whole family is a troublemaker and they are all uneasy when they come to Jiangcheng. Then he looked up and saw Xiao Fei sitting on the sofa, and immediately put on a smile. It turns out that Zhang Chao's family is your relative. Xiao Fei put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Director Zhang with slight surprise. He's a relative, but a distant one. He knows I work in the city, and he's been asking me for help for the past year. Can I find a place to rent to open a KTV? It just so happened that the owner of the previous karaoke parlor in Hanglida had a family emergency and closed down. I called them and asked them to come over and take a look. We then renovated it and continued to operate. I didn't expect that in less than a year, they would get into trouble with you, the boss behind the scenes. Alas! They can only blame themselves for not living up to their expectations and always looking for trouble. As he spoke, Zhang Kai couldn't help but shook his head, feeling a little disappointed in his friend. After that, he thought for a moment, looked at Xiao Fei cautiously, and asked, "Mr. Xiao, is there any room for maneuver in this matter?" Xiao Fei smiled calmly, leaned back on the sofa, and said in a cold voice, "I'll tell you the truth. Even if I hadn't known they had opened a KTV near me, I wouldn't have let them continue. Director Zhang, you should know what to do." Xiao Fei glanced at the other party indifferently, and the warning was self-evident. Yes, I understand. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, I will handle this matter to your satisfaction." Looking at Xiao Fei's eyes, Zhang Kai couldn't help but be shocked. He had every reason to believe so. If this matter is not handled well, he might even lose his position, so he knows that he cannot be lenient in this matter. 20 minutes had passed during the conversation. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. It was Xiao Fei's old enemy Zhang Chao. Chapter 69, Xiao Fei, the Unfathomable. "Big brother, what's going on?" Before anyone inside could call him in, Zhang Chao had already pushed open the door and rushed into the office. However, as soon as he finished asking the question, he noticed Xiao Fei's presence with his sharp eyes. Although it has been several years. But everyone still remembered each other's appearance, so how could Zhang Chao forget it? "It's you, Xiao Fei? Last night, you were the one who hurt my son, you." As soon as he saw the other party, Zhang Chao became furious. The anger buried in his heart was instantly ignited, and he pointed at Xiao Fei and cursed him. "I didn't even consider why the other party was in the open office. That's enough, are you stupid? How dare you shout at the boss behind Hang Lida?" Suddenly, Zhang Kai shouted loudly and slapped the other person. This slap made Zhang Chao dazed. He was so frightened that he shuddered and immediately woke up. He seemed to understand something, and a bad premonition spread. Xiao Fei didn't make much noise from beginning to end. "As my strength grows, I still remember some things, and there are still new and old grudges. But at least he won't be too obsessed with expression. He either uses his hands or his connections, and impotent rage is the lowest form of expression." Are you the boss behind Hang Lida? How is this possible?" Zhang Chao looked at Xiao Fei in disbelief, as if he couldn't accept such a result. He remembered that just now, Big Brother inexplicably said that he wanted to close his store. And at this moment, Xiao Fei happened to be sitting here. All this shows that the eldest brother did not lie and the other party is really the boss of Hang Lida. When Zhang Chao figured this out, he broke out in a cold sweat. Sky! What on earth did he just do? He had already made enemies with the other party, and what he did just now was tantamount to courting self-immolation and throwing himself into an abyss. After the previous KTV owner left, he renovated the house, and even though it was a joint venture store, it still cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. For people like them who come from the countryside, it's really hard to come up with so much money. If the other party takes back the house now, all his efforts over the past year will be in vain, and he will even lose a lot of money. Think of this. Zhang Chao couldn't help but touch the sweat on his head, which was caused by fear. He sorted out his thoughts, threw away his previous anger, and looked at Xiao Fei, who actually smiled for the first time. Xiao Fei, oh no, Mr. Xiao. Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. It must be my son who didn't recognize the real man. He was blind and bumped into you. Please be magnanimous and forgive us this time. I apologize to you on behalf of my son. As he spoke, Zhang Chao nodded and bowed. He also took out a box of cigarettes from his pocket and prepared to give it to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei just looked at the other person coldly, his eyes full of ice. Even Zhang Chao, a guy who had seen a bit of the world, couldn't help but feel a jump in his heart when he looked at those eyes, and an unprecedented fear came over him. Before he could react, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Fei on the sofa disappeared. Holy shit! What is going on? This time, it's not just Zhang Chao. Even Zhang Kai was shocked and stared at the empty sofa in disbelief. Don't look for me, I'm behind you. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded, and Zhang Chao turned around in fear. Bang! Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and was kicked onto the sofa. Ah! Pain, endless pain. It felt like someone had churned my whole stomach. His chest felt like it was churning like a raging sea, making it so painful that he could hardly breathe and wanted to die immediately. Your Zhang family has targeted our Xiao family before, so this one kick is considered an easy win for you, Xiao Fei said coldly. In fact, he had already restrained some of the strength in this kick. Otherwise, if I attack with all my strength, it won't be as simple as going to the hospital. Director Zhang, I hope that after tomorrow, I will never see their Zhang family's KTV open again. Otherwise, you should consider whether you can still sit in this position. Xiao Fei looked at Zhang Kai coldly. Without waiting for the other party to answer, he calmly left the office. As for how the Zhang family bullied the Xiao family in the past, Xiao Fei felt that there was no need to bring it up again. It was all in that kick just now, and that was enough. Zhang Kai looked at Xiao Fei, who was leaving, stupidly. Looking at what was happening in front of me, I couldn't believe my eyes. Fear, so fearful. Weird, so weird. He simply couldn't imagine how the other party got behind Zhang Chao. Even for a moment. Zhang Kai suspected that Xiao Fei was not even a human being, but a ghost that was impossible to see through. After a few seconds, he was awakened by Zhang Chao's painful screams. I immediately took out my cell phone and called the hospital. The other side. After solving Zhang Chao's problem, Xiao Fei drove away from Hanglida and drove to Haiyun Villa. Today is the day to take possession of the house. The villa sales office called him early in the morning and asked him to come and take possession of the house. Zhaohua West Road, the intersection of the 3rd Ring Road. Speaking of the system, it is really very user-friendly. I deliberately chose a luxurious mountain villa area that is closest to the school. The most commendable thing is, this place is not far from the Yushan Park Villa area where Su Yinchi is, only a few kilometers away. If Xiao Fei drives, he can arrive in just over 10 minutes. However, this villa is quite famous, almost as famous as Yushan. 20 minutes later, Pagani drove into the vicinity of Haiyun Villa. A man in a suit had been waiting at the gate of the villa. Seeing a cool Pagani driving over, the man in the suit realized that the person he was waiting for had arrived. After the polite words, the man took Xiao Fei into Area A of the villa. Villa areas are also divided into different levels. Area A is naturally the best. As the car continued to drive inside, it arrived at the destination in a few minutes. The huge villa in front of you has an excellent location and is divided into 3 floors. The exterior walls are mainly blue, revealing a sense of fashion while making people feel fresh and comfortable. There is also a huge swimming pool in front of the villa. In addition, the interior of the villa is even more luxurious and colorful. There are independent cinemas, karaoke rooms, gyms, bars, study rooms, etc., with extremely complete facilities. Wait until the salesperson has finished introducing all the places. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Xiao Fei couldn't help but feel excited and wanted to move in. It was really so cool. As he spoke, he signed the contract and officially became the owner of the villa. Xiao Fei thought about it and decided to invite his parents to live with him. Otherwise, it would be too lonely for him to live alone in such a big villa. Saw off the sales staff. Xiao Fei took out his cell phone and called the number of the forest shop he had visited before and gave the other party the specific address. There is a villa and several parking spaces outside the wall, which is just right for parking the car. Even if you don't open it often, you can use it to decorate your villa. If others knew that a Rolls-Royce Phantom was used to decorate a villa, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. Xiao Fei thought about it and walked into various places in the villa. I took several photos with my mobile phone, then opened VX and sent them to Xiao Cici. After a while, then Su Yinchi asked a big question. Chapter 70. Many guests came to the house. How is the villa I bought? Is it nice? After Xiao Fei sent all the pictures, he also sent a big smiley face. Where is this? Su Yinchi, who was watching her classmates' competition on the playground, couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. Haiyun Villa, Area A, Xiao Fei replied. Su Yinchi was slightly surprised by the message coming from VX. Haiyun Villa, still Area A? The houses in that place cost about the same as hers, more than 100 million. Then she felt relieved. The luxury car Xiao Fei drives is worth 50 million, let alone buying a villa? However, Su Yinchi really wanted to see what his new house would look like. The other side. After Xiao Fei chatted with Xiao Cici for a while, he directly found out his mother's cell phone number. I plan to call my parents to let them know so they can have some peace of mind. If nothing else, you can move as soon as possible. Although the new house was just bought, it has been luxuriously decorated. As for sofas, TVs, beds, various lamps and so on, they are all available. No need to worry about anything, you can just move in with your luggage. There were a few beeps on the other end of the line. Half a minute later, the phone was connected and Tao Rong's voice came from it. It's just that the sound from the other side was very noisy, and it seemed that there were quite a few people talking. "Mom, where are you? Why are you so noisy?" Xiao Fei couldn't help but frown. "I'm washing vegetables at home. Uncle Yang, Uncle Pan, Aunt Pan and some other people from my hometown are all visiting us today. And your childhood friends, Yang Lingy and Pan Kai, are here too. I was just about to call you, and you just happened to call me. I wonder if I can ask for leave from school and come back quickly." My mother's happy voice came from the other end of the phone, and it seemed like she hadn't laughed like that for a long time. Xiao Fei's expression paused slightly. Then he smiled. It turned out that the boy had come. Speaking of Yang Lingy, Xiao Fei really has never forgotten him. He is the son of Uncle Yang who lives next door to my hometown. He has loved fighting since he was a child and is quite good at it. In the past, when he was in the town, he was targeted by Zhang Mao and Suya, thanks to this brother who often helped him deal with them. Others don't like to interact with him and look down on him. Only Yang Lingy is a man and often plays with him. It can be said that we are brothers who grew up wearing the same open crotch pants. As for the Pan family, his expression gradually turned cold again. It would be fine if he behaved himself, but if he still said some unpleasant things like he used to do back home, then don't blame him for being rude. There is also Pan Kai that my mother mentioned. They don't play together much. The only impression Xiao Fei had was that this woman was very arrogant. Moreover, Xiao Fei was confused as to why people from the Pan family would come. Time passed quickly. Half an hour later, Pagani slowly drove into the alley, immediately attracting gossip from several women. Xiao Fei didn't care what they said. He opened the car door, took the key and went upstairs. At this time, Xiao Fei's home was bustling with activity. Everyone was chatting away, probably around a dozen people, big and small. "Sister Rong, is what you said true? Your son is in love? It's not that we look down on you, but who would believe that Xiao Fei can get a girlfriend given your family's financial situation? That's right, this family is broke and rents a house. Life is so hard. We were just joking, don't take it seriously." In the old hall, men and women sat together, expressing their opinions without any regard for Tao Rong and Xiao Tang's reputation. Only Uncle Yang and Yang Lingy had slightly ugly expressions. They got along well with the Xiao family, and they felt uncomfortable seeing everyone being so ruthless. Xiao Farron is good-looking and a college student. It's normal for him to find a girlfriend in school. Yang Lingy couldn't help but say. Hiss. What followed was a pain in his waist, and his girlfriend Pan Kai, who was sitting next to him, pinched him. "Why are you butting in?" It was obvious that Pan Kai didn't like what Yang Lingy said. Tao Rong was washing vegetables and cooking, and Xiao Tang was entertaining guests. Although I felt uncomfortable, I didn't say much. After all, guests are welcome. Tao Rong was happy today entirely because of the relationship between the Yang family father and son, and she actually didn't welcome anyone else. While he was thinking, he heard the sound of keys outside the door. It was Xiao Fei who came back. When he opened the door and walked into the house, he saw everyone in the house. Although it is an old-fashioned floor. But the house that Xiao Fei's family rented was not small, it was more than 80 square meters. The living room is not very big, but it is not too crowded at ordinary times. It is crowded at this moment. If you don't know, you might think that the class is being held at home. "Hey, Sister Rong, your son is back. I haven't seen you for a few years. I didn't expect you to be so handsome." The person who spoke was Pan Kai's mother, Wei Fong, but there was a sarcastic tone in her voice. The other people in the room also looked at Xiao Fei. Uncle Yang, Brother Yang. Xiao Fei glanced at the father and son of the Yang family and couldn't help but smile. Although they moved to a distant big city, they still kept in touch with the Yang family by phone. It's not surprising that Uncle Yang could find this place. "Xiao Fei, I finally see you." Yang Lingy ignored Pan Kai's obstruction and walked forward to greet Xiao Fei, looking very happy. Xiao Fei looked at him and responded with a smile. I couldn't help but reach out and pat the other person's shoulder. The face was almost the same as I remembered, with no changes. As for everyone except the Yang family, Xiao Fei ignored them from the moment he came in. He remembered clearly how the other party had mocked his family in the past. Not kicking him out immediately was already considered polite. Everyone was not stupid. Seeing that Xiao Fei didn't even say hello to them, they naturally felt unhappy. Xiao Fei doesn't care what they think. Just looking at the two people from the Yang family, he couldn't help but wonder, by the way, Uncle Yang, why did you suddenly think of coming to my house without any prior notice? He said this not because he did not welcome the other party. But he knew Uncle Yang's character. He usually wouldn't travel far for no reason, let alone come all the way to Jiangcheng. Oh no! It's all because of the house. Uncle Yang replied with a sigh. You bought a house? Xiao Fei couldn't help but be surprised. Yes. But not in Jiangcheng. We can't afford the house here, so we bought it in our small county town. Uncle Yang couldn't help but explain. He is actually an honest man. He then continued, last month, Xiaoyi and Pan Kai got engaged. It's just that Pan Kai's father, your Aunt Pan's brother Panwei, happened to be short of money for his business in Jiangcheng this month. So I want to use Xiaoyi and Pan Kai's wedding house as collateral at Jiangcheng Bank.